Well, institutional trading is a lot more about the mechanics of the market than it is about like the
psychology,
fundamental or psychology. Yeah, they'll use the market hours, expiry timings, news drops against people much more regular because they have to do this every day. Right? It doesn't matter what the psychology of the market is. It doesn't matter if it's a bull market or a bear market. They have to show up at their fucking desks and try and find a way to rip money out of our hands.
Hey, so
I just want to say if anybody's
time
actually
for us to rip money out of their fucking
someone who has
hands.
fidelity, how do you set a limit order higher than like 50%?
So get this. My trading platform ANZ has just said they're taking stock off everyone, like they're buying it back, and we can't place any orders or anything.
Oh,
So
no.
basically, stocks just getting taken off.
You can place orders. You just have to have
Oh,
a
no.
broker that doesn't.
No, I can't. I literally every time
What
I
trading
place an
platform
order,
do you
it
use?
just
No,
fails.
listen.
It's ANZ.
It's the trade platform is the limitation. If you have your money in an institution like Wells Fargo, for instance, that has $1 trillion of their own money backing them, you can buy and sell as much as you want.
People are finally starting to jump on board with common sense.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. This is a positive statement, and I'm including myself in this. All of us retards with stimulus checks are using platforms like Robinhood to trade. But if you just happen to have a bank or some other institution that has their own money,
yeah, that's what I'm using as well.
What are you saying about your? What are you saying about
what
your
he's
bank?
saying is how big is your bank, though, right? Because if
Yeah,
they're a
right.
smaller,
It's,
like
it's,
multi-billion
it's
dollar
one of
bank,
the largest bank. It's ANZ, Australia, New Zealand. It's like one of the largest.
I'm not
banks.
familiar.
So you
like,
say-
know
you're
how much
saying
they
you have a
in
big
terms
bank.
of the total business value.
Yeah.
Does anyone
no,
have?
You're
saying you have a big
anyone
bank.
use
Yeah.
Thinkorswim?
Hold on, it's not only just having time out for a second. Listen, because it's not about the big bank. It's about Wells Fargo happens to have their own brokerage. They're a brokerage, they're a carrier, and a bank. They're not using some other company like Citadel or whoever. Like
Yeah, so
Robinhood
these guys
uses
are using
Citadel.
Robinhood is their own clearinghouse. They have their own.
Yeah.
Citadel is
So-
their clearinghouse.
There's-
But they do get
Yeah,
funded.
So yeah,
That is true.
ANZ
That
$3
is
billion
true.
dollars
It's
capital
an-
limited Citron, who is losing on GME.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You gotta put your money somewhere that has no tie to that. Now, finding that out, you just hop on Google and search around. But
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, for those who aren't paying attention right now, GME is fucking at like 280 right now.
Yeah.
We're watching.
What happens
Yeah,
if it
sure.
doesn't? What happens if the market closes and it's not past 300?
Nothing happens.
Nothing.
You hold.
Nothing
You
happens.
Hold fuck the
There's no
dream.
need to
I've heard
worry.
a bunch of rumors and random shit. I just wanted to be 100% sure.
Probably see a flat market. Like
Wait, what rumors did you hear though? That's interesting.
No, people
What
say
rumors
like
did you
if
hear?
I heard one time a couple days ago from one person whose name I never will remember that he said if it closes under 320 or some shit like that, then the hedge fund will.
That's
That's scary though. That's
Stop
scary
listening
though.
to your
Wait, when did they say that though? As
Start
well,
looking
Last
on the internet
week.
for real.
yo. So
But
last
just a
week they're
random
probably
fucking
talking.
person in this chat
That's
somewhere.
like, yo, that's a weird thing to say, but what they were probably talking about is last week the options contracts expiring.
Right.
There was a shit ton of short interest on the 320s versus the others surrounding those strikes. So what he probably should have been saying is if we hit above 320, that's a big.
Well, we
move.
did hit above
Yeah.
320 that day.
You guys, I have an
100%.
important question I'd like to ask.
Yes.
Okay, so I basically had a credit spread on Tesla last week, betting on the earnings, and it failed. So I had a 850 to 847.5, and it basically executed the option and then executed the other put. You know what I mean? Like, it's a credit spread, so it sold the put and then bought back the put. So I didn't really sell any shares, but I just realized that my total returns on Tesla are like really messed up, and I hope I don't have to pay tax on all those shares.
You probably do.
Earned money on? You pay taxes on what you earn. If you lose money, it's a loss. You can write it off.
No, but
the tax versus the shares shouldn't be an issue. issue, dude.
You only
because
pay tax
ultimately all
on-
you're looking at is profit. And if you're executing at the same prices, you're fundamentally
It's
going to
gonna
have more or
be
less
close
the
to zero
same
at the end of the
profit.
day, if
So
it's
since it
Look
bought
at
back
this
my
point.
shares, it doesn't
If you're not
attract me on the
making
capital
money,
gains.
no, it's profit.
yeah, if you're not
It's
making money, you're not paying tax.
No,
Just
but like
look at it that way.
I've had
Exactly.
these shares for like a year. So
Yeah,
like,
it doesn't matter. It's
beforehand,
not
it was,
until
like,
you
hundreds of
you
returns.
haven't lost or made anything unless you sell those shares. So if you make money when you sell them, then you pay taxes. If you lose money when you sell them, you use it as a write-off to save tax.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is it executed. Robinhood made me sell the shares and buy them back.
Did you
But, like,
sell them at a profit or a loss?
Oh, it was like shut up, but it bought back exactly like
What's the bottom line though? You have so much money wrapped up into it. If you've bought and sold at different prices, there's an average, and if that average is profitable in the end. So say you put in $100 and you
like I said, I've had it for like years.
Okay.
yeah. So you'll pay
of course-
taxes the year you sell those shares.
But I'm saying like even though it made me immediately
Oh,
buy the
you're
shares
saying
back.
you
Wait, do you
bought
guys
them
see
back.
the
You
video?
can-
315 peak?
Guys, there is tax on that.
Look up.
GME is like
look
peak
up
of
Sale
315.
rule.
If you made money and then lost money the same year, in the end, you have to look at it from a yearly perspective. So at the end of the quarter, when the year is ended,
What he's
if
saying
you
is a sale was triggered, which means he made, let's say, £1,000 of profit, and then he rebought the share at the same price. Now, although he still is back in the trade at the same spot, that sale was a profit that is now going into his taxes.
you need a CPA. It's going to
Honestly,
depend on
you
where
guys
you live.
you guys are overestimating the cost that it just costs to just get an accountant or CPA to do it like once or twice.
Yeah,
it's
right.
not
It's
that
really
No, but I don't
My
think you guys
best-
see what I'm saying still.
You guys are.
I'm just
Let him clarify. Let him
Okay,
clarify.
you guys.
I do.
I don't even know what a CPA is.
It was a
It's a
credit
certified
spread. So I sold the put, and then you guys know what a credit spread is, right?
Credit put spread, right?
Credit, yes.
Oh.
Okay, got it.
So it
Shoot.
Robinhood Friday was lagging. I wanted to buy back at even at a loss, and it wouldn't let me. So it executed, sold the shares, and bought them back immediately after. And now my total return went from like whatever it was, like we'll say 80K, then now it's like at like 20K because it made me buy the shares back. So it's showing me that I made like obviously my overall return is like a lot less now. So I'm thinking that's going to make me pay tax on that, even though I wasn't trying to do it. So I'm like contacting Robinhood because that's like
So depending on what you're looking at, like options, honestly, in my experience, can be confusing to try and determine what the gain on the position is for like your fucking overall, especially when you're dealing with complicated option strategies. At the end of the day, what you should be aware of is if you actually made a gain or a loss, right? And paying taxes sucks, but it's a good thing.
Be that he gets taxed on the 80,000, even though he only ended up with 20,000, essentially.
I still have the same amount in the shares themselves, but it's just
Did they
it messed
actually
my
sell
cost
your
basis.
shares and buy them back? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. The credit spread executed. It wouldn't let me buy it back.
Okay, yeah, you might need to be concerned with that and speak with the tax professional.
Yeah, because that's like that's a lot in tax, bro.
Because like what they're going to be reporting, like cost basis is weird shit, dude. When you're talking about what's reported to the IRS, so your broker has to aggregate that shit, and they will like report their own holdings, like what they show. But at the same time, you decide what you report in your actual filing, and that determines what you pay. So like at the end of the day, if you get audited, it's just important you have that info to back up what you're saying. But I'm not a tax professional, so you definitely do want to speak with one to know what to do there.
Literally not financial advice.
Yeah,
gentlemen,
not at all.
gentlemen, just commit tax fraud. All right, problem solved.
That's
like Wesley's night.
Hey, once again, for the
Just move to
SEC
Norway.
intern listening in, we do not condone this
No one
guy.
is saying that.
Just remember, you're on
Yeah.
live stream. You're on a live stream, so remember that.
Yo,
I
guys,
think
I just
you're
have a
cute.
question. All right, Ayo, is AMC something I should sell, let's say within like the next 2 weeks if it like spikes? Or is it like
no
a
one here
long-term
can
hold?
tell you that.
Yo, so no one.
I know.
Like,
Just
keep in mind the
opinions.
idea
I
of a
want
bubble.
opinions.
Like,
Who was helping me with ANZ before about the brokerages and backing it? Who was helping me before with that?
That was me kind of as well.
What's your username? Can I just PM you a bit of text quickly?
Yeah, sure. Seduce.
Thanks, man.
CEDUCE.
What did ANZ actually say to you? Did they stop your trades? Did they give a reason?
There's a message has popped up on the trading platform now. It's just a note saying this is what's going to happen.
What did the note say?
This is what's going to happen.
Are they going to liquidate your position?
We're gonna take your money and then.
We are taking your house tomorrow.
Basically, they're doing exactly the same thing that Robinhood did, where they're just selling shares out from underneath people if you don't have a sell limit, like a limit sell set.
I think
So the platform's doing that?
You're trading on margin though.
Hey
guys, I got a question.
Yes.
Do you guys like the stock?
I do
like the stock.
We are to the moon, baby.
What's it, dude?
Someone was asking a question about Australia.
Yes, how many spiders
not
Commonwealth
real?
Bank have had no problems.
Australia ain't real. Everyone knows that.
That's true.
I mean,
How
I've
many
never
spiders
been
do
there,
y'all
so I can't confirm or deny.
Oh.
I mean,
Australia might be the first country to get fucking banned by Google as well. So, so just put short.
Then they really won't
just
exist.
short
I mean,
Australia.
China is a.
Oh, the armpits smell bad.
I've been trading long.
Hey, dude, watching GME is not a good enough reason to forego personal hygiene.
Hey, each of y'all smell your own.
I'm about
Hey, each to their own, man. Each to their own. You don't want no shower? Sweet.
All I know is I don't got a monitor in my shower.
Bro,
Hey, we're
where do you guys get like your information?
In a plastic bag.
Alright, jeez.
Oh, to the person who was asking about that, the credit spread, that could be a taxable event. You absolutely should talk to a tax professional about
I'm gonna
that
talk to
because
their support about that as well. I'm
Thank
contacting. You know, it's
you.
gonna take a few days, but that's kind of ridiculous, man. That it wouldn't let me buy. I would have just closed the credit spread. You know, I want to Friday.
Unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that it sometimes involves some sort of civil litigation. If they actually did generate the event for you on your behalf, consented to it, then and you created a taxable event, then they may be on the hook, but you still have to take them to court for it for that to register or for it to be enforceable. So the best thing to do is if it's a significant enough amount of money, you're going to need to talk to a tax professional.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like I said, I tried closing it, and it just Friday, the broker was just like not working at all. Cause I you know, it was like $100 loss no matter what. Like I'd close it for that, you know. It doesn't
Unfortunately, the only way to resolve that kind of thing in this case is either through like their support if they're willing to like cover for you, but even then I wouldn't really take their word for it, and then lawyers and accountants. That's just how you solve these problems. And this
is why it's fuck Robinhood, bro.
I'm trying to create a stop loss order on Robinhood at 5,000. It says your stop price is above the current price. So your order
you
will
can't create a stop loss that is
Yeah.
above the current market price.
You're looking for a limit order, my friend.
But yeah, I think I confused a lot of Americans by saying what I did in Norway, because in Norway the brokers don't have a clue what a stop loss is, so you can put a stop loss on selling at a high price as well, but it's actually a limit order. So you can stop loss at I can send a screenshot.
I thought you were talking about doing a conditional with the condition being way below the price, triggering a limit way above the price.
There goes 50,000.
No. It's just a fucking insane price I'm setting, but to trigger it, I'm not allowed to trade without like 25% of the current price. So to get that price in the order in or whatever, I have to use a stop loss. It's a weird. I can send a screenshot of it.
Is there anyone here trading in the UK?
So it's like a stop.
Yeah,
game.
I'm from the UK.
Yeah, stop it. That's the thing. It's a fucking stop gain. So I'm putting it in at like $69,420.
Stop gain.
I have a question.
Yeah.
That's just
Stop it. I don't want more money.
Hey,
guys, how have you got around buying shares? Because IG is not allowing me to buy any shares anymore.
Uber eats the whatever Popeye's chicken tendies.
Get out of IG. It's fairly big.
Are you asking how to buy shares in the UK?
Saying what are you using? What platform are you using? Because
I'm using free trade. It still works mostly.
I'm using Trading 212. That's pretty good.
Right. Okay. I'll check them out.
The free trade CEO literally went on Twitter and like endorsed us. The only reason that trading stopped on Friday is because their foreign exchange provider forced them to.
Yeah, but I think that's the issue with a lot of these brokers is that like if they can't put up the collateral that they need to, they have no option but to stop trading.
Sorry, guys. I know it's a slightly different topic, but is there any way we could see a volume chart, like the volume number actually put into a chart overlaid with the stock price?
Yes, on TradingView you can do that. There's a volume at the bottom.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got some.
Okay, guys, wish me luck. I'm gonna try to break my I'm gonna try to break my broker by sending it to $1 billion per share.
Some news just came out. Robinhood raised $2.4 billion this weekend from shareholders. Wall Street Journal.
Where they got that from?
Sunk cost fallacy, son. They know they're going to lose their investment.
Oh, bloody hell.
100%. One thing I want to ask you, I've read about, the short percentage about, GME being so high, but I've read that in the last, say, 13, 14 years, this figure has changed in terms of what they classify as legal. So couldn't they technically just change it, right? Okay, you can do 170% of the shares now, or 200% of the shares. Because this doesn't seem to be like a fixed
I don't
figure.
think there's a limit on short interest. There can be a short interest can be more than 100% because
boys,
I could lend someone a stock and then they could lend it again.
You're talking in your mouth, like
per share. Let's try to aim a little bit higher.
Yeah, we were talking about
So,
that
I mean-
a little bit the other day. Like, you can have short interest above 100% legitimately without naked shorting, because you're just continuing to short shares that already have been shorted and gone around. The naked shorting aspect that they were talking about with it being illegal is when you're literally not bothering to find that the shares exist, basically.
Right, okay. I mean, so it's sort of worst case scenario. They say, okay, we're going to increase to 200%. What's the bottom line for us, people who are holding and people who are looking at getting in? I mean, is this like a get out clause that they could maybe say, okay, there's another 50% extra we can sort of short, and they'll just jump onto that, or how would that affect?
Well, firstly, the short interest is only published every 2 weeks, so you don't know what happens between those 2 week dates, right? And so the other thing is that I don't think the game actually changes. Even if there's 200% short interest, it's still perfectly fine.
Cool.
Push to talk, guys. We got people talking at the same time.
I don't know if people have other people muted or not, but
should I have
much
or
more
not?
civil than I thought.
Should I have or should I not have push to talk on?
You should have.
You should.
Yes.
Have it on if you're gonna do your
my
breathe.
If you want a civil conversation,
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Civil-ish.
Any civilized retard would use push to talk.
It's telling me that I'm not even in this chat, that I'm in the interview chat, and I'm just by myself. But like,
absolute fraud.
Hey, what you doing by yourself in the interview chat, man?
That's the SEC interviewing you.
What you do is hit Control R, and it will
This guy's
reload your
sus.
Discord,
listen,
and it'll
if
automatically
the SEC
rejoin
comes
your
in here and tries to interview me, I'll take one for the boys. Tell them to suck my dick on the spot.
Thanks, man.
This guy sounds
I'm not
like
saying
he's
shit.
the question.
So brave, so brave.
We've got our Stooley boys.
We should cancel the SEC.
I mean, they're on our side here.
Just kidding.
in my opinion.
Just kidding.
They're on our side.
We should cancel the hedge fund.
The SEC
That's
are
a
on
little
our
far
side.
to
We
say.
are currently doing it.
I mean, they're not on anyone's side, but they're,
No, they're on the side of the taxpayers, and trust me, man, Wall Street is not paying any fucking taxes.
I mean, we're basically just hedging the hedge funds.
I mean, I think some heads are gonna fucking roll for the entire Robinhood Citadel shit. I swear to God, there's gonna be blood spill.
Imagine growing up in a rich family and just like you're gonna be a hedge fund manager one day, like that's what you want to be, just to get in there and then immediately get hedged.
One of my friends from high school, right? His goal was to be a hedge fund manager, and just now, like while he's in the middle of college, trying to do this for himself, he's starting to regret it now.
Yo, that happened to a lot of us back in 2008. Like, me and a bunch of friends went into finance, and then like the fucking crash happened. It was like, oh no, and then we all just wound up going into tech.
See, I'm the other way around now. I was gonna go into tech, and I'm gonna go into fucking finance.
Tech is great
not much
as
a
tech and finance.
Hell, I was gonna go into electrical, but if it goes like this, hell, I might go just into the...
Yeah, I'm switching to economics in a couple months, so...
Oh, yeah. Who needs to sell drugs and stuff like this?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm still gonna sell drugs, but
aren't we all?
Hey, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Invest in
financial advice. Sell drugs.
Joking, SEC person. Joking, SEC person.
SEC person, we're not serious yet.
Hello, SEC man. My name is.
If anything, they're gonna ask for some connections.
Hey man, you got any chicken tendies?
For real, the guys over at the hedges and the SEC will be like, "Oh, you got the hook up on some coke, right?"
I'm gonna buy
People
on
have the best
Coke.
drugs.
Jokes on them. We're only smoking crack here.
Yeah, we're not high society.
Guys, if you want the
I'm talking
recipe,
a basic
please
crack.
DM me. I am also joking.
You know what? I think we should do some MDMA collectively and all trade at the same time as we're high as fuck.
Celebrate.
ketamine instead.
Did you guys hear?
Become a
Robinhood, you can buy
Discord
4
mind
game now. They just
through
raised it.
MDMA.
Yeah.
I don't have any limits on how many you can buy in.
Crazy
in
stuff.
Sweden,
You're
but-
allowed to spend $1,000 of your own money. They'll let you.
Oh my god.
The free
How
market is limited to
generous.
4 stocks per person, please.
Communism. This is
No, you don't get it.
bro.
Only Wall Street is allowed to buy stocks. The regular
Yeah.
guy, they're not allowed to do that.
Free market
Well, that's what
space.
it's looking like here, you know?
It's for your
That's
own
exactly what's
shackles.
happening, though. It's for your own protection.
So ironic, though.
Exactly.
It's like the USA is the least free market now. Like all
With
the other
shit like this
capitalist countries
Fucking
can buy
China's
more.
more free at the moment, true.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
it's a sliding scale. It's a sliding scale, guys. Like
it is, but
the more money you have in your account, the more free you are to trade the money that
Yeah.
you have. Like once you're free of Robinhood's shackles, you'll
Hold
feel
on,
a whole lot
pause.
better.
It's just such
We
bullshit,
have
though, like-
nothing to lose but our chains, gentlemen.
$1,000.
You did way too much with that sentence. It should have ended after the more money you have, the more free you are, period.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not wrong.
I'm
Spartacus.
I mean, yes, but also not necessarily, you know?
Yes, queen.
Money buys you time, and time is the only thing that doesn't have a price. It doesn't really make sense, but it does.
Money buys you time. Does money buy you...
Go down. I mean, like, it went down, like, in March last year on one of the most volatile days, but people still
Yeah.
stuck with it. So what's different now?
They committed
Well, like,
several
the money
crimes.
problem?
They're the resentment of the user base for being sort of
Twitter is
stifled.
mad now, and it's not just Reddit.
Now it's Twitter.
Sure, but
Oh,
Twitter was
shit.
mad.
They're gonna get canceled now.
The
Fuck.
reaction then was really bad.
Twitter's been mad.
You know,
Alright, I'm about to write a
It literally
tweet
went down
longer
the
about
hole.
Robinhood. Hang on.
Yeah, it looks like there's at least one more law firm hopping on the Robinhood train. There's a Shaw law firm, which looks like it's out of LA. I don't remember
Alright.
hearing that one before.
I doesn't
Lawsuit?
sound familiar to me either. So
Everybody, I wrote the situation to what I sent to Robinhood. I put in an advanced option strategy. I just gotta wait for them now, but that's kind of the situation if you want to read it. If I didn't explain it good, like verbally before.
The put call spread.
An advanced option strategy, yeah.
What's your name so I can find it?
I'm Salted Seabass. It's the most recent text in advanced option strategies. It's like the only text there recently.
Scrolling through
see it
Discord
in
is
there.
fucking
Am I
torture.
in the right?
Advanced option
strategies, yeah.
strategy, yeah.
I know, right?
Most recent, I think I see is someone Nemesis posting. I don't see yours.
yeah, same. Yeah.
Oh my bad, I'm in the wrong Discord. Hold on. Okay.
There's
Let me go to this one.
500,000 members.
He was in the hedge fund Discord.
I was in the other, the V2 Wallstreetbets server, like the other one that they made at the time. All right,
I'm
there
not
it is,
in that
boys.
one. Oh, there you go.
I put it in this chat. So I'm sending that to the support too.
Wait, where is it?
I'd call
Yeah,
plain
sorry.
tax
Option
an advanced option strategy. All right.
I like how this guy.
Wait, sorry.
you
What's
have
your
a big-
name and which chat, dude? I'm just like trying to look it up.
Advanced option strategy, and I'm salted Seabass.
Yo, and so when this happened, when the puts went through, right? So you had the shares.
Yes, I've owned the shares for a while. Yeah, and
okay. Wait, hold up. No, because you're talking about a put spread. So you're selling a put, you're buying a put, and you're doing the buy down below. So you're buying the shares.
No, but he's right.
When
He's
it
right. If
dips
his
down
cost
to the
basis
sale.
came up, if his
my
cost basis came up
way lower.
that means that there was a potentially a taxable event where he was the owner of a certain amount of liquidity. The fact that they reinvested that liquidity back into shares doesn't change what the IRS's opinion is.
Right.
And only people you can get that answer from is a CPA and the
No,
IRS
hold up. I think we're missing a point here. Did you own shares as well?
Yes, before I owned shares. Yeah.
So here's my suspicion. Take a look at what occurred. Check out the lots. I have a sneaking suspicion that they bought you the shares, right? On the put you sold, right? But when they went and sold them on the put you bought, it might have been a different lot, and that's why you're seeing that happen. So you could easily adjust the lots if you call your broker, if that is the case.
I mean, I contacted them. It says my average cost is like 589. It was like 100 and something before.
Yeah,
you know?
average doesn't matter in this case, right? Because you're talking about individual lot assignment for what they're saying the gain or loss was on anything. You functionally have a loss, right? If you bought and sold whatever, or actually
I lost
not in
the
this
premium,
case.
100%. The premium I lost.
But
the collateral.
what you want to look at here, right, is just check it out. I may be wrong, but this really sounds like just different lots being assigned. You're probably in, first out basis by default. Most people do that, which means the shares you already owned would be the ones that they're actually selling.
Okay,
Yes.
but if I'd still get capital gains in the end on that though, if it's my original shares, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing: if that's not what you wanted to do,
I
then they
didn't
can
want that,
adjust the
yeah.
lots if you get in touch with them before settlement really easily, and then you just have the put spread expiring and those shares churning in your account, basically. But the end result should more or less be the same as if you had, closed it out at whatever the loss or gain you had was.
Can you just do that after the fact, though?
Yeah, so the broker can adjust that sort of stuff pretty easily before settlement.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Well, it happened Friday. Like I said, it executed Friday, so it's only Monday now. It'll take like a day or two for them to hopefully contact me back.
I'd reach out to them if I were you. I wouldn't rely on them reaching out to you.
Yeah. I mean, I sent them a ticket. Robinhood doesn't have a number. They're kind of gay like that.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, it's Robin. It's Robinhood. Then you're fucked.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, who knows in their case?
That's messed up, man. My cost basis was so sexy though too, and my total return.
This is part of what I was saying before as well about like the difference between what your broker reports versus what you report, because you can easily file differently with the IRS and claim the sale of a different lot, and the whole argument there is basically the broker's not right. This is what I actually did. Right, and that's why I was talking about if you get audited, this is why it's important to have factually accurate information and try and make sure that your broker's reporting the same stuff as what you actually did.
So I actually have to get like a fire tax account now.
Kolak, is that because the stocks themselves are fungible? I've never messed with that aspect of the. Never had an issue in lot assignment, but like, are you saying if his put executes, he could just be selling off from his shares from his perspective, even though the broker doesn't necessarily like assign the lot
let's say I have 100 shares and I have just a one put one call on a put call spread, right? If that shit exercises, what happens is I buy another 100 shares, so now I have 200 shares. But then when the put I bought comes in, right, and I'm selling those shares, which 100 shares are getting sold? That's what I'm talking about.
And so basically I just want them to sell the ones that they just made me buy. I wouldn't want them to sell my capital gains ones that I've had for like a year now.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense then.
You think it's easy for them just to switch it and when they send me the tax statements?
I mean, with Robinhood, who knows? But like a real broker can do that shit really easy.
All right.
You might be waiting for them to actually put it through, but if they say they do it, they do it.
And then I'm just gonna have to be my tax guy's gonna have to just
I would still make sure your tax guy is appraised, and like they'll be able to. What Kolak's also saying is like you have a different opinion on what happened, and the IRS can accept that opinion, and your CPA will know whether or not that's the case.
That's the thing too.
Like, and they're the only ones who can really know that, because it's the difference is like we can read statute or look at how the IRS like says they interpret a thing. A CPA is the one who's going to know how they actually interpret the thing.
Yeah, in the end, bro, it's like a $60K tax. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
And then it's worth
like,
paying
well,
somebody
I
a couple of $100 to make
Yeah.
sure that you're not on the hook.
If you can spend 100 but you save 200, like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yo, how do you guys find good tax people? Honestly, you know, like my family uses tax people, but like no one with stocks. You know, just normal tax.
Me personally, I figured it all out myself, and I used TurboTax.
I wouldn't go the figuring it all out yourself route. You
Yeah, it
can
was
do
a pain
that.
in the ass, yeah.
It's a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah, and you can go like one small mistake or misinterpretation, you up.
It's
all of a
real
sudden now
nice
you're
to
dead.
put that liability on someone else as well.
Bro, the language itself, though, you can spend I spent 12 hours looking through corporate
So you
language
can
on how tax
actually,
liabilities
if you
work.
decide to use TurboTax, if you decide to use TurboTax and figure some of it out yourself, you can still pay for the premium package. It's definitely a lot cheaper than getting like a personal accountant. And they take the liability.
Oh, they do cover the liability.
Yeah, on the higher packages, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
what's
on, like, the basic
important
one, but it's
to
only like an
remember-
extra $20 or something.
Yeah, what's important to remember in those terms, and you're right, they do try and waive the liability in their terms and conditions, but the way most of that actually reads is essentially that we will do our job right so long as you provide the correct information, right? And if the info you're providing is correct, the liability really is on them in that case.
Right.
Man, this is so unfortunate that this happened. It's so annoying, and I would have just closed the credit spread, like I said it, but it just wasn't letting me. It would just would have been so much less of a hassle.
It just happens, right? Of course, it's a hassle, but it's stuff that when trading you might bump into one time or another. So,
Bro, people's ships used to literally sink to the bottom of the fucking ocean. That's how trading used to work.
Yeah. So you got to keep it in context, right? We're complaining about the wrong shares were sold, and other people are like, well, the Atlantic is richer now.
You're right.
To me, it's trading like any other stock. It's like
Why?
trading very slowly.
Oh
Nobody
yeah,
wants to
he's
know.
right. No, he's fucking right. Yeah, it's fucking trading like every other
Yeah.
stock right now.
Dude, we have
Fucking
half
boring.
the volume we had yesterday,
Yeah.
basically.
You know what sucks? I was looking at stock people near me the other day, and so many bad reviews, bro.
Wait,
that's like,
so high volume is good, right? I fucking
High
wrong here.
volume could be an indicator of the squeeze getting squoze and
God damn
pansy
it!
shit
Of
happening.
this
I have
Squeeze
a
getting
question
squoze,
for you
fuck
guys.
yeah. The squoze.
I have
Wait,
a
the squeeze has not been squozed yet.
So
Yo, I'm
when they
squozing
when
right
they
now.
start buying, right? Like when the squeeze does start to happen.
Yes.
Could they, considering they have like these connections, couldn't they use like partially keep using the shares they are buying in the squeeze to drive the market lower, and then like just keep doing that? Basically, they're not.
I mean, it
fucked
could
up.
very much
no.
be that they're trying to promote the squeeze.
I mean,
They can,
dude, we're talking
yeah.
about the sheer amount of fucking stocks they have to return, though. That is nearly impossible.
it's like,
Depending
There's
on
some
volume.
theories as well, like bouncing around on Reddit, that there might be artificial shares that were created in this process.
Yeah.
Some of his assumptions are pretty aggressive, I don't know. But if that's true, then shorts are more fucked than fucked could ever be.
If you have
It's
a
honestly, like, still a-
counterfeiting stock theory. I can send it to you
Yeah.
right now.
It's still
Say
a
again?
fucking wonder to me why shorts and fucking brokers with what they're doing right now are not being like legally in issues or troubles. I just don't get it. Like
No,
how
it's
the
very
fuck
slow.
can-
They
It's
will
very
be.
slow.
They
are.
take
They
time.
are.
Yeah.
They are.
It
Why
just
is Robin
happens.
Hood
But
not
a
like
good
into it.
a good regulator
Nah, they
would
ain't.
wait.
I think the SEC has already started the investigation.
Look into the link I sent in Nitro Boosters regarding counterfeit stocks. It's
100
very much possible.
100% they're getting away with this. 100%.
It's gonna take like a month of investigation, and then they get a slap on the wrist like every time.
Yeah.
Even if they get
Most likely, yeah.
It's
It's unique public sentiment.
Hey, I'm not seeing the link in Nitro Boosters. What was your name?
By the way, so they
It's a white link. His name is Fancy.
Oh, it's a white link, yeah.
Oh, I see it now.
The thing is they don't need to have direct consequences. This could just lead to the Congress not being able or not willing to bail them out again, and that would be catastrophic for them because they're relying on that in the bottom end at every trade anyway.
I just honestly don't get why.
Because that's gonna
just raised
hurt
another
the American
2.4 billion or something.
Honestly, my take is bankruptcy is the least of their fucking problems right now.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Think about it this way, right? They're basically doing some risk assessment here. Pay a couple of $100 million in fees for breaking the law, or lose $60+ billion through this bullshit. So they're willing to do illegal shit right now just because the consequences of doing these illegal activities.
Would they get jailed though? Would they get fines?
We're talking
get
jail time.
Historically, no. Jail time is basically a non-issue.
I think if anything, they'll get a fine.
I mean, in 2008,
they'd lose shorting.
maybe a handful of people even went to jail. Pretty much everyone just got fines.
Jail is strictly a place for poor people.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, if you even think about it,
Poor people in Martin Shkreli.
As far as like all the multiple accounts that Wells Fargo was opening, towards the end of it, what happened? The employees of Wells Fargo got blamed for everything, even though they were just following orders. So even if there's jail time, they're just gonna blame on fucking low-level executive and whatever.
The Germans were also only following orders. I don't. Jesus.
All right.
I will not be satisfied until we eat the flesh of the billionaires. Okay.
Same.
Honestly,
that's the problem too. We'll never actually get to touch them. Sure, we might take their companies down, their hedge funds, but honestly, they have fucking so much money that
I'm just gonna shit on the fucking Wall Street stairs.
I don't know, man. When they're living in a tent behind a 7-Eleven, it's real easy to beat the shit out of them.
Just imagine how many investor people are gonna lose their fucking job through this one.
To anyone from the
FBI
CC is not we are not endorsing violence.
Yes, we do not condone violence. We are not.
We don't condone violence.
Just
we are
Okay,
extremely
fellas.
intellectual comedians.
Yes.
Nobody can understand our jokes. Because
No. There are no intellectuals here. There are only retards.
We are so smart. We are retarded.
In Minecraft.
Just to clarify, I was
We're so
joking.
retarded, we're
It's
smart.
a terrible thing.
Okay, just keep it
But
at that.
nonetheless, so
Try me,
smart. We
bitch.
are retarded.
No, we're so retarded, we're smart.
Honestly, why would the
start
SEC be
communicating in
surprised?
memes.
We're the generation of modern warfare lobbies. I mean, are we really surprised about that one?
All right, boys.
The
I'm gonna go
N-word
shovel
has
some
my
snow.
father.
I'm gonna go
Alright.
shovel some snow. Thank you for all the help, boys. Thanks for
later.
Yo, I was low key so tight, dude. I don't know if you
See
guys
you later,
remember my voice
whole
before.
not a financial advice.
Were you the one who said that they built a the guy who's leaving? Were you the one who said they built a sign saying something along the lines of
No,
Wall
I was
Street
the
Bank?
tax guy. I was the tax guy. I got.
Yeah. Okay.
Got
Because
shit
I was wondering because he was near snow. So, anyways,
It's New York. I'm in New York. So that's exactly why I don't want to get taxed even more.
Oh wait, you're in New York?
Yes, sir.
Can you
just pull up the Wall Street and fucking just
can you shit on the street like the stairs of Wall Street? Can you do that? Oh my god.
Okay, so to all the Fed, we do not condone public shitting.
Yeah, no.
This financial advice, shit on the Wall Street steps.
This is
Norway doesn't have extradition to US, so I do condone it.
I do condone public shitting. What are you talking about? Don't talk.
Legalize public shitting.
Circle pit.
I'm not a legal
The
advisor,
world
but
is
I
my
don't think
toilet.
that shitting in public is illegal.
Yeah,
this
me neither.
is our
belong in
legal
India,
advice.
though.
No, it is right. You can get like arrested for like pissing and shit, can't you?
It's an exposure.
Or like shitting.
One felony charge for pissing and shit.
Dude, go spit on the ground in Singapore and you'll get
Bro,
canned.
you can get locked up for spitting.
And
It's
then
still a statute in New York.
if
You
a
can
kid
get if a
sees
cop
it-
really doesn't
Guys,
like
you
the way you look and you spit in front of him, you can still take you in for public spitting.
Really?
Dude, here's what happened. Here's what happened. On Robinhood, they just had an advertisement thing that popped up or a notification that said 50%. Analyst says 50% or GME is a sell. And then I go down and I look at the numbers and it says buy 0%, hold 50%. So their numbers are they're just fucking with us.
Yeah.
Because
I think that number has been there for a few days. Though.
So really,
they don't what's it called? They don't refresh that. That's the same thing in Germany with our brokers. Trade Republic has like old ass fucking speculations and analysis under it.
It's the same as them trying to get us
can somebody explain the trading view technicals? Because trading view is literally saying it's a buy signal at this point.
It's a what?
What?
A buy technical, like a buy signal.
With GME, I wouldn't look at any technical indicators with how the stock is behaving
Yeah.
right now.
No, I know. I'm just like stating like this is like the weird situation they're putting themselves in.
So what do you think about shorting?
The technical indicators.
Situation.
What do I think about
Get the hate for technicals
Shorting
right now. I mean, there are definitely
wanna
certain
go
technicals
bankrupt,
to
why would you
watch
do
to
that?
see where they go in the short term.
Well, right now that's hard to do because technically they're not playing by the rules.
Yeah.
So you can analyze it all you want. If they're going to cheat by blocking people from purchasing a stock, then
that
throws a wrench.
that all
When's that gonna-
may be true, but if you look at what's happened over the last few days, it does follow general trend lines. Like RSI has been pretty on point. It's staying within. Basically, it's what
You don't
would
think that's
expect.
because they're manipulating it? They're trying to
They
drive the
wanted
price
to.
down so they can dump their shorts.
Guys,
They
look
they
at
wanted
this
to
don't
volume.
cut off the
regular
nose
This
like
volume
face.
is absolutely nothing. It's drier than a well in Africa.
Yeah, they're just pretending like it's dead. They're trying to get everybody's attention onto other things and then deter
Fucking
people from
silver.
Like
Silver.
Omega levels.
Silver.
I still wonder where the hell that came from, just out of nowhere. Look at the Reddit.
There was like a single
There it
GE
is.
post
There
on
is
it,
a short
and then
squeeze or a short position on
So
something.
it's just it's a push narrative.
Yeah, it's a fucking like it's a bot thing.
The other
probably
thing
for
about
hedge
this
funds.
there's only
Is it
so
just
much
bots
of it.
or there's
Well,
like a
I mean,
huge
the
percentage
silver
of
price
silver.
the silver price did jump 60% because of whatever happened initially. So that's why the news is reporting, because there are tangible results.
Not really.
That's all just because Citadel's fucking around with it.
Well, no, that's what. Yeah, it's clearly Citadel back.
Yeah.
I mean, Citadel owns the most fucking silver shares in the world. Goddamn.
Exactly.
Oh, that's just irony. It's has nothing to do with anything.
That's iron, baby. That's fucking iron, baby.
Iron.
Nah, but yeah. For real though, like
Time to invest in iron, boys. Let's go. All in iron.
Iron. The sword.
To the moon.
God, iron.
Hey guys,
Yes.
Robinhood just took iron. You can't buy anything iron.
Put him in jail. Put him in jail right now.
Cut the comms.
You can buy enough for a dagger, but not enough for a sword.
We shall only communicate through Club Penguin from now on.
Yeah, exactly. No, like seriously though, guys. I think someone made an analysis on that one. Like a lot of Reddit accounts that were fucking inactive for like 4 years suddenly start posting on like stock subs and shit that they were never on before, and they post about like silver or BB or NOG. It doesn't make sense. It's fucking hacked or bots or whatever.
Well,
but
yeah, there's that. But I'm sure there are actually Redditors who forgot
some, but those are fucking old people.
This is no joke, you guys. I've worked in InfoSec and IT for over a decade now, and I'll tell you what. There's literally a career in information security where you can get a job. It's pays 75 to 100K plus, and you're basically hired as a misinformation agent, and you go out into social media platforms and forums, and you manage a multitude of accounts, create controversy, argue with yourself to push an agenda. People hire firms that have
it has a massive
entire staff
ROI.
to do that.
I'd be really good
Like
at
I'm here. Yeah, that's a
disgusting.
super huge problem on Reddit, just in general.
Don't underestimate the hedges. Don't underestimate the fucking hedges. They're going all out.
No,
gaming.
this is why the narrative of just hold the line and buy the dip is extremely powerful because it's easy as well. Like it's easy to remember. Any monkey can do it.
There's a dip. Fucking lie.
Call me a fucking monkey. Call me a monkey.
I'm gonna take a third mortgage.
Hands or what?
What are you guys? We got any French people in here?
Monkey strung together.
French monkeys. Any French monkeys?
anyone? I'm joking.
Any French people here, huh?
Oh, I'm super French.
A message that said,
Si, senor.
You want to tell the German who your French is, huh? Who is French?
Tell you what, there's a bunch of humans in here, and we're not corrupt Wall Street assholes.
Honestly, though, guys, like it's
together.
we as like let's talk from a spiritual perspective, not from a financial perspective. Thank you, SEC.
This is not spiritual advice.
This is not religious advice. This is not life advice. This is not how to murder.
Political advice.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah,
traveling advice.
This is like we as singular investors, like genuinely, we have to stick together here from a spiritual.
Hey, I'm an
level.
invisible.
What?
Yeah. Okay. The French. I got a message here from a French guy. Bear Systems 23 says he's having trouble getting GME. He says his bank brokers not selling him stocks. LCL Banque. I don't know how they say that. BANQUE.
It's just
It's just bank. Like you don't pronounce like the QUE.
The French don't pronounce the QUE.
All right, don't try to fancy it up now.
Je m'appelle Tutui.
J'ai allé au cinéma.
Just tell him to get a different broker.
I'm getting Revolt, guy.
Yeah,
Je suis suck penis. Sorry.
Yeah, for real, the only option right now, if you can't buy, is to move your money somewhere that doesn't have limitations from.
Yeah, if you're genuinely going to buy
Fargo.
stocks, like if you're not talking about trading, but like if you want new stocks, go to your fucking bank. Do not go to a fucking broker. Go to your bank directly and do the
exactly.
Yeah,
and you might have to jump through some more hoops. Like you can't just sign up for an app and trade options.
It's expensive.
The problem,
you have to
why I do a broker.
You have to sign a piece of paper and everything.
Why I do a broker in Sweden is because my bank wouldn't allow me to get the New York Stock Exchange stocks, only Swedish and Nordic stocks. So I had to get
Hey, I just have a question just to like check the crowd. Hey, okay, so is anyone, guys? So is anyone in Canada right now?
4 hours.
MC.
That's sad, bro. I'm the only fucking Canadian dude.
There is literally no one in Canada right now.
There are no people in Canada.
There are currently zero.
There's
population.
one guy in Canada.
Short Canada.
One
Short
retard with a
Canada.
laptop and a mic sitting here.
Canada's just a shell country.
in Saudi
There's nothing
Arabia.
there.
It's a shell country.
Guys, we did it.
Saudi
Canada is no more. Finally. Yes.
You know what's crazy,
did it,
bro? I
Reddit.
can't go to my backyard because the snow is like blocking my door. Like, I
That's
can't like open.
big surprise. It's snowing in Canada. To other news, water is wet.
You have to pull the hinges out and then dig your way
To other
out.
news, Dogecoin is up.
In other news,
Shut
there's
Shut the fuck
raining
up.
maple syrup.
A
Popeye
collective hate for the shitcoin.
AMC stock. Popeyes gets into GameStop AMC stock action with free food, while Subway has it.
Bro, the retailers are coming in.
This is honestly the best fucking timeline, gentlemen.
If you're like not over leveraged and you're not stressed, this is just honestly fun.
I'm not. That's the thing. I'm really not. So
Here's
I'm
the
really
number
fucking
one
enjoying
thing.
this.
This is the number one thing we have going for ourselves. We all grew up struggling. We all grew up poor. We always digging out of a fucking hole. So when we throw a couple grand at something, it's like, well, fuck it. I've been through worse.
Exactly.
I can't fight a hedge.
How many?
We have.
How many? I've thrown in my profits from like the Corona gambling on the stock market earlier this year or 2020. So I'm I'm playing with basically house
You have
money.
billions
I
of
could-
dollars up against a crowd of people who have no fucks given money. This is fuck you money to
Yeah, they
us.
went
We're
out.
like, fuck you
They even tried to use the
with our
GameStop. Told us,
pennies.
oh, they're just sitting at home using their stimulus checks.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we don't have
Because
anything to
fuck
lose.
you,
You're goddamn
bitch.
right I did.
Exactly.
Dude, this is
those assholes anyway.
How are the fucking people, honestly?
Didn't Microsoft, wasn't there advertisement Microsoft was doing a deal with GameStop or something?
There's a lot of stuff. Have you guys heard
For
about
their
the Viking
digital-
Overlord? The Viking Overlord and his 150 friends with $640 some million. Yeah, go look that one up.
I'm listening.
It's on Wallstreetbets. It just got buried in the other shit.
You guys were talking about. Oh, if you guys want his Twitter, I can post it. He's some pretty.
Yeah, Kajel, how do you pronounce it?
Yellen. It's probably Yellen, probably without the K.
If somebody from
Yellen? Okay.
Finland
So
or
my buddy
Sweden-
lives in Norway, and I was like, hey, is this a real person? He's like, yeah, he's on TV all the time. He sells beard oil, and he's friends with a bunch of wealthy people. I'm like, no shit, right? So this
Hey guys,
dude
did you find
claims,
it? Can you
this guy
upload it so I can
claims
see it?
that he's got about $6 billion in assets, and apparently he's a real person in Norway, and he's tagging all these people on Twitter. You look up their net worth; they're anywhere from
Let me
200
check.
to $1 billion.
Let me check him. I'm from Norway.
Yeah,
I'm from
please
Sweden,
do
too.
that.
I'm from
Dude.
Sweden,
That
too,
makes
so I know.
perfect.
What's his name?
That's where my
There's a post
ancestors.
on Reddit that kind of explains what happened when he came back into the game. I can link it if you guys want, or I can read it.
Yeah, he got banned on Twitter for something, and you can look up his old posts. He apparently has a bunch of wealthy contacts for some reason. I don't know much more than that.
I mean, if you have $6
But who is
billion
it? Who is it?
assets,
He left.
then
My understanding was he left, and then Thursday happened when they basically stopped the ability for people to buy, and he came back.
Well, he
because
came back a
said,
couple
"Oh,
days
this-
prior to that. When I saw his Twitter page, he had like 120 followers, and now it's like over 10,000. It's over 9,000. I don't know what happened.
So I read this one post somebody explained that was really great. I'll
Yeah.
summarize it here, but 15 minutes before it closed on Friday, a huge 3,500 order sell for 245.
It was about $9 million in total.
And was being laddered down to try and hit a target of 250 to stop losses and hunt for more on the way. As the order hit the board, a 15,000 buy order for 250 popped up like Gandalf at Helm's Deep.
Yeah,
buy
so
order
that's
instantly
dude,
triggered every sell
what you're
order,
50,000 buy order?
It was
Hold on,
huge.
it's even
15.
crazier.
But hold on, there's more.
That's just part of it, yeah.
That buy order instantly chewed through every sell order in front of the 245 order, and the price shot to 315. A second 8,000 sell order for 285 was posted 1 minute before it closed, and a solid wall of fucking justice popped up with a 13,000 share buy order. 290,
That happened
5,000
until the
buy order
market
for
closed, dude.
310.
Every sell order got refilled with a
Dude,
purchase
oh my
order
God.
for just as much, if not
It's
more.
like-
Somebody was waiting
The
for it
last
to
5
happen. Here's the
minutes,
fucked up thing.
315, and it was 315, and it did not fucking move.
And the dude posted an algorithm on his Twitter for his trade bot, so he doesn't have to do anything. It's all automated.
Oh God.
Yeah,
So
there's actually-
he spent they spent $9 million covering sells trying to drive the price down at the end of close last week. Just to keep it above 300, like fuck you guys. And then he posts on the weekend, he says there's some powder was used. There's more powder for next week. Stay strong.
That's this fucking chat, dude. Honestly,
What's his name? What's his name?
Does anybody have it? I can spell it out if
yeah, spell it out.
We need to give this god some support, man.
Bro, these hedges
Okay.
gonna learn how to eat sandwiches for dinner, bro.
Yeah. For you guys, ready?
Yeah, it's Stern. Oh,
Right. So in American, that's going to be difficult to spell. It's KJETILLSTJERNE. There's a little leaf branch
What the
next to
fuck is that?
Push it forward. It's a fucking Viking. It's a Viking.
Alright,
It's a Viking.
how do you
name.
pronounce
It's
it again?
okay.
Shit,
Good luck.
Clarna. Something like that.
Kettle's
There's no. I'm Swedish. There's
Lead
no.
us to the pronunciation. No, how do you say it? Who actually?
It's actually Ketilstjärna.
Ketilstjärna.
It's like those J's. They turn into Y's suddenly. You know, it's weird.
All we need is like a bunch of native Americans.
Ketilstjärna. But I don't think he exists. Like it's a It seems like just a account.
That's the thing.
I read a very thorough post on Wallstreetbets that
he's a real person. I don't know.
People on Wallstreetbets did a whole thorough digging, and they're speculating it's this guy named Josh Levine.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that link, but if you go to Wallstreetbets, search just the sub results and put in Viking, you'll see the stuff.
Viking.
Yeah,
no, he's actually a Viking, dude.
That's good though. I want to.
He tweeted an hour ago about holding the line no matter.
He's dumped like a dozen tweets in the past.
Have you guys seen this fucking
the weekend
CNN post on fucking maybe Wallstreetbets? Like silver prices surge as Reddit investors target precious metals. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Hey guys, I have a question about the fairy tale, the Piggly Wiggly that I read earlier. Someone's been asking me to what extent can the government do the same thing, extend the shorts deadline?
I mean, they literally make rules.
You guys, those shorts haven't been covered yet because they're trying to drive the price down further. They were betting that stock was going to hit like $17 to $20 a share. If they were to if they were to cover their losses now, they would lose so much fucking money. They're not going to do that until they drive the price down further.
Right.
So right now, what they're trying to do is divert your attention, give you the impression that the GME stock is like static now. It's not going to go anywhere. And then once they feel like they've accomplished that, then all of those people are going to spend billions of dollars. It'll drive the price up. They'll cover their losses. Then they'll sell it off. But they're not going to do that when it's 200 or 300 a share. They want it to be like below 100. You know, it's
they're not going to they're not going to be buying at 200-300 a share until the fucking bank tells them to.
That's like 100 times what they expected it to be. That they can't afford to do that shit.
Yeah, if they betted 1 billion, it's now 100 billion in costs. Like what the fuck? It's without interest.
Like 20 billion, not 100 or not 1 billion. So
I mean, you literally had one of the hedge managers like crying on TV.
That's the one that got divorced the other
they're
day.
really fucking hurting.
Wait.
I mean, they're losing billions, so yeah.
I want to see that video. Who was crying? I want to see that.
Yeah, billionaire crime, please.
Does anyone remember which interview it was?
It was Interactive Brokers, their CEO.
Okay, so it was Interactive Brokers. It wasn't a hedge. I got that wrong.
I wish I watched the fucking CEO Melvin.
Hey, just think about it. They're fucking crying in their golden bathtub.
But I want to see it.
I want to see it.
Well, go to the
what I'm wondering is how there was such a gain. If they're in control, how is there such a gain?
What?
But because they're not.
What do you even mean?
On it.
Once more.
If
they're not in control.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
no.
Fully in
the
control,
argument
but
where people are saying it's under control, it's over, is like these big dips. And like today, right, you see a 23% dip, and your layman who's not informed of the situation will rightfully think stuff's over. But when you look into the facts and see that stuff doesn't line up, it really points to a misinformation campaign where they're doing everything they can to stop the bleeding.
Is where you're getting your information, right? Obviously, the news and the media is pushing that agenda, but think about it. Who is their bankroll? What financial interest do these companies have in telling you that the thing has dropped or that all these shorts were sold?
They get paid.
They don't. First time in history, hear about like, oh, companies backed out of their shorts. It's like nobody fucking talks about that. Nobody cares when that happens. If they're presenting that type of information to you, it's for a reason.
I mean, look.
And the thing, the beers and the
sorry, you finish. You finish.
Careful, bro. And don't like when I say boomer, I'm 36, bro. So I'm not like some young kid, but I've been dealing with this shit my whole life, just like you guys. It's the thing is, you have to look at financial interests behind the information. If you're getting information from an unbiased place that has no financial gain to profit from telling you something, that's going to be neutral news. If you're going to CNN or whatever, like Joe Rogan, he doesn't have any fucking financial interest in this. You probably get more unbiased opinion from something like that.
Joe Rogan!
That's what a lot of people don't realize is obvious.
Dude, you're really on point. And like, look no further than the difference in response from the brokers. You have someone like Robinhood who's literally shutting down people's ability to buy and panicking and pushing this narrative
giving
of
you no
we have to
tangible
protect
data.
the individual investor. But then you look at a company like Fidelity, who has, I think it was Fidelity, I might be wrong on that, who has like massive exposure to GameStop, and they're just letting people fucking ride.
Yeah, same thing with Wells Fargo, big institutions. Like, they're not saying shit about it because they don't give a shit. They're like, that's your deal. We're not your mom and dad. Spend your money where you want.
You make your money by yourself. You might as well spend it.
You got companies like Robinhood who are like, oh yeah, we're doing this to protect the people and blah blah blah. Those are ambiguous statements.
Everybody knows
That's
it's
going to
bullshit, though, right?
It's like going to a job interview and being like, well, I can increase your sales. It's like, okay, well, that's great. A mouth will say anything. Where's the quantitative data to back up what you're saying? Robinhood will not present anything tangible to tell you why they're doing what they're doing.
And then they keep pulling in billions from investors because their investors are caught in this shit and they're falling into a sunk cost fallacy, shoveling in money because they don't want to lose their
Did you guys see the? Did you
just postpone their IPO? Huh?
Did you guys see the Allen podcast with Jamad? Like, one guy in there has an investment in Robinhood, and he was trying to side with Robinhood, and Jamad was like, "Fuck you, dude."
Dude, Jamad has been like on fucking point with this.
Well,
Yeah, but
thing.
he has. But remember, he has a direct competitor with SoFi. So while I agree with everything he says,
at least he tells you that.
You're right.
It's
like
not
I haven't
unbiased,
agreed
but
with
he's
the guy in the past.
Still, yeah.
I just love.
I just
what
made
he's saying.
30%
The best thing
on
about
that trade.
Shamat, though,
He's catering to
not only is he
to us,
biased,
basically.
he's coming out and transparently telling you, "Hey, I have financial interest in this company, so obviously I'm biased towards it."
The openness we want.
That's fine with me, bro.
Yeah.
Like, make your money. And if you're telling us an opinion and then telling us you're biased, like, that's
It
so
just lended to your
respectful. of you to
opinion.
do.
It should be
I
the
mean,
fucking
honestly,
other way
in a way-
around to begin with. Like, you should assume that someone's opinion is fucking unbiased to begin with, or whatever you read, and just back up your facts.
In a way,
and
how is that
obviously-
any different than what we're doing?
It
though,
isn't.
right? Because not everyone's right invested in GME, but you have a bunch of people in here who probably are, and they're looking for this information, and they're creating a narrative in what they believe is happening, and who knows if it's fucking true or not. But at least they're being genuine in what they're presenting, and we're trying to be open about those facts.
That's all fair,
I will
but
only be
I
selling
do
if
recall a
this
conversation yesterday about Janet Yellen, which is pretty close to this one.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I have a follow-up on my first question. So there's some very specific things about the way Piggly Wiggly was manipulated, and some things that may or may not work, and I'm wondering why they won't work. So can I just read the section that's important?
Only the sexy voice.
More
Okay,
Piggly
so-
Wiggly. Of course you can.
You got the floor, my guy.
The shorts were cornered and only had until the next day to deliver their but then the rules changed. The committee of the exchange announced a suspension in Piggly Wiggly trading and an extension to the short sellers' delivery deadline. Saunders countered and offered a deal of $150 a share for delivery by the end of day Thursday and $250 a share thereafter. Unfortunately, very few short sellers came forward to pay Saunders what he wanted, money. Then the governing committee delivered the death blow to Saunders. They restricted trading of Piggly Wiggly and gave the short sellers until the next Monday, and I'm wondering if they could do this for a full year, to deliver the shares. The extension granted the committee by the committee gave the shorts enough time to find other shareholders that maybe weren't in the float. I don't know what that means. Across the country, widows and orphans, who they could buy shares from. Instead of getting paid in dollars, Sanders got the last thing he wanted: more Piggly Wiggly shares.
Yeah, like you're on point, and that's what I was saying earlier.
The SEC
talking about people who can rewrite the rule book.
Well, instead of backing
I would
out of their
argue
short,
that
they
it's a
doubled
little bit
down.
of a different situation, because with Piggly Wiggly, you're talking about one dude cornering the
Yeah,
market
exactly.
versus just the market itself realizing an inefficiency and responding.
So basically, there was only one person, and here are like 7-8 million people.
Yeah.
There's a caveat too. That brokerage.
They would have done it by now. I think if they were going to find something to hit us over the head with, they would have done it by now.
Yeah, but I feel like they can
Yeah,
stall
so they're in
forever.
a desperate
like
situation
we said,
right now.
Bit of regulation that you have to navigate.
Or you can trick us into thinking that it's dead and then
Exactly.
double down on your shorts and make all of your
You guys need
losses
to
back,
keep in
which is
mind
like
how
what
much like, global investment it has been put into this. Like they can't simply just kind of like fuck the laws, switch it around on us right now.
Well,
like,
you say they can't, but
They
that's not gonna
legitimately
last longer
can.
than a few days.
Don't hand wave that possibility.
Exactly.
You
That's
can
what
be
I'm saying,
right,
too.
and you can still lose.
Yeah, but in this case, if it was just
you know?
if it was just American people, then perhaps. But in this case, for instance, I'm trading from side of the bank. Will they do that to a bank or not?
I mean,
I don't think that is anything. Honestly, I think if they were going to do it, they would just fuck everyone. They don't give a shit where people are from or where they're trading from. I mean,
but the other thing you have to think about.
I mean, look what they did with Robin Hood and what they did, and they got away with it. You know,
But just think about how desperate that is.
Exactly.
That just shows
a political landscape. There's a lot at play here that I think that's a pretty big adjustment to make. That would make a lot of people lose trust in the American financial system.
As if there is any already.
Yeah, no, for sure.
About time, you know?
Kind of straw that broke the camel's back.
Okay,
Have you read the rumor that there's actually like fraud or fake shares?
Yeah, I've heard that as well. What they call synthetic options.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
last
how they actually are freaking out because there's over 30 million alleged fake shares. I mean, it's a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but
how you quantify that, because if you think about it, like they shorted a company over 100% of what was available. So
it's not really tinfoil
Wall
hat.
Street math.
Even if you know, there are a lot of tinfoil hat conspiracies going on right now. But
conspiracy's not a bad thing, right? Question everything.
That is the best way, especially in this
it's
completely
completely legal, right? They can do that. They can completely 100% create counterfeit shares and put that on the market. Like there is no legality against fine for them. They will get.
Hey, I read it.
Like creating counterfeit shares is
I'm pretty sure that's
objectively illegal, if that's what you're saying.
No, but
naked selling,
penalty
that's
is
illegal.
just the fine. And
Oh, you're saying that it's still worth it for them.
It's
okay.
100%, and the government.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. They're going to lose money, so they're looking at it like, okay, fuck the law. What can we do to cut our losses? They don't care if it's legal or not, just like the Robin Hood situation.
And spreading misinformation is technically illegal too.
When
So
you consider what's going on and what they're doing, and really take a top-down perspective, those are very desperate actions to take for anybody. And why would you do something desperate if you had a better alternative? Well, you wouldn't.
Until we get to a point
So they're running out of options. Now they're trying to manipulate the population to think that this is a dead thing, that now AMC and silver and all this other shit is where the money's at. Because they expect us all to be like we're retards with handguns. You know,
we are.
put our money with that thing. And given a lot of us are, like I'll put myself in that category. I'm no different.
Silver? Yeah, I'm American. I am a retard with a handgun.
And if you look,
you see, I'm English. I'm a retard, but no.
but if you look at,
I just
look at the facts, like why would they push this agenda? Who would financially benefit from it? Always follow the money.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line. Always follow the money.
So here's that's one last bit, just to make everything very clear. The question in the difference is in Piggly Wiggly, 90% of those shares were held up in other places, and only 10 of them were being traded actively. And so that's why he was able to buy those all up and short it. But in this case, are all 100% of the shares active on the market, or are they in someone's pocket?
I mean, some are locked up, but I feel like most of them are on the market personally. Like if you just look at the total float, and I don't think there's anything to say that there's a bunch of shares hiding somewhere right now, other than if you're talking about like large retail traders who maybe are waiting for some sort of pop off. But I kind of feel like that might be an overestimation versus the institutions trading.
So you can look that up. There's the
according to Yahoo, 122% of the shares of GME are held by institutions.
Yes.
With only 27.3 insiders. So I don't know.
So you have Fidelity owns 13.6%. BlackRock owns 11.3. Vanguard has
Can't say
7.4.
BlackRock as the military company, paramilitary
BlackRock
company.
Fund Advisors, isn't that Cohen and his buddies?
No, yeah, that's
Oh, right,
that's
okay, sorry,
different.
sorry.
Yeah.
I feel like if someone put that
Cohen's the
together in a
majority shareholder of GameStop, so he
You
technically
might be
is
talking about Blackwater.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's all. That's a different situation completely.
Which is now
Sorry.
Academy.
But yeah, don't even get off on that tangent.
Yeah, okay.
Please, no. I knew those motherfuckers.
Pressure.
So hard in this room, especially. Like, I mean, we're all very interesting people. We have so many things to talk about, but just to respect the whole deal, I try to stay on GME topic. But there's so much other shit we could.
Dude, we could
discuss.
tangent off fucking all night. Honestly,
That's
what
happens
on the weekends,
help
dude.
on my job right now.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah, how many of you guys are working right now?
Well, how many of you are supposed to be working is what you
Yeah,
mean.
there it is.
Yeah, me again.
Oh, you work in IT too.
Who the fuck has a job?
Yeah, it's Corona, man. None of us have
like
jobs.
a fucking asshole.
I work in information technology. It's like we're way busier than normal because of coronavirus.
I'm gonna
video editing is pretty busy.
Everyone in the mob wants to fuck
It's actually quite interesting. What do you guys? I mean, I know it's a bit of a nosy question. You don't have to answer me, but I mean, what do most people in here do? I mean, I'll start the ball off.
I'm forced to work on a farm because I find no job.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dude, I work
I
at
was
a
a
retail
builder
pharmacy
up until
in
March
Canada,
last
and
year.
It's not a good job. It's not a good business.
What's that business? Sorry.
The retail pharmacy. You know how everybody's like Canada healthcare.
right,
is
okay.
Farming.
Dude, the healthcare here is dog shit. I would rather have private healthcare any day of the week.
Where are you from?
Canada.
I worked at Walgreens.
Oh, I mean, I'm in Sweden, and I can't. I'm gonna argue that with you if you want to, but
Yeah, Belgium too.
No,
We
it's-
have nice
it's like-
healthcare.
Like the healthcare is like you can, if you have cancer and you're dying, you can get it. But let's say you have like any other issue that's not life threatening, you're gonna be fucking waiting.
Yeah,
getting misdiagnosed for so
As long as it's a choice, I'm fine.
GameStop's below 250. Go buy.
Thank you guys so much
I'd
for
rather
your
just kill
answers. I
myself.
really appreciate it. I'm the Piggly Wiggly guy, and I'd only now learned about that short, and you guys gave me all the confidence in the world to diamond hand it.
You know, the other thing,
Diamond
it's really
hands.
hard to navigate.
Diamond
compared-
hands.
Fuck yeah, upgrade your diamond hands with adamantium arms. Fuck all that.
Nah, dog. Quantum singularity.
We're not letting go.
I don't even have
That's
pets.
all
I don't
their
got a
money
child.
is.
Quantum fingers.
My
Jesus,
body is gonna die off while my
They may
quantum
have
fingers transcend my existence, holding on to my DNA shit.
They may have quants on
Never
their
need
side, but we have
healthcare
quantum.
because I'm
How
born.
about no heads?
Wow. Quantum fingers. Yeah.
Dude, if the
I
universe
have no
fucking-
hindsight.
if the universe implodes tomorrow, all that's gonna be left is one pair of quantum fingers.
One man owns every
Just look
share of
at
GME.
the volume, guys.
They're worthless.
It's like
No one else
fucking
wants them at this
1K.
point, but-
Like it's the lowest volume it has been in a week when the market is open. It's just like it's like in martial arts. You're like fucking pinning someone down. They're struggling. They're waiting to tap out. They're just waiting.
Literally.
That's why I'm
You're
buying
right. There's
some
that
more
volume
right
spike,
now.
and then it's been less and less and less and less every day. But if we were on the opposite side of the squeeze, right? Why is the price not dipping? Like it is dipping. Don't get me wrong, but it's holding incredibly high versus where it
And
came
the
from.
only answer to that is diamond.
That's
the thing. Because everybody.
I mean, if you look at the hourly chart for GME,
I'm so happy that I bought in the fucking 160 dip. That's when I got in.
Oh my god.
Alright,
Hey guys.
Dude, if
So,
you hold, it doesn't matter.
does anybody have a Webull account?
A what?
A Webull
I do. I have
account.
Webull.
Yeah. Are you able to purchase any shares or options for AMC or GME?
I think they have made a post that they will prevent that.
Let me try right now. 1 second.
cocksuckers, man. Honestly, yeah.
How is that even legal? Like, how the
It's not
fuck is it
legal.
legal?
So these people we're dealing with, they're not, moral people. They're immoral, they're amoral.
No, you
the shit that they
you
wrote
can't,
about,
right?
us
You
on
can't
Twitter
have to purchase
about how
any.
stupid we were. What kind of
You can't
stupidity
purchase
would
any
you
at all.
You got to
on
stop
Webull.
asking, is it legal? Is it not legal? How do they do this? Look at it like what is possible and don't.
Yeah, true.
Can anybody answer?
It's allowing me, but I haven't executed the order.
The only thing you need to ask is what is the fine.
When I actually try and place it, it's not letting me do even one option.
What's the message you're getting?
And the reason
You want to be a
the message is insufficient options buying power, which is not true at all. It's like 1/10 of my portfolio on here. I just switched like last week. To place this order, please decrease your order quantity. It's at 1.
That's so fucked up.
Options involve high risk, therefore the options buying power.
Have
may be
you
less.
done
It's a buy
options
call.
trading? Try throwing the limit on it at like
I have
a
20,000
penny.
hours of options trading. I haven't done it on Webull before, but it's only stopping it for AMC and GME.
You need to keep in mind they
but
might
the reason I'm
really
pointing
not
it
be
out,
able to buy that stock for you. Like they might just not have the stock available at this point. I believe it.
Well, you can still.
Well, that's
the reason I'm
literally
pointing
what
it
Webull
out,
said was the issue in the past. They said they got noticed that it was going to be failure to deliver.
the reason
and that's
I'm
why
pointing
they
it
shut
out
down.
is because stuff like Robinhood isn't available in China. So the Chinese who want to jump on this train have signed up for over 800,000 Webull accounts in the last few days.
Nice.
Are we still streaming on?
That means that they can't buy any.
I think that they have a backup accounts
No.
like we do.
What do you mean you can't buy any? This fight is not over for as long as it takes, right?
I know.
No,
I'm
he
just
means
saying
that
there's a
they're
lot
not
of
allowed to
demand
broker.
because 800,000 accounts in China. That's
a small
It's going to be a
neighborhood.
huge boost. Yeah, but it's a huge boost.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because they're not
really
all
is.
going to buy one share, right?
Yeah.
Well, shit, look at Wall Street Bets. When this stock was at like 20, there were only like 150,000 people in there, and then
7 million.
Elon tweets something, and boom, 6 million. You're like, what the fuck?
8 million now.
Is it over
It's
8 now?
now?
Yeah, that's
Jesus.
Yeah.
I can't even keep up with it. That's awesome.
That's the thing I'm most mad about is following Wall Street Bets and then just not looking on Reddit for a straight up month.
Well, see,
Like,
that's the thing.
missing out on the fucking sell signal, not buy
Dude,
signal.
don't feel bad. I was sitting here arguing with my friends like a month ago talking about this, and it was $20 a share, and we're all sitting. My buddy took out a second mortgage on his house and put like 30 grand in it.
Oh,
Yeah, no, he's fucking
That's
loaded.
fair.
Right now. He's rolling in
Oh
the
my god.
But I watched it jump up to 60. I'm like, well, now it's too late, and then it fucking.
It's the exact same thing.
You
You're
gotta
not allowed
remember
to do
this is only a couple weeks ago. Like, and I sat there. I stayed up for like 3 days scouring the internet, like trying to find as much data as I could, and then I bought in way over 200. Like that's how I'm 100% confident. I would buy this stock all the way up to 500. Honestly, like I'm not.
Good.
Even,
Who's echoing?
every time it
really
dips
good for your friend.
below 250, I'm buying more shares.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just
looking at
weird.
the top
300
posts on Reddit
on the
for
other
the past
day.
hour. A guy,
now I'm in like
a guy dropped a cool mill when we dipped
Yeah,
down
I
to
just
262.
watched it. Just
Nice.
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna buy 2 more shares at
I
249.
That's fucking crazy,
I have
dude.
the money.
I'm out to buy
Imagine
money
the
right
fucking
now
value.
to buy 2 more. No, 1 more share.
I could go sell one.
Imagine.
How poor do these billionaires think we actually are? Buddy?
Anybody want to buy 5 acres in Colorado? I'll trade you for GME stock.
Dude, at the
Hey, how
end of
many
this,
GME?
GME stock is going to be like a new cryptocurrency.
The trade
You're
GME
gonna
per
trade it
acre.
like cash.
What's your GME wallet?
I'll give you 1 GameStop.
Bro, I'll give
It's
you
a piece of
10
land.
million plat in EverQuest 1. If you anybody got World of
0.1
Warcraft
GameStop.
gold, they'll
They
trade.
probably
Trying to
would
1v1 me in the
less than the
Wildy
government.
because I'm dead ass ready to
No,
go.
the funny part is there's some fucking SEC agent like I went to college to listen to them talk about Warcraft gold for GME shares.
Fucking tomorrow we
I
get
sold
the
World
news
of Warcraft gold
Warcraft
for
gets
weed,
audited
man.
by SEC.
Power my diamond hand.
Same to you, German friend. I did as well.
World of Warcraft gold for weed.
I sold my. You guys remember EverQuest? Or you probably too.
Oh,
young.
I remember EverQuest.
Really heavy into
I sold,
EverQuest too.
I sold
People made
2.4 million
bank off of EverQuest.
for a couple grand back in the day.
Yeah,
Hey, did any Did any World of
All
Warcraft players
all of
just
my
bought
smartest
Silk?
friends, like most successful friends, were the ones who sold EverQuest.
Yeah,
accounts.
dude,
It's
I made
absolutely
like
insane.
3 or 4 grand playing a fucking video game.
It's insane.
I mean,
that was before
I did that with
school.
fucking CS:GO. Like that's
Oh,
how I
yeah,
started.
dude, Cal Premier right here.
It's incredible.
Fucking just thousands of dollars worth back in the day.
That's awesome.
So much fun. Still do it. Like the current operation still got a couple $1,000 invested in that.
What are you guys using to like? What programs are you using to follow all this? Do you anybody else use? I heard somebody say TradingView. That's what
Yeah.
I'm using.
I use TradingView as well.
Yeah, TradingView. I like
I'm
it.
following through TradingView,
Thinkorswim,
but
Webull.
I'm trading through Nordnet.
Oh, okay.
Man, I hate to say it, but today was just so fucking boring, guys. I'm sorry. God damn
It might.
Yeah,
But that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing, but the problem is it might be like this for the entire week.
Basically,
too, which I
nothing
don't
matters
fucking
until
like.
they turn Robinhood back on because a lot of people aren't going to move their money. It's just it takes a lot of effort, and you have to
You
sign
think so?
stuff. Yeah, nowadays people are like, if I can't do it with my thumbs on a touch phone, then I'm not gonna fucking.
That's true.
He has a point.
A lot of people,
He has a point.
It takes
a lot
time.
of these people are stupid, like actual retards. Here.
Yeah, I get
that
it.
much money.
What's that?
It takes so long to move your money out of Robinhood. I have a bunch of cash that
Yeah, it'll take like
got accepted
10
right
full
as
days.
the limit turned on, and I'm not gonna transfer the money in case I miss.
Yeah, you're better off paying the $75 and getting a new brokerage to initiate the transfer from their end to transfer your brokerage account, like all of your trades, your current stocks and everything, not
Wait,
cashing
you can
out.
do that in the US?
Fuck yeah, you can.
That's so fucking cool. Oh my god.
You can do it in any. You can do it from any trading platform, most likely.
And
You just have to
I tried doing
contact
that in
the
Sweden.
trading platform.
But initiate it from the new.
Don't
Don't go to Robinhood and try to do it. Find your new brokerage and say, "Hey, I want to do this," and they'll submit paperwork that forces the company legally obligates them to move your money.
Right.
They can't hold your money hostage. What's that?
Fidelity will reimburse your $75 fee.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of shit we need right there. I didn't know that. That's good information.
Yeah. By the way, so if you do that, Webull reimburses you up to $100. So you can easily move that over from Robinhood.
Do you know the time frame?
But do understand that it will take you 10, if not 12 days to actually move it. And in the next 10 to 12 days, if the bubble pops and then it starts going down, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah,
that's the caveat. But then again, on the other side, in the next 10 to 12 days, maybe nothing could happen, and then at the end you're sitting there like,
you can still trade. You can still trade. Gambling territory. You know what I mean? At least for the time being, don't like load more money into Robinhood. Open up Webull on a separate as a separate. But like, why would you?
You can still
so that
trade. With
You can still trade.
different-
You can still trade. You can still sell. You can still buy. It transfers your entire account, including the contracts you have.
But the
open.
question is,
So
can you make?
say
when you're transferring over, so I already spoke to Webull about this. When you're transferring over, your account basically freezes as is, so you won't have any control
When I
over.
transferred into Webull, it took about 10 days, but I couldn't see any of my stuff. It just said transfers in progress.
Exactly.
So the only thing you could do is deposit money into your new brokerage and then initiate the transfer, and you can't. I mean, or just wait till.
No, I'm saying like say you're for example, I'm transferring from Robinhood to TD Ameritrade right now. I can still trade on my Robinhood account, open up contracts, close contracts, things like that. But then once it transfers, you could just continue back on your new one.
Yeah, the problem is
Completely if you do a full transfer, but you can do a partial transfer as well. So what would be a better strategy, I think, is that if you initiate a transfer only on the cash left on the account, if you have excess cash to actually fund Webull as well. And as far as their shares are concerned, just leave it there till the bubble pops and you're able to cash out.
But don't cash out because paper hands.
Do you know that you can mute the sound so every time somebody posts something, you don't get that little doodle-doot?
Yeah, someone's Discord keeps popping off.
I just like the stock.
Mute the server.
Some people like to hear the doodle-doo.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
I feel alive hearing that.
I feel like
This morning I was sitting here hearing this. Once in a while, I heard this really loud. I couldn't figure out what it was. It's the trading view alert thing that I set. And I'm like, what? I'm chasing around looking for like a fire alarm that's dying and shit. What is happening?
How are we liking the stock, boys?
Is it leveling?
Very much so. Very much.
It's going to be flat
on
right
Twitter,
now.
apparently.
They're
It's
not
a win
gonna,
game now.
We're not going to sell our shit, and they're not going to buy more because they don't want to. They want to cover their losses at a lower price per share. So they're going to keep driving it down and keep conditioning people to think that it's dead and that something else is the new hot. This morning at 5 a.m, before anything even opened, the market wasn't open or anything. Fucking CNBC posts a headline saying, "Well, the fires are done," or something, like trying to give you the implication that like this is all over. Hold on, I have a screenshot of it. I'm like, how the fuck are they implying this stuff on Sunday when the market's not even open?
Yo, even if that's true, right?
Like, here's what they said, dude. Get this. This is fucked up. This is at like 6 in the morning. The market's not open for another hour and a half, right? Well, in my time zone. It's GameStop shares dropped 30%, briefly halted following 400% short squeeze spike. We haven't even seen the short squeeze spike yet, so they're totally speculating shit, trying to make people think that it's dying.
It's crazy too. On top of that, they're pushing like this narrative that
going on these stocks, they're dropping
everything's
thing down there. What happens to hold the line?
Dude, they're pushing that narrative like everything's dying down, it's all over. But like, just go fucking take a look at options prices. We're still at like 500-600 IV. Like nobody fucking believes that.
Yeah, what does it cost right now for one options trade? It's like $3,000, I think, because aren't they $30 a pop? And you have to get 100 shares, so $3,000. Isn't that what it is?
Yeah. What are you talking about? Like, it depends on the contract.
Well, if you're trying to do an option, like if you think it's going up, what is it called? A put, right?
No. So if you think it's going up, you're talking about a call, but the price is going to be different across like strikes and times. IV just sort of like informs basically how much are people willing to pay to speculate.
If you put a call out for like a week, it's like $30 a pop, but you have to pay $3,000 minimum for that.
I think it's really incredibly options trading right now, in terms of call options at least, is incredibly dumb and risky because buy pressure has been limited, right? You know, they've limited the number of shares that you can acquire.
See, that's
right?
the caveat. That's not even fucking legal.
Dude,
yeah,
they,
so like
they can take your shares. I would not even touch options with a 10-foot pole right now.
Why not?
Like the brokerage
I see
owns
what
your
you're
shares
saying.
in that scenario.
Bro, you're talking about buying calls. I'm talking about buying calls.
Wait.
Buying calls
so
is
then
different.
why don't we
You
tell
buy a call,
why
it's
don't
not
we
that
tell
case.
people but then why don't we tell people then on Wall Street Bets to not buy options?
They have been.
Buying options are fine.
Yeah, they have.
They've been saying buy shares.
No, it's not that.
If you want to force a squeeze, you got to buy shares.
It's not that. There was a post on Reddit, how to circumvent the issue of not being able to buy GME stocks. So what you can do is you can buy option and then exercise
They
the
stopped
option
that.
immediately.
You can do that anymore.
We need
drop
to.
that.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
I
They
think
stopped you from
TD
being able to
stopped
do
that
that.
also.
You guys see that
That they
post that
stop,
Mark
but
Cuban made?
getting more money they can't. Shut the fuck up.
Now, do you know how dumb it is? How dumb is it that you buy a contract that says you can buy these shares at this price, and the brokerage won't let you execute on the contract that says you can buy the shares at that price? How dumb is that?
Isn't that technically breach of contract?
Dude.
Quite literally in
It's
the word?
actually pretty smart.
Hey, does anyone understand this? Mark Cuban wrote something where he says, if you lend out your stock to shorts at a high interest rate, and then you call back your shares, it forces the shorts to cover. Does anybody know how that works? Like in
I
detail?
don't think any of us retail investors
They
can
need to
do
be
that.
held in your name. So the shares need to be held in your name, from what I understand. And most shares are held in street name, which means they're in the broker's name for your benefit.
Okay, so you can't like lend them out without the broker's permission or something?
Yeah, the
Hey, guys.
strategy is legit, but I don't think most people can do it.
Guys, I have-
if my understanding's accurate.
I have breaking news. So has anybody been to
marketcap.com?
No.
There's a new cryptocurrency called WSB.
Okay, buddy.
It's performing
Let's go.
#1 right now.
Disclose your positions first.
So
Okay.
put my mortgage into it. Is what you're saying.
it's real.
All right,
Going
well,
for 483
I hear a pump at
apiece.
some point.
Traded hell heavily the first day.
You say in Fujis? What the fuck?
Gentlemen,
I'm
it's been a
sorry, I'm
pleasure.
not buying
have to,
any WSB until the GME.
I have a lot of shit to do because I had work today. I've just been watching the thing here.
Thank,
Ditto.
So it's gonna be all for me, guys.
thank whoever did that.
I hope you
Thanks
guys
for
enjoy
chilling.
your night.
Yeah.
And I'll probably see you back in here later.
Luck.
Good night, everyone.
Good luck, man.
Don't sell.
Don't sell. Hold the line.
Don't sell.
Buy more.
Let's put it that way.
If you sell, your penis shrinks 3 inches. It's scientific.
I heard that.
Wait. When it hits
I'm only
bottom
selling
again.
my Wall Street
I
bets.
can't afford that.
Buy more GME.
Wait. That's
Are you
not
guys
financial
telling me to
advice. It's
sell?
medical advice.
Yeah, it's medical advice.
You can give financial advice, just can't sell it. I can tell you to do whatever I want to tell you with your money. It's
Tell
not,
me I am impressionable.
You can't hold someone liable for an opinion. It's just, and not.
You should. This is financial advice. You guys should give me all your
John,
money.
I'm going to send it to you.
I'm obligated now,
Guys,
right?
How do I send you the money?
I mean,
Send me a DM.
Via Wall Street
Tell
Bitcoin.
me the money at the screen. Are you getting it?
every finance like TV show in the world would have to say, "Hey, this is not financial advice." You don't have to do that. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
So any advice I give?
But if I'm like, "Hey, give me $100 and I'll give you financial advice," and I haven't taken my Series 7 or Series 63, then I'm gonna get in trouble.
But you can get in trouble for making people follow your advice because we've had a few people go to jail in Australia over it.
That's in
like one dude was running
Australia, dude. I don't know the laws there.
Where the
Even like in the US, right? Because you can sue for literally anything.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole point of saying that sort of stuff is the fact that anyone can sue you, but if you're openly emphasizing, like, I'm not telling you to do this shit, it helps your case.
Yeah, unless you have no proof.
I'd say it helps your case a lot, to be honest.
It doesn't though.
The guy,
I'm telling you,
the guy that got busted here.
No, because if they're doing a he said, she said, right, and they have weak evidence to boot, and you can say under oath that that's bullshit. I told him it's not financial advice.
Well, all you have to say
he said,
is
she said is
It's an
sort of
open
not
and
in
shut case,
America.
exactly. They'll throw it
Scan
out.
all the American laws to
unless
it.
you sell that advice and light it on fire, it'll turn into more, and nobody can help you. It's not illegal. There's no tender. There's no
I'm gonna
nothing
go try.
exchange. There's no legal obligation for you to take my advice. There's nothing. You don't.
No, you're right.
You do your own.
You're right, but anyone can sue for anything.
You can.
So just make your case a little stronger. You know?
It's a protective thing.
In order to protect yourself with that site, if you're not
in some of and in obligatory, I'm not a lawyer, but it's sort of in similar to the memorandum of understanding contracts between businesses. Like, there's nothing there that's really going to be like clean and shut, but it's going to at least strengthen your case if you have.
But here's the thing, dude. Unless you're
Why-
recording that and you
why
have
an
proof that
interview?
you said that disclosure, then it isn't strengthening your case. It's just
You're missing the point. The whole
So if you're-
argument is you had this conversation, right? And they're saying this is financial advice, and if they try to bring a case to court, right? And if they recorded that shit, and if they have evidence, and they can get a case going, right?
I see what.
But if they don't, that shit's going to be thrown out in the first place, right? But if they have a recording, and you're actively saying, "I'm not giving you financial advice," that's in favor of your case.
So are you recording every time you say that? That's the thing. Nobody's really doing that. And then on top of it,
it's a joke at this point. It's a joke at this point.
It really is a joke as well.
It isn't to some people,
You're right.
though.
This is not legal advice.
I think you guys are missing the point. I just like the stock.
That's really what
If
it
you
is
guys,
at the end of the day.
I like
I
this
if you guys
stock.
want to see something interesting, so if you
Does anyone
go
have
to
the Piggly
Google,
Wiggly article?
if you go to
just like the stonk.
if you go to Google and you type in Shiba INU, so SHIBA space INU type of. Yeah, you should just do that. It's funny. It's a new crypto. It's a new crypto. Yeah, it's a doggy coin, but in Chinese.
Wait, what is this?
Did someone say buy Dogecoin?
No.
I will literally kill you if you say
no one ever
this
said it.
is pretty
That's the
cool.
only
though.
reason anyone cares.
My brother just bought 27 billion shares of Shiba Inu.
How much that costing?
5 cents.
5 cents.
Probably a nickel.
Big roller.
So this is in the US law for stock market manipulation. In addition to the prohibition in paragraph 1, it shall be unlawful for any person, directly or indirectly, to manipulate or attempt to manipulate the price of any swap or of any commodity in interstate commerce or for future delivery on a subject of to the rules of any registered.
I mean, didn't
institute.
Kramer admit to doing that and not getting arrested?
Yeah,
there's
that old
Kramer's
guy
also like
who runs
agrees
TD
and works
Ameritrade.
for companies. He's an actual financial person. Like, you know, if you're just some Joe Schmo, your opinion isn't backed by anything.
Yeah, and that's the guys that got done in
Especially
Australia were
I
like
would argue on
respected.
the internet that nothing anybody says matters because even if you have 50 degrees, you're still just a voice. On the
You want to know
internet.
something funny? You talk to billionaire Ken Fisher will talk about degrees, and when he hires employees, he's like, I don't give a shit if you have a master's degree or not. Any monkey can
he's
take
not
a
wrong,
test
is he?
and read out of a book. No, and he's
So
also
shitty,
for
yeah.
and he does honest investing with integrity, not trying to fucking run companies out of businesses and kill people's
You
jobs.
see,
But he's still, you know.
it's that point that gets me. Yeah, I don't even know how these people can even claim to get any fucking moral high ground when what they're fucking doing is stuff like this. They're deciding that a company isn't worth existing anymore. We're going to short the fuck out
Well,
of
see,
it.
on the other side, you can bet that the company is going to succeed like Tesla and make billions of dollars off of a small investment.
Well, you see,
believe.
I think this is going to be sort of new style of trading. I mean, you can't ignore what's happened.
What we really
You know,
need to do is use the blockchain for trading, because then you can't fucking manipulate anything. It's all quantitative. You can download the whole entire blockchain and look at it.
Yeah.
We should also implement that for our voting system, because then dead people can't vote. You can't manipulate any of it. And if anybody questions it, we can all count the votes.
Yeah, but how are they going to manipulate it then?
That's exactly why what I'm saying is not in practice, is because you can't cheat doing it.
You're forgetting this, yeah. You need to always have the manipulation point
GME,
of view.
GME.
You can definitely manipulate votes if you know who's voting for what.
No, say that again. Sorry.
Hey, shit's calming down in GME. We're consolidating to like 247.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a lovely dojo.
If we're lucky, we'll see a
I'm looking
breakout
at
here.
a dojo. Can we give me a nice dojo? Really, really tiny body one with dead small little fucking ups and downs. That's a sure sign that some price action is going to go on.
You think it'll drop lower than 240, 248?
I don't know. I think 250 is
Gonna go back down to lows. Threshold in my head. I'm like, I'm buying
Can you
more.
explain what a dojo is?
It basically means there's uncertainty. The market doesn't know what it's doing. It's got a very small body, but it's all about where it closes. Sort of, you know, the high and the low, how big the body is. If it's tiny, then you know something's going on. The market doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. You know, it doesn't know if it's up, down, left, right, center. It just knows there's a bit of, you know, sort of fighting going on. And obviously, we all know why the fighting's going on. So,
well, the reason it's sitting here is because nobody can buy it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you're interested in that, look up
Robin?
Japanese candlesticks.
Well, just look at it.
Yeah,
the bid
That's
ask
also very interesting. Some Japanese guy in the early 1800s or something, no, even earlier, started with this, and he was the only one fucking rich guy, and he just owned the market because he had technical. So it was really funny.
from prices, from what I remember back in the whatever, you know, feudal Japan, this is how they used to calculate prices of rice, by using candlestick patterns. This is what I read in the book. I don't know, I could be wrong.
Really funny.
What's up with
members have until tomorrow to buy shares from expired ITM calls. What's up with that?
It boils down to when those shares actually need to be delivered. I'm not entirely sure, but if it's tomorrow, then they have to buy the shares there, so they can allocate it over the ending at Friday. Basically, as they're buying up shares in anticipation, the pre and post market, right? And then today and tomorrow to actually make them deliverable. So that 10 million volume from expiring options contracts on Friday, I guess, would mean that it can technically be spread over really 2 days, but maybe a little bit of a third.
They're saying that Tuesday is going to be they can't float this bullshit process that's going on for longer than a few days, from what I understand. I don't know the details behind that. I'm saying it because I'm curious if anyone else knows more about it. But somebody was indicating that this whole like freeze on purchasing the stock, if they're blaming it on this financial situation, that should be resolved in a couple days, I guess.
I mean, yeah, if we have stuff like what's happening today where you legitimately don't have any kind of crazy price activity, like, don't get me wrong, right? The drop from like 315 down to like 218, that's big shit. But for the most part, we kind of trade sideways, you know? If you have that stuff sort of happen, then I tend to agree with you. Like, how are they going to keep up that argument?
Oh,
that,
it's
it's
too
crazy, we can't do
volatile, and
anything.
it's not even
But, like, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Guys, they have to protect us from ourselves. Remember?
Conspiracy. You know,
Just, like,
here's the
compare.
other part, you guys. You look at commodities like pork, dude. Pork is way more volatile than GameStop, and it's been like that forever. It's like day traders and stuff look for volatility and volume. The reason they don't day trade pork is because of volume. But if you look at volatility and like blame this whole thing on like, oh, it fluctuates too much, you're like, well, then how the fuck do they trade commodities that fluctuate even more?
Exactly. Well, to be fair,
it's like someone said, they're just coming out with
commodities
any
trading
excuse.
is generally going to be more sophisticated investor, and like you specifically have to get a futures account, so there is a higher barrier to entry.
Speaking of, remember that time when that guy in Wallstreetbets tried to buy a literal barrel of oil and he got the barrels confused?
Hey guys.
Wait, what?
We're in Fortune magazine. Reddit users say they are not behind Monday's silver squeeze. We got out.
Super.
Finally.
What?
Not
Fucking
everyone's going to see
Mom,
Jesus
I made,
Christ.
I
Did you
made
read
it,
that?
Mom.
On Fortune magazine
Ugh.
or Fortune page. You want me to link?
Gotta
deal?
wonder what the Wii business
Don't
is
link
even
anything.
about.
You're gonna get turned automatically.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Oh yeah,
Who's this
just type
we they
Fortune
speak?
plus whatever he just said, and you'll find it.
I thought he said 4chan.
Nope,
The only reliable
Probably on there,
source
too.
in all this 4chan.
Like the fortune we're gonna have when we screw over these motherfuckers.
There
All
we
you
go.
have to do is say, "Hey Siri," in front of whatever somebody says in here, and Google will find it for you. I guess it's not even Google, but you know what I mean.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
240.
Hey, Google,
I've got
turn the
news.
lights on.
Shamus is out.
What?
Whatever that
Who's
guy's
out?
name is. I think he just
Who's
sold
out?
all of his positions for 500K and
Cham?
then donated it.
Oh,
Wait, who did?
that was like last week.
Yeah.
That's like
No, it says on
that's
today
a
at
put into.
11:50.
Yeah. That guy has so much fucking money.
14 minutes
500K
ago,
to
guys.
him is like. Did you see when the news anchor accused him of like, look, you're trying to make money off of this too, blah, blah. He's like, listen, dude, unless I put in hundreds of millions of dollars into this, it's not going to move the needle.
Yeah.
AKA, I'm a billionaire,
For real.
dumbass.
Are you talking about this? Was it the CNN interview with him or
Yeah, dude, the guy that
CNBC?
was about to fucking cry.
Yeah.
And they ended it abruptly. And oh man, he was so raged.
I don't know who.
It was like in the interview.
I don't know who distracted employee is, but he got quoted in the article.
Is that Chamak guy? I can't.
I feel
don't
like
know.
they're
Distracted employee.
underquoting
It's a good
potato
name.
in my ass 69.
I agree.
That guy has the real take they need.
Does anyone have a calculation for like how many shares a person holds to how many shares the billionaires or hedge funds lose?
Sorry, could someone post in the Nitro the link to Fortune magazine article? I can't seem to find it.
Link. What then?
Oh,
okay.
Just posted it in mine.
To the Fortune article.
Can you turn on
Yeah, you're still on.
Sorry, where'd you post it? Oh, brilliant, thank you.
So is anyone expecting like a last hour sort of shoot up, or do you reckon it's just going to be like a sideways day?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a sideways week, and then even next week. To be
same here.
honest with you.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a bit sideways.
I'm looking at this, right?
About they want to push an agenda, whether it's right or wrong. It supports their idea. But here's the thing: have confidence in this. None of us read that shit and think like, oh my god, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
Our old grandparents and parents may do that, but our generation, dude, there was a research study put out years ago. They compared all of the news networks, Fox, CNN, ABC, CNBC, literally compiled all of the views that they have collectively and compared it to Joe Rogan's podcast in a day. So like the amount of people that pay attention to that shit is slim to none. So the thing is, we're looking at the media to figure out what the fuck agenda they're pushing to see if we can read between the lines. Nobody actually believes that the short squeeze happened last week or whatever. That's what they want you to believe so they can cover their losses when they drive the price.
Good point. We are 18,000% up GME. I mean, so technically, if you were to look from $1, you could say, well, the short squeeze started at maybe $2-3. I mean, I kind of isn't it all?
It's all relative.
You need to keep in mind the actual short interest on this thing. You can argue that all you want, but the numbers really aren't in support of it when the shorts kept going
not to
up.
count, like after they dropped it down to 150, a lot of those hedge funds doubled down on their shorts, and that data has not been released yet. So like, so the shorts were over 200% at one point when they drove the price down and then dumped a bunch of those. There was still like 114% and $11 billion worth of shorts, not counting the shorts that they reapplied after the fact.
And, to double down on the point you made, because I think that's like really, really important to think about in terms of people analyzing the news.
Still way beyond.
I mean, this is sort of the flip side of it, right? This is the negative side of it. And not to get political, but you look at the events leading up to the election, and there was a lot of news denial going on, good or bad, right? One way or the other, it shows that people are skeptical of information, right?
Yeah.
In this case, I think if they're informed and actually doing their due diligence on that, but it does show that at least the
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I think that's what we're doing here. We're filtering information because we could all say, work out in our
it's good too, because like one, I don't remember who it was, but one kid came in here and said like, I heard that if it drops below 300 something that you should sell it, blah blah blah.
There we go.
Yo, guys, we're getting a discount now.
We're all
a little bit,
and that's help any of us.
Like what you're saying about the luncheon meetings that hedges do and equating this to that, but the difference being that instead of a bunch of guys sort of doing that in the open.
You put it best when it happens to be decentralized, and it's a democracy. And that's exactly
not even a collective together.
It's not even a democracy because we ain't voting on shit.
A democracy.
We're just individuals who inform each other. It's kind of different than
this is a new style of trading that we've kind of stumbled upon, sort of, because how going forward, how is we going to be how are shills going to be able to operate if they can't do it now at this, which you'd expect them to be sort of out in numbers. So for me, I think this is a new style of trading. We all get together, we all have a good old fucking we all have a good chit chat, and we decide what we're going to do. Do you know what I mean? I don't understand how that's not using the internet to its most beautiful fucking way.
No, there's no financial.
People have done that before.
Exactly.
100%.
The scale of that, we can get hundreds of thousands of millions of people to sort of at least say, let's have a look at this.
It's really the same thing. So you have the guys who are there the longest and stuff. Here you don't have hierarchies.
Yeah, you don't.
Does everybody remember the
hierarchy here is if you bought the Nitro Boost or not?
Sorry,
the guy.
What's going on?
Even that,
from
what I understand, is new because there's just so many people and they're trying not to overload everything.
Discord servers have a limit of 500,000 people.
And we hit that in a matter of days.
Hey, Robinhood just let me buy another stock.
I think you can get one at a time with Robinhood, is that right?
Well, I bought one earlier today because I have some money tied up in it, and then I bought another one. They just let me buy another one.
Making fun of you, dude. We're saying making fun of Robinhood. That's so funny.
Well, I already moved most of my money to Fidelity, so.
Brokerage account.
Both, but I'm waiting on my account. That's like 5-7 days.
The cash instantly, or how long did the transfer take?
I just started it, so it's not.
I did cash.
I mean,
My cash was
Move
available.
that's the other thing. Has anybody moved their whole brokerage account from Robinhood to another institution? My brother moved his over.
It's been good. I'm gonna hold till tomorrow.
Or just cash?
I started with cash,
How long
and then I
did
moved from
exactly
it.
sell your-
It still hasn't. It's been 4 days.
I feel like it was like
Yeah, that's good to know. So yeah, I guess the answer is if you have cash, open a new brokerage account. Wait till
Exactly. They've made it so death-proof that this is such a rigged game.
Just because that's who I'm using. I bank there. I have my Wells Fargo Advisors is their brokerage.
Yeah.
But then they have $1.4 trillion to back themselves. They do all the trading. And everything. When you have that, like, or AMC Financial Advisor, and they're like, yeah, one time disclaimer popped up of what blah 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 had nothing to do with GME, had nothing to do with anything other than volatility.
A Wells Fargo guy ordered 50%
into their
above
online
or
portal.
50% below.
You can call the 800 number. It's 1-800-trader or something like that. You talk to a trader and say, hey, I want to put in a trade for something. I want to sell this at $1,000 a share or $10,000 a share, right? That trader will put in any number you want. They just have implemented a.
Okay, that's good to know.
I
can
talk to somebody who's not part of the Wells Fargo advisor side. You can make any trade you want. That's just a limitation of the online.
240. So what is 240 to
270 today.
It was smart to
Not
get
much
hit
activity
free.
is there.
What was it? It was
Real
free.
boring today. Yeah, it was like 360 something pre-market, wasn't it?
Yeah, no. Right when the
Bro,
market opened,
wait,
even, it was up there.
Pull up the 15-minute chart. This looks constantly the same waves. This looks weird.
That's what I was going to say before the last 2 days, the way the
Basic
sort of
ladder.
price is dropping.
From
You're
one
concerned about looks.
to another, and it simulates ways to trick those algorithms into thinking the price is driving down. And so they'll move large amounts of trades back and forth, which end up neutrally the numbers, because the algorithms are processing all this data all the time. It drives the number down. That's what they're talking about when they're driving the stock down. There's not actually, and I've heard speculated that you can only carry that type of behavior for a few days before it all unfolds. I just wish I knew more about that.
We need somebody
I
who
don't
can
know
know.
the
Yes.
details.
Interesting point.
Financial
Thank you very much
advisor
for picking
won't
that
even know that. You need somebody who's a day trader or a trader.
A quant trader. Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah,
I
great
mean, there's
information.
gotta be.
Great information. Thank you very much for sharing that.
There's got to be someone in here. I mean, there's like 500K people in here. There's got to be at least one person who's
maybe not.
We show me your fucking
I've got a
quants.
question. Can the Robinhood people buy shares today?
What, sorry?
Or is it still locked?
No,
I
I
just bought one share.
5,000 on.
Is that a?
I don't care.
Is that a Frenchman? Oui, 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 oui.
It's Bogdanov.
I just wanted to the hole that they've dug for themselves. If they only allowed one share at a time as it goes down, and then all of a sudden when it goes down to like become rubber.
You know what they really
I'm not
sell, or where you can only purchase the stock and you can't sell more than one share. That's
Agreed.
the only thing you could. We're never going to get those 48 hours back. So the only thing that SEC or anybody could do that would be somewhat fair is to reverse what happened. Like, okay, well, now you can only buy shares on Robinhood. You can't sell any.
And that's
obviously.
What about like in terms of like options? For example, let's say that on Wednesday you bought call options completely.
Yeah, and they expired.
Like, that's fucked, man.
It is fucked, right?
But it's totally.
There's going to be a
it's an
Bud Light
enforceability
pissed
problem.
off if that kind of shit continues.
Can I ask one question? I've wrapped my head around everything, but I can't understand this here. If the stock, like if they end up buying a certain amount of the shares back, right? When they since they've shorted 120% of the stock, no matter what,
That's right. That's one of the infinite squeeze.
Hold on, there's a caveat
whole
to that.
position at the same time, though.
The only way that can fail is if they win the short battle by people selling their shit, and then that drives the price down. They get their shorts that they bet on because the price went way down, and then they cash out.
This is Oxygen Cube.
So the whole thing about driving the price down, what they do, it's an illegal. It should be illegal, but it's like unethical and borderline illegal. People do it and they get away with it. But they short a stock and then they spread rumors in an attempt to drive the price.
This is a slightly different thing. It's a similar concept, but instead of using disinformation is part of the strategy, and Kramer talks about that. But if you're talking about specifically a neutral position, so I buy and sell at the same time. Maybe I'm doing it across two different trading desks. Maybe I'm doing it
across two different brokers. Like part of it is by the end you're net neutral on what your position is, but the price has gone down because you've. Second thing is once you've touched this, for example, might slip the price further. If they see a trend reversal. So if you can algo bots then go, oh, indicator hit, and they all start buying in a momentum trade direction, right? So you can not only use your own sort of for algorithmic is a CS maybe.
Dude, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to that happens, then they've made a shitty algorithm, and it's their fault for making a shitty algorithm.
Well, their momentum, it doesn't. So the thing is, like, they don't have to when you do like a single lot trade or even at their scale at like 100 shares at a time is nothing. So they're throwing that's effectively a ping, like a broadcast ping. Like, hey, is this price going to hold? Is this support going to hold? Is this support going to hold? And so you can.
Is what it is. They're tricking.
Well, but they're trying to get enough momentum price down.
So basically,
and
it's like a dangling carrot.
Absolutely,
what they did was manipulate the price to drive it
or
down.
paid a very like some fractional amount, right? Whatever the spread was on the short ladder, like the whatever number of shares times volume.
Cost them to make those
difference,
short, right?
Yeah. And the cost of holding, etc.
Before they do it, they threw that money away from the get-go.
That's one of the reasons why people tell you to look for volume, because volume, like when money actually leaves the market, if the prices, you'll see a lot of volume trading. Whereas if it's very slow, and a lot of that comes from the one thing retail investors need to keep in mind is that a lot of you guys are not necessarily seeing the order book, but those of you who can see the order book, that's really where a lot of the information and how you can sort of perfect. So like when you're looking at level 2 quotes, that's the actual market in a way that the sort of bar charts don't really. When you talk about support and resistance level, or like buy walls and sell walls, those are then visualized in real time. The other thing to remember is the book itself doesn't necessarily reflect, like, you're always dealing with a sort of sampling versus population problem, right? The order book as it exists at any given time is a certain number of participants that are currently engaged in the market, right? Theoretically, there's a large float because there's a larger market and everybody gets an opinion on what the price of the thing is, right? It's only the small publicly broadcasting that opinion. So while the price of the stock is going to be expressed as the ladder differently, that they want to either jack it up by purchasing all of the depth in the book or by trying to hammer it down by shorting with a very large position. So it is an argument in real time about what the price is and how many voices and how much volume per unit price matters a lot.
Can I ask a question in regards to dark pools?
For anybody who doesn't know, like, let's say you and I are trading on the public market and we decide that we want to take our trades to somewhere else. Anybody can theoretically do this, right? If you have a certificate of a stock printed, I can trade you my stock certificate and you can give me cash in hand, right? Like, there's nothing preventing that transaction. So dark pools are set up where banks will generate these private networks and they will agree,
exchange. That's what it is.
And they will
Private
agree
exchange.
to connect to each other's private. Essentially, right? So they'll either use a third party or they'll build their own sort of strategic alliances, right? A corporation that's owned by multiple other corporate investors, and then that corporation will be responsible for sort of supporting the infrastructure for the dark pool. And the dark pool has rules. It's like a private Monte Carlo type, or like casino for only the big players.
Institutions only. Institutions only.
So, and then they will set the rules. For example, in some dark pools, you cannot actually see who is buying what, and you cannot see sort of order volume. That like they sort of restrict level 2. So you only get price information. And the reason for that is because they will attack each other's positions, even in dark pools, to try and suss out how much volume somebody is interested in because of things like, so for example, mutual funds. Anybody who has a contractual obligation to perform a purchase there's an asymmetrical relationship there that you can leverage against the person who has an obligation to buy. That's what's happening in the short squeeze, but it happens to mutual funds when they receive deposits for your retirement as well. The sell side is trying to give them an infinite price effectively, right? And so they'll try and gauge what the volume of interest is on a given security at any given time and ramp up to get the best possible price. If you can capture the entire demand curve, if I can sell you the same the share for $30, but the next guy the share for $300, like as long as I'm making back my cost basis, I'm happy to sell as many people as much of the demand curve as I can get away with, and obviously shift it to the right.
Oh, the silver shit is not done yet. It's trending with 200.
Great information there, bro. Great information.
232k tweets. It's trending now. Silver.
So can I ask one question about what you were saying when you were saying like reading that that really good information to read? Where are you reading that? Like all
Reading
those
which information?
Level 2 info.
Yeah, in the order book. Yeah. So if you have I think they said TradingView was allowing you to see level 2 quotes.
You can see it on TradingView, right? Okay.
You can watch every single second that it's traded and how much volume.
I have another. The other thing to remember with trading, by the way, with regards to volume, is the order book is also a carefully constructed lie, right? Because anybody can change their order at any time, and the way to change your order is you can front run somebody else's impression. Like if you create a snapshot of what your belief is of the market or time, and they change their order before you, then you are operating on sort of stale information. So it's something to be aware of, and it's important to know what the volume positions are for players. But you'll see that when price slips, buyers and sellers will radically and very quickly readjust those sell walls, and so that they don't lose money because everybody's also trying not to be the guy holding the bag, right?
Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell.
Hey, guys, I got a bit here from an article I was reading from CBS. They apparently are reporting on the number of bots we got. There does appear to be a growing amount of evidence that more and more of the chatter on Wallstreetbets is being driven by bots, not real investors. Ben Hunt, a former hedge fund manager and co-founder of Wall Street research firm Epsilon Theory, tweeted on Saturday that his firm had analyzed 30,000 posts that had been put up on Wallstreetbets in the previous 24 hours, and that 97% of those appeared to be generated by bots.
But what are the bots saying? Are the bots saying jump in or jump out?
It's old.
What are the bots saying?
Wonder how
they're probably pushing silver.
So guys, apparently I'm a bot.
Bots are saying bleep bleep bloop bloop bleep bloop bloop.
You see
what I say? It's not my language.
The GMC happened. Blah 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 blah.
I think we're all bots. I think it's suspect that none of us have got COVID.
Monkey make bots strong and smart.
How the hell is a bot posting to Reddit? I don't have.
I want a big bot cock.
I've been trying for like fucking weeks.
I have a question regarding the other points. So, is the interest for, let's say, borrowed shares calculated on the current day closing price, or is it on the moment when the shares were actually borrowed?
The borrow share, the moment the shares are borrowed.
Okay, so if they would drop the price up to €2 or $2 per share, that doesn't mean that they would have to pay 60 cents per share, right?
Don't kill me.
If the price drops to I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood your question. If the price drops to $2 per share,
does it mean that they would have to pay 30% on the share price? So basically, it is 66 cents.
Well, in that case, they wouldn't. I mean, they would recover by just returning the share by buying from the market at that point. So it's sort of a moot point, but I think that it is marked to the current market price, if I'm not mistaken. Can somebody correct me on that? Does anybody know if the interest paid is marked to market?
The higher the more than
I have a question. The
Unquestimating, it's marked to end of day values.
Laura
End of
from
day
last
price.
night, the guy that had like a lot of interesting stuff to teach all of us, he got like just banned by posting a WSB meme video, and he's like eyeing me to like figure out if it's a perma ban. That doesn't make sense. So
I don't. You're supposed to post like videos or memes, right? Is that the case?
You're not supposed to.
yeah, but it's a WSB meme. He didn't know, so he thought maybe Wallstreetbets would be the ones.
What, did he get banned from the Discord or the Reddit?
Yeah, Discord.
Or it has a
We've
bot
had a
that
few
bans
people-
anybody
No,
posting
we've had a few people banned before or like posting
I
a
saw a
link
guy
and they didn't know
immediately
they
get
couldn't do
banned as
that.
soon as he said the word "Can we talk about crypto on the server" yesterday.
The reason people don't know what the rules are is because I don't think there's a rules thing yet.
No, the only rule is not to message the mods.
Oh wait, never mind. There's a rules thing.
They did put up some rules though.
I was so
finally.
close. I was so yo. Thank God I know that now.
Who is the like? Can a mod like unban him? Or
I don't think we have any mods in the channel.
They're like
No.
super busy.
They're
and
super
not talking to
swamped,
anybody.
man.
Imagine dealing with 8 million people and then
Yeah.
500,000 people on Discord. Like they don't have manpower for that.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that they were only like even dealing with a couple 100,000 before, so they're so fucking overloaded.
Yeah.
So what's his choice? Like create a new Discord and pay for another
Pretty
monthly
much.
subscription for Nitro?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
Until
that's messed
until
up.
like
Wait, isn't
what I
this
am.
Discord server full anyway? He's not going to be able to get back in.
I mean, it's
Cool.
$5. Actually,
I
you
mean,
can just keep.
he's just gonna have to actively try to get back
Yeah.
in.
This is the
like, to
same
join.
dude that did like the brain surgery thing, and he took somebody's 100K and made like 25 million. It's that dude.
Hey, I'm a
From
little.
personal experience, I was muted a couple days ago for Hot Mic, and I, asked the admins. I totally understood. I asked admins a few times, but they really didn't want to, deal with that. So I just got another account, Nitro. That's all it takes.
Oh,
and then I had to click a bunch of times. I had to click a bunch of times to get in. So it took me like 5 minutes of clicking. Please let me in, and then I got in.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Did you guys see what Robinhood put up about the different popular high volatility tickers and which one? Notice that they have a couple of them where you can buy like 6,500, and for example, you can only buy 4 of GME.
Yeah, there's limits. What about it?
I just want to say there's an $800 strike call bought on GME for 0319.
So it's like it's almost like they're promoting certain ones with higher amounts of shares you can buy, and people that have more to put down on that, depending on how full they are, it might go to a different one instead, because they can buy more shares. Yeah, they can buy more shares.
Fuck traders that decide to act like your parents and tell you what to do with your money. It's crazy.
Who the fuck sold GME? What the fuck?
Imagine how this would be going if we had the same access to the fucking network or the market that the hedge funds do.
We do.
Like the stock.
Just gotta move your shit from somewhere else to somewhere else.
Matt reminded us that he sold on Twitter. Like, it's very bullshit.
Shit would be fucking over if we had the same access.
Yeah, he closed on one of his possibly many positions.
No. He closed on all of them, and then but he made a tweet about it. But it was 4 days ago. But now he's reminding us. Just I don't know, because he's out and stuff.
Who's out?
And now he's like, I donated it to charity. Chamat. Check his Twitter.
Know,
So it was like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
do you guys know he wants to know if this is a perma ban?
This position out. Period. He closed a
It
singular
probably is a
position
perma
out.
ban, bro.
I mean, it would seem weird for Chamath to be someone who's trying to misconstrue the narrative. To be honest, like he doesn't have any skin in the game, from what I understand, other than those contracts, which were literally just a YOLO.
So sorry for distracting. I found that the interest is calculated based on the daily basically price. Yeah.
For the guy that created a new account and came back in, can he still get into with his old account, or like to verify it's a permaban?
Sure. I was only muted though, so my other account is still in, just because I have a couple of boosts, and so it's nice to be boosted. And I don't know. I don't know if it's a permaban for that guy, but it probably is.
The fuck
Sadly, all we
about?
can do is speculate, man, without like an actual admin speaking on it.
Oh,
That's right.
I
I'm
got
an admin
their
of
play.
everything, and you
Okay, so
can
all
unkick people out.
All right, so all this silver shit, right?
Okay.
I was just reading this article about, the only logical choice is that we'd have to pull from GameStop and AMC, right? If you look at the market, the very first move is a huge fucking sell-off. They're selling the narrative that we're split.
Yeah.
A huge fucking sell-off and then a giant spike in silver.
Yep.
Yeah, no, we
They got
were
us.
talking about that. That's what I was saying.
It's
the other
trending
day
on
as well.
Twitter now. It's trending on Twitter
GME
with
is-
three.
Like GME is the fuse that could light the keg, right? Everything else is spillover, but the truth is, when you're talking about an infinity squeeze and they have exposure in shorts to all of these, you choose your battles, right? You don't need to be fighting everywhere. Everything does matter in a way, but GME's in my mind the focus and the central point for everything. And when you talk about silver, no one's fucking doing silver as far as I know.
Trending.
Reddit people.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, guys.
but,
I've heard silver being pushed here
Centric
like
has a huge point in it.
that much right
Hey, news. Robinhood just updated AMC share buys from 10 to 75. AMC option buys from 10 to 75.
Yeah, we can
GME
read.
share buys from 1 to 4.
Are you just here to fill the mic?
Oh man.
Hey guys,
Yeah, go
Netflix.
for it.
Silver's been getting pushed here a lot. If anyone's even considering
here.
doing that,
Let me-
just know
let me
that
say one
that
thing on
thing's been
silver.
around for
Let me
a
s-
while. Like the
Yeah, let me
silver
say-
thing's been around for a while, and you need
man.
that squeeze has to be
It's not
done
being
by
pushed right now,
physical
dude.
silver.
It's not being pushed right now.
Yo,
not being
it's
pushed
trending
right
on
now.
Twitter with 230.
Okay, well, you know
Just
what?
know buying
Nobody has any
SLVs
money
is
left
not going to do
spend
you
on
any
it.
favors. It's physical
Listen,
silver.
What's your
and this
name?
thing
You're
has been around
saying
for a while.
it's trending on
Don't
Twitter.
even
What's your name?
Focus on it now. It's all about
Smoky
GME right now.
Koala.
That's it.
It's trending on Twitter with 232K.
It
Let it
doesn't
trend,
matter
bro.
because you can't buy any silver. I mean, it doesn't matter. You cannot buy any
fake
coins.
news.
There's nothing out there
Let
to
it
buy.
trend,
Anyway.
bro.
It's down anyway
Have you
right
heard
now.
of
He's saying
the
it because
Infinity
he's trying to
complex?
outline the market sentiment right now. Or
But what
like
I do
the-
think,
the retail
like, it
sentiment.
is a good point that if you do look at the timings, the drop came just before a big push in silver.
You already know.
Anybody with money.
Suckers to go over to SLV. That thing's going to drop in the next few months. Everyone's going to lose their money. Then they're going to get out. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Silver
saying.
Squeeze is not
The point
coming
that
in the
I'm
next few
making is,
months.
I don't think people are buying silver, right? But I'm saying that I think that it could be like manipulated to make it look that way.
Citadel is
I'm sure there's
literally
people
long
buying
silver.
SLV. I'm
That's why
sure
they're
there
trying to
is.
push
I'm
it.
sure there's people that told GME to go buy it. Fine, but they're making a huge mistake. Like the SLV thing. Like number one, SLV is an ETF, so like you're probably not even.
It's not even real.
Anyways, I don't want to get into that at all. But like, yeah,
And
there's
also,
I don't know.
GME is a history.
They have been flatlining
GME is
whole
a
day.
historic
That's
squeeze,
like
guys.
on. There's no ground to that news at all. Silver has been
It's incredibly
flatlining whole day.
important that people should not be jumping to look for what the next squeeze is.
exactly.
Like these things come around very rarely. This is a historic moment, an unprecedented one. This is the big fucking kahuna. Just keep your eyes on the prize. Everything else is a fucking distraction. And if you do look for more squeezes, you're gonna get fucked by smart money because they're positioning their entire portfolios to avoid this exact thing for the next 5 to 10 years.
That's what's worrying about
Just
like
give
bot
us
on the Reddit side.
Seriously, guys, listen to that. And honestly, like, don't take any of our opinions for anything. Go do your own research. But that dude's dropping knowledge. What's the motivation behind any of that stuff? You know, there's so many. This is like a perfect storm. You got Cohen, you've got all these billionaires siding on the other side of it. You've got this insane amount of
shorts that have never, it's in the history of the market, it's never happened before. So to even think that something else compares like silver is just is insane.
Are we seeing a
It's
move
complete
in GameStop more importantly than silver?
We're seeing lateral trading in GameStop, which is good news because holding and diamond hands are very quiet on the market.
Doubt.
I just bought more a while back because of the low price.
Yeah, right. I'm sitting here at like 230. I still haven't pulled the trigger. I've been questioning it since 250. I'm like, well, maybe it'll go down a little more and I'll get more out of it.
Yeah, no, Doppelganger's on point. Like this flat trading.
Position update on everybody.
What?
A position update. I'm 1 at 250.
I got more
Congratulations.
than I have more than I would like to admit at more money than I would like to admit.
Yeah.
Holding. That's my position. Holding.
I'm over 300 and I'm holding.
Suffice to say, a lot of us are sitting on like retarded liquidity rockets because we're dumb, but like, you know, we can stand to lose
I'd
it.
be fucked if I sell for anything under $5,000.
No, we're talking about per share.
Yes, per share.
How?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Are you just
You
like
didn't pay
really over
$5,000
leveraged?
to share.
319.
You just were you options trading?
Wait, no,
bro?
this is the guy that did the 160 times leverage.
Yeah.
We hit 8 mil on Wallstreetbets.
I would be doing. I don't know.
It'll all clear in 7 years, bro. Let it rip. It doesn't matter how bad you fuck your credit. Get fucking some shitty $300 credit card. You'll build it back up. You sound like you're 18 anyway. To the moon, bro.
Just a reset.
To the moon, bro.
What time does those
This is
Friday
not
calls have to
financial
settle by
advice.
tomorrow? Is it by close tomorrow or by like noon?
The truth is if you never sell, you never lose, unless the company goes out of business. And the market always recovers.
At
If you look at the history of the
$5,000?
market, at any amount of money, if you look at the market from the
I
day of
don't want it to be
conception,
$5,000.
the market has never ever been down longer than like 15 years. So as long as you leave your money in the investment and you don't put it to cash, like here's the thing, you have to detach all emotion when you're investing. I don't know about
China's
trading.
about to like bomb us into oblivion.
That's true if you're actually diversified, but companies do go bankrupt.
Are we running
You're
in?
absolutely right. But that's why if you don't have over like $500,000 in cash, you should only
So
be
we're
investing in 401k or ETFs. So pretty much
Were we
everybody-
moving in, or
I'm pretty
is our
sure
group
you meant
still
to
there
say we
outside?
should only be buying GM.
So GME is a value investment at $300.
But after you make money from your value investment, you can approach the market from a long-term standpoint in ETFs.
Are you sure you're supposed to be on Wallstreetbets? That's not really.
Yeah, this sounds like legitimate
our thing.
good
Very
advice.
Here's the problem, dude. I was married to a financial advisor for 10 years,
No,
and
that
she
is-
managed over $100 million in assets. So I learned a lot about long-term investing. I know dip.
That is
and
the problem.
traded-
You need to understand
does
that the
it
whole
have to
point
do
of
with
this
the
is to
price of
lose
YOLOs
money.
on GME?
The whole point. So that's why I threw all my money in GME, and I'm losing all of that.
Yeah.
But I still have my ass protected long-term by investing in ETFs. So it's like a win-win situation.
You need to embrace the glow and glory of an FD.
Oh no! Please don't.
Fucking dick.
Here's the problem, though, right? Wallstreetbets was a much smaller community of people who can appreciate an FD, and now there's a lot of public scrutiny on what we're all doing individually. I absolutely support people writing themselves lottery tickets and bankrupting themselves for my entertainment. I really do, but that like the current situation, I think, just doesn't necessarily warrant embracing that part of the subculture right at this exact moment.
If
really
you have
don't
more
like
money in
this new-
GME than you can afford to lose, you shouldn't be playing the game, right? Play stupid game, win stupid prize kind of mentality.
Look, you're
But-
absolutely right, but it's just not within the the general culture of this group.
Hey, real quick here, guys. Something a little bit interesting.
I don't know what everyone else is doing.
User Medic linked me an image of a Bloomberg terminal. From what he's seeing there, it still looks like there's over 100% of the float short interest, which would be contradictory to the S3 data.
Some real easy.
Big if true, boys. Big if
Post.
true.
Make a post about that. You need to make a post about
Can you
that, bro.
So
It's
it's an
yeah,
image.
we got our own fucking
Does anyone
connections,
know
bitches.
if you can link images and nitro boosters?
Wait. What was the source?
Just
What
take
was the
the
source?
H off.
It's an image of it's a screenshot of a Bloomberg terminal.
It's time with that.
Yeah,
Say again?
definitely need some proof on that, man. Post that bitch.
Can you
Wait,
link
so
the
why
image
is
nitro
Bloomberg
boosters
lying to
data?
us about this, dude?
Yeah, you can
Is it okay to
scare us?
Is it okay to post that in every channel or whatever?
Guys, I was having dinner. Can you repeat that? What's the short interest on the Bloomberg terminal?
It's still showing at more than 100% from the image he shared.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's obvious. There just was no such a volume, so
Wait, what does that mean? What does
I
that
want
mean?
that
Can someone
image
explain?
timestamped and
usually
everything.
have full.
Like I
It
mentioned,
usually have full.
happy to link it. I'm trying to link it
so
in
they
nitro
doubled
boosters.
down?
I just need to know if you can link images because I don't want to get banned.
Yeah, there's been images already linked in Nitro Boost and people haven't got banned. There's imager links.
Let's go, drop it.
Hold up. I'm having trouble hearing. Just one person, please. Are you able to link images?
You can. Yes.
Just send the white link, bro.
I've seen
just
so
take
many
out, like, the
image posts though get
www part.
deleted right away, so I don't know.
Yeah, play it safe.
Yeah, just put a random space in the URL.
Let me see.
Most people just take the H off.
Man, this thing better be timestamped though, because if it's something from like a week ago, I'm gonna be pissed.
That's what I'm saying. Big if true.
So basically, our
122. Wow.
Is someone working on uploading this right now?
Yeah, I'm going at it.
Okay, just let us know when it's you're putting in the nitro boosters, right?
So I'm posting the Discord link, so I don't think it'll show up as the image. Or you know what? Let me test this out first. Let me send it to someone else.
Can someone make a
Probably do it in wage
a
cuts
post
too
on
instead
the
of
Wall Street
nitro
Bet
boosters.
on the Reddit?
Wait, cut.
Okay.
it
Well,
just
no, it
posts
still
as
pulls
an
up as
image.
the image. Tell you what. Well, I
Put it
don't
on
think it's
image,
spam.
Just
imager,
cut
and
like a
then give us the
letter
link.
from the link, so we can like add it in because you can like. paste it
Okay,
in
yeah.
some
Here, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's a good call.
Can we all DM you and then thank you after you send it to us again?
I do not
I've
want
got
anyone
10
messaging me, please.
ready to go. It's like 100 people.
It was hell last
anyone
time.
knowing that he fucked this over later.
Where was it posted in wait?
Post it in Nitro
Okay.
Boosters, just click on his name and thank him anyway.
So I
They've
threw
been
it
able
in
to
there.
exit
I just
9.5
took the
million?
the G off of .png. So if you throw it in, it should work.
Hi, bro.
In what?
Nitro boosters.
It was in Nitro.
You should have just
Usually
taken
people
off the
take the first
HTTP.
letter. Yeah.
Thank you.
What are we removing?
Much appreciated.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this right, they've been able to exit 9.5 million shares or close out 9.5 million shares today alone.
Wait, how do I make the link work?
We are over here investing.
Have you seen the volume though?
Because silver's volume is like kicking up crazy.
They still have
Fuck
61
that.
million shares to cover,
The-
dude. We just have to hold.
Those guys,
Hey, on that silver
but-
note.
22% float.
Oh,
Hey, on that silver note, it's
that's
literally.
So yeah, this is like from what I can tell, it looks like monthly info or maybe daily. I'm not entirely sure. But
Whoa.
Oh, look at the
Hey,
dates.
so-
It's
GME
just
starting to
today.
rally. GME
Yeah,
starting to rally weekly.
GME is going to go up.
Hey.
GME just crossed the SAR line, so it's going to go up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
wait.
guys, here
Let me
comes the
say
rocket.
something.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
but let me say something.
Oh, that's a bit of a breakout happening.
Yep.
That's a
here it
lot
is.
of volume too.
Look at the live right now. Look at the live volume on
Yep.
GME.
As soon as it crosses
I'm looking at
that
it.
line, it's
There
just
was like
a spike.
100,000 shares in one candlestick.
Holy shit!
Is this it, boys?
Yeah,
Don't give us
Don't
all.
get us excited, goddammit. Yeah.
I was just about to go shower. And
This
now
could
is
just be like if we're
Yeah,
lucky, a
diamond
big
hand,
ride
man,
for the
it's gonna
day.
go up.
You know.
Could be history.
Wait, got halted. Got halted.
AMC also looks to be rising.
Dropping it
They
just
halted
then.
it?
I
I think
think
it
it's
halted.
suspect
I think
a
it
little
halted.
bit.
It's not halted.
No,
Who
yeah,
said it's halted?
No, it's
See you guys
still
at
trading.
5 grand.
It's still
The
trading.
timing of that info is interesting.
Yeah, very
to point
interesting.
out.
Honestly, that is a
is
little
very
bit. It
interesting.
makes you
Yeah.
wonder if people are acting on that shit.
So let me get this straight.
We'll
They're
see.
having to pay a lot more interest now because of like what they've been doing.
Say again.
Someone reposted. This one
Okay,
up 'cause-
here we go. Yeah, I'm tearing through this chart. It's dated February 1st. Yeah, so that's today.
Oh fuck!
It's
Short
all today.
interest,
Yeah,
61 million shares. It looks like it's a little hard to read. Short interest ratio 2.1%, float 122. So that's weird. It's basically the same numbers if that's the percent of float. It's basically the same numbers from Friday.
They haven't closed anything.
Basically, that's what it's showing.
Yeah, but the top, yes.
Fuck.
Hey, can I chime in on something?
Do you guys think that it might close at a lower number?
For that image,
Didn't,
the
bro,
extra.
it's going up. Look at this. Oh my God,
I got some.
What is that?
Hey, I want
What
to see
is
what Paul's
that?
got to say.
Once you buy up to 20 shares.
One at a time, guys.
250 and 3 ticks, bro.
Go ahead, Kwa.
52.
Oh, it's just rocketing up, bro. It's crazy. Wait.
So stupid.
Oh, never mind.
So
It's gone up 20.
on that silver, there were 235k
GME is
tweets.
going
But
just hold.
but
Do not sell.
What's your name?
Down.
never mind.
Who's shilling the silver?
It's not even a high.
No,
It's
he's okay. First of all, he's
rock.
not shilling silver, but it is a little bit off topic right now, especially when we're
Yeah,
finally
let's-
seeing some movement.
Fuck silver. Let's
Yeah,
not
it's
talk
about
about that shit.
bots.
Silver's
It's
a
not about
distraction and
silver.
a story.
Like during like the trading
No, but it
hour,
was
I took
about
GME.
bots.
Oh yeah.
It's about bots, you fox.
That rejection. Keep holding. Ugh.
Come on, baby. That's a long tail.
Yeah.
That volume
I wasn't
jumped up so
wasn't
fast.
looking at market depth. Does it look like short ladder attacks trying to keep it down? Anyone who is?
Those look like it, bro.
Yeah, they were
Some people.
like short letter text, but like every time they hit the SAR, they would like buy more. But there's no way it's gonna. Right now, it's bouncing back to eat them. You know.
Yeah.
What was the letter
That was
for
bottom
the?
volume,
Once
though.
you buy up to 20 shares.
What was the letter for the image
Just
to come
G,
up?
as in Gary. It's PNG.
Where do you guys see the live volume stuff? Because I have to refresh
There's
on Weeb.
just a million people holding 10 shares each. Like, fucking this will work.
They
so.
said that they can see the order book, the hedge funds, and they said,
You know what? I had a question. On the order book. So you know how we're putting day like good for the day prices for like whatever our like our limit is, right? The day limits. Is there a difference between me putting a day limit or putting like a good till complete like 30-day limit on it?
I mean, in what way other than it just stays on the book longer?
Good till close.
It just stays on the book longer. But, like, does it make a difference?
Well, it's good till cancel, and good till cancel, like it's 30 days, I think, that it runs on the book. But otherwise, it's the same kind of order. You're just saying let it ride for this period of time.
Are you saying does that produce an effect on the market in some way by virtue of having the order on the book? Yes.
That doesn't seem like a real question. That seems like a waste of time.
No, I don't mean as a waste of time. Like, when you're because like you know like how the limits keep fluctuating. Like the companies won't let you put anything higher than 5,000, etc. Like if I'm able to put in one for 10,000 and then put it in till good till complete, wouldn't that be better than putting it till good till day if I'm planning to hold it anyways?
Some people are saying that reduces the total amount of inventory for the market makers to lend out. So if
Like if you
TD's
have an
lending people
open-
shorts, because they won't like essentially your shares that you own in your position are used to cover the order that you're putting out. So they get locked up until the transaction completes.
They're not going to risk that order executing, basically, and be fucked on not having the inventory for a short.
Is someone with a Reddit account posting that chart with the float values? I mean, with the disclaimer that it's not confirmed, but it potential.
Are there karma or flare limitations?
Wait, I have a question. Is it true that the short interest is at 23% or 37, I believe?
I
Or is
have
it
seen
fake?
that it was actually 30.
This is why I'm saying
If you believe the chart, I guess it's much
You
higher.
said the short interest for GameStop? Is that your question?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was last reported anywhere from 75% up to 113%, I believe.
Fuck.
You guys know where to check
But
that?
with the Bloomberg terminal thing that we just saw, added at ratios of 2.1, so 122% of the float.
Update for anyone who's using Robinhood. You can
No,
now
the question was about
go against their misinformation campaign. If anyone has,
You can now what with Robinhood?
Robinhood's opening up to 20 shares and 20 options. Their limit. They just upped it from 4.
Yeah. Fuck them.
Dude.
Right. They're probably getting phone calls from the SEC like, hey, you know how you're fucking with the market? You want to go to jail?
Yeah.
Can you please stop?
Actually, it sounds like they paid for the day. It sounds like they are able to let as many people do orders up to a certain price, and then you can't do above that. But they've said that they paid for the day.
If you want to buy 100 shares,
infusion of 2.4 billion.
yeah, if you want to buy 100 shares, all you have to do is just buy a option as long as possible, like so it costs like pennies, and then you exercise it, and then you get 100 shares.
Deliver.
That's
Should I
what we
post
did.
that Bloomberg picture to?
I would suggest to post it to Reddit, but with this disclaimer.
Yeah, just make sure you say it's not confirmed.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's it?
Somebody in another channel was saying like they're waiting on the short interest to be published. They said that if it's low, we're all fucked.
That means
What do you mean?
that would later.
Terminal.
Why would we be fucked if it's low?
Is nobody listening to the?
It has to do with the floats or the open shares, right? It's the percentage versus how many open shares there are versus how much they have to pay back.
Okay.
Hey guys, the past few days here, I mean, we've been saying flat out
What's the
that
person's
it's in their
name?
interest to lie about all this, including the Bloomberg. I mean, flat out, pay $2 million to save, multi-billions. So, I mean, I wouldn't get panicky right now just because it says that. I mean,
Wait, hold up. I
Guys,
tuned out for a bit.
wait,
Why
yeah,
are people panicking?
Hold on
at
a second. Yeah, no. This is good news. First of all, the
Yeah.
Bloomberg thing is saying 122%. That's exactly what that was like the upper end
That's
of
the
our
short
estimates
interest
when we
that
were happy about
we
that.
thought it was on Friday.
Well, I heard someone saying it was like less than that, like 30 or something like that.
S3 put out a tweet on Sunday alleging that it was something like 30 million total shares shorted. But the Bloomberg terminal, which has info from today, February 21st, is showing total short interest in terms of shares of 61 million, which is, basically more
So
than
they haven't
float,
changed
right?
their position from like.
We have a
last
time
Friday.
traveler here.
Got it.
It's actually February 1st. I can't hear whoever I'm talking over. I'm sorry. I've muted them.
What?
No, I'm looking at the info right now. What you guys were saying was correct. Yeah, it says 61.8 million, and it says that's 122.97%.
Well, basically that fits because on yesterday there was information about 121. So
On my TDA account.
Oh, highshortinterest.com. Yeah, 121.
On my
and
TDA
not actually. It was information from NASDAQ, I think.
This laddering is wild. Anytime you see a spike in volume, it shoots up. And then you get this bullshit low volume downswing.
Yep. So back to the short interest on my TDA account, it says that it's 121.91% of a float as of 115. That was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's because
that's
they're
like
basing it
old.
off of FINRA reports. and FINRA reports basically, I think it's twice a month. So we won't know the actual figure until February 9th. And that will be as of February 2nd is when they have to report the data.
Yep.
So it's really hard to get actual real data. Bloomberg is probably the closest thing you can find to FINRA because they are just
people
you
pay
know,
big fucking bucks to have Bloomberg access, basically.
yeah,
So-
and have it
So
be
this
accurate.
morning, somebody said that they had access. Somebody this morning said they had access to a Bloomberg terminal through their college that they didn't really know what it was. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that person's
that's
still
me.
here.
Yeah, I'm just learning how to use it today. They just
Well, we got really smart
Oh.
people here, so if you can take pictures of it, they'll read it for you.
yeah.
Yeah. Can you verify?
Yeah,
we got
can
the
you?
screen. Is that where we got the link, the screenshot?
No, but can you
Um,
verify if you look at GME?
Yeah, because I'm looking at it right now. It says the short interest of float. That's what I was saying
What's
earlier.
it?
It says the 61.8 million, and it says 122.97%.
Hold up. I need you to say that.
Wait.
I need you to say that one more time. I want to
Wait,
make
what
sure I
happened?
understood.
So here's the full thing. So it says the market cap. Okay, so no, okay, never mind. It says the shorts out by the float, so it's 69.7 million over 50.2 million. So the short interest float is 61.8 million and 122.97%.
And what? Okay, you're just crunching the numbers from the Bloomberg terminal, or what?
I'm just reading what it says here on the. I went to the description, the security description, by typing like DES and the.
Where? Like, where are you looking at?
He has Bloomberg.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm just using it for my school. I think I
That's
get
really
access
cool
to
then.
it now.
That's really
Yeah,
cool.
Holy shit, that's fucking independent verification there.
So,
Man.
one
what's the
take, right?
percentage?
Hold up. I want to play devil's advocate
hold-
here, real quickly.
And it says days to cover. I don't know if this is accurate. Like, if someone wants me to send like a screenshot somewhere.
Yeah, send it to Doppelganger if you don't mind.
Yeah, here.
Can you send us your student ID? We need to confirm that you don't work for these hedge funds.
Don't send anybody your student ID. Keep OPSEC.
Yeah, don't.
Strong.
Do you have a
Hey,
newspaper nearby?
Doppelganger, throw that my way once you get it, if you would.
Yeah, send it to Kalachi too, please.
So real quickly, I do want to play devil's advocate here real quick. So these are similar numbers, what we're seeing on the Bloomberg terminal, to what
What
S3
Nasdaq
was
code?
reporting for Friday. So it's possible that S3 might not actually be. I don't fully understand what S3 is projecting there. My interpretation was it was that day, but it might be forward-looking computation, if that makes sense.
I don't know, man. Saying was Bloomberg's
go
report that chart may be outdated.
Essentially, yeah.
yes,
If
yeah, Bloomberg may
S3's
be reporting
information
FINRA.
is forward-looking from, like, they're not trying to report what it was as of that period of time, but they're trying to project for the next day, someone would have to, tear through basically the description for the S3 data to figure that out.
Can I ask the person with the access to the Bloomberg terminal is there any information on what that field is? If you like hover over, is there a tooltip or anything that says is it real time? Anything like that? I mean, it's like shot in the dark, but
yeah, I'm wondering if
Yeah,
that's
no.
outdated.
So if the report comes out tomorrow, and if it dips below,
If I remember right, he said the timestamp was today.
yeah, but that field on the chart could be not updated with everything else.
Jamie can't go fucking live. I'm sitting at my computer right now and just got a terminal account myself through my university.
So if the short interest afloat dips like to like 100%, is that still feasible, or like?
Yeah,
that's actually super.
As you would say, like, we're all fucked.
Yeah, at what number do you get the fuck out?
Somebody to tell you, bro.
Diamond hands?
I don't want to be the one holding
Diamond
the bag.
hands.
Must be talking about.
Yeah, this is fear talk. boys.
Get rid of this defeat.
Economy crashes,
right
that's
now.
when you get out.
Did anyone see Ehor's post from 3
Say it again.
Has anyone seen Ehor's post from 3 hours?
No.
He tweeted 3 hours ago that the share shortage was down to 27.12 million.
Yeah.
According to what?
Still a lot.
Where's the link?
According to his, I don't know, the tweet.
I mean, did he link in the tweet to any data, or is it just a tweet?
No, there's a chart.
From where?
He uploaded a picture from S3.
Wow,
Yeah, but
as I see, according to
right now.
Today is a volume of 28 millions. So if it was on Sunday,
we're
69 millions, it cannot be even less than half.
So here's a fresh take in what I'm looking at here. It's been pretty boring so far today, but like this is weird volatility to me. What's happening in these last few minutes? The quick run up, quick run down, bouncing back up, and these candlesticks are getting bigger. I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like that's abnormal movement. I wonder if that's a reaction to all this conflicting information coming out. Or,
I think that it is a reaction to the Bloomberg terminal info.
I mean, that means the network of people is reacting awfully fast.
Well, like that would be the
Could also
network,
be
but
the-
right, if we're also seeing tweets coming out right now saying like 20 million shares short, but S3 was alleging 30 million before, and it's just weird to get these very, very conflicting numbers coming out all day today.
Didn't CNN
So if
report that they like exited their position or something stupid like that without any actual like filings?
Way back when
Well,
Melvin
yeah,
literally
back
spoke to
to
CNN, told CNN we've exited our position. CNN reported it and then disclosed that they didn't bother to verify the information. Like,
Can I ask you, does the Bloomberg terminal have order book information?
What's that?
It would make sense.
What I'm trying to
Expect anything less-
understand is
Do you
this
expect
article.
anything
that
less
says-
from CNN?
Is there
They
any way we can
constantly have
find out
bad news,
like all the
constantly
volumes?
fake news.
Really,
actually
man?
calculate it?
Wait, somebody had a
I hear
question?
someone talking about that a little bit.
Did you hear Netflix was finalizing GameStop stock movie package? What's that mean?
No one cares. Are they trying to do a SATA type of thing, like the?
If you look at the previous like dip and the short ladder attack, and if you look at the data from today, it's almost identical. These guys are basically going to keep trying to do this till they push it below $200. They're going to use all the resources they have, and then we're going to go from there. So tomorrow, expect this to go down to like 190 possibly.
That's fine.
So if anybody who's smarter wants to go to S3's Twitter account and read the link to the post they made explaining how the shorts are now 27.13
Why is the
million.
fucking volume 28 million?
I want to know the person who is the Bloomberg terminal. Can you see the volume of the past couple days, and maybe we could calculate how much they were able to short their position? Is there any access to order books information or anything through that? I'm a total noob, so I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I mean, anything we can do to verify the information would be good. I hear people talking about volume, confirming that they haven't been able to short their position, but
The average daily volume is like in the screenshot, right? I also don't know what I'm talking about. It's like the screenshot of the Bloomberg terminal someone sent. That has the short interest ratio and the short interest, and then like right below that, there's like bars with like.
Can anyone please send that screenshot to Garasi?
Yo.
Here. All right. Here's what I'll
green
do.
line.
I'll send it to Nitro Boosters again, and I'll take the G out of PNG. So paste it in a browser with and just plug the G in, if that makes sense.
You don't have to take out the
volume.
Oh, do I not? All right.
Yeah, the concern was with if they take it down in Nitro Boosters. That's why I took off the G, because I didn't know if they allowed images or not.
They made it so Nitro Boosters can post in that links in that chat now.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Images
I
as
just
well,
posted-
though?
My name is.
Nope, just links. Images is reserved still. I asked.
Okay, yeah.
anyway.
So that's why I was worried. The link was to a direct image, so it would have popped up that way, and I didn't want to get
Who the
banned.
fuck is Bumpy? He's like, do not click this fucking retard. So yeah, that's
Hey guys, so check this. We're finally getting news out through the major media outlets. I've gotten 2, maybe 3 articles now. They're talking about we didn't start the silvered shit.
Yeah.
And
that's pretty cool.
Once people find out about that, like,
Thinking, dude, it's fucking
that's
done.
only gonna make our shit even harder, dude.
Silver's
Yeah,
gonna tank
and also,
I'm as hard as it gets.
hey, also on
Diamond hard, baby.
Also on that topic, silver was trending with 233k tweets, and now it's down to 33k. So there were lots of bots that was spamming this shit, and now they deleted their tweets and covered their tracks. It's pretty fucked up.
It's fucked, bro. Jesus.
So basically, they will do everything they can in order to either split us or discreditize us.
The worst part is they're dealing with a bunch of autistic retards who will scream into the void that, what the fuck are you doing? We didn't say that.
As someone said the other day, we can remain retarded longer than they can remain solvent.
I fucking love that.
All right.
Can like fucking
Did
like
whoever was
any
gonna post
like
the picture
journalists
post-
like come in here and like actually like talk to us? Because like this is like I don't know, but like
They're
of course they
listening.
won't
Make
do
no
that.
doubt,
Right? 'Cause
they're
they're
It's just gonna be that meme of the mom yelling at her kid. Why can't you just be normal?
like,
Yeah, you'd have to be a fool if you didn't think Citadel was in the fucking chat right now. Like, come on, let's be real. They've got fucking eyes and ears all over.
who was I guess it's a fucking utopian dream where like a journalist actually like listens
Who
to
was
you.
gonna post the screenshot?
I posted it
Fuck
in
Citadel.
in
Fuck
Nitro
Citadel.
Boosters.
Yeah.
Here, all right, I'll
No.
I'll spam it again. All right.
Yo, they could ban you if you do that.
Do what? Oh,
No,
Robin.
if they do,
multiple
do it,
posts,
I'll
multiple
hit up the
posts.
mod and be like, hey, he's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mods are super busy. Don't count on that.
Yeah,
Just make sure you
count
guys
on
emote it. Just emote it.
Yo, I don't think he's playing.
Isn't it the same
Gems
one
too.
that
He's fucking
Galachi-
going crazy right now? Actually, I want to see
This looks like the same
if
screenshot
Wallstreetbets shirt is on sale still.
That's so weird.
Is there a reason for posting the Bloomberg terminal multiple times?
No, I just wanted so like people can like see it. I guess I don't know. And also like clicking Control V multiple times.
Keep pacing the
I
wage
have
cuck.
severe
The wage cuck. There's not that much activity on there.
Hey guys, GME is now limited to 20 shares instead of 5 or 4. You can buy up to 20 shares on GME.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh fuck yeah.
Uh-oh. They better not give us full access to this fucking market.
Wait, who
posted
give us
I want to play devil's advocate here again because I think it's interesting, or it's definitely important to think about both sides of this. If trading is easing up for GME on sites like Robinhood, it's because they can functionally allow those trades to go through. It's becoming easier. And that tweet you were mentioning about the S3 data, though it seems sus, right? Let's assume for a moment that it's true and just play that out. Wouldn't that correlate with the trade restriction easing on GME for Robinhood?
They're in here listening to us, so maybe that's the way they want to play it.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like I mentioned, I'm not fully opinionated one way or the other. I just want to talk this out.
My thing is, I'm going to hold on that fucking Bloomberg terminal picture.
I mean, that's a good
know
point.
that's fucking solid.
Yep.
Well, the other half of the equation is Robinhood just got another cash infusion. They came up with 2.75 billion, so they have more liquidity now that they didn't have on Thursday.
So do you know the 2.75 billion, is that in addition to the 1 billion that they had from the day prior as well?
I don't know the answer to that.
Wait, where's the Bloomberg picture?
Wait, did you guys just see the S3 partner?
Nitro boosters.
They're
If you
declaring-
scroll up in Nitro boosters, it's there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, what's up?
S3 Partners just tweeted that the short squeeze is in full effect.
Woo! What? Yeah!
That is an aggressive
what does that
tweet to
mean?
make.
It means S3 partners is Who saying the tweeted short that? interest is still above 1. But can we get some DD on that before we celebrate?
I can get access to a Bloomberg
Right.
if you guys
Trust.
want, and I can like
Don't
stream
trust.
it.
Yeah, they had a link to a full article. I'm gonna take a look through it.
No, I got access to it. Some guy just actually.
Yeah, can someone stream the Bloomberg thing?
I just bought 8 more shares,
No,
baby.
do not stream your Bloomberg terminal. Don't stream your Bloomberg terminal.
Keep buying shares.
Wait, can you DM me the Bloomberg terminal?
Don't do anything that could identify you.
I
think it's pretty illegal to. At least.
Isn't it like 1,500? It's just against the terms of service, and they'll try to fine you for it.
Wait, you can't you can't share that shit or no? Like,
Oh no! You're not supposed to share your terminal. No, it's not that. Like, you can talk about it. You can talk about what you see on the terminal, but you're not allowed to share the actual terminal screen
I'm like,
itself.
okay, so the only problem is I'm completely retarded. So like, I won't know what I'm talking about. I can still open an account though. It's like free. Like, I guess I could just like do it.
Someone's just about to post AMC Bloomberg screenshot onto Wallstreetbets subreddit.
So
okay.
So here at the terminal, if they share it, like what happens on their side, like the legality of that? Like,
I don't know. It's provided through my university, and like if like they figure out that like I'm doing some doing some shady shit, they could either like charge me like a small amount of money.
Let's not fuck with this guy's school. Let's not fuck with this guy's school.
It's not like particularly shady. You're not going to go to jail, but like you're going to get in trouble with the institution because they're going to have to pay some fine or penalty to Bloomberg, and so it's just like a big headache you don't want to deal with. Like you're not going to. It's not going to be like life threatening.
Do you guys want to see this AMC screenshot?
Doing it.
Okay, here's what
hell yeah.
Here, I'll just like open an account, but like I'll like for myself because I am a student. I'm like, but like, yo, like I can't like read this shit, bro. Like, I've been into stocks.
So I want to talk about the S3 tweet and information they posted here real quick.
Hey, before you do that,
first off, that title, right? That title, the short squeeze is in full force. I think it's worth taking with a grain of salt because remember, they're not trying to tell people, what to do in the market. So when they're saying it's in full force, it doesn't mean shit's popping off now. It could mean anything. It just means the action, the process of the squeeze is occurring, and that can be referential to the past days as well. So don't get caught up on that title, right? Now looking at the actual post that they're mentioning here, they're basically just talking about nothing new, the data that they mentioned before, and they're saying it dropped to like 30 million shares or so. Okay. And I think it is worth noting as well that they describe some of how their models work, and I'll just quote it to you here. So they say, our models dynamically weigh inputs based on security and market characteristics, such as volatility and liquidity. We further refine our model output based on consensus surveys across key market participants. So their models work best when they're talking about that, right? Their models work best in a normal market, not where you have, increasing fluctuating volatility and, liquidity drying up. As people can't, buy shares, they want people who are only able to sell, things like that. So once again, I'm wanting to play devil's advocate here, just assuming that sort of stuff is true, assuming that their data is true. What's the argument for this is the peak point versus the squeeze ain't squoze?
Okay, so it's not reflected in the stock right now, or what's happening?
I didn't read that article to mean that like you should start selling or this is the sell off. I read it to be the first primary acknowledgement from a data collector that things are getting real now and it will pop off.
That's how I read it.
I mean, with how we've been holding, it's inevitable.
That's not what they're saying though.
But you guys got to remember, is the squeeze is not the end game scenario. The squeeze is the start of it, and then from here onwards, we got to hold for them to increase the buying offer.
Yeah.
So, like,
if you check their last,
even if it is the
tweets,
squeeze right now, you just calm your tits.
If you check with the last tweets, they're basically saying, look, the squeeze is over when the remaining shorts are comfortable with the situation, so they're not in trouble anymore. So when they're saying the squeeze is on now, they're basically saying there isn't that many shorts left. That's why they're saying there's only 20-something million.
But
I think they're basically
so
going
is
against
not
us,
right.
not with us.
If their data is right in saying that those shares actually did drop, right? So the short squeeze occurring, right? That is shorts covering their position, right? And that's arguably what their data is saying, right? Shorts have started covering. So we haven't really seen price movement as of, today for that happening. But, could that mean that they were covering over those past few days? I'm just trying to get a full grasp on things here because this does seem like a tipping point no matter what.
Well, how do they do that? Like cover that much without like sending the market up? How do they do that? Is it even possible?
Well, range trading.
Really high last week.
Yeah. I mean, there is a solid argument for that climb from like $80 a share or whatever up to peaking up at 500 there. Like let's not kid ourselves. There's a solid argument that could have been the squeeze, but the thing that we've been holding on is the numbers aren't there, shorts aren't covering. Do you see what I'm saying?
So we think
Not
it's us
really.
pushing the price to 580 or whatever price
What
was.
they
When
basically
actually, it could be them.
It's their behaviour that would sort of dictate whether this is a squeeze or not, more than our behaviour, sort of in that sense, no? 'Cause obviously if
Exactly. Us holding puts pressure on them, but if they decide to cover, they're gonna cover, right? Over those days,
Yeah, but
even if it takes longer, even if it draws it out. You see?
Quick update on the Bloomberg terminal thing.
Yeah. Go.
Yeah.
The ratio given was reported on January 15th. So Bloomberg is reporting using
the FINRA.
old data.
Damn.
The FINRA, which makes sense because most everybody who's reporting a standard number are reporting the FINRA disclosures.
It makes sense because where would they get their data from?
Correct.
Yeah, otherwise you're using some kind of synthetic model that tries to guess to see based on sort of the cost of borrow or how much of the volume they think is short selling or whatever your model is, but that's speculative until they report their short positions again. Somebody said the next time is when?
9th?
This week?
February
Next week?
9th is
The 9th? Yeah. So until the 9th, we're not going to have a definitive in writing by law kind of disclosure.
I thought it was coming.
And what's the punishment of reporting wrong numbers?
Hold up. Let's think about that actually really quickly, right? Because the hedges know the 9th is coming and they have to report. So think like a hedge in that case. What do you do knowing that, if the 9th comes and you're reporting over 100%, you're fucked, right?
lie now and then take the consequences later.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
now,
do you think
let's assume
do you
that
think the volume reported is actual volume, or are they able to hide some trading volume from
Double Can check. They fuck with the numbers like that? Though? I'm not sure.
So
someone was saying.
I was just gonna say. So you made the comment of lie now, worry about it later. So you're right. They have every incentive to, but like I mentioned, I want to play devil's advocate right now because I want to make sure we fully digest this information, right? So let's say that they can't lie. Let's say that the levels of fraud that would be required to lie in terms of their FINRA reporting would just be too big. They couldn't pull it off, right? And let's make, for the sake of argument, right? Just for the sake of argument, if anyone has some insider thoughts into this, let's say they have been covering, right? What would be the strategy to do that, and why is the short interest still showing is so high for everything else we're seeing prior? The short interest still showing is so high for everything.
Someone's mic is echoing.
Check your mic. Check your mic.
I think it's that fucking dickhead.
Mike,
Can you give me his name?
Wait, what's his name?
Is it Chapo?
There's fucking people in this server, dude. I can't scroll to find shit.
I think it was actually somebody just had a hot mic and it was reverbing. It wasn't that guy.
All right, yeah, I'll speak. I'm Apon, so I'm like the original speaker. Oh no, it's not echoing anymore. He turned it off. Never mind. I was gonna do some fucking CIA shit like I just fucking do it.
Are we talking about the FINRA stats? Is that what we've joined into here?
No. Well,
I think where it leaves us.
Information
So the 220% short.
There's gonna be
Hey
somebody.
guys, I just want to note something. A very helpful lurker who wishes to remain anonymous has created a website for us to be able to share links. So if you if there's a link like an image or an article or something that we want to talk about, send it to either myself, Kalachi, or Bravo, and we can post it up on the website. Here's the website for you: gmefaq.com/GMEHQ.
Whoever that was, thank you.
Can somebody throw up a sandbox VM and check that before everybody goes rushing in and cross-site scripted?
Yeah, just to let you guys know, I am working on getting an image board set up for you guys temporarily. So just give me another day or so and I'll have that ready.
As much as I'd love to thank the random lurker, I think getting a whole pile of people to click a whole bunch of links is a horrible idea.
To be clear, what's the website shows is just basically plain text. You can't even click the links. You have to copy them into your.
I already went to the
URL.
website.
It's real bare bones, but it'll get the job done. You know.
No, not that
I
we're
just wanted
critical.
to- I
It's just
just
that
wanted
there's
to
a lot
check
of
the-
opportunity to fuck people over here, and I'm just trying to look out for the group.
It's a very good
Can I
instance.
just clarify?
Absolutely.
Like,
that was a big
like
rant,
I
all you guys.
rushed on here after like seeing the data because I expect you guys to have already seen it. Like people have seen this new data released by FINRA today, right?
No.
No, you guys don't know about this?
220% short now?
Yeah, like FINRA released data for if you literally go to FINRA, just FINRA.com and just go to GME, the latest stats reported for I think these stats refer to the 15th of January, I believe.
FINRA.com.
Is it not FINRA? Is it
Gov.
FINRA.net?
.org.
.gov.
FINRA.org.
Well, yes, sorry. You know what I mean? Like just Google
FINRA has a
FINRA.
specific GME.
The GME
If you go to
by the way.
FINRA for investors and you look up their tools and calculators, you can look
But
up
that
a
data
specific.
is 2 weeks old.
What are you looking for?
It's 2 weeks old, but it's currently 220%. 200. So FINRA is technically the only data you can really follow because it's the only place that say Nasdaq need to actually report to.
Yeah, but
and
it's
their
always
last
a week out
report
of date.
from it's always a week or two out of date, but it's the best. 2 weeks ago they were basically telling us they covered some short positions, where this clearly shows that they doubled, tripled down on their short positions. And there's no way we've seen the volume for them to cover 226% worth of shorts in the
Why
past 2
would they
weeks.
double or triple down on their short positions?
Because
they
did when it dipped last week. They were able to cover some.
They would double down on it so they can make it out. If they win out of this, then they'll probably beat us. And if they survive, then they survive and do well. But if we break them, then they break anyway, I would imagine. But I just want to put those numbers out there. These numbers are, I believe, very, very good for us. And I just want you guys to at least know that you want to get them.
You are forgetting about one important point on when the squeeze is actually going and what is causing it. So, in order for squeeze to be to happen, you have to have two forces. One force is we buying, so our buying power, and the second one is the interest on the stocks that they have shorted. So the thing is that since the price is not that high, that they would consider to buy out stocks in order to cover those interests.
Well, I mean,
that means that they won't be in a rush to buy stocks at all.
Well, you're saying that you're saying the interest isn't that high. So let's assume they've managed to cover a very modest number of 50% of their shorts right now. Out of that 226, that still leaves 170% worth shorted, and they've closed off their earlier positions, which I believe they have, to try and, I think the ladder attack, last week or the week before, they would have tried to close off as many of those long positions they had. 170% paying on their, on average, about 70% interest rate per day at $250 a share. That's a very, very, very high number. There's a reason that they paid $20 billion just in January. There's a difference.
Hey. Hey guys, just FYI, I just posted a link to the FINRA thing for GME on the Pastebin. So
thank you.
All we need to do is keep them at that level. We just need to keep them at reasonably high levels that they get charged shitloads of interest and they'll eventually fold.
So I don't think you were here before, but we got news or information direct from the Bloomberg terminal that pegged it at 122.9, which obviously is lower, but no,
the Bloomberg terminal data is FINRA 1/15/2021 reporting date.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't know you weren't in the channel when we said that.
Wait, so did they cover over the weekend or they didn't?
We don't have confirmation. S3 posted that they didn't cover, or that new shorts
Again,
entered.
you can't follow like S3 and Ordex, like all these places. They're aggregators. You can't trust their data. They're guessing as much as we are. The only people you can really follow are FINRA because they're the only ones that get official numbers.
What I don't see on the FINRA report is when that was last updated. I mean, it says today, but
it was last updated today. But those numbers are roughly 2 weeks old usually.
Okay, yeah, that's what I.
So we're saying the
supposed to report
Bloomberg and the
today.
FINRA are on the same date. One saying 120, the other one saying 220.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Hey guys, where can I find the Pastebin URL link?
It's gmefaq.com/GMEHQ.
Okay, so I've been keeping track
to
on
reconcile those two sources.
I've been keeping tabs on the media attention going on around us, right? And we haven't really gotten hardly anything on mainstream news outlets as far as the fact that we're not doing silver, but a lot of the smaller ones are starting to pick us up.
Yeah.
Yo, who's the dude that tweeted like the short is in full effect? I'm like, what's like his Twitter handle? Like
S3 partners.
S3 partners.
Yeah. S3 Partners has their own account, and so does Ehor, the guy who posts for them.
Like who in the right mind? Who in the right mind looks at that current volume and that graph and thinks that the short is in effect? There's nowhere near enough volume for the short to be in effect.
Nope, not even close.
And like the only thing about S3 data, that what I've understood, that they get it from those interest payments on the lent stock, and like they could strike a deal where they delay payments for a day or two, and so there's no like payments going through, and S3 data shows less shorted than it's supposed to show. They could do that. I don't know.
People did mention on Reddit that Ehor's comments yesterday, when he started to contradict himself, compared to how he normally responds to people, seemed kind of like he had a gun to his head. But I don't know enough about that. What I can tell you is the numbers he reported yesterday, that he reported 4 hours ago, and that S3 Partners posted 10 minutes ago, are all the same amount of shares shorted. They're all 27.13. So that's from yes.
Sorry, can you reiterate that one more time? I missed the beginning.
So yesterday, when Ehor started to be convoluted with his shares shorted figure, the figure from yesterday was 27.13, and then today he reiterated it again 4 hours ago, and then S3 Partners posted an article 15 minutes ago saying the short squeeze is in full force now. Now the shares are 27.13, so making it seem like just now breaking news. There's 50% short.
Guys, do we have a source for the interest rates? So
Did he just die?
I've heard 32%. I've heard
So
70%
as well. A short interest rate source would be fantastic.
Yeah. I'll post
someone made another point. The other thing that kind of makes that info pretty sus. So I was reading the comments on Twitter basically for that post, and someone mentioned something that we've discussed here before, which is the failures to deliver. And some guy did some DD, and it looks like there's something like over 1 million fails to deliver, where the prior highs for other things before all this went down was like 60,000. So those failures to deliver, I don't know, kind of make me think that, yeah, Squeeze ain't squoze.
What do you mean failed
mean,
to deliver?
So right.
Failures to deliver indicate that it's counterfeit.
Wait, what?
Counterfeit share.
I posted that
Honestly,
link. I posted that link to the FINRA stuff, by the way, and the Nitro Boosters chat. But can I just like ask, like, are people currently saying, is S3 Data saying that the current interest rate is something like 20%?
Yeah.
So
FYI,
they're suggesting that they've
interest rate 27 million shares shorted.
FYI, be careful about posting links.
Yeah,
they say 27. They don't actually say what the shares are about. They say GME shares are now at 27.13 million. That's also the volume. So they could just be reporting the daily volume.
Okay.
Does anyone know
I would find it very hard that in 2 weeks they've managed to cover like fucking what? So 27 million, something around 30%, which would leave so 30% of the volume. So they've managed to cover like 190% worth of that in 2 weeks. We've not seen the volume for that.
No, what they're being accused of and what's being speculated is counterfeit shares now.
Yeah.
It's a rookie.
So on a similar note, does anyone know why iBorrowDesk isn't showing updated info? The last stuff I see is from the 27th.
They might just take time. They might just take time to update it. They may not.
No,
have
they
had,
update like
it's been a
minute
couple
by
of days.
minute.
Yeah, they're really
Okay,
like increments of 15 minutes. It used to be. But
They
the last
literally,
update
it's like
was
tied into interactive brokers data, and they just like post the shit so people can see.
Yeah, and now it's what, 4 days behind? 5 days
Yeah.
behind? No idea what's going on with that.
I have a question about shorts. So from what I understand, what they did was a naked short, meaning they never actually borrowed a share in the first place to sell it. If that,
oops,
allegedly,
allegedly, yeah, they got him right. He didn't lead with the allegedly, so they shut him down.
FTC's got him.
So,
turned off.
Your mic died. So
I don't know where the question ended.
You said they did naked shorts, and then it basically cut.
Okay, so being that they did allegedly made a naked short, why do they need to buy back their shares to close the trade? Don't they just need to take the loss?
No, they sold. They sold shares that they didn't have.
So they sold something that didn't exist if they did naked short, basically, and think of it basically as debt at that point. They still have to pay back the debt.
It's still cash settled. It's still cash settled. It doesn't have anything to do with actual physical shares necessarily transferring hands at that point, but it is cash settled to the market price.
Right, but the question is, in terms of a short squeeze means
they're
they have to buy the shares back.
120% over, at least, if not 220.
It's just like getting a line of credit at a casino.
Basically. Yeah, simplest way to think about it is that those shares didn't exist. So instead of getting shares, they have debt they have to pay back. That's like the simplest way to think of it.
Basically, what they said was,
well, that's exactly
if you
the
pay me
point.
$20 now, I will give you a stock, whatever, 2 weeks from now. But they don't have those stocks anymore because they can't buy them for less than $20.
No, but that's how short.
Yeah, he gets that.
That's not how a naked short works. Because a
Correct.
naked short, you're basically saying the share never existed in the first.
Yeah, you're promising something that was never there.
But so the way the squeeze works is it relies on it. So somebody else had brought this up earlier, but it also relies on the current holders, the people who have available share liquidity, then get to dictate the market price at which this person's debt is cash settled, right? So even like the only way to cash settle is to take shares off of the book and give them to the counterparty, right? We don't do that.
Why can't they settle in cash?
They can, but they cash settle at the market rate. So if buyers, so that's where the buyers ramp up the cost of the shares borrowed. It becomes untenable.
I'm not following that. Sorry.
So what was your question again?
If they're cash settling, they don't actually need to retrieve a share from the market to settle in cash. They can pay the debt that they owe for that share that they borrowed in cash. And so you don't need a share to exist. So he's asking if the share doesn't need to exist to cash settle with the third party that you borrowed the share from, wherefore the need for a fixed volume of shares with which to repay. If I understand the
exactly.
So that can't move the price. Like at $1.15,
Like if they can go back to
they
whoever they
could have
borrowed it,
settled everything in cash.
if they can go to their borrower and basically just pay them here 10 billion, there you go, we're done, we're finished, and you don't need to actually buy the shares, then it basically means our share price doesn't get bumped to
Well, if you're
1,000.
cash settling, the amount that you pay your borrower theoretically is based on the market value of the stock, right? If there's a squeeze, lots of people are trying to buy the stock, which is aggressing the offer side and pushing the price up. So if you're lending someone a share and you know there's a squeeze and the price is going up, you're not going to let anyone cash settle theoretically on a lower price. It's going to be the market price. And as that squeeze evolves, the price keeps going up. So it's just as expensive to cash settle as it should be to actually acquire those shares and give those back to the person that you're borrowing from.
100% agree with you. The only difference is, from the hedge fund's point of view, is that one way they screw us over, which means that we don't get a benefit.
Wait, you broke up, so could you just repeat that sentence again?
So if they cash settle, the only difference is that our share price doesn't get bumped up. It's the same cost to them because, like you say, it's based on a market price.
Who says they cash settled? From where?
No, theoretically. I'm just trying to see, is it possible?
No, because
I'm asking people more knowledgeable than me.
No, because if they're trading shares, they're not going to be cash settles. They would have stock locates from BlackRock or whoever, and that's just the open share market. You know, just because you haven't physically lent your shares to someone as stock locates, it doesn't mean that you don't benefit from the price rise in the shares.
What he's saying is, could a backroom deal happen where these guys just shake hands, call it a lower price, and then the market never gets to see the benefit of the squeeze?
I mean, theoretically they can, but if you have your shares with a broker, right? If I use interactive brokers are probably using my shares as stock locates. Now, for interactive brokers to go out to a hedge fund and say, hey, we're going to do a backroom deal and let you off cheaper, you know, my shares are still going to be worth some value. So what, do interactive brokers make up the difference in paying me? Of course not, because those shares do belong to somebody who wants market value for those.
Kind of, but again, if it was a naked short, it wasn't based on a real share in the first place.
Well, you can't naked short if you're buying shares. It has to go through a clearinghouse anyway. That would be illegal. And this is an incredibly regulated market. So theoretically, yes. I mean, if you're lending something on a small cap market in like Tanzania or something, you might be able to naked short, but it has to go through a clearinghouse. You can't naked short here. It's very difficult to do so.
No, we're in this position because what they've done is illegal.
They haven't done anything illegal. What have they done that's illegal?
I read contrasting information that it's really hard for the SEC to detect that there's naked shorts being done and that there's fraudulent counterfeit shares are going around. It's really difficult for them to see that.
No,
yes,
I mean,
so a lot of the stories I'm hearing is that it wasn't, well, maybe not 100% of it, but part of it was a naked short. That's how they get to 120%.
No, that's incorrect. Okay, so this is actually completely incorrect. And unfortunately, lots of people wrote articles saying, how can 140% of a stock be shorted? Well, it can, and it's possible, and it happens all the time.
Someone else can short it again, yeah.
Absolutely. You have a sequence of shorts. I can short to you, then you actually, you know, theoretically own the shares, and you can short to somebody else. So you could have a stock that shorted thousands of percent if there's a sequence of shorts. So this story that's propagated that a stock can't be shorted over 100% is nonsense. It can, and I think that's where a lot of this misinformation has arisen from.
It's just one long fucking IOU, bro.
Borrowing shares to hedge fund B,
So
and hedge fund B was borrowing shares to hedge fund C. Hedge fund C was borrowing shares to hedge fund D. So on.
They call it short
I mean, how does that actually make sense, though?
It definitely does make
There's no
sense,
logic
but it's
there.
not clear that that's actually completely what happened. There is evidence out here that there were some essentially illegal naked calls, or I'm sorry, illegal naked shorts being sold, and that's from actual, some of the articles I've read have quotes from traders talking about how it goes on. We just never get called on it because this kind of thing doesn't happen. So it could very well be a little bit of both.
I find it difficult to believe that it would happen in this kind of market because the way GameStop is, and when these hedge funds took the position, it's a very easy stock to get stock locates on. I don't see why you would need to naked short it. It's like the easiest stock in the world to get a stock locate on. It's not.
What happened was when it was super low, they were expecting it to go low, so they were betting on it being low, right? So then it went way high, and then they have to get it back down to that low in order for their bets to pan out.
I mean, unless I see actual evidence of that, because the SEC would come down on you like a ton of bricks to naked short. So I wouldn't believe that any hedge fund has taken a significant position and naked shorted.
Here's the thing.
Real sluggish to act on anything.
The SEC would come down on you extremely fucking hard if you were a regular person. But these people have billions and stand to lose billions. Paying a couple million in fines is perfectly fine. It's an acceptable loss.
I don't think that would happen. I just don't see that there's a reason to naked short. It's because I don't see there shouldn't be. There's no impetus to naked short this because it's pretty easy to get locates. And I just think the trade-off between like breaking the rules and the benefit isn't really there for this. And also the other thing is I haven't seen actual evidence to see that people have naked shorted it.
And the price seems to be going down, right? We're at 239. So this could be a false flag just to get people to buy now and then go down as they're doing.
Would there be any way to actually prove that they have naked shorts?
Yes.
Aside from what we already know?
So
the float percentage.
That's where the investigation would have to come into play, and the SEC would have to do their work, which they probably won't.
Yeah. With an investigation, I mean, with evidence that's out there, or with information that's out there currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to prove. So whichever broker or clearinghouse you're going to has to actually allocate you stock locates, which you know at the beginning of each day. And if you've gone over that, it's pretty easy to tell.
If you're not speaking, can you go on push to talk or mute? The background noise is a little old.
So technically,
sorry,
this
could you
is
say that
kind of
again?
like attrition.
A higher amount of stocks was traded.
Thank you. Thank you for
So
that.
you can't trade dollars for stocks that were over traded.
My impression was they
that
had more
makes sense.
stock than there existed, and that's why people are calling it a naked short, is because all the volume was taken up, and then there was more volume that somehow got taken up.
Well, no,
No, again, that was just
exactly.
yeah.
We don't know. We don't know how the mechanism for every particular short was sold. Yes, it is most likely that forget your name.
Christ, man, do we know anything?
No.
I know they own stocks.
I mean, nobody really
They would
knows
have
anything
to
in this
sell.
world.
They would have to sell way more stocks in order. So they own stocks in it, right? So they have to actually sell the stocks in the massive amounts. We haven't seen a massive amount of stocks sold. It's gone down like $80.
Volume on these trades are complete shit.
You're saying we're not seeing the volume?
Yeah.
I mean,
the volume's
we
not
haven't
there.
seen the volume because the volume has been 197 million on 22nd of January. It was 177 on 25th, 178 on 26th. I don't understand the volume argument as a counter to.
That means a lot less are buying and a lot less are selling.
We're all holding the
You fucking
line.
value hold, I hold, okay?
Yeah, the volume.
I just like
price are
GameStop.
correlated. So if it was a lot of volume out, the price would go farther down, if I'm not mistaken.
And that would be the triggering of the squeeze.
All I know is I like the stock.
That's all I know too.
I fucking rub my cock against the stock.
I guess that's the only thing that we know is that we like the stock.
Yeah.
Does
What
anyone
are
know
the
how to get
factors
candlesticks on Webull?
going into like today's like drop.
There was a
You
lot
don't
of
need
bot
to
attacks
increase the
before, yeah.
price though, because they're borrowing, so it's interest.
Quick question. What time do go ahead, sorry.
I'm assuming closing, so let's close it high.
A little bit less than the bleed.
What time do they have to settle calls by tomorrow?
So it's basically attrition at this point, and they have all the ammo.
But they're
That's what I've been thinking about too.
They made
So we're
But they're
It
making
tends
the
to go
interest
up
affordable.
Sounds like a bunch of fucking FUD.
Wait, what is FUD?
Fear, uncertainty, doubt.
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't they play the long game?
Fucking
I guess
unbelievable
there's
DD.
Can we go back to the fails to deliver thing? So you said you just haven't seen any or the counterfeit. There's no evidence that there are counterfeit shares, but a big indicator that there are counterfeit shares is fails to deliver. And in the SEC report for January first half, right, GME is a huge outlier.
A failure to deliver is a naked short, just to be clear. But it's also important to note that you wouldn't know about a naked short unless there was an SEC investigation and that's not something that would be immediately obvious. But putting that aside, it's not the only way that you can have more than the overall float of the company be sold at short. Because if I sell, if I short a stock, and the person who buys it also shorts the stock, then that's two shorts on one stock. Does that make sense?
I'm feeling a lot of nervous energy around here.
Yeah,
well,
I'm trying to wrap my head around this double short thing. How do you short the same stock twice?
Okay. Let's put it. Okay. Let's think of it. I keep going back to this. Think of it like a car, right? Think of it like you rent a car from a rental agency, right? And you immediately sell it to short it, right? Then the person you sell it to also decides to immediately sell it, and so they have shorted.
Okay,
So both of you owe that same car. So that's two shorts on one underlying asset.
I think
so.
the
That's how
problem
you
with
can
that-
have two shorts on one share.
The problem with that analogy is that people don't think of that as still owning the car. So I think a better analogy is to think about it as a bank account. So suppose that you have
Can't
$1.
you just go back
okay,
to
and you
shares,
wait,
my
just
guy?
a moment. Listen, suppose you have $1. Okay, the bank has $1, and the bank loans that $1 out to a business, and the business pays their employee that $1, and the employee puts that $1 in their bank. Now, from the employee's point of view, they have $1 in their bank account. Now, the bank has $1, so they loan another $1 out to the same business, and the business pays that same $1 to that same employee. And that same employee puts it in their bank account, and now it looks to the employee like they have $2. And the bank account turns around and loans the money back out to the employer, and the employer pays their employee, and the employee puts it in their bank account, and the employee says, oh, now I have $3. But there's still only $1 that's been in existence. It's just been loaned out 3 times. Same thing with the stock.
Got it. So how do you return $3 when only one exists to begin with?
Because the employee
there you go.
has to buy $1 worth of merchandise from the merchant, who then has to pay the bank back for the loan, and then the employee goes out and takes out another $1 from his bank account and buys another $1 worth of merchandise from his employer, who then pays off his loan.
Is
And
this
then
considered good practice in industry?
Yo, guys,
I don't know if it's good, but it's normal practice.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
normal
so-
practice.
So if this happens,
Thanks.
if this
To pay
happens
back
with
the
shares,
stock,
and
too.
if this happens with shares, and you now have you loan a share and then you loan another share, and it's still one share, but doesn't that translate to more volume than you would actually have with the real number of shares?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So how you
loan shares, though.
if the people who are loaning these shares are mainly hedge funds that are selling them, then they are driving the price down with the higher
Sorry, ask
volume.
that again.
So if the main actor that are loaning shares to short them are the hedge funds, and this translates to a higher volume,
Are they driving the price down? Is your question? And the answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely.
Yeah,
If they keep shorting the short order, and in fact, in some respects, it's easy for them to do, because if they go out and they sell the share to you for $300 and you deposit it, and then they borrow that share from you and sell it to you again for another $300, and you put it back in your account, and then they borrow it again and sell it to you again for another, for $250, and they keep doing this, and eventually they sell it to you for $1, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe that I bought all this stuff. I bought 1,000 shares of stock for $1, or for for 300, 250, and then $1, and then you panic and you sell all of the shares for $1. Then you basically gave them all that money, and there was only ever one share in existence.
Yeah,
so, yes,
and so this is
absolutely.
the counter argument to why to the short squeeze in the first place. So it's like, well, if they owe a bunch of shares, well, they can just continue doing what they've done thus far, which is to fill the demand with shares that they loan, which are completely they are naked
Right.
shares, they're counterfeit.
Right. So the thing to do about that is you just don't buy and you don't sell, because the more you're buying, you're just
Yeah, but that's not an
you're
alternative.
just giving them more
People have
money.
to people have to close their positions, their calls.
Eventually, that's
We hold
true,
the
but
accounts
Yeah.
up. This shit blows up. We're in the good, man. We don't even have.
Yeah,
Have you guys
so
checked the
if they
subreddit recently?
actually sell their
Feel more
shares,
stressed
then
than
they're gonna get
analysts.
screwed over.
I'm gonna put some information on the subreddit on the Nitro boosters. It's pretty important.
I think it's easier to stress
Is
when
it
we're
a
talking
link?
in voice chat, but if you go read
Yeah, this
anything
guy's
on the
claiming that there's no more shares to short
it's very
because they try to do it through Charles Schwab and won't let him.
Oh yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
it's worth taking a look.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's just because Charles
that
Schwab
good or
can't
bad?
find any
Is
shares
that good or bad?
to short to give him.
Is he retail guy or is he a hedge fund?
I've got no idea.
Which guy is it?
I think it was the Panch. It was
Yeah, I just put it in the Nitro booster chat for you guys to check out. I don't know if it's like legit or not, but worth looking. Hey guys, what time did Robinhood increase the buy limits today?
They I think they
Wow,
increased
that's
it
good.
twice. But yeah, like an hour or two ago, they increased it to 20 or whatever.
That's
Oh, you can buy 20 GME now?
Yeah, it's 20.
Give me up to 20. Yeah.
So I think at the start they
Cool, thanks.
moved from 1 to 4, and like an hour ago it's 4 to
They
20.
got a cash.
Was AMC at like 300 something?
Billion, so they were able to up it up a bit.
It's so still.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can somebody explain this to me? What's the significance of?
Robinhood was limiting the amount of shares that you could buy because they didn't have like enough money to cover based on their models and volatility. So like if the price were to have swung up, several $100s, and everybody who has a Robinhood account owns the stock, they didn't have enough money to pay everybody out or to make the transfers go through. I'm not sure about the specifics.
Okay, dude. All right, boys. After seeing that, you know what? I'm gonna fucking hold. Although I lost, what is it, $90,000 today, and a total of like 700,000.
You don't lose money until
bro,
you
hold it.
realize. You
That's the only
haven't
thing
lost
that I
anything
can,
until
like-
you realize.
No,
That's the only thing I can kind of bet
well,
on is that by
actually,
If you don't close your position today, you never have to pay taxes this year. I'm just saying.
So after all this back, we still don't know what the short interest is.
No, we still don't.
No.
Anyone else who's
We're
listening?
not going to know until FINRA releases a new
could-
report.
Anyone
So what's the
else who's
significance of there
listening,
being no more,
that guy could
like,
very
next
well
quarter?
be a hedge fund plant who's
100%.
trying to sow discontent.
Absolutely.
So can I sow some discontent?
The only moron
So-
you should be listening to is yourself.
Wait,
Yeah,
me?
Exactly.
Bro, I
on
don't think.
Bloomberg, they've got a new value for short interest, which is about 62 million.
Yeah, we talked about.
Yeah, that's
Are we supposed
sounds right.
to like burn the witch in the hair,
Eat
You
the
gotta
rich.
keep in mind that the SEC
I
report comes out
would
on Thursday.
imagine as Robinhood unrestricts everything, then we're gonna see those price jumps, right?
20 shares.
But
of
will
GME.
they though?
The average retail investor is not going to go
There's
out.
no
and
way they would fucking do that.
Yo,
man.
I'm feeling a lot less optimistic vibe.
Yeah,
right
this
now.
channel's gotten me
I think we
really
need to
fucking negative.
know, do we like the stock?
I like the stock. I like the stock. Give me more stock.
Give me
Are you,
Rug, I like the stock.
too
If
many
that shit
people are
drops to
ignoring what's
125, I'm
actually
getting some
happening.
of it.
Infinite money hack. I'm not a financial advisor.
Just
okay?
look. Even S3 with their numbers,
Is that a
which
box
we can
spread I hear?
pretty
Stonk,
much tell you is inaccurate.
Hey,
You
let him
know,
talk. Let him.
I'm just gonna keep.
even with the S3 numbers, which are pretty sure are somewhat inaccurate. I mean, they have to be with the market instability. There's no way they could even fucking guess at this point. They could be trying to close those slowly, but they're going to be hemorrhaging so much fucking money while they do it. And like they were saying, if you look at the volumes, do you really think they're taking half of all the fucking volume out there with as busy it is as these brokers are fucking going down because they have so much demand coming in that they have to limit the purchase of stocks, and everyone's freaking out like, oh no, they're closing their stocks slowly. Like, are you guys fucking kidding me? Can you not math?
Nobody's freaking
This
out.
guy
bro.
gets it. This guy gets
I'm
it.
not freaking out.
That's the energy. This is the energy we need.
What's the
Nah, man.
significance of there
Chilling.
not being any more shorts to short?
Here's what I see. I see my opponent is punched out. Their short ladder attacks have been absolutely pathetic. Their volume has been absolutely low. I am not scared of this guy. He is punched out.
What I want to know is how long they can continue the short ladder thing.
That's the only thing I really need to know. How long can they have?
That is, yeah, that's the only thing.
Didn't someone say
like, how long they can do
Longer
this.
Didn't someone say
than
earlier?
anyone here can imagine.
Yeah,
Didn't
Okay?
someone
No, that's
Like,
because
could be a
money,
couple
bro.
weeks,
That's
could be a
'cause
couple
money.
months.
Yeah, they can hold up to 3 months, can't they?
No, they got that costs money, bro. They paying.
There's
I know,
They
but
paying.
they can
there's no hard,
continue
there's
taking
no,
out
there's no
loans.
hard limit. Just
They
keep
can
in mind that there's no
continue
hard limit.
liquidating
It's
their
not like it's
positions.
not like an option where it actually expires. But put that aside. You have to understand that this isn't like the same short positions that existed necessarily months ago. They are continually renewing them,
right?
And in a lot of situations, they're actually basically passing them off to other institutions, usually larger, who are better capitalized and can withstand it. So you really can't say exactly when they have. You can't say 3 months. You can't say 3 days. You just have to
21 days max,
understand that it's going to happen.
So can someone
There's
explain
not
it
enough
to me?
money on this planet for that. I don't know what
England
you're on
was
about.
not won in one day, okay?
Rome wasn't built in
What?
a day either.
You guys want to get a Rome?
Man, we're going down.
Wait,
I've never heard
can
the
someone
expression
explain
said
this
that.
to me?
That way.
I-
Pretty good.
I
Why-
heard before.
Quick.
Hasn't
Yo, I
deep
stepped
fucking value,
away.
so
Why are we dipping?
I don't know.
You guys
Britain fell apart pretty quickly, so
They're all going off of this conversation. Remember, we're on YouTube all around the world.
And
You want to hear
Twitch.
some quotes
Oh yeah,
from
Guys, can
all
someone explain this to
16
me?
people watching
That's
us.
why
There's
I'm
no
eating chicken
people watching.
tenders. So
Here's
someone
some
someone
ways
told
that
me
they could
the
be playing
worst
this
thing,
in
the worst
the
thing for
art
the
of
hedge
war.
funds would be if the price stays
Here's
stable
one:
for the next
appear
couple of weeks.
weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak.
Yes.
I
Sun
don't know.
Tzu.
I like the stock.
Sorry, I saw some speculation.
Diamond hands, guys. Diamond hands.
Or something.
Wait,
What the fuck's that
say
about?
that again. About what about speculation?
Somebody was in the Nitro chat that, it's another fucking retard, but still was saying that they get margin called on Wednesday. That a lot of these hedge funds are being margin called on Wednesday over this shit because of the report from the SEC coming out on Thursday or something.
Okay, this
Like a large scale hedge fund wouldn't get margin called like you'd get margin called. They could renegotiate with their lenders. And in this situation, a hedge fund could just go to their lenders and say, hey, look, this stock is fundamentally overvalued, so let us just stay put. And it's not a crazy argument to make. So
look at the fucking climate. Look at what you're doing. You're fucking us.
Sure, they could, but it's not like it's not like Plotnik opens Robinhood in the morning and he's margin called. It's a very different relationship they have. So I think a hedge fund manager could very well argue
like
to
you
their
know an
lenders that
awful
this is
lot
a very
about the
different
hedge
regime.
funds.
I think.
Yeah, I work
think
for a
they were
hedge fund.
arguing this last
Wait a
week,
minute.
though. That's
Can I
why
ask you a
we're nearing the end of the
Get him.
Said
So what?
Would that information have to
Hey.
be made public
There's
though?
an imposter among
Pardon?
us, guys.
Would that information be made
Which
public?
information?
The hedge
Oh,
fund
between
you
them
work
and their
for?
lenders? Not necessarily, no.
I think they're talking about the margin call if they did get margin call.
Or they can just defer their interest.
I don't believe
Yeah,
shit.
I'm more talking about the deferring of interests. Or
No,
like,
not if they get margin called. Of course, like if they work for a bank and the bank's risk, if they're borrowing from a bank and the bank's risk team says on the day, yeah, we need to pull money from you, like Lehman Brothers, yes, that would be public. But if they had a negotiation with, let's say they were working with Mass Mutual and Mass Mutual said, hey, you've got to take half of your risk off the table, they could agree to do that without it being public information. These are very soft relationships that they have. It's not going to be like an app.
Yeah, they're
or they won't
like
get
little
forced
under
out
the
of their
table
position.
talks, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
They gotta get their stocks down. They set it at
So what is this guy's position then?
In the
What are
midst
you
of
what are you
chaos-
suggesting?
Oh yeah.
You forget one thing.
So we're basically fucked, huh?
No.
Not
In the
not
midst of
necessarily.
chaos, there is an opportunity.
We're holding
One
on.
at a
No diamond hands.
Diamond
Diamond
hands.
hands.
Hey,
let's tear him out.
One at a time.
Diamond
Let's hear his position.
One at a time.
Diamond cock.
Can we hear his position?
Sorry.
So I don't have a position in this. I work for a systematic fund, so we don't make discretionary decisions at all.
You're the enemy.
Let's say.
So
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
if you guys look, if you guys look at the new post on the Wall Street Bets, there's
I don't hear
30,000
anyone,
contracts.
so I'm going to say the next quote. If you are far from the enemy, make him believe you are near.
So wait a minute, he was just talking. I'm tired of someone. He just wanted to come in here and shit on stuff.
Okay, so I was just gonna say there's 30,000 call options set to expire in 18 days at $1. So that means that they're losing 99% on those call options. It's on Wall Street Bets.
I thought IV's
one of the
going
new posts.
So basically, you won.
In 18 days, if we hold, yeah.
This is literally unless there is like unless there's some regulatory bullshit step in, which will go to court if it happens. We won this. We just literally have to hold, my guys. It's that fucking easy. This is not financial.
real quick.
Of course
Well, it makes me feel better about moving over to Fidelity. I have
You
time.
know what's funny? Is,
Yeah.
I've been listening to you guys for an hour. It's like
Wait,
every
wait,
10
wait. So
minutes we
buy
go from like,
more. Look, buy more because this price is dirt cheap.
dude.
Yeah, it's on Black Friday, so.
That's on
Wait,
Black
10
Friday.
minutes ago
so-
we were all just crying about how it was.
I know, dude. Like you guys keep going from like diamond hands to like paper hands.
Stop. I want to address that real quick.
Not over here. That's
We're on
fine.
carbon hands right now, bro.
Hold on.
Carbon hands.
I want to.
Hold on.
I hear this guy address
Because
this.
he made a good point. We seem to be going up and down in our opinions on this, but you notice how it's usually someone new coming in here who's scared. That's what we're here for, guys. You come in here scared, we get you back with hard facts. That's all it is.
You come in here soft
money,
right? You
Hard.
hard.
Go into the fucking news. Hey, guys, quit going to the fucking news for your information on this shit. And then anyone on Twitter, any on fucking YouTube listening, quit going to those motherfuckers. When have you ever gotten the right fucking story from them? We're here. We're open. Come fucking ask us. It's as simple as that.
Hey, yeah, journalists are good, and sometimes they suck. But hey, guys, speaking of good
Sometimes.
data, I just received a link from someone to the SEC report on failures to deliver.
Just gonna start getting
On the
heated about it
14th, they
Here we
reported
go.
5,774,937 failures to deliver.
What the fuck?
I've linked.
What does that mean?
Everyone, calm down. Just give me a sec. I just posted a link to just a screen cap of the data on the paste bin, and I'll also link right to the raw data.
Wait, where's the page again?
So that's 5 million failed to deliver.
GMEFAQ.com/GME HQ.
There you go.
Just go to the SEC
Could you repeat that?
instead.
GMEFAQ.com/.
What exactly is the
I put it in Nitro Booster chat so you guys can check it out.
It's legit, but I don't recommend putting your email and phone number in.
This is a sketchy looking site.
It's not.
Yeah, I know you guys made it. I know.
Well,
like in the web development here.
So on this GMEFAQ.com website, I went through and I did the who is, and I can see that they're using a privacy registrar out of
That's
the
normal.
Caribbean.
Every website's allowed to do that. That's perfectly normal.
Yeah, I know. I used to work for GoDaddy. They literally invented privacy, but they do. No, GoDaddy literally has the patent on using obscured registrar information.
Yeah, should we be taking like calls?
Okay. If you're worried about that, look at the cookies that it drops on you. Look at the source code and look at how simple.
No. What I'm saying is that whoever registered this, they're used to dealing with banking information because they're using a privacy registrar out of the Caribbean. Whoever did this has money.
Hey, well, you know, it hasn't. In case you guys aren't aware, if you take off the GME HQ part and just go to GMEFAQ.com, it has the full information that we kind of crowdsource talked about a couple nights ago.
Right. So
answer questions for people.
Spooked actually helped make that website. He's the one that I said. I was the one taking notes the other night.
I can confirm that this data is from the SEC. You can go to the SEC, fail to deliver, and it's the same data if you do a good search on it.
Could you just?
Yeah,
Mute that guy.
I also posted the link to the thing.
Yeah. Where is? Do you have a link just to the report?
Yeah. Well, if you
it's
on the paste bin.
Damn. This.
Okay.
Hey, this is AJ speaking. If I might make a suggestion, since we're having trouble speaking over each other a lot, if you could, this is just a suggestion. You can take it as you will, but I think it's easy if you say your name when you start, and then you could say like over or that's it when you're done, something like that.
Your mother over?
I think we tried.
This is Red Lobster calling Dogport over.
Yeah, we're in the amoeba formation right now. Like anyone goes.
Wait, GameStop might be going up. Wait, no.
Hell yeah. This is Power Hour.
Wait.
Power Hour among us.
I say this channel is nowhere close to being.
Get back to that.
This channel is pretty legit. I mean, I don't see a problem with
Diamond
it.
hands over.
It could get a lot worse, but this is pretty chill.
This is as bad as it's been in the last.
Yeah,
week.
we're pretty civil about it.
It's still okay.
Since I'm new
Honestly,
here,
it's not bad.
Wait till we start eating crayons.
These drops were expected. This is all normal. We're all on track to make whatever we're gonna make off of this. This is not.
I like how IV is starting to drop off, but it's still ridiculously.
Can someone tell me who Get Spooked is?
Yeah, Get Spooked. Get Spooked was the guy with the really deep voice.
Wait.
Like this.
Who is Cape Town?
And he was a guy that was kind of like taking all the information and doing the Google Doc and sent some links out for us to work on the Google Doc. Well, someone contacted him about putting that website out, the GMEHQ.com.
Okay.
And that's why our work product is on there.
Gotcha.
And I don't know who the guy putting the website on, but Get Spooked like messaged me and said, hey, check out this link. Like someone reached out to me and we put the Google Doc up there. I've got a copy for us to edit. So
can we talk about 5 million failure to deliver? That's 5 million fake stocks.
That's insane, dude.
Next level.
That means
When the market can't.
What does it mean?
That means that the
Can someone
float,
do the ELI 5 on that?
the available float is very low, and it doesn't matter if the short interest is over 100% of that. If they don't have shares to deliver, that's going to drive the price up because they'll have to take whatever they can get.
So I just posted the SEC.gov.
So
this is Horn.
Yeah. So Set limit to 69,420. Okay.
69,420. I'm about that.
69,000, please.
Yeah, 900. Yeah.
So let me just ask this in the group from a spiritual point of view. The outlooks for GME are good.
this stock. I mean,
of course. No, I just went on the
I
ground.
slept until
I
11
love the
today.
stock.
It's
This
amazing.
is Horn. I like the stock.
Ask me again later.
Waking up to
What
tomorrow.
does it mean if they fail to
My
deliver?
prediction, yeah, it's gonna
Counterfeit
fall
shares.
and then go way up.
Guys, I have the same question. The fail to deliver, please.
Hey, is the British hedge fund guy still on here? I have a question for you.
Yep, go ahead.
So I was told that the worst thing for the hedge funds right now is if the price stays relatively steady. Because if it goes up greatly and they cover their shorts, that'll allow them to kind of kick the can down the road because of the difference that they make. Or if it goes down, they could actually profit a little bit off those shorts. But if it stays like relatively the same over like a couple weeks or something, that's what's really gonna like hurt them because they're gonna be paying interest and getting no movement on their position. Is that accurate, or can you explain that better?
Yeah, I generally actually agree with that because I think any expectation that they would have had like 72 hours ago before the weekend would have been that this is going to go up and come down pretty quickly and they can get this over and done with. And I think the sideways is probably the most painful thing because there's no volatility pushing it down. I think the issue for them is a lot of people who don't have a short position in GME have taken a long position. So it's not just retail people on the way up, it's like lots of people. Because if you're a day trader, this is essentially like a dream scenario for you. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, plus one on that.
I have a question with this fail to deliver stuff. If I have purchased the stock and I'm holding it and like it's in my brokerage account and I have like 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever, I have that, right?
Huh?
No. Well, so technically, no. Your shares are registered in street name.
Yeah.
So for the time being, like your brokerage has the ability to, for example, lend your shares in the same way that a checking deposit allows the bank to lend out your
Not if I have
cash.
the limit order though.
I thought if you had like a cash account or couldn't lend it out, it only
I thought
does
it was
on a
Like,
margin
I
account.
have a cash account. I'm not trading at margin. The stocks I've bought in my account are mine.
Yeah, that's what
They
I
are
thought,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Or at the very least, there is a legal obligation to recognize your ownership at this
Exactly.
time.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of like the U.S. dollar. You know, they can't just like if they print it off a bunch more, then the value's gonna. But in this fact, actually, the value goes up because they have to recover from it.
All right, guys, check this. Right, we got 1.3 million volume headed up with a big spike, right?
yeah.
And then we got a total of less than 1 million of volume, and it brings it down just as far.
I hate this.
Like how
So fucking dumb,
how
dude.
the fuck do you even explain that legally?
It's
Yeah,
it's interesting.
All right, what I miss?
I think the
You're getting raped.
They're trying to trick the monkeys.
Yeah, the price.
Yep.
The price doesn't matter. And actually, if you guys go on
Don't
the
let
Reddit
them
too,
fool you.
Hell
right?
no.
We've seen there's been a couple people who try to do short contracts just to see if it works, and there's no available shares to loan out for the short contracts. Shares. So that's actually another good thing. So liquidity issues.
So wait, are they
Just one
counterfeiting
broker, though.
then?
So
I mean,
they're
they're 5 million
literally-
failure
they're
to deliver.
literally trying to buy whatever they can find. And there
Yeah,
are no
that's the
shares to buy.
assumption, man.
Okay, so I still
So I have
got
a
5
question.
grand fidelity, so I just spend it on GME.
I mean, it's a
Yes,
really
this
nice
is not
price right
financial
now.
Not a
so-
financial advisor.
But with that being said, they expect a dip tomorrow. So if you want to wait for a better price,
Maybe
yeah,
the price
will-
pretty fucking expect 170 tomorrow.
So like,
don't be
so like
scared.
some of these. Let me ask. Some of these shares don't even probably don't even exist.
It's been covered already, but
Probably.
the idea is that you can short something multiple times, right? So I short to you, you short to somebody else, and that allows there to be a larger number of positions, total positions in the market than the number of shares available. So it's not, you don't have to necessarily counterfeit shares in order to generate a short interest that is higher than the total number of
Wait, did
shares
you say it
available.
was
Remember,
covered?
it's short interest.
Covered.
Failure to deliver.
Someone did say 5 million
I thought it
failures
was
to
like
deliver.
first
Yeah.
half of January.
Is that the number was? Is that failure to deliver for contracts, like for calls, or what is?
Yeah, what is failure to deliver? Can someone explain that better?
Also, date
Strong
was
delivery.
114. We weren't in this at 114.
I heard it was
wasn't
Failure to deliver is when a share of stock is not delivered to someone. It's pretty straightforward. The
So, like,
5 million.
Someone exercising a call option, for instance, and they didn't receive their stock. Is that, or like someone
Right,
lending?
It could be
Someone
that,
who
or it
lent
could
one of
be
these
a
stocks to a short seller has not received it back yet.
Exactly. And the 5 million figure was for the last report, January 14th.
Yeah,
For
mid-Jan.
that, I think I got to look at it again. I think it was either 1 or 2 weeks. But just to
I don't know
give
what
you an
percentage of,
idea.
like, total that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
aggregate that
No.
makes sense.
I'm sorry. No, that was on the 14th itself, on that one day. The previous days, the number was in 600,000 ish per day. So it was a real spike up to 5 million on the 14th.
Is this a common thing? Like, does anyone know? I've never heard of this failure to deliver.
I'm just going through the data at the moment to see whether it's like whether it's something out of the ordinary or not.
So it's naked shorts then.
Well,
I talked to
let Saki go through the data and
talked to a guy that had like $20 million at least, and he was pretty optimistic about GME, and he kind of explained the math about how stocks go up and down, and we looked at the chart, and
you remember any of it?
Yeah, he talked too.
Cool story.
So I got a question.
Do you recall any of this?
Robinhood CEO expected to testify before Maxine Waters.
Stocks only go up, dude.
It's only a
So
loss
as of Friday,
if you sell.
on Friday, the data was that there were 77,000 calls expiring, and they were all in the money. Correct.
Something like that. I don't know.
So
The 315 calls? The 315 calls on
up to
Friday?
320.
Oh,
'Cause we closed
yeah,
at like
yeah.
27.
Yeah,
I
we
believe.
closed above 320.
So the post on Reddit is same thing, trying to stop people from panicking, reminding them that the money makers have until
Tomorrow, right? Yeah.
to cover all of those
129.
calls. So that would be 7.5
It's
million.
not gonna fucking happen. There's no way.
It's gonna be a nice day
12% of the
tomorrow.
free float.
Hedge fund's opinion on this one.
Hey guys, I got
Because
a.
I guess they have 2 days after the day they exercise.
Yeah, they got
It's
like a
the day they
2-day
exercise
grace
plus 2
period.
business days to actually
So tomorrow is when we'll be looking at what a gamma squeeze, right? Is what it's called.
You hope.
Depends if they unwind slowly.
Yeah.
Or we could be looking at that failure to deliver, right? Like another spike like that, those 5 million from the other, what we were talking about earlier.
Hey, does anyone know if there's a way to see historic holdings on ETFs?
Oh, ETF holdings are fucking hard, dude. Morningstar data has it if somebody has an account on that.
Oh, wait,
So here's what I'm looking at right now.
Hold on.
User Cheese posted me a link that was kind of interesting. It's the idea that certain ETFs may have liquidated shares, which could potentially provide liquidity to hedges. And I'm looking at the Spider Retail ETF XRT, and the the weight of GameStop on this thing is skyrocketed. It's literally the heaviest weight in the ETF.
Hell yeah.
So I'm a little curious to try and find out what those historic holdings are, essentially to verify did they liquidate shares? Because if so, they could have provided a lot to the
multiple
to the street.
funds that hold
GME,
stock.
that's
Yeah,
GME
but
stock
my thought process is right. If one fund is doing it, then other funds can do it.
Dude, they are.
Makes
That's a
sense.
good point.
See that volume, though,
Hey,
right?
hold on real quick. So I just want to make clear the failure to deliver numbers that were shown. All the numbers in that column are offset up 1. The 507 or 5 million is a sum
What's that?
of each of those days. So it's not that it was 5 million for one day on the 14th. It was total for the first half.
Okay.
That's still massive, though.
Yeah, that makes
bear
sense.
in
That's a
mind.
lot, though.
Yeah.
When do new reports get
11%.
published? Do
Hey,
we
I got to
know?
throw out a.
For what?
I
That
gotta throw
makes
out
a
quick
lot more
props
sense.
out to Rock Toast on the
I
Twitter.
assumed that was.
He linking Wall Street Bets for information on what is a short ladder, keeping them entertained over there, or informed, I should say. Sorry, go ahead.
The,
Did y'all see the
guys.
FINRA data
cuck?
comes out the 9th, I believe.
People are still buying. You guys have to keep in mind there is still like there. If this keeps going on, if this doesn't clear out in like 2 days, there's a lot of people that are moving funds over to Mel or over to.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
buy more
Fidelity
shares.
account.
Your Fidelity should be instant, dude. Are you talking about
Really?
like opening
A
an
lot of
actual
people
account,
No,
or should
no,
a
fund
deposit?
deposit, yeah.
No, fund deposit should be instant. So like while it's not
Yeah,
there,
you
can be
you
able
should
to
still
spend
spend
it.
it.
Yeah, I put in 2K in the morning. I haven't checked the outside though.
Yeah, it's
should
kind
be
of like
instant.
Robinhood is, where you get the funds to use, but they don't clear for 2 days. That's how it is.
Honestly,
you're-
I'm
you're
still-
The
limited
Ameritrade
to
account today and was able to use my funds
Yep.
instantly.
Yep. Well, they'll front you up to 250 grand, I think, or something like
Just
that.
be careful with good faith violation.
Damn, you guys are right.
ETF
It's clear.
It just
There you
hasn't cleared yet, but
Cool,
like
thanks.
you're using
Yeah,
their
you
money
get a credit
temporarily.
line.
They have a guarantee on
as
the
long
credit
as you
line.
don't fuck
Yeah.
up completely.
Well, even if
Anyone
you
know of
fuck up
any leverage
completely,
glitches?
that would be a separate margin account, right? Like the credit line you're getting from the ACH transfer verification, they have a guarantee on that fund.
Yeah, it's
so
a
they don't
money
have to,
line.
like,
Don't use money you don't have.
Any leverage glitches going around?
So, what do you guys think happens if Robinhood unrestricts everything? Like, the share price obviously
Organic,
goes up,
organic
people are just
buying would
back in it.
return. Thank fuck.
Let's talk about that real quick. So Robinhood is the average retail investor. Anybody who wants to get into GME right now and buy 20 fucking shares of GME has some fucking bank. So 20 GME shares is more than enough for the average individual.
Nah, we need more. Fuck that.
Dude, I'm planning to. I will not back out of 20 shares until I make $100,000.
That's the thing. A lot of people on
I don't give a fuck.
Robinhood are still holding.
What if you
them
lose
stock,
100?
man.
Fuck it, dude.
Yep.
Fuck it.
can't.
Yeah.
My man just said 20 shares, $100,000.
Money is temporary, but glorious forever.
data
to these.
Damn, so wait, you want 50 grand for a share?
Yeah,
Well, you
people
still
forgot
want it,
about
though.
That's 5 grand. a share.
I'm
Wow.
I make
Yeah, dude, I
Bro,
eat
I got
shit,
five,
right?
Got
Dick,
five.
Jesus.
So
I got
this
5 grand.
isn't
I'll
a
blow the next fucking
time
GameStop
in
manager.
history. I don't fucking.
it means sell, but don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Not
We
financial
hold.
advice.
We hold your diamond hand. Not financial advice.
Yeah. It'll
No, bro.
get
It's
reported.
all fine. Have you guys not been reading anything over the weekend that was posted?
Nah, bro.
I saw some guys skydiving with GME.
Read
Wall
shit.
Street
That's
Bets
what
right
I'm
here.
saying.
Yeah, I saw
It's
skydiving.
Everything.
Diamond hands.
This isn't
diamond
a
hands to 5,000
Why did
easy.
people say this is a historical event? Why would people ever say that? Why have people been talking about that for hours upon hours, and then all of a sudden it changes? No, I don't think so.
No,
Wait,
it's
what?
not. This is still
What do you
very
mean?
much a historical event.
They are trying to scare you.
I mean, I think what's
Yeah,
even
it's
more
just
messed up
fucking
apparently
massive.
is that they're trying to make us think that SLV is a buy now.
What the fuck?
Who's gonna buy SLV?
They got a lot of power, guys. They have a lot of power.
No,
I got a lot of
dude,
money.
they've got like 800 million in calls apparently. Citadel.
Dude, anything other than
Now everybody.
GME right now is a distraction. Just realize that they may have merit in their own ways, but anything other than GME right now is a fucking distraction.
The WSB
Believe
mod
that.
Twitter
Yeah.
account tweeted out,
Yeah, fuck
hey,
AMC.
less than 3% of the posts on the Reddit today are about SLV, so we don't know where this shit's coming from.
Wait, what'd he say? What'd he say?
The WSB mod Twitter
So
account.
I was in this
What'd they say?
channel like all weekend. I was in this channel all weekend. They were talking about
Wait, let me
silver,
look that up.
and they were the SEC or the hedge funds was definitely in here listening to our conversation.
Bots.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. We've
I'm posting that WSB mod in the Nitro Booster channel.
You can short out iron.
Wallstreetbets mod said we've seen a lot of commentary about the Reddit traders and silver, but by our numbers, only 3% of the mentions of tickers on Wallstreetbets today were silver. Are they mistaken for someone else for as usual?
Honestly, dude, it's weird. Like you think if you're a journalist, you'd at least go to the fucking Reddit page. Like, how hard is it to pull up a website? Like, the fact that they aren't even fact checking something you can Google is kind of ridiculous.
The market short interest did just pop to 88.50.
So I wanna raise this up because I raised the consideration earlier with ETFs potentially being a source of shares for shorts to cover. So at least as far as XRT goes, I took a look at it. Their rebalancing occurs in March, so the ETF, unless there's something I'm aware of, shouldn't be rebalancing this shit at all. But what is worth noting is the fact that if people are dropping out of XRT, right, functionally they are essentially selling shares of GameStop. But if they're chasing that shit and going into GameStop, then, you know, I don't think that really affects anything.
I think there's another one called RWJ. If you're talking about ETFs that include GameStop.
Yeah, a ton of them will have a, you know, exposure to it. XRT, what I'm looking at, it's just the spider retail ETF. So GameStop has a weight in that.
If people own them, then is their liquidity removed from what the short hedges can buy? If people own the ETF,
yeah,
I mean, it's obviously better to own the stock itself.
So like,
but-
so long as people are invested in the ETF, right? The ETF is maintaining its composure to get that exposure to the market.
So that's
right?
locking out.
So if you're holding shares
sorry.
of XRT, technically, you're causing the ETF to hold shares of GameStop. When you sell the ETF, they're selling that, but it's not a one-for-one, right? They're selling a whole like host and division of their portfolio because you're not tracking GameStop, you're tracking retail, and it's just GME's relevant in this because it has massively ballooned in their portfolio.
Okay, so that's a good thing if people do own it. Like, say, a pension hedge fund owns that ETF that has GameStop in there. That is locking up liquidity, so that is good for us.
Yeah, in the point being, if the article from Barron's, it mentions that shares outstanding on the company stood at 2.4 million at close of trading on Wednesday, but that was down from 8.15 million on Tuesday. So people are selling out of that, you know, ETF essentially, but it's uncertain what the overall impact is in my mind.
True.
Yo, wait.
Make it by the way, Cheese, solid link. Thanks.
This isn't financial advice, boys, but should I sell my calls in SLV? I'm up pretty good, but it seems kind of sketchy now, man.
Get out of there
It's
for
gonna
a
drop
fucking
at
tank.
least some point.
100%.
This week, it'll be next week, next month.
Yeah,
take
it now and go.
Take it and put it in
Never not
GME.
financial advice.
Like honestly,
You know.
this
Not
whole silver
financial
shit
advice.
anyway, if you're not gonna if you're gonna own it anyway at all, you want physical anyway.
Yeah,
Even
go
then,
mining
I
yourself.
wouldn't want to
I feel
fucking
like
do it unless you
AG
have
is
a warehouse at your disposal.
is a good investment though. The AG the silver mining company. That's not apparently Citadel's not.
The thing about mining companies
downturn
is
right now. So if
mining
this is
companies
not
control all
financial
the price
advice,
of that
just
shit
get out
though.
of it.
We had a low for the
Yo, anyways, yeah, right now GME is definitely the focus. Like that thing may have merit, but that is a long battle. That's not something that's going to resolve here in the next few
anyone in
months.
here on
So
Novavax?
definitely GME.
Are we at a low for the day on GME?
I think so.
No.
Low is
like
like
it's
low
like
200s.
No,
Got
we're
fat
not
dip
at
in the
the
morning.
Major discount from that.
213.
212 was the low.
This is not financial
SLV
advice,
is
but
about
I'm
to
totally
go
buying in
downturn,
as they
bearish.
short this
Dude,
again.
And just
if
a
anyone's on Novavax,
reminder, guys. Just on Thursday, we were lower than this three
Yeah.
times,
Right,
three different
guys? And
times.
higher.
So
It's at 120
Order
last
flow
week.
was
Yeah,
really high on the outflow.
I know. My friend, I felt so bad for him. He bought in
20
at like
minutes of
4 or
power
something,
hour
and then
ends.
literally later that day it dipped to 120. I was like, damn,
Novavax?
dude, I'm sorry. We'll catch you.
Shit, 225. That's not bad
No.
though.
Oh no,
Yeah.
he bought it
That's
at
fine.
400 and something.
Nice little
Did y'all see
black-
this
guy on MSNBC or whatever saying that we all need to go outside and stop buying fucking shit on Robin.
Go outside. Man, there's a snow outside right now.
That one interview.
You from New York too, buddy?
We're saying we gotta pursue. Was it romantic
that-
relationships or something?
Pandemic. How am I gonna fuck somebody?
You guys are fucking dead. Stop buying our shit.
Moron. I guarantee you he's cheating on his wife,
Exactly.
bro.
We are gonna do the news
My wife's
stories.
was her boyfriend.
I would never cheat on my wife, especially while she's with her boyfriend.
Yo, if you guys make it big from this, what's the first thing you'll buy?
Diamond hands.
Yeah, legitimately, I'll probably pay off my student loans.
Yeah,
I'll probably read that.
I'll YOLO it all into silver.
You guys better put your unemployment
Yeah, definitely
tax refunds into GME.
Wait. Who said
That was a joke. If you guys didn't.
It was a joke.
Yeah,
No,
I was
definitely
joking as well.
I don't think anyone is realistically buying
So
that.
put your unemployment tax.
Yeah, we gotta
refund.
get Elon Musk said Dogecoin was.
There's a dip.
Yeah, I'm
Here it
really
goes.
glad Elon said that Doge is a
thank
joke.
God.
It's about
Like,
time.
thank
I only
God.
listened to about like maybe like the first 30 minutes of Clubhouse. What did he say about Vlad and Robinhood? Apparently he's talking about, but I don't know.
Asked him if he was being held hostage.
See that?
Vlad sounded
Yeah, he was
very
like, "Wait, why is
nervous.
he being held hostage right now?"
He sounded very nervous.
Elon really like interrogated him pretty well.
Elon's kind of intimidating
Oh,
too, though.
yeah, fucking what?
Not
Second richest
physically,
man, perfect.
but
like,
yeah, because he's on acid every single day. You never know when he's gonna just tweet
Also,
something to fuck you over.
The richest person in the world.
You know,
Look at his face.
He didn't even
He
sell.
does.
Come on.
He asked him about Bitcoin. He's like, "Oh, I gotta be careful what I say. I move the markets with my
Guys, I
It really does.
That's exactly why I have money in Bitcoin in case Elon.
guys, I have some really bad news. Screech from Saved by the Bell has died.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Was he holding though? Is that
Oh my
God.
That's
like at least my.
That's like a sign because he's
fucking rigor mortis.
that dude's name
beyond
is
the
Dustin
grave.
Diamond.
That's some
That's
diamond.
a sign, dude.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
guess
some
the DFB is like safer than hell, dude.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit, Dustin
Yeah, that's
Diamond, bro. That's a fucking. That's
conspiracy
Diamond
shit.
Hands. We do it for him, boys. Diamond Hands.
You know what this
Diamond Hand
means?
Phillips.
It means we too are going to be saved by the bell.
Some people will do
Blew my mind.
absolutely anything to get out of the Saved
Yo,
by the
guys.
Bell reboot.
Can someone like kind of explain what's going on today with GME?
We're going down.
We're holding.
Yeah, Friday's going down. It's gonna go down tomorrow too.
Everyone's holding the volumes low.
Don't trust.
Sell your shares so I can buy
It's
them.
literally.
I don't want to
it's
sell.
fundraise.
Fuck off.
It's
It's
hedge
gonna go below
fund.
220.
That's right attitude. That's about.
It's going down and then it's going
So
way
yeah,
up. Says
one of the
We
things
need
that's
the
going
right-
to happen when it goes
All
down,
right,
is
yo,
they'll
everybody,
try to cover
I'm
some
playing,
of their positions, so it'll just shoot right back
Yeah,
up.
where's the Viking with like 600?
I got my
orders
boy
went at
here
175.
in my
Yeah,
league lobby.
probably
Who's
like-
trying to play league and talk stocks?
I honestly think it's
I'll play some
this is the
Ledge.
best time to hold.
You want to play league?
Hold
Add
hold,
salted
guys.
seed.
By
add
tomorrow.
Not a financial.
You know the guy who works for the hedge fund? Can I ask you a
I
question?
mean, it genuinely might be that tomorrow it drops
Yeah,
to 180, but honestly, fucking hell,
We're
who
trying
cares?
to unwind slowly so we can get.
Yeah,
forward.
yeah, exactly,
Not
exactly.
lower than 120.
I've got orders all the way in, all the way down. They're going to try everything they can. I just make sure you have money at every,
I
All right,
will
man,
go
so
up.
the moving average will give it a nice little rebound, and that's
I think
about
it's going.
200.
Fucking having money is not the problem. These fuckers won't let us buy. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Does
exactly.
Robinhood let you guys buy today? I don't have Robinhood.
Yeah, you can get money shares. So it's like, what is that like?
It's gonna be more. It's you just have to
It was
wait.
recalculated by
A lot of people are
so that way it's safe.
transferring their accounts, so
Yeah, good.
that's why maybe they're not buying.
Good fucking shit. Finally,
guys, the Nasdaq analyst on their website even says the whole.
Really?
Yeah.
Who won to come play league?
Yo, we're in a stalemate. We're in a stalemate.
Mexican stand.
Discounts, bro. Deep discounts on tendies. That's what's going on.
You know why people sell
One at a
is so
time.
they can buy low. That's why people sell.
All right, guys, check this.
Why corporations
We got
sell.
an actual like person in there who's recommending we hold.
Yeah.
Like this is the first real legit media source. Is like, no, I think these guys got something.
I want to hear what you heard there.
Yeah, which media guy? Where'd you hear that, bro? Yeah.
What do you guys think?
What was you saying? I missed it.
Apparently a Nasdaq guy's got a recommendation for us.
Know this as well. It's a good idea to buy now or wait for tomorrow.
I don't know, guys. We've got a guy who works for the hedge fund. Why don't we speak about anything?
Let's look at this. Guys, there's one important thing to remember. If the hedge funds would be in our exact position and we would be in their position, they would fucking hold. That's easy as that.
Oh, this is the Nasdaq article with the street saying hold.
That's from the 24th, guys.
Quick pro tip. Everything in finance is time sensitive, so always look for a date. If you don't have a date, you don't have anything.
Guys, so I've got some information on Guys, I've got some information on the failures to deliver. So I've looked over 3 periods. The first is the last 2 weeks of November. Last 2 weeks in November 2020, and there were 1,094,000 failures to deliver. And then the last 2 weeks of December 2020, there were 5.9 million failures to deliver. And then in the last 2 weeks of January 2021, there were 5 million failures to deliver. But I don't think it's a significant value because even in January, there were 58 other stocks that had more failures to deliver than GME. So I don't know whether it's significant or not. And I can't be bothered to go through every single month.
All right, boys, I joined.
Is that their
Do you have
failure
any?
to
Do you have
deliver
any?
is our benefit?
Is there any indication of the similarity between the stocks that have these high failure to deliver numbers? I don't know if you not to say that you have to do a deep analysis, but
from what I
just
saw in the list, they all seem to be like penny stocks
I don't
and shit.
recognize some of the names just off that, but let's say so the last 2 weeks of January 2021, the top is OZSC with 63 million, HYSR with 54 million, ZOM with 54 million, and GMEV with 51 million. And 51 million is quite a way off to 5 million on GME. But so I don't know whether it's significant, but it doesn't like stand out.
On that Zomedica one, the ZOM
spikes.
That was heavily manipulated by algos. We were sitting there watching it jump up and down a penny for like hours.
Right. Yeah. That
failure to deliver. I'm just reading on the Reddit that it said.
Do you want me to put the list of failures sorted high to low? Chats?
No. Wait.
You boys would be proud of me. I joined the GME wave.
What's your username, sorry?
So wait, let me get this straight. The hedge fund guy wants to help us out.
This count?
Yeah, not all hedge funds are bad.
He's a double agent.
Financial advice, by the way.
Guys, he's a systemic analyst. They have like contractually obligated positions.
No, I'm
He doesn't
He's
take a.
not allowed to play on this if he wants.
He's systemic racism.
All
I gotta say is, I did my fucking
nuts and liquid diamonds. I'm all in, but holy shit, we gotta fucking do some shit about this. God damn.
Wait, there's nothing more to do. Just wait. We're fucking waiting them out. Every second that we wait and hold, it's costing them fucking billions.
Wait, can
I fucking love that.
This is a game. This is a game of chicken, and it's to see whether they can stay solvent longer or we can stay retarded longer. And it shouldn't be hard for us to win. All we have to do is hold.
I don't understand the thing you're saying, so I'm still in.
I got a question though. Like, what if they have more money than us, bro?
They
do. And all of us. If they do, then what the fuck are we doing? Why do we do this shit then?
Guys, let's
they might have more money, but we have like the fucking stocks already bought. Like, what good does the fucking money if we just don't sell?
Well,
like, how are they gonna fucking buy it?
The money's going to be very good when it's in our pocket.
Always think about this. Each and every paycheck people get, they're putting in a GameStop. Each and every earnings that they're doing now, people are pulling money out of their fund.
You know what Melvin doesn't have?
Zach,
that I have?
you saw my
Diamond
message
fucking hands.
to send me?
Diamond fucking hand.
I mean, bro, they
The
kind of
thing-
got diamond hands, but they've been doing this for a long ass time. So basically, still holding, bro.
So
They
even
got diamond hands.
if we lose, we still
No.
You don't lose unless you sell.
Yo, it's at 215 now.
Does anybody want the list?
Does it count as a loss?
Yes, please send it to me so I can put it up on the paste bin for everyone.
Sorry, what's your name? Or can you send me a message? I'm for.
Wait, what's your name?
FAUVE.
That's what I've been looking for.
FAUVE.
There's no way this is going to go below 200.
There's no Don't
bounce
worry.
on
I go
205 before
Don't
it goes
worry.
under that.
We're about to hit the low. But
205 has been pretty
about
strong.
buying it now, man.
Guys,
I'm
gonna
all
post.
that man.
Buy in.
I'm buying in it.
Yeah, just
I'm
buy.
gonna post my league
Take
name
him
in
away
Nitro,
from them. Take the
by the
fucking
way. Nitro chat.
stocks.
Well, you care
Then
about
your
that.
money doesn't matter.
I have a question.
God
There's
damn.
something that was super concerning for me was someone posted something about the graph from the Bloomberg terminal. And I'm looking. It says short interest ratio at 2.1025. Because if that's true, I think we're all fucked.
No,
Wait, why would that make us fucked?
Even
That's
if
old
the what
info.
That's true. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying the ratio, or what are you saying?
Okay, so about ratio.
Yeah,
or
the
short
2.125 would
shares,
be good versus the float, if that's what you're saying, because that's a 2-to-1 ratio, so there's way more shorts.
It's not.
But anyway, we established that that's old data, I think, right?
Yeah, that was from the last official reporting.
On the thing, it says 2/120. That's today. Oh, 2/120/20. Here, I'm gonna post it on Nitro Booster so you guys can see it.
You guys know what we're gonna see tomorrow in the papers? Like news sources are gonna report this like bell curve. If you zoom out on the graph, it looks like there has been a peak and it's dwindled down. So that's exactly what they want.
From like what I've gathered from different channels, like some people are saying that the squeeze actually happened.
There's no way.
No.
What?
Who?
No.
Who's the guy with the list?
What's their
talking
argument?
about.
$25.
Scott was joining the
dude,
chat,
really?
DFB is in it till the better end.
Only enough volume for a squeeze on like 27th and 26th, but that is like super minimal if you check the actual amounts. Like, yeah, no way.
Yeah, if anyone's unsure if it's been squozen, just look at DFV's like end of the day post, because if he still has 50,000 shares in his possession, it's not over.
Look at that price rally. Look at it.
Holy shit! Nice.
But I bought in
my goddamn case. Dude, I was just putting my call
spot was money.
order in. I just liquidated all my Zoom stuff.
Victorious Warriors go win first and then go towards the fucking value is holding.
I'm just talking to some guy who reckons he used to work in a place where some guy did an investigation on GME pre all of this shit, and he ended up getting inside information that confirmed that there are naked shorts going on. So a grain of salt. But this guy reckons he has inside information about it.
I would just take that with a grain of salt.
To back it up.
Like, I'm not saying he's wrong. I feel like there's just so much information that makes me want to hold.
It's just like the short interest, man. Unless it's on FINRA and it's announced, we don't actually fucking know. And also, once this shit's over with, if anything does change, it'll be the fact that they're gonna have to report their short.
I mean,
is there a possibility we could get fucked at the end of this?
Possibly, but I mean, who knows? I mean, the good news is we're gonna lose.
Not everyone already know that.
Yep. With investing, there is always a possibility for you to lose your money.
Previous performance is no indicator of future performance.
Did anyone else go through the failure to deliver?
I could not give a fuck. These motherfuckers.
Okay, could I put the failure to deliver data on?
So I looked at the failure to deliver for January 2021. And it's 5 million shares of GME failure to deliver, which is, I guess, normal when I looked at the rest of the data. Because there's 1.9 billion shares that are failed to deliver. But so I went to a different month. I went to January of 2017. It's the exact same number of shares failed to deliver. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or should I be looking at other months as well.
Yeah, so I looked at the November
updated.
figures, and the November figures were 1 million. But it's probably quite a lot of shares, but there's a lot of more names which have more failures to deliver on it. So it doesn't seem like a real kind of outlier.
The question I have is, well, I mean, we'd have to go through every one of these stocks, but it seems like a lot of them are penny stock type things. And I imagine there's a lot more, if not fraud, then sketchy situations.
Easier
to manipulate.
So if you're in this position, let's just say, relative to speak, if you're in this position, if you're a hedge fund, what would you do? Correct.
And pay
I would try to shake as many monkeys out of the tree as possible.
Yep.
I would.
All I want to say is if they were corrupt.
Good day. Did we came in? We came in over the calls.
Over 225, I think.
Nice.
Great day holding.
Good job holding, guys.
We got this.
Box up on
You know what I just noticed in the failures to deliver thing that Fav posted? AMC is much higher on the list with 17,538,000.
Tweet. Hey, by the way, AMC options are.
I bet they are.
You guys know.
Hey guys, our Viking Overlord saved us at the end of the day. Did you see that spike?
Yeah.
Did you see the tweet from Popeye?
Okay, no, they know how to capitalize.
I have a question. I got a question.
217 to 220.
We're up after hours.
I think
they're going to try to recover after hours. Their position.
I mean, they'll try to.
The report, that means that there's more.
When is that coming out?
The 8th receipt.
If you have Weeple, though, I think you can trade after hours if you sell.
You can, you can do it with Robinhood too. No, I don't know how to use that.
It takes you selling or trading pre-market
for after hours. I don't get that.
Guys saying,
Anyone's trading view not showing it?
hey, this guy's saying that you guys are talking about volume not reflecting that the hedgies could have dropped their positions, but this guy's saying that volume does not reflect institutional trades. Therefore, they could have changed their position, and it would not show in the.
Wait,
volume.
why would volume not reflect institutional
This guy's
trades?
saying he's saying that volume just
Ask him based on what? Because
Popeye's Chicken made an advertisement and is giving free chicken everywhere. I think they know something that we don't.
They know how to capitalize on a movement.
is tuned into the
Genius.
street.
I love Popeye.
No, but
Like
for
a
real, ask him what
hedgy
he
to me.
means by that. Like, ask him to explain why that is.
Frog, what's your opinion on that?
I mean, it sounds like
Dude,
BS.
Popeye said
but-
to buy fucking GME. They said that in their ads, right? And they're
Yo.
giving free chicken tenders.
Hey,
Get some
I'm looking at
tendies,
the
bro.
I'm looking at the after hours
hours.
thing, and it's going to 217. It's decreasing.
The bid and the ask now, the delta is ridiculous. The ask is 231, the bid 215 in after hours. There's I don't know what's going on, but neither side is budging.
The volume's still so low.
The volume thing.
Oh yeah,
when they
after
had to
hours.
squeeze out.
Well, like, All right,
I
so
googled
got a
volume.
question.
Volume is the best indicator of what institutional investors are doing. So I mean, volume should be shown.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know
Literally,
what
what
that
somebody
guy's
saying
on
about
about.
volume?
If he wants to
Opposite
explain,
or
I'd be
something.
happy to hear it out.
Technically,
but-
Does that guy work on Wall Street?
Hold
on. Does that guy work on Wall
equation
Street?
which it's about to go up to a complete GME decline because it's in the incline into infinity complex.
Can you say that one more time? You were being talked over.
This guy is saying that brokerages move shares. It does not show in your feed. There is no dispute about this.
Well, he said there's no dispute, so.
Oh, yeah, I
this
guess
guy,
it's
alright.
done. You know, ask him how they move those shares. Ask him to clarify and not
If
just
they
make
merge,
a
they have to
shit
file
for it,
forms for
basically.
merging. So we would have it.
You guys watching
So-
after
yeah.
hours is
Yeah.
topic pretty quick.
Crazy. So a brokerage a brokerage can internalize the crossing of a share. So that's what Fidelity does, and that's how they give you free trading because they cross orders internally. But they still need to declare that, and that's all done electronically. So it should still show up in the volume.
Unless he's trying to argue some BS about dark pools, which, like, we're aware of that.
Like
Yeah, but dark pools aren't in the scales of millions.
Yeah, the
you know what I
idea
mean?
that some
because
the idea that a hedgie, right, who's short 140% of a stock, found another hedgie who off the books is like, hey, do you want 50 million shares? Just doesn't make sense.
Unless they're being put at exorbitant rates, because that's the alternative, right? So the opportunity cost for not giving them those shares is to lend them out to them for their short play, which is like printing money at that point.
Yeah, like there are
but
plenty
you're
of
just
dark
lending
pools
at
as well.
that point, right? You're not trading the shares. For
Okay,
the
I have a
shorts, you
question
mean,
about
right? Like
the
further
whole theory
shorting?
of this, though, because I have an issue with the theory of this whole thing that I'm trying to work out in my head, and the theory of this is that the reason that the hedge funds are going to sell is because they're being charged interest every day, right? But my understanding is that the price is so high that if they close their position out fully, they'd go bankrupt. So my question is, why would they care whether they go bankrupt by paying interest versus going
They
bankrupt
wouldn't.
by
They're trying
closing
not to
their
go
shares?
bankrupt. They're trying not to.
Because they're, yeah.
It also
Right, but my
doesn't
question is, why
matter
would
to
they
us.
close
I
their
can
shares?
answer
Like,
that
why would they
because
do that?
eventually
Okay.
their creditors are going to
Yeah,
tell
their
them
brokers are going
it's
to close
time
the
to
position
pay
for
up.
them if it's too much risk for them to keep on holding the
So
position.
this guy's got another answer. He said they do have to report it, but it won't show up in daily trade volumes.
Why?
Later where? Tell us where to find the info. God damn
Yeah,
that guy.
it really sounds like
he
he's
just
just
like
shit
keeps
posting.
fucking stringing you
Yeah.
along.
Dude, I won't even
trade
respond to him
volumes,
at this
though,
point.
trade volumes
Yo,
are
keep
there,
drilling.
dude. Yeah, Just ask him like
down on him. Keep drilling down on him for real. Ask him where you can find that info.
Hey guys, remember if
why would they be able
Ask
to
him
do
what
it
your
another way?
funny works
remember
were.
guys, if you owe somebody $1,000, that's your problem. If you owe somebody $1 billion, that's their problem.
Guys, is GME not moving for you
I
guys
see it.
after hours?
That's moving.
Moving.
Yeah.
It's moving
I
for
can't
me.
see on trading view.
221.
It's not
It's
working.
not really moving because the bid ask is way too far apart, and it has been since.
I don't see it that far
market
apart. I
close.
see 220, 220, like
No,
I
it's
see right now.
213,
21.
231. It's
a
like
dollar
a good
spread.
$15.
Are you
No,
looking-
it's more than that. It's like $16.
It's
Are you using
it's been
Thinkorswim?
with. I'm looking at
Information's on
TradingView,
FINRA.
and most of the day it's been within 2, and it's been between 5 and 20 since close at least.
Yeah,
Because I'm seeing like $1
10
to
cents
10
right now.
on Thinkorswim.
14 cents
Yeah,
as we
same.
speak.
not right.
Yeah.
Maybe
Google's showing 2020 right now.
See what you got.
220, sorry.
Says consider.
If you got
I
pull
have
up Nasdaq.com, it's showing it.
See
225 on Webull.
what you guys think of what he's saying.
221 now on Google.
Consider I have a stock in my hand and I hand it over to you. Did that show up on volume? Now, do that between two legal entities who are basically already tied together on all the banking platforms ready. It's just an electronic version of that. This is all within FINRA too. It's not like this is shady or anything. They just clear shares between each other.
Deep fucking value
Yeah,
still
dude.
holding. Yeah,
like
but
that's nice, but it's not an
that
indicator
guy's
for
over
us.
No,
to know,
that guy.
Very
It
much
means
is
something.
an indicator.
Dude,
WSB has a
Absent
cold
the fucking values of
fucking personality with DFE now, so it
he
is.
is no wait. Have you ever heard him talk?
he-
He's stupid intelligent. Like he is very, very smart. It's not an accident that he's in on this. So
Okay,
like
yes,
that
but
is an
his
indicator.
first- You can remember the first reason he ever got into GME wasn't because of short interest too, though. You had to know that. Like,
No,
he
I
talks about
understand.
it.
It's a happy accident that he's in it here. But as soon as he recognized what was happening, you better believe he was like fucking like he was screaming about it like back in August. Like he knows what's up.
Hey, but
like
you know, I was thinking. I just watched The Big Short the other day, and I was like, how many of us fucking watched The Big Short like 5 years ago, and we're like, huh, I'm not gonna follow what that Michael Burry guy is doing next. You know, like literally.
Oh, he bought in at 17 million back in like
And he
July.
got rid
because
of
he
it,
saw the
too.
same thing like independently. Huh?
No, he got rid of like
he's
80%.
set. He's set.
Hey, can they do short ladder attacks
Yes.
in the aftermarket?
Right?
So let's say that the volume isn't reported, right? Wouldn't we still see the reflection in the share prices?
Normally, yeah, but if they find somebody to sell it to at that
So
price,
they're going to just
maybe
specifically undersell the share?
not. Yeah,
Someone
maybe
would
they get
take a
bailed out
loss.
by
That's a
somebody or
bailout.
somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, bailout.
I mean, because granted, if we don't see the volume, we should see the reflection in the
It's
price.
spiking right now, though. Oh, never mind.
It's
It's moving really weird.
Do you guys see the aftermarket on trading? I used to see it, but now it's not updated.
Nasdaq real time.
Right, yeah.
It hasn't been working for me on TradingView the last week.
If
Well,
you
it needs to
want
get through
Web
230.
has,
Come on,
the
burst through
desktop client
230.
for free. Like you don't even have to use them as a broker. You just make an account and get the desktop client. You can see the
Again,
charts.
I also
What,
got naked
Thinkorswim?
short
Red
ladder.
Bull
Struggling at
or
230.
Deep value.
What?
You posted 3 minutes of deep fucking value. He posted.
Yeah.
He's
still in?
Oh yeah.
He's still in.
If he's in, I'm
down to 35.
That's crazy, dude.
If he, dude,
I don't
he,
think that's an indicator.
the value of it is at 35.8 mil. Mind you,
He
was at
lost
49
like
mil.
more than 5 mil
So
today.
now,
It don't matter how much it drops, he'll make money.
To be frank, though, DFV's probably going to hold no matter what.
Exactly.
He stated
Yeah, he is
many
50 mil
times
now.
that he really doesn't care about the short interest. He's on
Yeah,
about
but he may reduce some of that
deep
position.
fucking
Well,
value.
and he also doesn't have a choice because if he sells, then he's going to get attacked for like ruining.
I mean, he
prices.
still has a choice. You know, that's other people.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah. But
him.
here's
Totally.
That he pulled out 13 million already.
Also, I don't know, dude.
DFB
I
has
don't
a
know
lot
about
of
that
money.
because the
Apes are gonna
community
kill him.
has
He doesn't have a
genuinely been
choice.
like, the community's been like genuinely supportive of the idea of him selling out. Like anytime you see those threads with his posts, there's always someone like with super high fucking upvotes saying, "I don't even care if he sells." Like, you know, kudos to him. There's like people who are genuinely in support of the fact that what he's doing doesn't matter. Like, there's a morale aspect. But he's his own person.
I love going back to the older posts that he has and just all the comments.
His average price, like, it could drop so much. And he would
Dude, like
still
one of his
win.
first posts is someone literally saying, you know, I may have lost 10 grand today, but at least I can take solace in the fact that someone falls in on
somebody
GME.
forget that the
right?
shares eventually need to be returned?
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah, because in it says, you know, it does cost these funds money to borrow a share. They borrowed the share. They have to return the share. So how are they going to?
It's gonna write even more IOUs to each other.
They borrowed
It's
the
insane.
share and they sold it. They don't have the share at this point. They have to buy the share
Who
back.
says?
That's literally how
the
shorting works.
contracts.
So
That's what we've been talking about for
like
days.
I mean, someone
hours.
said earlier that eventually the creditors are going to say, "Where's our fucking money?"
It could be a while.
But that's the
because-
thing. Like, how long do we have to
At
wait?
some point, they need to buy
It's
back
getting
the share.
annoying.
They bought.
We already agreed to wait through the week,
Yo, there's
guys.
no
Like,
pressure to sell. Just wait until it literally goes up like something retarded amount that you have not seen a ratio like that to date. Like if it goes from like 300 to like 3,000, then maybe like okay, maybe something's happening. Like it's just easy.
I just
hold.
think
Yeah, we're
there's
in
a
like
lot of
Tesla
people that
territory
were
right
now
now.
moving
selling
based off
out of your
the-
head.
You're right. You're right. Yeah,
Hold.
dude, I don't know.
It's that
Don't even
Guys,
fucking
calm down.
think of it.
I've got
Someone
buy
said
that's what I
wanted
wanna
to
hear.
post last week, guys, that were basically saying Friday
What are your guys' buys
this, Friday
limits?
that.
Do you think that these hedge funds have got?
I
like,
have a
another
buy. I
department
have a buy
working
limit
on
on
GME?
GME. I have a buy limit on GME for 500. I'm gonna cover my cost basis, and I'm gonna hold
Buy,
some
not
shares.
sell. We're not talking selling. We're
Yeah,
talking.
no
I
one
mean,
is
I did
selling.
buy in, but I'm gonna cover my
I'm talking
cost
about
basis.
buying
That's
more.
my
Oh,
my
you buy the
strategy.
way.
I've got buy
man.
orders of 200.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
to me,
all
if
over
it's
the
really-
200 area as well.
Back to the I borrowed
Guys.
this thing from earlier, the data not updating. I'm kind of thinking it might just show nothing if it's at 0 to borrow. Because when did we hit 0 to borrow? Does anyone remember?
Do we have a histogram of borrow rates over the
God,
course
I
of the day
wish.
for the?
Someone needs to get on that
Yeah, right.
fucking DD for real. Not me. I'm
Hey,
lazy. Shit.
Hold on,
I rely on
somebody who's
the
very
buffs.
low has a question.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, you better
Yeah.
now.
Okay. What indicators are you using
To hold,
like,
you don't
just
need indicators.
keep like?
Matter of fact, you just need to not look at anything.
We're getting a
Also,
little, we're
how
getting a
many
little
shares are
cold
failed to deliver?
in here, guys. We're getting a little
No,
colty.
that's
I
the
know it
truth,
gets
though.
hard explaining this shit over and over and over. No, I get it.
You're right.
And you're
No,
not
you're
wrong.
dead on,
He's right.
dude.
He's right. He's right. It's easier
just-
to answer with a meme
it
than it
is.
is to say the same thing 20
To his
times.
question, the
just
data
explained
isn't
it so
there.
many
Buy
times,
enough
guys.
shares
So
Hey,
many
try
times.
and
to
keep this
fulfill all
chat
those options that they
better than the
sold
others.
in a wild phenomenon called gamma squeeze. That's basically the stock equivalent to an atmospheric microburst, suddenly spiking GameStop's price.
do you guys
to
like
unheard of levels.
Kool-Aid?
I've been
Yeah,
drinking it
yeah.
the whole time.
Later.
I'm made of Kool-Aid. Oh yeah.
That was the worst. Oh yeah.
That was the worst. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Dude, what was
Guys,
that show
yeah.
that had the
Guys. Hey guys, so earlier on I asked about naked selling.
And one of the points that was raised was that you could short sell a stock multiple times, and that's how you get over 120% or 200% or whatever else it was. What stops them from doing the same thing when they're buying a share? So if they buy 1 million shares, they sell it as in what? They buy it, they hand it back to whoever.
That's called the laddering scheme.
Rebuy them, hand it back, rebuy them, hand it back.
That's literally called the laddering scheme. It's the other direction. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can do that, and it's one of the things that people worry about on IPOs, especially because when you're on your first couple of series of funding, then you're really in ideas dinner collusion territory. Yeah. So when you see like a stock go from $5 initial offer to $85 initial offer, there's a good chance some of that was boosted by if not explicit, then at least tacit
but what
laddering.
stops it from happening here?
If it's tacit, it's legal. If it's explicit, it's illegal, which is what makes it so complicated.
Are we like holding more than 100% of GameStop shares?
No, that's not possible.
I mean,
the way that guy from Saved by the Bell died
was alleging that if there's mass securities fraud and they functionally created artificial shares, but I mean, I don't know about the fundamentals behind it, to be completely honest. But at least the numbers he posted.
I would not assume massive securities fraud as part of your hypothesis. It's like
I know, right?
Really tiny hedge play in the corners of the potential universe.
Guessing at that point.
I would just like to point out that if what happened in 2008 happened, then anything is possible.
So
I mean, like the price. It's true, but at the same time, 2008 was anomalous. And maybe this is anomalous, right? And in a lot of ways it is. But if you're going to bet on something like that, then frankly, you know,
I mean, the big
what's the point?
Fellows who made the money off it, they had to wait quite a while, though. Because even when they thought that it was going to happen, it didn't happen like quite a bit.
We've been in here a day and we can barely hold out.
They can't
I know.
There's so much
like the speed of information.
Is anyone watching these after hours trades?
Last week there was like 2 top Reddit posts that were saying
See, that's my biggest thing.
The day that the shorts were due.
Yeah, everyone last week said it was going to be Friday or Thursday. Then this week, everyone was like, "Oh, it's going to be AMC."
When's the?
What did I can't even remember.
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Friday before trading got halted on certain platforms.
You're exactly right. Robinhood
Any
got
you follow
cucked and we
Justin
got
Sun
fucked.
on Twitter?
Does anyone know what the short interest is?
It's been a while. See, I don't think no one's going to know what short interest is until fucking the FINRA report comes
That's
out.
the point. It was like 70% short interest. Stupid.
When's the next FINRA report on that?
The 9th. Is it the 9th? No, I heard.
But I don't think it gets published on the 12th.
No. It gets reported. Like the companies actually report it on today.
Tomorrow.
Actually. Or no. Tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Tomorrow.
And that data is reported to the public on the 9th. So it'll already be out of date.
So what happens to the contract? They're always ahead of
us.
Friday.
But there's no way that they're out of this, right? They can just they can always stall, but they'll have to pay up.
So is that what they did with Friday's contracts?
They're technically just projecting anyway, so they don't have numbers. Keep in mind, it's models that they're using.
And he actually proves that the short interest has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, technically, no.
But why do you think that the short interest is composed of mainly people who had it a month ago? Like the short interest number could be high, and it could just be people who've gone short at the high of 400.
We talked about that as well. The idea that there's hedges who weren't in this who went long and have been hedging on the way up, shorting at higher and higher price points.
Yeah,
I mean, BlackRock owns like what, 10 million.
13%.
So what happened to the contracts that expired Friday?
Well, technically.
Oh yeah, did they settle? Did those hit the market?
Yeah, well, are we seeing it?
We still need to figure out more on what the actual settlement
Technically,
process is for options contracts.
If it's like
to
anything
answer
else,
that.
then it should be 2 days, right?
Yeah, so they have 2 days
T
to
plus
2 days
2
to
thing?
deliver, right? They have 2
So
days to
that
deliver.
that would mean tomorrow.
Well, technically, the
by
actual
end of
buying
day.
activity of swooping up those shares prior to the delivery to the people who got them, right? That could be over for the course of 2 days, so it could be spread
It
out.
says here market makers have special exemptions from the rules. They are allowed to carry a naked short for up to 21 days. Do these hedge funds qualify? for those?
Citadel does.
No, not the hedges, but the
Citadel does
market
though,
makers.
yeah.
Easy.
So the guy who bailed out, 0.72.
So
Yeah.
technically, they could just keep rolling over 21 days every time.
Well, that's
total
not the
reduced,
hedges.
no? Could not.
That's the market makers, though. If you're talking about not delivering shares.
If we keep on
It's
holding,
a
we're
little
gonna
hard
be
to
solid.
separate them.
I mean, yes and no,
To be
though.
honest.
So, like I mentioned before, you got to keep in mind there's a lot of allegation of like conspiracy on this, but at the end of the day, the way that market makers make their money, there's so much fucking at risk if you ever decide to stop being a market maker, because that's like basically
Yeah, you gotta
guaranteed
hold
money.
every single share.
Yeah, why would you risk that position by putting yourself with so much exposure in mass securities fraud that you could get removed, when if you just do nothing, in an infinite timeline, you'll make infinite money?
Who are the market makers?
That's the thing too.
I
Citadel has
imagine.
1%.
I mean, I don't know, but I imagine that hedge funds operating under the auspices of market makers have the flexibility to be able to use basically the same, privileges that the market makers have.
But the market
It
makers
is effectively a giant. Sorry, go ahead.
The market makers don't actually have any privilege compared to HFT guys. Exchange pays them a premium to provide liquidity, and that comes with the obligation of them having to provide continuous quotes on both sides. The high frequency traders will get the same data, could co-locate very close to the exchange and get the data as quick as anyone else, but they don't have that obligation. But then they won't get any premium for providing liquidity. So market making is beneficial because you make money on the premium that the exchange
Regardless of
pays
what
you to
direction
cross
the
the orders.
market is going, order volume is the name of the game for them, right? So to Kalachi's point, it pays to be a market maker because you're not tied to fact volume, right? So volatility, churn, anything like that, like will result in an increase in the number of orders that they can route to different exchanges. They get those premiums, they're happy, and they get to, in other parts of their business, underwrite the hedge funds essentially gambling and call them on them when their accounts look ballsy, right? So they're making they're the infrastructure upon which this happens, and they make a lot more money doing that than they would taking aggressive
Well, I
positions.
was referring simply to
price
the
goes.
idea.
They just make their money on the split between
I
the
was
bid and the
referring
ask.
specifically
That's all
to
that matters, really.
the idea of them being given a 21-day allowance to essentially write naked shorts.
But if you're an electronic market maker on like NYSE or NASDAQ, your inventory of stock is changing every 15 microseconds.
There's a
so
new article.
No, not nanos, microseconds, because the exchange deals in microseconds, so you can benchmark things in nanoseconds, but the fastest stock exchange in the world executes their inventory is changing so quickly that I don't think giving them that 21-day exemption really doesn't make that much sense anyway, because they're constantly swapping things in and out, and they have to trade throughout every session.
Yeah, there's no
they
new
can't
news
take a break.
on Market Watch. GameStop stock retreats from record gains after more than half of short positions eliminated. More than 35 million GameStop shares no longer shorted. leaving 27.1 million shares remaining, says S3.
Do they post
it was posted at, let's see, 8 minutes ago.
So the same number we've been
on
getting.
Market Watch.
Yeah, same number we saw. Hell, they published that like Sunday. And it's really weird that they published it Sunday when normally they just do it Monday. I don't know if I
comes out.
buy it, to be honest.
The report
It's
comes
weird.
out in 2 days,
I
and
could
it's
be wrong.
completely off base from what they have. That fucking whole place is not. No one's gonna want to use their data. Like, I don't know. It seems really stupid of them to just fucking lie outright every time.
Hey, Doppelganger,
wait.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that,
Oh,
because
no.
I think you have some good
Oh,
takes. Do you have any
no, but
takes
I was
on the
gonna-
S3 numbers?
I was going to what's it called? +1. What Fove was saying. All of that tracks. It's exactly the way.
Say it one more time. I
he
might
was
have missed.
describing it. Everything Fove said about the way the exchange operations work and the market maker's relationship to the exchanges.
Oh yeah,
premiums being paid. All of that is exceptionally accurate.
I said it before about S3, but the way they get their data is that I learned is they get their data from the interest payments. Make an agreement to delay payments for 2 days and
Why not?
skew the data.
Why not?
So one of the
Like I said, who knows if they can
So I don't trust the data.
defer
So our
payments
big
on
thing
a
is going to
deal.
happen on Wednesday.
It's hard to say when.
I think mid to late
It seems like it might.
this week, the prices should start fluctuating a bit higher, just because of like everyone's funds finally being transferred over to different platforms.
Also, some people might like get baited into silver and stuff like that. Like we're starting to split up our like focus.
We also don't know how many users Robinhood lost. Like in all reality, like how many people of these dumb people like actually transferred their stock?
Okay,
Robinhood,
guys,
we don't really
guys,
know.
this is getting a little dour.
Increased user base. That's what I would say.
Are people just swapping?
We had
This is my biggest thing, is though,
mostly
like-
flat day.
Just gotta hold
You know what?
it.
Honestly,
I mean,
Guys, it went from 380 to I think 120 in one day.
Yeah,
and
that's
we're
what I
just
was gonna
gloomy about it.
Yeah, that's
what was
because
it
we were
like
locked
that
out of
day?
trading
You know
that
what?
time.
I think
Yeah,
a
but
lot of people were
I think
bored.
it was at that time we didn't have
It was
fatigue.
also
At this
obvious
point,
what was happening.
people are facing
yeah,
fatigue.
I think
it's like a
boredom-
board.
That's my fear, is that people
So
are
what
gonna
we
get
need to do?
so apathetic about this, they're gonna start
Brainstorm
selling.
all it means to reinforce.
This is
the
like
morale of
you
the
beat
troops.
someone in
Look at that
wrestling
last
and
big rally.
they're just locked down.
Yeah,
This feels like
guys,
that, like super boring, but you have to wait for the other one to keep up.
Yo, the fucking value just
share
posted in
what we
the
own would be
name.
cool. That would be
Hold the line, folks.
Oh, guys,
If
look
you
at
lose
that.
5 mil, I can lose anything.
Look at that rally at the end of the day. We still have backup. We've got some deep fucking pocket that could give the hedge funds a way out. The way I look at it is that these guys are hemorrhaging left and right. They're punched out. They had low volume all day. They didn't have any dirty tricks. They could have tried to shake the monkeys out of the tree and really let her down, except they don't have the stocks to do it, in my opinion. If they had ammunition, why wouldn't they use it today?
Yeah, they
what
shouldn't
I
use
see
it
is that
sooner,
they're
but they
kind of
did.
like.
They didn't use it today because
Go
they
ahead.
were expecting it today.
And soon
Well,
enough, it's
also,
actually going to be.
time.
So the only
So,
way
yeah,
they
it's
can
actually
get out of
gonna-
this is if the price goes down low enough where they can just sell and be like, to
No.
mitigate their losses at a kind of minimal position.
no.
Is that it?
Well,
No, because the price doesn't matter because the way to think about it is like they're kind of like testing. Like, say everyone buy orders and they're gonna stack really big buy orders, say at like 350 or something, or like if they get it down low enough, they're gonna stack like a bunch, like right at 200. So that way anyone. It's like they're testing the fence to see how low they can get it to go. But if no one's selling it,
So
like,
I just-
what do they have to buy? There's no
As the stock
liquidity.
was going down today, as the stock was going down, there were buy orders for like 40, 50,000
And they
shares.
disappear immediately as soon as the sell pressure was coming up. Somebody's algo scooping the fucking bottoms of these dips.
And keep in mind, we're all looking for these high volume swings. I imagine that they are very well aware of that and are doing their best to kind of spread out their buys. I mean, they have unlimited risk.
Their best play right now is
they care about
so
they're gonna do any of that.
So in a way, think about it, right? Like a bunch of tards whose logic is buy the dip, right? And what you need to do will force the price up, right? And your only tactic to fight it is to push the price down, and they fight the dip. What do you want to happen? You kind of want it to trend flat.
Discourage people from basically. It's like for the nerds out there. It's like a kinetic barrier, right? The harder they throw losses at us, right? The more the first slow crawl down.
Yeah,
down off the top to
they need a slow fucking burn.
To the burn.
We are a non-Listen,
they know everyone on Reddit has ADHD, man, and they're trying to just board us. They're trying to make us bored.
It's either going to go up or go down, and it went down. That's fine. I expected like this to happen one way or the other. So this morning I did 420 for my limit sale, and then went to 9,415K. You can go check the book over there. It's there. Like from now on, I don't even care about money anymore. This is fucking personal. If I'm missing money over here, I'll go work overtime over here. I'll make it up.
Bro, can I put a limit here super high?
Yeah, we're doing to them. They're like, we're bleeding them out. They're hemorrhaging, but they're bleeding our drive, or they're trying to.
I mean, I don't really care at this point. The money that I invest is just.
Yeah, does everyone stay long GME until like something crazy happens in an upward price motion, and we should be fine.
I don't even
like legitimately.
Might as well just be boss over here,
kind of
right?
just chilling.
So it's just like, you know what? I don't even care about money anymore. Like for me, like my worth is worth more than 15 or 20K over here. If I say I'm gonna fucking hold, I'm gonna fucking hold over here, and I'm gonna put my sales.
Oh yeah.
Like for what I'm not trying to get you guys to do anything different, but for me, that's just like what I learned today. I know it was gonna break out up or down. It broke down over here. That's it. I don't care about my money anymore. I go live my life.
Good night, anyways, guys.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, take care, man.
No one be afraid to step away, guys. It's been a rough day. You know, it's been boring with some negatives, some goods. You know, let that freaking bring us down. Where the hell did all that silver talk?
Everyone, give me a positive
What do you think
that you got out of
You think I have some kind of life to go back to?
Guys, the price gonna go tomorrow, or like what's gonna happen?
The
dip.
Share too much.
Buy the dip.
I think my biggest fear would be like this apathy kind of continues for the rest of the week, and people just start getting fed up with it.
We can't have apathy in here. This is how people get bored, and this is how people get demoralized.
This is what I mean, though. Another couple days of this,
here's another
is going to
thought.
build up.
Here's another thought, right? So there's this concept when you're debating, right? That you sell some rope and you buy some time. So think about the other institution traders. Think of BlackRock, right? Who can call their shit back. They sell some rope by buying these shares and loaning them out to the shorts. Now they're just buying some time, right?
Yeah.
There's another thought, so I'll take that away as a positive.
Win, right? But for me, at this point, I've taken in the possibility that we can lose as well, right? Like whatever, these guys are experienced. But for me, I don't even care. Like, oh, like this is the actuality. We're still going to win or whatever. And I don't give a shit
Right,
about
that's
anymore.
You, I wouldn't say that's
Yeah.
an ass.
Oh my God.
See, here's the thing, though. You shouldn't actually say things like that. So that's your.
I mean, I feel like that's the case. You shouldn't invest. In,
Right, but
yeah.
Hey, once in a lifetime opportunity, they're gonna fucking dump it all in, right?
No, I don't care.
I understand.
personally don't
If you
care.
don't have
I
money
just
to
bought
dump into it,
225
what the
shares
fuck are
right
you
now.
doing? You know,
Bruh.
this is. It's not really
Frankly,
you know what
I
I
think
mean?
Okay, come on,
I
guys.
think you guys might be dismissing
hard to
the
analyze
political
this.
aspect to this. The fact that people really do just fuck,
Well, that's just
fuck
because
over
everybody's
the
looking
hedge
for
funds,
a reason
and it's
to fuck
worth
over
losing
themselves
rent
right
so
money
much
now.
more
to do
faith
it.
into this
Like,
than the fucking
people feel
government
that way.
handing out
Oh,
stimmy checks.
people also
Meaningful
felt that way
stimmy checks.
storming the Capitol. You know, you just can't do crazy shit if you want to. Sometimes you got to do what's right.
2008, I lost my job because of these
Well,
guys.
okay, so but you have to separate the activism from the market aspect of it. Okay, like the goals of that should be that when this all winds down, you make sure you talk to your congressperson about what it is they're investor and to limit the manipulations of larger hedge funds. So that political battle is not going to be won in the market. The market positions are going to be determined by how the plays are played mechanistically, just like any other game. That it's a different ball game
Your rent,
completely.
you know.
Hey, did I hear
Like if you lose
somebody?
your rent,
I feel like
people love that.
I feel like somebody's been trying to say somebody has a quiet mic and can't be heard.
I don't know.
Was it Ultra? Oh, okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure because
Yo,
sometimes
Screech
with
died, dude.
quieter mics, people get talked over.
Guys, is it
No,
me?
you sound
It might be
fine.
me.
Hey, you sound
You
fine.
sound
Okay.
I sound fine. All right,
I don't say, like the reason I don't want to say like right now I'm making a statement, but I'm not emotional. The way we have been doing things, that we have been analyzing this for days on end since Friday or prior, right? We've been analyzing since Saturday. We've been analyzing on Sunday. Whatever happens now is a lesson for me, right? Because I understand the 120 some percent of like a shortage over here. So let's see what happens. I want to let it play out, and it's worth for me to like go in like this. And I'm just trying to let you guys know. I'm not making a statement. Oh, I'm gonna put 15K and I'll say I'm out of it. It is whatever.
I say by the end of the week we should have a better picture. Right?
Does that mean the price might spike on Wednesday? Like dramatically?
Expect Thursday to Friday.
Stonks go up, stonks go
Stonks
down.
only go up, of course. In the end, they're always going to be up.
And to the right.
Guys, I'm going to bed. Cheers
Take it
for all
easy.
the
Alright,
information. It was good.
I don't know what you guys are all going to do with your money, but if I make a killing on, they're like spread out in different households all over my town. So I would love like bring them some like
Paying
gifts
off that
and
fat
stuff.
ass grad school debt. Gee.
Bro, I'm gonna buy a Tesla.
I already paid off my tuition actually. Yeah.
I'm starting my dream job.
I'll give you some
The
business.
problem is that we're bankrupting.
No.
We are your
Yeah,
future.
dude,
We're
now
nuanced,
we're the
though.
future.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Everyone's like backing up, like everyone's backing up all the hedge funds, right? But the thing is that that like the people have all the wealth now.
Case, bro. You got trillionaires.
Yeah,
and
they have like
don't talk about how much
nation
money they
state
have.
level
You
purchasing
know that
power.
they literally. This is no joke, dude. They have so much fucking money that they pay for it to rain once a week over there in the desert.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not
I think the owner of the Manchester City football team, that family has just a mind-boggling amount of money.
Without getting
just off of oil.
If we're focusing on GME conversation, I have two things to say. One is no volume.
You're damn right, Arsenal.
And two, don't believe the news.
Yeah, that sounds like solid advice.
Seriously, if you look at all of the, go educate yourselves, go to Investopedia, whatever, if you don't know what a ladder attack is, and look at the volume of stocks that haven't moved. It's
And
you
nice
can
round
use
lot
deductive reasoning and
numbers
figure it out.
flowing.
I think what they're gonna do tomorrow, it's gonna bump up it to scare you into like, oh shoot, you know, I'm all in. This is my chance to like get out, and then it's gonna drop down for another ride. But in the long term, I think the squeeze is gonna start happening a lot quicker because
Dude, I hope
It's retarded by me thinking that again, right?
Honestly, it's probably going to
well,
skyrocket
for
past
immediate,
1,000.
I think it's gonna go up to 500 and then start trickling down.
Dude,
And
how
then,
many
but-
people have their sell limits at 420 though?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what
that's
I'm
right.
thinking
When
now.
people are going to have the company inevitably, it's math. It's math. It's simple math. Inevitably, they have to cover their losses, right? The question is, the gamble is when are they going to do that? So whenever technology to simulate a further drop than what's really happening, but if you watch volume, you can see where the money's going, and if it's going back and forth between two companies to create a short ladder attack, then it's obvious.
I mean, study the charts afterwards. Study the charts.
That price, if they're actually picking up real shares and doing that with those wonky ass candlesticks, is just proof of them saying, "Hey, where we closed at, we are willing to take higher."
So if they had already closed out their positions, they wouldn't be doing any of this shit, right?
If you're feeling a little paper handy and you've bought your shares under $400 a share, send me a message and I'll take them off your hands.
Right.
That's funny. I think there's one thing we've forgotten, that if they go low enough, it's actually going to be good value. Like, this is actually a company, and if they keep going, really, I mean, at some point, if they get to $40, if they get to $30, and people keep buying, there's no reason to stop buying, because
Buying
it's actually a good deal.
You can
It's like,
you can catalyze their revival at that point.
I'll add to your point. I don't know much about trading, but long-term investing is kind of my grind. And I'll tell you what, if you never move your money to cash and the company stays in business, you're almost always guaranteed to recover your losses over the 10, at the very most 15, 20 years. So whenever I lose money on a long-term trade, I just diamond hands it up. And I'm like, well, someday I'll be 60 and then that'll be worth 5-10 times what it is now.
I literally do the same thing. And
solid advice.
Not to be a pooper on that, but there is such a thing as opportunity.
There is, you're right.
True.
So do both.
Yeah.
Protect yourself long term and seize the opportunity short term with your fund money.
I believe we've been preaching that here all weekend. Make sure to
Or just
protect
fucking YOLO and diamond hands. That's all you.
Or do
all it takes.
fuck it, YOLO and diamond hands, bro. Sell all your shit, take a second mortgage out. Like there's always going to be that.
Ask your wife's boyfriend for money and just buy everything.
Hey boys, all I'm saying right now is that I do apologize, but I did buy one put call 2 days ago, and I made hella bank from it. And what I'm gonna do, sell it and rebuy GME
and buy
GME.
There you go. You see, I'm playing both sides, so I always come out on top.
If you're selling and reinvesting it to get more shares, hey, respect to you. I got nothing against that.
But what is stopping them from doing the same?
The
sheer size, dog.
Yeah,
the amount they're betting on that stock hitting $20 a share, bro. It's so beyond that. The price needs to go way down to stop them from doing that. What they want to do is drive it down to as close to their short bet as they can, and then at that point, since they already know they're fucked, at that point they're going to dump all their fucking money back into the stock, which drives the value way the fuck up. Because if they don't do that, they throw all the money away. So they'll purchase the stock back just to cover their loss.
Devil's
That's basically what's
advocate here. The idea they don't want to pay right now at the current price is kind of predicated on the idea that they think it's going to drop down. So but they have, again, infinite losses potentially. They know what a short squeeze is. They know how brittle their position is. I mean, who say they haven't already written off the idea of paying, $200-$300 for every one of those shares and just sprinkling it throughout,
The thing is, you can't buy that large of a volume. When you're talking about the volume that is in question here, you have to understand when they start to do what you're saying, the price isn't going to sit at 200. It's going to go 10, 20, 30 times. Yeah, because they're buying so much volume. That's what drives the price up. So they're in a fucked situation. They were betting on a company failing to drive it out of business, because when you do that, all of the tax responsibility and the debt is associated with the business. They don't pay any of that, dude. It's all profit to them.
So they won't even have to pay taxes on the bankruptcy either.
How many
because
do you
it's
think
not them.
How many do you think were bought up by the short sellers today? I mean, we had a volume. It was a very low volume day, and still the volume was 34 million.
None
of it was. None of it was.
The number is too high. They're still doubling down on their shorts and banking that the price is going to go down even further. The thing is that data is not out yet. We don't know about the recent shorts, and I'm not sure what the time frame is as far as how they have to report.
Doubling down on their shorts, like the way it looks like today, it's only going to speed this process up like quite a lot. It's like they're taking a huge gamble right now.
They're
like
basically
balls
YOLOing
in.
At the same time they're YOLOing. The difference is,
and if you think about it, people would have cashed out like if they wanted to at the market opening, and they're still driving the price down. It's like where the stocks are not available, So I think what their game plan for tomorrow is like probably is going to jump to 500, and I don't know if anybody saw as the market closed. Anybody saw the last order that came in and just kind of disappeared?
Yeah, I saw
It had a spike to like 250 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried that too many people are holding and not enough people are buying more.
I think a lot of people are going to buy. The lower it gets, more people are going to buy.
That's the issue. We all want to buy more, but 90% of the people in here are using Robinhood, which doesn't
open up Fidelity
now. I think right.
Or get Webull. Webull's just as easy to get as Robinhood is.
Fidelity.
I ran into that problem where I couldn't buy any GME stock, so I just opened a Fidelity brokerage account and I was able to buy 2 stocks, no problem.
Fidelity
20 minutes. Took 20 minutes. That's it.
They'll front you the money.
Fidelity has calls on GME.
The thing about
I have mad respect for someone that did the option and do the put. It's incredibly risky, and it doesn't influence the stock as well. And I think it's really flexible what you did over there. And
the thing I think.
But today, that's straight up market manipulation. What they did today was straight up market manipulation. I don't know if anybody saw the parabolic SAR on
I saw that shit.
Yeah, did you see every time it came close to hitting it, it's just all of a sudden driving it down. That was the thing. That's 100% market manipulation, man.
You got to look at the trade numbers on that too.
Like they're gambling and doubling down on the shares that are not out there.
Yeah.
Why am I in a trading interview room? How do I get out of that shit?
Yeah, me too.
The FBI wants your ass. The FBI wants both your asses.
You guys are in trouble.
You guys didn't say not financial advice enough. Come on.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
Financial advice.
Melvin will be in there shortly to interview you guys.
What's wrong with you guys holding so long?
Right? Yes, everybody has shares that they're holding.
Yes.
We got more today.
Show people that we're committed.
Wait,
to
were
this.
we supposed to buy it?
Look at it. Oh my god, look at that shit.
No, you're supposed to short it, man.
I got this sweet short contract going for GameStop.
Short GameStop, is that what I heard?
I have tons of GameStop.
If you guys want to short it, you can borrow my shares at a low price of 80% interest rate overnight.
That sounds like a sweet deal.
Damn, somebody just bought 2,603 shares of at 210.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a discount.
I know, dude. I wish I had the extra money right now to double in. Because
well, you will soon because we're in the middle of COVID.
It's true. Yeah, get the next stimulus check.
Yeah, that's STEMI coming in.
All right, boys, I'm down.
Coming. When are you guys getting that sweet check?
Do you think they're going to persuade them to delay the stimulus check because they know?
Oh, definitely, dude, definitely.
No way.
You don't think
No.
so?
No way.
Ooh, look at GME.
I promise you, no way.
Are they? I actually haven't been paying attention to news on that. Are there talks of a third one now?
Yeah, so it should be about 1,400, but I think the Georgia Senators are going to hold out for 2K.
Yeah.
Yo, GME is free falling.
GME's at 208 now. Fuck me.
Biden
need to hurry up.
It's free falling.
to get it down to
Yeah,
600 million.
207.
207. Wow.
But
a lot of that.
Free falling would be
Yeah,
what
we're gonna
happened
be the
earlier.
back holders, boys.
206.
An extension of this short ladder concept we were talking about before, except now nobody except for the aftermarket traders are going to be buying back in to fight it back. So
it's okay.
highly possible that it'll go even lower.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul. It's G.
So do you think they'll get it really low and then at market open tomorrow there'll just be a surge?
There's a fight.
Because surely there's someone in a room that's looking at this thinking 210 is probably a very lucky point.
Yeah, there's totally people thinking that.
Basically at some point it becomes a sort of cost benefit analysis which way they go, right? They either buy it all out in one go or they try and recover their position by range trading within that price range.
How many? If they completely just bought out all of the stocks they owned, how much do you think it would rise to? Not financial advice.
What the hell?
How many normies do you think they scared off today?
A decent amount, probably.
I was scared, bro.
All of them.
I was so
even in it
scared.
anymore.
That's also true too.
You guys wanna hear a really shitty story? Really fucking retard
go on
move?
then.
Horse
Please.
All
right.
you do.
So I called my bank this week and I wanted to increase my credit limit because I can only take a 30% cash advance for my credit card. I cash advanced $7,000, threw it into GME at $290, and now I'm down almost $2,000.
Bro,
that's diamond hand, bro. Diamond hand,
I am.
bro.
I'm holding that shit because it's win or lose at this point, and I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking doing it.
Did you use your credit?
I'm at 50,
No.
I feel you.
You're saying that there's actually a chance where the hedges can actually win?
No. I'm sorry.
Only if
They
people
can't.
do shit like
There's
that.
no way.
If people,
Oh, I'm not
So
selling
you're
this.
down
I'm still
to
holding that
$2.
shit. I'm down 2,000 from a fucking game.
So what
You
you're
haven't
asking?
lost a single dollar.
What you're asking is the house gonna win?
What if GameStop comes out with
It's-
more
it's you-
stocks?
Well, like more or less
That's
like
not gonna
issue more
happen.
stocks.
like Melvin and
happens
whatnot.
then?
Like
If they do split, they're fucked. Like that's gonna increase the buying power of individual brokers even more, or retail brokers, whatever you call it. So
Wait
they
a second. Why?
Also, keep in mind. That
Wait,
if they
did
sell
someone
it-
say that GameStop is issuing more stocks?
No, somebody asked if they would, and it's not going to happen.
If
We need to
GameStop
move on from that.
SEC filing.
Because
If
everybody knows that after this craziness, the stock is going to drop significantly, probably higher than it was before, but still significantly. And if they issue more stock now, then it'll dilute what they had, and it'll probably lead to even more of a short crisis later.
By the way, I'm buying up at the bottom. So if anyone gets
I got
over
a
the
question then.
wants to sell
What's
really
stopping
cheap,
them from shorting it now again that it's high and they know it's going to go back down?
They are. They are.
That's what the doubling downs are. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're fucking recovering their positions, and then
Again, we just need to stay retarded and we win. Just keep being retarded and holding. Like, we win.
Today
that's what
genuinely scared
my
me.
life story.
Like I'm new to this. It scared me. And
Stop being your bands.
My solution to it was just buy more.
I'm just hoping that there's a chance I can buy you at like
That is the way. That is the way.
So I'm gonna tell you it like this, huh? If a zombie is coming to you and you shoot at him and he doesn't die, what are you gonna do?
More.
Shoot it again.
Call Ghostbusters.
Sell your gun.
Pretend you're a zombie.
When you shoot a zombie, it's just kind of like fall over, right? So you can just kick it.
I mean, there is one solution nobody has mentioned yet. You could buy a rope.
Wow.
That was funny.
Not a spiritual advisor or anything, but like there's always
an effect and after effect. There's like a yin and yang. So people who bought at 350 or 400 are checking like, whoa, 200. That's a nice price point to get the better position in the market. They're going to buy tomorrow. And they have like weird restrictions today. It was like kind of like a Thursday day today. So we're going to see another Friday or another Wednesday.
I'm bullish on tomorrow.
Price is low enough on Wednesday. I can buy in. I want in so bad.
Looking at the price now, it's sub 210. It just looks beautiful.
Yeah, it looks like really good for buying, but I can't because Wealthsimple has to like settle like all my funds, and I hate it. There's no way to speed it up. Is there?
How long?
I think
is
on
a Robinhood
Webull you
transfer?
can buy after hours. How long is what?
A Robinhood transfer. Just curious.
You have to
wow.
after a trade, it has to settle for 2 days, and then you can do it, and it's like almost instant in my experience.
Is there no way to speed up any settling?
For whoever's itching, for whoever's itching to get in here, I think you're going to have plenty of opportunities to get in here. I mean, at the end of the day, this thing is going to unwind, and whoever's afraid of the hedge, the short sellers winning, they are fucked. And there are hedge funds on this side of the trade, and they're likely going to decide when it unfolds, and we will get the crumbs. But that's we win.
Okay, thanks.
So,
I really want like
high
assurance
volume?
that I can get in.
Yeah, I have a
even though
question, I have
I'm
a question.
really late to the party.
You're not late.
Well, and
No, you're
the
not
brokers
late.
have to clear
This is
the brokers have to clear the transactions ultimately, right? So like the prime brokers would be on the hook if they don't close the shorties position when they reach a margin call.
So there will be an ending here.
Hey, did you see the video of Michael Burry?
Dude, I have a question about this.
What video?
He's reenacting Wall Street, the Wolf of Wall Street in a video.
The Wolf?
Okay, I have a question. Fuck that Michael Burry shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, these guys are saying that they already covered their, they covered their position and shit. But if they already did that, then they wouldn't be doing any of these short ladder attacks, would they?
Yeah, no, they won't.
Plus, we'd see it on volume as well.
It's bullshit, bro.
There's 7 shorters. Some might have covered, some might be short laddering.
Fake news. Okay, so some might have covered, but we still wouldn't be seeing this level of like short ladder attacks, though, right?
They traded it with another hedge fund, or they covered their shorts and got their shorts back from another hedge fund or borrowed. If I were them, what I'd do is I'd go to BlackRock, someone that owns a large share chunk of these shares, and offer them a good value for it.
Exactly.
And here's the thing: you don't want to pay a good chunk of that price. So before you do that, they've got 2 days to cover. So I would spend those 2 days trying to get that price as far down as possible, and then buy that large chunk. Now, looking at volume, it doesn't look like they've done shit.
But why would I, as another hedge fund, want to take on the risk of having that?
It just gives them more time. It's not a risk at that point. It just gives them more time because they can just pass it back and forth to each other.
Yeah. I think we brought this up earlier.
But couldn't they pass that back and forth infinitely?
Doesn't BlackRock have an interest in borrowing those shares out or lending those shares out rather instead of providing them as a bailout?
That's what I was saying about the idea of buying some rope and selling some time. The idea that BlackRock ups their stake and gives the shorts a way out by lending those shares, right?
No.
Yeah.
But then they're waiting for this shit to blow up.
Right.
Correct.
They're not giving them a way out. They're giving them a way to buy more time, but that is
exactly.
That's all it is. That's all it
And
is.
they're really just selling rope right now so the hedges can hang themselves.
Correct.
And quite honestly, even if a lot of people,
you see the analogy now.
I see the analogy now.
Guys, I'm probably gonna pull a retard right now and transfer 1K to my account.
This is the way.
Okay. GME, is that okay?
This is the way. Yes, this
As
is
long as
okay.
you're not using Robinhood.
Always go. Don't worry, I'm on Fidelity.
Yeah,
There you go, Fidelity Bros, man. We're Fidelity Bros here.
I want y'all to go ahead and keep this in mind, okay? So Robinhood went down Thursday pretty much. Everyone switched out. Thursday or Friday. 2 days after that. That's when those accounts will be free then. If that's what it takes, 2 business days for a transfer was hearing, right?
Wait, sorry. No. Okay.
Here's the best part about a transfer.
Robinhood
So
took 5
you
days.
might not be able to touch your positions while a transfer is happening, but at the same time, no one else can either.
Let me Let me correct that. Sorry, I said that earlier. Let me correct that real quick. What I was saying is if you have positions on Robinhood, you sell them, it takes 2 days for those trades to settle. It's a T+2. After T+2, you can send it to your bank. From your bank, you can then send it back to like Fidelity, and it's instant. You have that money to work with. There is such thing as a good faith violation you might want to look up, but that's want to transfer your assets completely through an ACAT, it does take almost a fucking week, and I'm sitting on that right now.
Dude, out of curiosity,
it wasn't necessarily the assets I was talking about because those are ours and those are there. It's more the money. Someone going because you got to think an investor just got in, put money in Robinhood, fucked over, went shit. I gotta move my money, so he moves it to another broker. You know. How long does a money transfer on that usually take?
A money transfer from Robinhood to another broker? I don't think you could do that unless you do an ACAT. You can't do.
Oh, so you have to pull the money out.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it that way either.
Yes,
I
you
wouldn't
can.
want that
Anybody?
data to be
Okay,
stored.
hold on a second. Anybody who's sitting on a pile of cash in Robinhood and hasn't already bought a stock, keep in mind that you can get a routing and account number directly from Robinhood and initiate an ACH transfer from a new account directly from Robinhood.
From your brokerage account, correct?
Exactly. And your brokerage will likely give you margin or whatever to basically allow you to use at least some percentage of that amount immediately.
And you can do the same thing vice versa, so you can wire it back in as well.
So on the topic,
they have an option for moving your money out as well. That takes time.
Sorry, back on the topic of Fidelity. If you do that, it is a 25,000 is what they let you use up to for an ETF. A wire transfer is 250. I did a lot of fucking
looking
reading
like it's
this
going to
morning.
dip below 200.
There you go. What are the fees on wire transfers?
Wire transfers dependent on the bank, as far as I know, but from Fidelity, it's free.
From Fidelity,
Really?
it's free.
Wow.
Yeah.
Usually it's
And
more
then
expensive.
a lot of banks will do like wires less than like $5,000 or $10,000 for free, or like $5 fees.
Fidelity's a really good.
The only problem with Fidelity is
Barely.
you cannot do you can't set sell limits above 50% of the current stock price.
And you can't do fractional shares either.
We can hear
Oftentimes with those companies, if you actually call and get to a trading desk, then
You can set a
they
settle limit.
will set limits that are much higher. It's usually just kind of the software as a limitation on that.
Yeah, it's their software algorithm that gets it.
Yeah, I called them over the weekend. It took me like 2 hours just to get a hold of someone.
I called them and it took me an hour and a half.
Same thing with TD.
It took me 5.
That's because if you think about it, everybody's trying to get out of Robinhood, right?
I've just seen
somebody named Brad told me to spread this message. According to the crowd.
What's the process of getting your money from a stock that you sold to buy more GME, of course, in GME headquarters? What's the process of selling that stock and then getting that money back into your bank account so you can get out of Robinhood?
That process is a lot longer.
I just explained that. Yeah, I just explained this. So what you do is you sell those stock on Robinhood. It's a T+2. So that means it's the day of the trade plus 2 days for those funds to settle. Once those funds settle, you can move them out of Robinhood, which is almost instant from what I've experienced. And then you can move them to another brokerage, which is also kind of instant, but not really. You have unsettled funds that you can use, like Infidelity, again, as an example.
Okay.
Can't you just move the stock from
You
Robinhood to another?
That's a transfer.
That's called an ACAT, and that can take a very long
don't
time.
sell the stock. Just transfer it. Fuck it.
Yeah, I did that, and it's going to take me until next week, Monday next week.
It's going to take like
do
10
that.
days.
Yeah.
Did you do it from the Robinhood or did you do it from the bigger broker?
I did it from Fidelity.
Yeah, you want the receiving end to be handling that.
In 10 days. So I think that would still be the move I would do in your position. Would
Yeah,
be transfer my
that's-
DME
that's-
stock.
The losing carrier doesn't have any incentive to actually make sure that your transfer goes through accordingly.
Actually, what I want to know is why hasn't Fidelity bent the knee, or other?
Because they have a
Fidelity
fuck ton
is
of
a
fucking-
huge.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Their
also a
own
huge holder of GME. Let's.
Yeah.
Fidelity's a huge holder of GME.
Like 5 million or 50 million?
They're right under BlackRock.
I'm looking.
Yeah,
they have
benefit them.
they have
dude.
6,800,000 shares.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, if it isn't a margin,
They're
if it is a
third
margin
behind
account on Fidelity, they
BlackRock
will
and FMR.
they can and will loan your shares out.
Yep.
Unless you give them a call and let them know that you don't consent to that. I mean, that's the only thing you can do. Even then, they can deny it.
Hey, do you have Trader Pro, Fidelity Active Trader Pro?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
You can do a DNR, so they can do that.
A what?
A DNR?
I'm not sure the exact.
You're really hard to hear, man.
Acronym for it.
Is this guy
Bro, are you in our tunnel?
Yo, I'm hearing.
He's calling from Baghdad in 1991.
Caller number 98 on the line.
I'm serious right now. I'm hearing people talking about selling.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, right now it's crucial,
What the
guys.
fuck?
Guys, right now.
No,
it's a
we're not.
crucial
Nobody's
moment.
talking about selling.
No.
We're talking about making sure
No,
we can buy.
I went into Wall Street Bets 2, and they were talking about fucking selling. Someone was trying to convince everyone in there to fucking sell.
Do we need to split up and brigade the other channel?
Yeah.
We need to go brigade.
I don't want to
Go
sell
up
it,
there
man.
and-
Last
Yeah, I
time
don't
in
either.
back
Wait,
office,
one
my
second.
fucking head wanted to cave
Well,
into my
guys,
desk.
they want-
Man, I'll go buy shares.
Financial advice because if
Hey,
that's
can you hear me
Yeah, we
now?
can hear you now.
punish them for it. Because we're
I
telling
was
people
just saying,
not to
in
sell. That's
Fidelity
also
Active
financial
Trader.
advice, right?
Not if we say, well, I'm not.
I don't think it's a good idea
not
to
financial
sell. So
advice.
that's my opinion.
Easiest way would be just talk about your opinion.
Hear this.
If you guys know anything about lost harvesting,
Wall Street Bet 2.
lost harvesting, you could sell and buy back in later.
Who's going to mod that real quick?
Yo.
I think when you
I'll go in there, but then everyone's gonna hate me because I'm gonna yell at them.
right? Because you don't want to come off as like, what? Yo, we can't sell this. You don't want to like make it look like we're tilt or whatever, right? Just like if they want to sell, then sell over there.
If you sell, imagine the price drops down to like 100, 150 again.
Well,
you buy
we
back
can't
in,
just
it's
go in there
gonna
and say,
skyrocket.
Oh,
Okay,
don't
last
sell
time the
over here,
price.
blah blah blah. You know, people have the right to be scared, but it's
I know.
better for
All
us
I'm
to have
saying is, watch it dip down again. The last time the price dipped, it shot back up to like 500. The same
We
day.
hit pre-market 508 that day. I remember.
Like, if you want to go in there and tell people not to sell, just counter position professionally. Don't just go like, yo, get this fucking guy out of here. So like, what do you mean? Like, you got to hold or something. Like, you don't want to make the person feel uncomfortable. Like, they're in a difficult position, right? It's their money. They have the right to be here. We're here because like we're true like Wall Street Bets.
This is so coordinated. They're like selling these after hours.
Yeah, they're getting banned. They're getting banned.
Yeah, there was a guy in WSB2 earlier.
Sellers.
He was just saying like, "Oh, guys, sell, get out while you can." You know, the hedgies are winning. Like, it was clearly a joke, but it was so serious that people were
Yeah, but
probably
you can't be
taking
joking
him-
around like that, especially.
No, but people were probably taking him.
Bets too. I'll be back. I'm gonna fucking teach these fuckers a lesson. I'll be back. Fuck these hedge funds.
Here, I'll come with you. Let's go. I'll come with you.
I mean, I just went over there and they yelled at us for suggesting that anybody was talking about it. So
Really? Well, I'll go get yelled at real quick.
I didn't even see GameStop is at like 200 now.
Do you see
By the way, don't go in too strong because that
It's
will be
literally
illegal.
like a quitter is a bad apple. You know?
This isn't financial advice, but stop fucking selling.
You guys see Chamath made 500K off of his position.
But also, you should do what's right for you based on your financial situation.
No.
Stonk. Because this is not financial advice. We just think you're stupid.
Well, that's
Check
why
the
we're
stock.
You know, sell banana.
This isn't financial advice, but if you sell right now, you're stupid.
If you're selling right now, you're stupid.
If you're selling while it's-
I can't give you.
If you're
I
buying
can't
right
give you
now, you're
financial
smarter.
advice. All I can do is render judgment on your worthiness
My
as a
rendered
human
judgment is,
being.
Why the fuck would you sell now?
I'm scared our own stupidity is gonna get in our way. Like
Listen,
all these
guys.
people have their sell limits at
If you
420,
sell right
69
now,
or
you're
some
dead.
shit.
$1 million idea. Buy high, sell low. This is how you make $1 million.
Bro, I'm limit here when we broke that right now.
Oh, dude. The smartest person out of all this is fucking Popeye's chicken. Yep.
It's a shit show.
Truthfully,
over there. I'm
you
so
know
glad I
what?
was here this whole
I-
day.
Popeyes made some
Promo
good
code
advertisement.
GME. It's
I'm
real.
just pissed KFC didn't do it because there's no Popeyes near me right now, and I'm
Exactly.
just like, fuck.
Same.
Wait, what happened with Popeyes?
No tendies for us, man.
Trade. We don't get
Yeah.
emotional.
Popeyes did a thing today with free tendies for people who used, what was it, like GME,
GME
AMC
or
as a
NOK,
promo code.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're
That's
shitting
hilarious.
me. I'm going to
Didn't everyone
Popeyes, dude, right now.
Didn't everyone warn that this shit's gonna dip down really low before it skyrockets up? That's literally
Yes.
how it works.
Yeah, it's like
That's
12
part of
hours
it.
ago.
I'm not-
And a lot of
I'm
us
sitting here buying-
understood
You
it
assume
would
people
move
listen to
horizontally
anything.
today as well. Like this has all been
So
predicted.
I have a question. So when it dipped down from like what was it, 500 to 120, what was the reason behind that? Was that just because everyone was locked out?
I thought it was
Yes.
Melvin buying
Uh,
shares
well,
and selling
well,
other shares.
Not just because everyone was locked out, but that's
was a mix
what
of
enabled
that
it to
and
happen.
short ladder
But
and
after
whatsoever.
that, it was a short ladder, which is essentially when a bank will kind of go back and forth, very low volume, put in bids lower and lower so that it seems like the stock is going down, when in fact it's just that nobody but the bank that wants it to go down is bidding it down.
Wasn't that happening all this afternoon?
Yes,
Like, if you look at
although
the
very, very
volume-
slowly.
Yeah. Yep. If you look at the volume and the price change.
Yeah, I just hopped through the other channels and listened in a little bit.
Hmm.
I don't know what this idea is about people saying they're going to sell, because everyone was just talking about the same shit we are, basically. One guy was talking about silver and like how they should sell and go to that, and then basically told him to go fuck himself.
Silver.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You know
Good.
what?
I was there.
You know what? I don't.
Discipline
I don't
across
like
the
this
channels.
idea because obviously GME HQ is superior to the other channels. So please don't compare us.
What's happening?
Yeah, well, I think it's noteworthy to get a beat on
Friday.
Friday.
Emotions over here. It's going to balance our decision making.
about
Calm
17.
down, man. Look at this. From 12 minutes ago, I'm going over here. I said, "You guys, it's okay. Just let them do your thing over there." And then all of a sudden, everybody gets all roused up, and then now we're going bothering them, and they're totally chill over there. And then we come back, and I'm just like, guys, investment is about taking your emotion out of the equation over here. It helps, and it's important for as many people.
Checking what other people are saying is not about emotion. It's about understanding other people's state right now.
There's
It's
also
not about understanding your own state.
I understand other people.
Let me tell you this.
it is emotional when looking at these large price swings.
Yeah, let me tell you this. As a guy who is literally gambling on a credit card, I'm fucking terrified, but I'm excited.
Oh my
as
god,
fuck.
you're doing on a credit card.
First of all, don't say that in a public forum because it is super illegal.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's not on like credit.
my God,
It's not the
interest
credit
on
card,
you
it's the
guys.
Visa debit card. He got it backwards.
He did a cash advance, technically,
Yeah, it was a
so
cash
I don't know.
advance.
Oh, okay.
You have to
okay,
say
okay,
debit,
okay.
not credit.
Yeah, it's still debit.
Yeah,
It's
I was
not
gonna
on.
say the interest.
Yeah, it's not like credit
the
card
interest
directly.
on that if you don't get
I'm
your own money,
sorry.
man.
Like I understand, like if we did, like we're here because we want to like do the hold. But for me, I'm totally comfortable with whatever you guys do, taking care of yourself. That's why we're in this channel. We want to take care of ourselves, but somehow we're in the same channel together, right? And you
Hey,
guys
sorry to interrupt.
Who the fuck is
Whoever's
that?
got their mic on, fix it.
I think it's his. No, I think it's his TV or something.
Yeah,
in the
someone's got their mic on and we're hearing like a TV or a background conversation.
Just go and push the talk.
Yeah, that guy's on the phone.
Yeah.
Who is it so we can mute him?
GME's at 201.
Yaga.
Ultra,
Sounds like a
is it
hedgy
you?
though. Wait, guys, quiet. Let's. Yaga.
Doppelganger. No.
What's this guy's name talking?
We're trying to figure that out. Be quiet so we can find.
Ooh.
It was Biaga. He muted himself.
Or DTX?
And
Oh, okay.
I've been here. I'm not. It's not me.
Whoever it was, they're quiet now. So like.
Yeah.
Nope.
Ah, fucker.
I think it's Main Cane.
I think it's
Yeah, Moon messaged me. It was Main Cane and said he turned him down as well.
Sorry, Biaga.
Yep, Main Cane
Bruh,
confirmed.
on the
Fuck you,
channel
Main
last
Cane.
night, A guy fell asleep on the push to talk. You heard every score.
Fall asleep with your push to talk. What do you guys have your push to talk set to?
I'm trying to hear his conversation. Hold on.
What?
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
We're
Yeah,
trying
we
to
can
listen
hear
to
you.
Main Kane though. We got to be
we're
quiet.
trying- yeah.
My bad.
Oh, I have it muted. Still can't stop laughing at the guy. who's like,
Did I
have
just
it
hear
all on my
someone
credit
rip
card."
ass?
Nah, it's not on my credit card. It was a cash advance. All right? It was
Yeah, it
still
was a
from my
cash advance.
debit
We
card.
discussed this already.
Yeah.
Guy named
Arsenal who was
transmitting.
The fear that I had for him when he said it was on a credit
Yeah,
card.
I was like,
though.
dude, don't say
All
that.
Later, dude.
Y'all say that.
It's not a credit card.
It's a GameStop card.
One
Yeah,
power up
serious
rewards points, man.
So, is it smart if I just wait till my position 2x's and then I'm going to cash out 50%, which will break me even?
No, don't
and then
stop.
I'll just keep it in.
Yes.
Don't stop, won't stop, GameStop.
Do not sell.
Like all memeing
But-
aside,
okay,
if you're
opti-
uncomfortable, trimming risk is not like a bad thing. Do what's right for your personal risk tolerance.
You're asking a bunch of autistic kids on Reddit.
It's true.
I'm just
Who enjoy
If you're talking about like life-changing money, dude, do what's right for you.
Hey, I got a.
If that
I-
didn't,
Yeah, pull
if
out
that
when you
didn't
feel
tell
good.
you your answer, then
Hey, I got a question. My broker just sent me that I need to verify my ID again because I'm a fucking fraud.
Yeah,
What?
that's super common, dude. Are you using like some sort of you're trading on U.S. exchanges or what?
Yeah, trading 212.
Something called the Patriot Act. They want to make sure that. What?
Also, watch out for phishing. Watch out for phishing.
I know nobody cares, but
Yeah,
AMC
but
is
then I
bullshit
send him
too.
my ID and it's like, yeah, that's too low resolution. So what the
You
fuck
might
am I
just need
supposed to
send
do
them a better
now?
resolution image.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, but it is
Now,
good
watch out
resolution.
for phishing
I mean,
here.
so sometimes the
before
shit
you
comes
send
through.
people your ID, verify all endpoints. Check the raw email. Make sure that you're talking
don't
to
get
the
scammed, my guy.
organization
Yeah,
you
don't get
think
scammed.
you're talking to.
No, but it was in the app,
Yeah.
like it wasn't
Yeah.
even via mail.
Okay.
What app are you using?
He said trading 212 or something, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, I've heard of that. I've not touched it.
It's
Main
is
K,
there-
right?
Definitely a software engineer. I heard him talking about queries, and now they're moving test reports to the tester query directory.
Oh, is he in a meeting? Yeah.
Is this
okay.
like Office Space where they're like, so what exactly do you do here?
Oh my gosh, that would be me.
I buy GME. That's it. That's all I do.
Oh my
To the brokerage. I buy GME.
I buy GMA.
I have people skills.
I've been writing queries all day for work while listening to you idiots depress me.
I like the stock. That's simply it.
Look at the DME price right now.
Yeah,
it almost broke 200.
We took some I took some losses today. I'm pretty sure we all did, but you know what? We fucking holding. We're fucking holding.
We didn't take any losses. I'm just looking
Yeah,
at red
it's
numbers.
not a loss if you don't sell.
Exactly.
Tell you guys this. I just came from Wawa, and the news crew was there taking pictures of people driving around in the bad snow. And I couldn't help myself as I was driving by. I'm like, "Hold GME!"
What a boss.
There you go. There you go.
Is there a way to figure out
We're fucking everywhere.
which companies are holding still the short positions? Because I would want to go through like all of the companies' positions.
I had a
on the
screenshot.
market.
I don't.
Till like next week, or I mean, in 3 days.
I don't know what
in
to
3 days.
believe in anymore.
But I mean,
I don't know what data to believe in anymore.
data, I don't know what to look at.
Yeah, but who had the positions before? Like from the
You don't
last
want to buy the dip. I don't understand how hard that is. Oh yeah,
Okay,
I can
so-
see you're muted.
Hey.
I can see you're muted.
Because like the thing I want to
Oh no.
like what will happen like the day before is probably that they will sell
They
off
broke 200.
positions in like their holdings So I want to see like what is happening.
So I've got a list here. As of Friday, this is S3 SI short float data. We've got GameStop, Fubo TV, Ligand Pharma, Bed Bath and Beyond. This is 1 to 10.
Yeah, but
Wait, Fubo TV's being shorted?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that list.
Have you ever
I'm talking about
watched
who is
Fubo
Fuck,
TV?
yeah, Fubo is fucked.
Which
Yeah, Fubo's
company is
fucked.
holding which positions? Like, can we figure that out somehow? Or
You're
like
saying
the only
like what other
company
hedge funds are shorting what?
Yeah, so like for example, Melvin Capital, you can see like all of their positions, what stocks they have, and so on. So they are, for example, holding Pinterest, Alibaba, Nike, McDonald's, and so on. And like if they start selling off like the stocks, we know that they will start buying soon because they're freeing up capital.
Can you hear me? Let me ask a question. Is anybody watch AMC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as
look
well.
how it's dropped $1, but there's no volume. What does that mean?
Short ladder.
Short ladder.
Yeah.
It's the same
So
with
they're
it's
just
the same with
selling and
GME.
buying it. The same people are selling it and
Yeah.
buying it.
To each other.
But is it not possible?
And that's what it means when there's no volume change, right?
If you look at GME, it's the same
Not
fucking shit.
necessarily.
It's low
Yeah.
volume and it's just confusing the algorithm because there's no purchase volume, there's no buy volume. Nobody, there's people retail.
Yeah, it just had
investors
a-
are being blocked.
It's slow. It's
Not a big drop.
Yeah, it's fucking shitty attacks.
Oh,
It's
damn,
it's
and
clear
short
market
ladder?
manipulation.
That's all I was wondering.
Yeah. No fucking
long
buy
can they
volume because
keep doing
retail
that?
investors are blocked out.
Hey, hello on sale though.
You guys see
Should be a good day tomorrow.
You guys see the video from the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort?
Yeah.
Cheering us on. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Question for you: though. If they keep this up, right, and then this price just keeps going down, wouldn't that make it worse for them? Like when, we're like,
they're probably opening new
for a good
positions.
price.
Yeah, I mean they have interests that's accumulating every day, man.
So not only are they manipulating the price, they're manipulating their interest that they may have to pay.
Just I think what they're doing is like they're playing. It's obvious a short ladder attack. What they're doing, just bouncing back and forth between two lenders. What they're trying to do is like keep it like this, and probably tomorrow it might spike to 500. And because people see like, oh man, it was a bad day today, so they're gonna try to recoup that. Man, right now they're all in. If anything, if everybody holds, this short squeeze is gonna happen sooner than you think. Wait, why do you think 500 tomorrow? It's just a mind fuck game. Like so, just like rebound. Yeah, rebound, and people will immediately sell. It's like, oh shit, like yesterday I went down 200. This is my chance to like get something
There
back.
there is some logic. I'm not sure that I'm endorsing it, but to the idea that tomorrow could be a big day, just by virtue of the calls that expired in the money on Friday, and T+2 means that they have to be the shares have to be produced by the end of the day. Now, I did some back of the hand calculations before, and it was like 92,000 calls that expired in the money on Friday. That's like $3 billion at the when it was at
9.2 million
320.
shares, right?
9.25 million shares is what it is.
Jesus.
No matter what happens,
So
are there even that many available to buy?
Well, that's the question. Are they available? How are they going to get them? So there is some logic to there being a spike tomorrow, but we don't know what's actually going on. There's so many things we don't know. So it could be that it could be that they were buying them to try and offset things. So you can't assume anything.
Okay, so I got a question.
Well, GME's at 180
Look
right
at the price right now.
Yeah.
180.
Yeah, it's really on sale.
If they
AMC dropped the same
all
way
those options come
as
due tomorrow, and they can't there's no shares for them. Is that how failures to deliver are made? Is that like how that happens?
To be honest, I'm not entirely. I mean, there are a dozen ways that a failure to deliver can happen, that would certainly fall under the auspices of failure to deliver if they weren't able to deliver the stock. But I'm not sure that that type of thing accounts for the elevated failure to deliver figures that we saw earlier today.
Okay.
Does Fidelity offer aftermarket buys? Because shit, I'd love to gobble up 184.
182.
They should, I think. Yeah,
They
I mean,
do, but I
he
think you have to pay
does.
like a.
Schwab does.
I think they do.
It
But I
has
believe
to be.
there's the
It has
fee.
to be market. I think.
Ameritrade.
What about
Has to be a
E-Trade?
limit order.
I think Webull does
Oh
aftermarket.
no, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Fidelity is limit buys only aftermarket. That's what it is. It's limit buys and sells.
176,
only.
guys.
Damn. Yeah, 176. Holy
176.
fuck.
Hey,
Sorry,
come
limit
on.
buys aftermarket. Does that mean I just have to set it to like 180 and it'll go through?
Or lower, whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Dude, 176.
Fidelity.
Fuck yeah, I'm
You
buying.
had to enable it on Fidelity, just so you know.
Does anyone know about
Do I
E-Trade?
enable it?
Oh, aftermarket? Yeah, you do.
They're
Give me a
probably trying to bring
second.
it down so they can have it'll be cheaper than a buy to satisfy.
Make
the
sure you
option.
select good till canceled plus after hours. Then it
Hey,
should go through.
does anyone here who uses Schwab notice you couldn't put in any after hours orders for GME?
Here, if
Was that a statement or a question?
What are you trying to do? Like buy or sell?
if the hedge
I
fund
was
tries
trying
to
to
buy
buy.
shares at $150, and have a limit order at $2,000, and they hit the market price buy button. If I sell at $2,000, will I block it because I charged too high, or is there such a thing?
Hey,
I don't know.
Like if
Yeah,
say
sorry.
Thursday, all of a sudden they decide to buy all the shares, and I say it's like, you know what, $120 is good enough. Hit the market buy button because there's 120%. There's too much for you to say, right? And then I would say, okay, I want to set my sell limit at say $2,000. Will the web broker? Will the broker prevent it, or
Maybe.
anyone?
My broker, the limit like the price, the current price determines the limit, but then it can move however much, and the limit stays the
To
same.
answer the person's question, Schwab's not restricting any sort of trading.
Okay. Because I thought it's like, well, if I charge them for $10,000 and it slips through by accident, are they going to just like not give me the money or whatever? But thank you.
who was it that was asking how to do after hours trading on Fidelity? Because you do have to enable it.
That was me. Yeah, I'm just enabling
Who's
it now.
me?
That guy.
Look at
Or
those
fellow-
juicy,
or the fellow-
juicy price.
So
Can anybody see what the volume is after hours? Because I'm having trouble
Super
finding it.
lower right now. I was gonna
I'm not
mention
sure it's
to you
like
guys right now, the volume is
Yeah,
super
it's less than a
low.
million. We closed at 34, and we're at 35 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
Compared
a
to like
speculation.
50 the prior
What if
days.
they're doing this for the people that are just totally obsessed with looking at the chart, so that say in the morning it goes to even like 3 or whatever? They're like, okay, now I'm going to paper hand out. Like it's all psychological attack.
That absolutely is.
That's part of it.
That's what they're
when
doing.
people say shaking the monkeys out of the tree, that's what they're talking about.
Just do what I do and
okay.
sleep until 11, and then you don't have to see the chart.
Yeah, 10:30 is 10 by 10:30. Generally, all the like morning churn is over, and you can get a sort of sober view. And on a regular day, you'll have like a lull for lunch
Bro,
when all
it's
the
going up.
institutional traders go to eat, and then you see another spike of activity around 1 o'clock, and then there's a rabid frenzy around power hour from 3 to 4.
That's where we shine.
From 3 to 4 today.
Dude, your mic is really, really low. It's hard to hear you.
So
Look at the
anybody?
volume from 3 to 4 today, and you'll know what he's talking about.
I heard something about volume for
There's
the
only
day.
35 million volume. Someone mentioned
Bro,
the spike,
eventually-
right? Like, is there a time that have to be bought from Friday?
No idea.
Man, what a juicy price.
I know.
Damn,
A
dude,
little bit of
35 million
support. Hey
volume
guys,
today.
it's getting a little bit of support right now. I'm just saying it's going back.
Eventually, I will not be selling my shares because there will be no point. Exactly, yeah, I'm not gonna break even. Hell no.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Not even break even. I'm just losing everything, but it's not even worth everything anymore.
This could be this could be hedge funds dumping.
Hey, but you know
their
what?
shares.
If this
I
happens,
mean, it
I
makes
won't have
sense
to
to
pay
do
as much
it.
taxes.
So to explain the graph.
Once they start buying, at least to satisfy the call tomorrow, this shit should go up a good amount because we're talking like nine something
The
million shares.
acceleration after hours is pretty weird too, seeing as how retail pretty much stops around that time.
Yeah, it's true.
That's when you hit
Most,
peaks and after
most
hours.
retail apps like Robinhood and Webull only allow up to like an hour or 30 minutes after hours of trading.
6 p.m. around.
And
it's
depending
short.
on
And this Robinhood did it at 6 p.m.
Yeah, no broker is accepting applications right now.
Oh wow.
Fidelity,
My
I'm sure it
Webull
is. Like,
account- Nah, my Fidelity account's been 2 days now.
But yo, if you mixed it,
This
look
shit
at the
dropped
overall
like
market. Shit's way up.
50%.
Jeez, yeah, it's like 50% down.
Yeah, but it looks like it's getting pushed down
it is. It's tax gonna
on
keep going.
purpose.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Just in
Yeah,
time for
see,
that
it's
stimulus
same
check.
same buys and
Joe, where's my
sells
stimmy
just
at?
over and
Guys,
over
it's
again.
Illuminati.
I'm gonna need the stimmy after this shit.
I
Come
know,
on,
bro. I'm in
Joe.
the same position right now. I want to buy this dip, but I can't.
That's why Uncle Joe is
I'm not
there
gonna do
for
that.
us.
I know, dude. Just
Well, we can all eat off the
No way,
streets,
man.
you know. Sometimes they lay food on the streets, and maybe that's a
Let's
nice
find more
plan.
people to buy.
Yeah, my
I
workhorse
just bought
took a
10 at
rip, so
180.
This dip is like
I just bought
literally
10 at
There's
180,
volume
man.
is
like
so
nothing but
pathetic.
odd lots.
Wait, are we not
Guys-
just to write the last off on our
Ridiculous.
button?
Hey,
If it's odd lots, that means it's retail, isn't it?
Exactly. It's literally
bad
like
news.
one share at a time. It's
I think-
like the oddest
you go
of
to-
odd lots.
You go to marketwatch.com, big front page, top headline. GameStop stock tumbles 30%
Yeah.
after more than half of short positions eliminated. I know we all know that, but the you know
Yeah.
the
Joe
visibility of
doesn't
it.
know average, yeah.
Dude, fuck them. I just bought 10 at 180. Like,
It's a good
this
price.
is way too cheap not to.
yeah, dude.
This is way
It
too
is
cheap.
cheap.
not to
this
pass
is
that.
a serious
No,
fucking
but
dip.
people are talking about people are saying like, well, it's not worth it to buy GME at this point. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
the fucking squeeze ain't
Yeah, now's the
closed,
time to
bitch.
buy.
We haven't even started.
Those
the
are the guys who
squeeze
are
yet.
backed by the people that benefit from us.
Do
not
you
buying.
think?
Well,
do
to
you
be
think-
honest, I'm getting squeezed right now.
How
Me too,
many
fam.
how many shares are out there currently? I mean, say theoretically it goes to 1,000 because somebody PM me to say this. Like, if it goes to $1,000 per stock, the Citadel would
That's
go.
good how you do
I'm
the
pretty
math
sure
on
people
that.
crunched the numbers back at like 145 or something for that.
Hey guys, how do I
Oh,
enable after hours
Citadel.
trading?
Sorry, I was talking about Melvin, not Citadel.
On what platform, buddy? On
No,
what platform?
Citadel.
What?
What was the question?
On what platform are you using?
I'm on Fidelity.
All
What are
right,
you
so
trying to do?
yeah, I just did it actually. When you go to buy something, there should be a little checkbox there that says enabling
Sorry.
after hours
Yeah,
trading.
no, never mind.
Oh, so I have,
Here's
so I
what
have
he
to
says.
be at the I have to be in the trade screen for the stock that I'm looking at.
Yeah, so when you're logged into Fidelity in the top left, go to Accountants and Trade, click on Portfolio, click on then on the Balances tab,
Wait,
and there's
wait,
Account
wait.
Agreement. Sorry.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
yeah. No worries.
So trade and transact.
No, yeah. So no, click on Accounts and Trade in the top left of Fidelity, and then click on Portfolio, and then click on Balances.
Who's the guy in the meeting?
You guys just like I am each other. Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
really.
Who was that was talking? I'm sorry.
Who's in the meeting?
Is this
gonna trigger?
It was main king before. I think I gotta look at this on the website and not on the app. So let me
Yeah.
go ahead and pull this up.
No,
The
no,
guy
it's
in the
an
meeting
attack.
is
It's
main
fucking
Kane.
attack.
Okay, the guy in the meeting is main Kane.
Hey, is this gonna trigger stop losses tomorrow?
It totally
Yeah,
could.
that's
If
why
you
you
open at
shouldn't-
those sort of
depends.
levels,
If
people
you're
who left
diamond
stop
hands,
losses could get triggered.
Yeah.
Oh, that would suck.
Billy, you want a cash account, right?
Yeah, so what happens if they drive the price down and put a buy order on the lowest and then just cash in on stop losses?
Hey, the guy who's trying to enable after hours trading, I like the stock at the top of the chat here. Just DM me and I'll tell you how to get there.
I like that name.
Yeah, I like the stock too.
Oh, I should have been
I
stomped,
like the
man.
stock.
Should have
Is
been
that what you're
stomped.
called? I like the
All
stock.
right, this is what my name name is. is. I like the stock. Just DM me and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let me.
He's the second name at the top, man. He's the second
This
name at
one
the
is
top.
that according to his calculation, Melbourne Capital will need to declare bankruptcy if the stock surpasses 1K. If that ends up happening, the broker will need to pay the rest, which is douchebag securities, Dutch bank. Morgan Stanley, National Financial Services LLC.
That's awesome.
Yo, okay, guys.
They are douchebags, so Deutsche is douchebag galore.
Douchebag.
Dutch bank securities.
That's too good.
I laughed too.
It's almost worth doing a meme about it.
God,
Someone's
AMC's gone down quite a bit too, man. Both of these
Who's the guy talking? Just I can maybe search him.
Man, something. I forget his name.
Maintain, all right, for the last
Yo,
time.
wait,
His
guys,
name
I
is
just
Maintain.
came back, bro. Like the shit is fucking down. Like, are people selling right now, or is this just like an
No,
aftermarket thing?
Aftermarket dip.
It's yeah.
Is it going back up? Do I hold through, bro? Because like I
Can you
might
sell it during after hours?
Here's the
Yeah,
thing
look
is
at-
there. Some people might be
Look at
trying
the
to
volume
quit
that isn't
and can't
moving.
cancel.
So like, is
it's
this like
called-
some like after hours Wall Street shit that's just like driving the price
Yeah,
down?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
it's market
Yo,
manipulation.
thank you,
It's
bro. I was
called a
about to have
short
a
ladder
fucking heart
attack.
attack.
They know.
Don't worry, friend.
Listen, they know how the computer calculates the ticker symbol, and so they use that against the system to drive the price down at the close of the market. If you look at the volume being traded,
Yo,
it's
good
insignificant.
news though. I still haven't. Okay, like
They're
I
trying to
might
scare
buy
you away
more
from
because this is like a really nice fucking dip.
Dude, that's why I put mine at 180. Bought 10 of them there. It's just hard not to pass that up.
All right, bro. I'm fucking buying more. Let's fucking go, bro. Fuck these fucking hedge fund fucking cunts. This is a
If it's under 500, you're throwing away money, honestly. Like, I'm not selling my shit till it hits well over 1,000. And then when I do that, I'm going to buy the fucking dip and double my shares.
He's doubling down.
Right.
I will
But
always
they
hold
will-
on to one share just as a fuck you.
I want to keep at least one at the end, have it printed as a souvenir.
Honestly, solid call.
I got
I'm
a
gonna have
question
mine
about the markets, and this could be very technical and stuff, but if it's really supply and demand and there's low volume and stuff, shouldn't that affect the price less
Just
than
like it
it's
shouldn't be
now?
allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to short a company more than 100% of what's available.
No, okay, I
That's not
get
how-
that, but what I'm asking is like if it's true supply and demand and it was gold or something, if volume is lower, it's not gonna drop the price
That's
normally, but it is with stocks.
It is with commodities, but not stocks.
No, so think about it like if you're trying to think of it conceptually, you're doing sort of a sampling, right? Because not everybody who has gold or who has the stock is represented at the exchange at any given time, right? So the entire population set, let's say we're talking about a certain security, everybody has a belief about what that security is. Some people don't have a belief, but they're non-market participants, so we're not worried about them, right? So of the population of people who do have beliefs about the price of things, some of them are currently trading, and that population has a belief. In this case, it's the short ladder attack, so it's like not even their belief, but they are projecting this belief onto the market. But at any given time, the rest of us could disagree, right? So to them, they're saying they're performing this ladder attack and they project to the market 185. That looks cheap to somebody who thinks that the thing is going to go to 1,000, right? So until the people who think it's cheap buy back in, there's no way of knowing what the actual, what the real value of a thing is and what's the presented value of exchange are always going to be disconnected from each other just by virtue of the fact that value and the exchange price are not necessarily coupled, right? There's no way to nail the value of a thing down into the price of it.
They're trying to buy it back on the dip.
They're trying to drop it,
yeah,
so they can recover their losses at a low price as possible. And they'll condition you over a 2-week period as long as they can play that game. They'll play
sucks
it.
for them. I don't know what
Legal or
conditioning
not.
is.
For them, they don't care if it's legal or not.
They need to lick my balls and sell it at 10.
You guys seeing this on sale?
Hell
if
yeah! I
anybody-
just picked up 2 more.
Think of it this way. Think about how many people, still millions and millions of
thinking of selling my
millennial
Nintendo Switch.
stimulus checks that can't buy fucking stocks. If this is still the case after we're all allowed to buy as much as we want, then reassess the situation. But until it's a level playing field, like, you're kind of crazy if you're getting rid of shit when nobody can buy more. That's exactly what they want. They want to sell it off
DFV put his
and
update
buy it
up.
back because you can't buy it back. They can.
Realistically, guys, too,
DFV still
I'm
has
just
a 50K
happy that
share.
every day, even if it's 80% of us are holding, they're losing shit tons of money.
That's nuts.
That just makes me happy going to bed knowing that.
DFV one day lost 5.1 mil, and he's still in.
Hey, some of us are holding enough
thing,
to
right?
compensate for the paper hands too.
Yeah.
Respect for DFV.
Yeah, there's a lot of us who will just buy the paper hands discount.
I'll pick up some paper hander shares.
I would if I could, but
I'll fucking gladly rip it off
Yeah,
their
I
hands.
just put in. Yeah, I picked up the last 2 shares I was able to. I gotta wait.
Bro,
till,
your
I think,
mic is
next
huge.
Thursday.
I don't think you can even hear us.
Yeah,
You
I
hear that
think
guy
he
talk?
probably
Just mute him at that point,
Is it
guys.
main cane?
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
we're gonna go over this one more time. His name is Main Cane. Go ahead and mute him.
Oh my god,
Main
thank you.
Cane.
I gotta find the M's now.
MANEKANE. He's right in the middle in the M's.
Dude,
Just
thank
mute
you.
him.
Also IM'd him and let him know, so when he gets off, he'll know he's muted by everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
he
make
kind of
mistakes.
deserves it at this point, though.
But you could also
He should
mute
be
somebody
forced
for
to
like
fucking not be pushing
1
buttons
hour,
on
8
fire.
hour, and stuff like that too.
Like, if you're gonna be AFK in here, at least like mute yourself for.
Everybody be quiet and let's just listen to what he's saying.
Okay.
You might have that insider info, son.
Maybe
He's like,
he's a hedgy and we can get his plan.
He works for Bloomberg. He's like, these motherfuckers are not buying it, guys. And
Inside report, guys.
That would be the greatest part of the
They don't
All right,
believe
all right,
us.
let's check it out.
He's a plant.
I'd like to place an order 30,000 extra GM shares.
with the side of fries and some ranch.
For 20%.
Hey guys, I went to dinner and came back and the price dropped. Is this a short ladder attack?
Yes.
It's been the entire fucking day. The entire
I
day.
am your hands, motherfuckers.
Low volumes.
The volume that is not moving. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no volume and price dropping like this is a straight up ladder attack, dude.
Gee, I wonder what's going on, right? the unfortunate thing,
Ladder attacks aren't really like allowed, right?
they're like pushing this whole agenda, like, oh, the shorts are gone.
Trading
blah, blah, blah.
between each other, between hedge funds to hedge funds. They're allowed to do this, and it's fucked up. They're manipulating the price.
Bullshit.
They do it
That's
the other
so-
way too, to drive the price up to make it sound like a hot stock too. So it happens.
Like,
Hey,
how does it
what if
benefit
we can do
them?
that?
How does it benefit?
How does it benefit
Because-
them?
How can we
Because if
ladder up?
the more people they deter from buying the stock back, the lower the price is going to go. So then they can recover their losses.
Yeah.
and lose less money.
You guys don't know how to ladder up?
Unless you got 25 grand in your account, you can
Nice
only
trade,
do
Fat.
trades a day.
Here's their problem: is that if I thought it was a deal at 300, it's a deal right now.
Oh god.
That's really the next
think
level
that
of this whole thing is trying to figure out how to truly.
Buy more. Fuck.
See if the European bros can take us out of the trench for now.
Well, imagine
Tomorrow morning.
talking about Tesla like that, man. If this is 300, I'm going to sell it 5, and 2 years later, you're like, I'm a fucking.
Tesla's a
retard.
growth value
I
stock.
I bought Tesla at 200.
Brian Cohen, Brian Cohen not adding growth value to this stock.
I still think it's way overvalued.
I mean, well, yeah, it's so hard.
No, I do
to
like that thesis
think-
though. I like with the amount of capitalization that they have, they could very easily just buy all the expertise needed to do well.
I mean,
at a
yeah,
certain
but like I
point.
want to see it.
They've got a
Dude.
guy who's in his mid-30s who made a fucking dog and cat food company, a multi-billion-dollar
Right.
deal,
Cohen.
sold it to.
Wait a
pet
second.
So if he can replicate something that like
Cohen's
Steam
a
or
dude.
Twitch or YouTube is doing and turn GameStop into that, get into esports and all this other craziness, like there's no telling.
How come? What something about Microsoft? What the inventor of the vaccine?
Oh, the Microsoft deal?
He was in on the. He's trying to get GameStop. Like he invested in GameStop with new shit, like with straight.
Like Bill Gates?
Did you just call him the inventor of the vaccine?
Bill
What the
Gates-
fuck did he do for the vaccine?
Bill Gates, the Bill Gates Foundation helped fund it.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, they're involved in a bunch of
Yeah, a
different
bunch
like
of
world efforts for health.
I thought he was like
Bullshit,
literally,
he's gonna invest
literally
in
thinking that Bill
GameStop.
Gates is there making the vaccine himself.
No, they've done really good work in like South Africa, like eradicating malaria and polio.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the foundation has done great work.
I thought they told him to stop helping.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like he made a bunch of mosquito nets and they were killing fish or something like that. Like I don't know.
There were apparently a couple of things that went awry, but overall, it feels like he's contributed more to the continent than hurt it.
It's like Benjamin
Yeah,
Franklin.
but all that
on
is
the, Eastern
nullified
State
by
Penitentiary.
It's exactly like Benjamin Franklin.
Anybody who remembers Windows
weirdly
95.
enough.
Fucking hell,
All of
Windows
his good, all of
95.
his good efforts have been nullified by his operating systems.
Yeah. You can't get Windows 10 without Windows Vista.
Weirdest back I can remember is XP.
XP was a nice start.
XP was good.
Linux.
XP was good old days.
Doesn't the
I
majority
used
like
to have those little
military
chicks that you can download that would sit on the taskbar. That was the best.
2000 had its time.
XP and 98 were the best.
Oh my god, y'all the millennials. I on the Windows 95.
98
Come
second
on.
edition.
Hey guys,
Windows 3.1
was the bomb.
So I've got a quick question. It's got nothing to do with GME. Unfortunately, it's got something to do with Doge. I've just found my wallet from 2014. And it's got 16,000 Doge coins in it. How the fuck do I turn that into real money?
Sell it and go to GME.
16,000
I want to fucking do that, but how do I get rid of it and turn it into real money?
Wait, 16,000 what?
You gotta go to a crypto exchange that has an off ramp with like on a credit card or a bank account. Coinbase. What country are you in?
I'm in the UK. Coinbase doesn't have Dogecoin, unfortunately.
I think
what's it called? Binance?
Right?
Wait, what coin? Dogecoin?
Yeah.
Dogecoin, yeah.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, Robinhood has it.
Yeah, Robinhood has
No,
it.
I don't want to download
The good thing crypto is separate from the other half. They use a different clearing.
Could somebody answer? Can somebody answer for me how you open a Dogecoin wallet? Because I got one from 2013,
Whoa.
and I'm very curious about what's in there.
Like a Doge.
What's going on?
I'm pretty sure it's Doge.
All the
No.
I
think Binance is a UK arm, and I think you should be able to transfer Doge out.
If you send me the file, I can help you.
I think Binance has an operates in the UK.
Yeah, Binance is good too.
Is that
Binance? BINANCE.
Yeah, just like finance, but replacing the F.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I never noticed that. That's a good point.
Somebody else probably Googled your question and answered it for you.
What's the aftermarket right now for GME? Is it 189?
180, yeah, about 189.
Fuck yeah, buy that shit right now.
Still hella sale though, so pick it up.
There's only 11 minutes left in aftermarket, so.
No, it's not. There's 2 hours and 10 minutes left.
Oh shit.
Well, it depends on your broker.
Yep.
Fidelity. You can.
Robinhood lets you go.
Fidelity can go until
8
Fidelity
p.m.
did not my account.
Fidelity is the fucking
Yeah,
best.
Fidelity's the shit.
They said they couldn't verify my identity, so I have to call and open an account through voice. I can't do online.
For who?
Oh yeah, I have to mail that shit
What happens when
because
you're dealing with a legit organization?
Yeah.
You have to sign
the
the
account in 2
papers.
seconds. Yeah. No, but TD approved my account in like 5 minutes, so that's good.
TD also
TD also has the KYC and AML infrastructure.
I switched to Fidelity in November, and it was like
I
the
know what that
easiest setup ever.
Well, how
Sorry.
old are you though? You probably have credit.
KYC is know your customer. It's the process of basically verifying that someone is who they say they are, and AML is anti-money laundering to basically prevent them from, I don't know, accidentally either A, like embezzling funds, or B, sending them to Syria or somewhere that's on the Office of Foreign Assets Control.
Is there a good buy in here, or is this, I mean,
Yeah.
186, 185 a good?
GME? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is super sale. Pick it up.
Bro,
We're giving money away right now.
Some dip.
It's a fire.
Alright, I want
It's
to
a
know
fire
why.
sale.
Yeah.
everything I can on
It's like a Black Friday, Cyber Monday combo deal.
Where can you buy after hours?
Robinhood lets you go till 6 p.m. So you have 10 minutes for Robinhood at least.
Go on Fidelity as well.
We go gold all the way to 8 p.m.
Schwab too, yeah.
What's the?
I
what's the
just
absolute
opened
long.
Webull, but it's not letting like I transferred funds, but it's not. It's going to take like 2 to 3 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
4 to 5 days actually.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
A sudden influx to a lot of these brokerages are causing it to get fucked. Seriously.
Clearinghouses don't like to be playing on margin.
Yeah, like Robin had just
Yeah, I think
pulled
I'm
up
gonna cancel my
another
deposit.
$3 billion in capital.
3.4. Yep.
Dude, that's nuts how they can raise money that quick.
Wait, did they pull it up
Yeah,
today?
they pulled up another.
So,
Another?
does that indicate that they're going to start lifting the restrictions? then?
Yeah, they've already started
Yeah.
easing
Yeah,
them,
you can
quote
go to
unquote.
20 now, right?
20
GME.
AMC
You
and
go to 20,
6 GME, right?
Oh no, I thought it was 20 GME.
No.
20 GME.
No, it's
Oh,
20
really?
for GME and
Did everyone hear?
AMC is like
Did
350.
everyone hear why it was so high?
What?
I think they're having. Yeah, I think the funds are starting to settle now, so they're able to unrestrict a little.
Yeah,
Phenomenal, really. Like they're not making a difference by doing that. That's just why the stock
imagine-
dropped to.
I don't know, dude.
My question
by the middle of
was,
the week or
what
the
if
end of the
someone
week.
needed to exercise an option? Like, would they have let
Yeah,
that gone through? You know, like I would have been so pissed.
Canceling those.
So somebody was asking earlier, way earlier, what the short interest was earlier this morning, I think.
Yeah, we were all
Yeah,
asking that question.
We were all asking.
I mean, not like this morning, but like about 20 minutes ago, what the short interest float was this as of today. Is that person still here? Did they ever get their answer?
You know, I'm still here.
Everybody
I
wants
like
to
that
know.
answer.
There's like 5 different answers. People are saying it's like 50%.
Well, if you look
Yeah.
at
I think the
Finviz, it's
prevailing
still showing like
answer is there
130.
is no current 100% answer.
No.
Unless, I mean, you work
February
that
9th,
You've
we have.
counted every single share yourself.
Hey, I can't answer this question because I'm not. In a voice chat here said, "Hey, I can't speak, but the short ladder now will help hedges get out of the Friday call. No question mark. So it should spike in the morning, right? I think they're talking about last Friday.
No, so
Well, in the money, though?
their options expired on Friday. They have 2 days, so at the end of tomorrow, they basically have to cover
Wednesday's going to be a
Oh,
shit.
They do?
Wednesdays. Yeah,
They are going to be flat, and it could go into next week. Who knows what kind of bullshit illegal tricks?
no, the
Well,
move
we
is
don't
on
know.
them now.
Okay,
They can either
let's be clear about what we don't know, because
How
while
much
we know
attention
there were a lot of in the money calls, we don't know how many actually requested the actual shares. We don't know who actually owned those calls. It could be that they owned almost all of them in order to cover their shorts.
Yep. And unfortunately,
It also
the
could
only
be
data
that's
we can
exact-
go off of is failed to deliver.
I have a question from my DMs. This guy, hey dude, not a nitro booster, but can you speak for me and suggest that hedge funds can make money off of the futures market by manipulating the price of the market?
Did they say
know.
thank you?
No.
They didn't say thank you. Fuck them.
I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna block them.
Yo, guys,
Sorry, Steel Blue.
just like a general thing for everyone here from a German, I would just want to thank you all for listening right now. I have never had this much fun and been this much hyped and had this much depression in a short amount of time. Yeah, like
Inviting other people to ask questions. Can you just get a Nitro account and do a boost? It's $4.99. If not, then just like get out of here.
If you're buying GME, you can buy fucking Nitro, okay?
It's $10, isn't it? How much is it?
No, $5.
No. Put the $5 towards another fucking GME. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's gonna be $5 anyways.
Stay mute.
No, I
Holding.
do agree with you guys. It
I
is
think
weird they
you were
drop
gonna-
like
bro, this-
$10,000 on GME, but
I don't
$5
wanna-
Nitro. That's where you
At
call
one,
it.
at one point, what happened, like last week, there was a guy that just took over and ran a question answer for like 2 days.
It's me. I'm sorry.
Like, I don't want it to go that way.
So I
Dave,
genuinely
it
have a
was Dave
question
Ock.
about-
I remember that.
Yeah, this is highly advanced like topics. People really know their shit right now. If you want to learn, just sit down and listen to everybody here. And
If you think this is highly advanced, then I got bad news for you, buddy.
You already knew I was retarded.
This is way more.
At least these aren't these like Wall Street like crooks
someone
that
call
just
my
like
name.
say
What's
bullshit
up?
all the time.
Hello?
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think everybody said A+.
Hello? This is Dave. Someone was saying my name. What's up?
Bro, Dave's not here, man.
I haven't eaten anything all
No,
day.
I'm here. What's up?
Who's Dave?
Yeah, what's up? You're talking about me? What's up?
Hey, don't get cocky, okay? Hey,
No, they were
about.
talking about somebody
Talking
who did like a Q&A for 2 days.
I'm not
or so.
voting anymore. That was just
Oh,
Is Dragon here?
okay, I actually
Are
have
you
a
sure-
legitimate
are you sure you're
question. I have a
talking about-
legitimate
are you sure
question
you-
for you guys?
Are you sure you
GME.
weren't confused about how this day like paved over my cock?
That's flat now.
You know, we're never gonna give you the stage again.
Highly advanced.
Hey,
I really went down when she
Finally,
did.
you've learned.
no, that Dave guy actually had a question. What's up, dude?
And I've been listening in on this after almost having a heart attack, seeing this short ladder. This has been the lowest it's been, right?
Yeah.
So
For a
what's
bit.
No,
what's
we've been
last
lower.
Monday.
We've been lower.
It
Don't
was
worry.
worse on
Right,
Friday.
but
It
the
dropped
issue
We
is
to
that-
were
it's the
on
lowest
Friday.
for
We were
sure.
on
So the issue
185.
was
That
that
was the lowest.
last week, right?
Let
it was
'em-
very volatile, but now it's not volatile anymore, and the volume is getting lower. So for me,
Can't be
that makes
volatile
me
when we're
feel
not allowed to buy it.
right. So
We're getting
that makes
closer.
me feel like the sentiment for buying the stock is at an all-time low. So we're basically
What are
letting
you
the hedge
talking about?
funds do whatever they want, right?
No, that's cool. Sell me your
Nobody's
shares
buying.
then.
No, let him-
people are
Yeah,
there was also
a trader in Europe called eToro pulled Robinhood shit.
Yes.
So there was troubles.
Damn,
So
177.
there's
Buying-
nothing left
Really?
to buy.
buying.
Yeah,
It's
a lot of people are
175
waiting
right
for
now.
their-
Holy fuck.
It's so cheap.
Bye, guys.
I-
I had to
Bye.
pay like
I
Yeah,
buy right now.
that's
I
so
still
that
would.
Dude, I
people
just
are
want
going
to
to
financial advisor, but
lower.
fuck,
There you
this
go, my
was
man.
bad.
Almost on 50 for the day.
I'm
Alright,
gonna go ahead and use my
Everybody else.
Tesla prop, my Tesla
Hey,
tendies.
can we hear the man out?
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Right, so-
let Dave finish, please.
Yeah, so I've seen in the chats, like on WSB here as well, and even in the Nitro boosters, that people are saying that they're waiting for it to drop even lower, but that's exactly hedge funds. Right? So I mean, we're playing into their hands, and I feel like as a community, we should be doing something about that. We can't
Yeah,
just
you
hold-
go do something about that. Take a mortgage and buy that shit.
Have you seen their subreddit, man? There's no community outside
We are
of
not
people
a
saying
community.
diamond
We're
hands
not
and
a
shit.
community.
Yeah, we're not a
What is-
community.
There's a bunch of
videos in this chat.
In the morning, I had to put like $400 as collateral to buy just one share. It was insane. Like
I don't know how much more money people have to chill out on
Yeah,
this. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I've already hit my.
Tons of it. That's the thing. Don't project your own assets on everybody
Everyone
else.
else,
Not to
yeah.
say,
I'm still
yeah, because you
holding
know you
back.
have one guy in this chat room could have enough money to cover all of the money we have. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, for
there's
sure.
millions and millions of people involved. There's only 500,000 people in this Discord, and there's only like 50 people in this voice chat. So
I could sell all my crypto tomorrow and put it.
So let me-
What are the big investors waiting for? Why aren't they getting
A
that
drop?
feedback?
What's happening now, maybe?
Yeah,
Just
this
double
is
down.
the perfect
There-
opportunity.
if you purchase more shorts and drive the price even further, you can still make money on this. They're using this like boomer this boomer mentality to like try to manipulate millennials. It's not going to work because none of us grew up thinking the news was true.
Yeah.
We all grew up knowing it was full of shit, and they push agendas based off of who's paying them. The news has always been up to the highest bidder since the beginning of all of our lives.
Yeah.
So
The problem is they don't realize that doesn't work with us because we watch the news to see what agenda is being pushed, not to get information.
I
don't know. I still scream at CNN.
I have a question. I have a question to tie in with Dave's question. If that's all right.
Hey, whoever that is.
Stop.
What has a bird?
So it's a monkey. Yeah. So my question.
You think that was a bird?
My question to tie in with Dave. So what is a realistic point of what we could see when it fucking squeezes, when the squeeze
10K.
gets squoze.
10K.
Literally no way to really
realistic.
predict.
No,
None of that
realistic.
matters until people can buy it.
Melbourne
When nobody
Capital
can buy
goes
the
bankrupt at 1K.
You have
Plus.
millions
We
of people
have
who
no
are not-
idea.
There's no real accurate way to predict, dude.
You can't quantify that.
Nobody's going to be able to tell you what the peak
Could literally
is.
go to 20 mil. Like who fucking knows?
However, what people can project is that before the squeeze happens, you will see an extremely sharp decline in the price, and then it'll shoot right back up. That is something that we can kind of anticipate. We cannot anticipate when that's going to be. You cannot anticipate how much it's going to climb, but when it climbs, you will know. Trust me on that.
Yeah, we're still in the Mexican standoff, so
we can't.
Why will it dip significantly before it spikes up? I don't understand that.
The thing is, none of that's going to happen until people are allowed to fucking buy the shares. And right now, if you're only limited to buy, let's be real, 20, 50, a couple dozen shares, that's not going to make a difference. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of shares make a difference. None of us. No, there's millions of people on Robinhood trying to purchase more shares. They can't do it.
Even fractional.
So none of that. Yeah, if you can only buy 20 shares here and there with millions of people of buying power, millions of people's buying power versus having unlimited shares, it's simple math. Like think about it. Right now we can't move the dial because the majority of the people investing with Robinhood can't.
It takes 5
purchase
cash investors.
But
Maxing
do
out
you
their
really think
Robinhood
that's going to be
shares.
really significant? Because I think we're overestimating that a little
All
bit.
my money's in a legitimate exchange that is backed by $1 trillion. Like I'm not worried about it. It's not affecting me. I'm just telling you what other people are experiencing.
Can I ask a question? How do you trade on the aftermarket and the merit trade? So, like, do you have to put it in as a bid? Because it's not.
I think you just have to call them.
You just
Oh, it
you
does a
just put it
drop
in
down. That where
You
you can
honestly,
go
dude,
into like
the call.
buy plus extended.
So I have
It's just a
I
limit.
have extended hours
Yeah.
checked, and I have like say buy 2 quantity limit order
yeah, that's it.
175,
Yeah,
and then
limit.
it's just time.
Go down to time and force. Yeah, it's GTC plus extended hours.
Okay. Well, it's only option I have is day or immediate or cancel.
Is it a limit order?
Yeah.
This dip
Yeah,
does
the
look
limit.
like it could be followed up by like a sharp uptick, but again, I don't know. But I'm just looking at the chart.
But
How
every
do I
dip does.
change the?
Hold up. Can someone explain that to me? So the other guy was saying that we're going to see this before we see that astronomical spike. There's going to be a huge dip. Why?
I don't know.
Because that's when they're going to try to drive the price down so that they can cover as many short positions as they can at the lowest price possible. They're just going to drive it down as much as possible before they are forced to cover all of their obligations.
There
Even
once
a
was a
dollar
stock that put to sea. The name of the stock was GME.
All right.
Wow.
So
I think we need a rule with no singing or something.
So
what happened?
Just the way short squeezes work. Right before a short squeeze takes off, there's a huge influx because they have to cover their losses.
If you look at the
Dude, Johnny Sins is on GME.
All these questions can be answered with Google searches. Seriously, like, I'm not, shit, but seriously, like 90%.
It's all on the
stuff I've
subreddit.
heard in the past 5 minutes has either been answered or can be Googled.
And fuck that. You guys
So
have
if-
actual voices, though.
Wait, so would you say we're basically
to-
looking for some high volume movement?
No volume has moved.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
So we're
that is
waiting
what we're
for
looking
some
for.
high volume movement, right?
People have like
Yeah,
volume
you-
alerts, I
Right.
guess, other people too. And so the only way they can make some kind of big movement going on, like a snowball effect, is that they push a lot of volume on the market in a short amount of time.
Use a
So
program
people
like
have to
TradingView
take action.
to see all of that information. You can
So-
build your own it's like a video game. You'd probably have a hell of a lot of fun with it.
For the past hour, I've gone through like the biggest holdings that Melvin Capital has, and if you start to go through like the 50 biggest holdings they have like a really like basically the same pattern that they're selling off like a lot of stocks for the past 3 days. So it's like the stocks they have been holding or have fallen a lot, but it hasn't followed like Nasdaq or Dow Jones. So why are they falling? The only reason is because they are like taking in capital so they can buy them out from the squeeze basically at the moment. But we haven't seen any movement on the market on the GM, like the stocks that they have.
They're trading hours. They're just covering their short positions and trading with each other to cover their short positions. So that's why you see that the stock price is falling down. But eventually, once the market is opening, it will rise up eventually as people are holding.
So I mean,
and
like
also people are allowed to purchase more without restriction.
That's right. With the dips, it's going to help us a lot. So.
Yeah.
So I have a question on that, guys. I opened a Robinhood account last week and bought it full on margin, and my transfers were actually coming through, so I was going to add more money in there, but I forgot to take my medication today and accidentally just opened a TD Ameritrade account and bought everything. Is this bad?
Is Kool-Aid your medication?
This is the way.
Guys,
I have a question real quick.
This is the way.
This is the way.
That's the kind of weaponized autism I'm talking about.
Am I doing this right?
Hey guys, is anyone here using Questrade by chance?
Yeah, I tried to earlier. I just started using it though. I might not be able to help you.
Hey yo, no. It's like super fucking simple, bro. Okay, so like I just like have a couple of questions. Hello. Is there like a monthly fee?
Whoa.
Just on trades.
Just on trades. No monthly fee. So, like, there's no like $80 monthly fee. So like that's just the data package.
Yeah. You just want to pay for that.
All right, so no monthly fees.
All that.
Also, how long does the verification take, bro?
I think I was ready to go in 2 or 3 days, but this was before this whole thing blew up, like a day or two before. It might take you like a week or something.
If I phone in, does that make a difference?
Someone was saying that would work with another broker, but I can't confirm for sure for this one.
Yeah, Robinhood.
If I can speed up if I can speed up like the settling, so I can buy in quicker.
So if you start with like Fidelity or anything, it doesn't settle quicker, but you do get instant access to those funds.
Robinhood get rid of their funds sooner.
Guys. On the stock, anybody know stocktwits.com?
Yeah.
Everybody has to go in there and spam like diamond hands because like people are spamming in there like it's GME's done. Like if everybody because that community right there is huge in stock market. So you gotta
which community? Which community?
Stock has always been a shitty forum like that. Though.
I hate it.
It's like saying the Motley Fool's going to give you
exactly.
Yeah. If you're in there, you might as well have lost it.
Yes,
honestly.
We have to.
Go look what Bloomberg is saying. Bloomberg's trying to paint a picture that there's only like 30% short interest left.
Yeah, I mean, they're
paid the fuck off.
There's a bot in the subreddit right now posting on deep fucking values posts.
I wish I was a Bloomberg reporter right now.
Literally,
use that money to buy GME.
There are entire firms that make millions and millions of dollars doing that. It's kind of sad, but it's in my industry. It's a real job.
Guys, get your silver stocks. Am I right, guys? Fellow. Did you guys see
that? It's a great commodity, by the way.
The hip Redditors got the fucking silver going. God.
Yeah, buy SLV, you fucking retard.
Yo, I never told anyone to do that. Where the fuck do they think that we were saying that?
But yo, like, who was the Questrade dude? Can you please DM me, bro? Like, I have like some questions that I want to like handle. I'm like, DM.
Yeah, what's your name?
Upon AAPON. My profile picture is like a blue dancing dude with a fucking bitch.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
For any other Canadians out there, there's also Wallstreetbets. It's commission free. It takes under 24 hours for the verification process, and of course, for transferring funds from your bank account, it will take up to.
I did it on over the weekend. Business day, so I can't buy in until Wednesday.
Guys, Q-Trade is pretty good. You could instantly fund the account.
Vanguard is good.
I already initiated funding though.
For what it's worth, Wealthsimple is under Power Corp, which is a pretty big fucking company.
Your bank.
They're a solid, reliable.
If your
company.
bank allows trading, do that.
But that account's gonna take time to set up too. So I made a Wealthsimple to hopefully make it faster, and I think it is faster.
you guys see these options
That's
calls?
the problem. There's an
What's
issue
the
with
option?
the simple fast solution is a lot of those companies have the right to stop you from spending your money where you want.
Like Simple.
Like Robinhood.
Well, I'm Canadian, so I don't have Robinhood is the thing.
Oh, I hear you. Well, I mean, TD
there are
Ameritrade
any,
restricted
restrictions,
purchasing because the old asshole that runs it thought it wasn't worth the money.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
literally
So I
said-
didn't go for TD Ameritrade, and most people were going for Simple, and even Simple said that they weren't going to do restrictions. So that's the one I went with. But I have like 3 days still to wait. But I guess that's about as good as it gets.
Fidelity took me 20 minutes if you do a cash
Yeah,
account.
you guys don't sleep on Fidelity. It's
Don't
the best.
sleep-
It's
yeah.
the best, I would
They're
say.
fucking
No,
trading.
but I
app is great.
already made like an account with Simple. I might as well wait, I guess.
Fidelity is like right away. You transfer like maybe 1,000. They'll give you instant credit for 1,000 and wait for your account to clear. But you can trade on the
I think it might
1,000.
be more than 1,000.
Yeah, you can do up
I
to.
think
You can get up
it's
to
1,500 or something like that.
I thought it was like 10 grand.
It's usually relative to your assets. If you have like 50,000 in your checking account, they don't give a fuck what you do.
I have like 13,000 in my checking account.
Yes, you'll be limited less than that at least. At the very least, they'll let you cover whatever you have in cash. So if you have 13 grand in cash, they're going to be like, okay, well, whatever, play around with that much money.
I'm not sure that's true because Fidelity, it opened like three.
It's not
on Saturday. I transferred 1,000, then 500, and they let me have it. Today, I transferred another 1,000 to get this aftermarket. It's not letting me have the cash on hand because the previous two haven't been cleared, and I've got more than 50K capital.
You have it in that bank, is the thing.
Yes, from the bank
How
that
long
I'm
have you
transferring.
had it in that bank?
Couple of years.
Shit, that's weird. Yeah, my bank's not like that. If you have like a regular cash flow in your account, they don't give a shit what you do as long as it's under.
I mean, I
Can
just
somebody
opened
tell me
the
who the
Fidelity.
guy is so I can mute? I'm trying to find who it is.
Don't even say that because then they're just going to.
Good, man. I think he's just trying to say apes together stronger. Something.
What's wrong with monkeys? Is there and this question's been asked a billion times, so I apologize, but I tried Googling it and I couldn't come up with anything. Or at least the best answer. Because I'm not a cheap shit, I spent a little money on Nitro Booster. I'm willing to do the same thing for a subscription paid alert service for volume trading or for trading volume. What's a reliable one that's relatively quick, relatively customizable, et cetera, et cetera?
I'd vote for TradingView personally. It's
Cool.
so
That's what I thought.
customizable. They have a free version. You can sign up you pay $60 a month for the best version. Otherwise, it's free if you want. The $60 a month gives you instant, like every second you get an update on what's bought and sold.
Oh, that's incredible.
If you're not looking for that, then just use the free version and don't pay anything. You can customize your charts. You can draw pretty pictures and make it look like you know what you're doing. And
Oh my god, yeah.
no, it's exactly what we all. And to make, here's the best thing about it. It has a fucking dark mode.
Oh, my eyes.
Stare at a bright white page.
Don't they all have a dark mode?
You would think.
By now?
You would think.
I mean, I know
Thank you, by the way.
Weeble has a dark mode. The Thinkorswim has a dark mode. I mean, they all have dark modes.
I would expect that now too in 2021, but work with Microsoft Azure and tell me.
Oh my god, it's so better, much better.
Yeah, what about the
Trading
fact
view
that
the shit.
Google search still doesn't have a dark mode without a Chrome
Guys,
extension?
Did I miss something?
Google
Why is it so deep?
Dip?
Yeah.
What's that?
I liked how you said dip, man.
Yeah, Jordan Belfort just posted a thing on GameStop.
Yeah, dude, Johnny sent it too.
It's funny.
What did Johnny Sin say?
He just a whole GME.
Fuck Jordan Belfort. Yeah, fuck him, right?
True American hero right there.
Yo, wait. So, like, currently, like, who has like the fastest like verification process?
Fidelity.
Like, someone mentioned Simple and
TD took me 20 minutes.
Sorry.
Fidelity took me like an hour. I was set up and running.
but Fidelity is only in the U.S., right?
Yep.
Oh, yep. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me check. I'm Canadian. I can look. Let me look.
I just
Fidelity is based in Montreal. There's one in Montreal, Canada. So yeah,
I just set up my TDA account in about 6 minutes and had all my funds transferred available right away.
Fidelity is in Canada.
Is it like Fidelity Online Banking? That one?
It's fidelity.ca.
I think
Oh,
in
just like
Canada
the
they
website?
charge per trade though.
And some of them like
Yo, hey, is that Bloomberg terminal guy still in here?
I think
I have
there
access
was
to terminal.
Bloomberg guys, and I was one of them. I was gonna get it, but then it was probably like against TOS. And also, I figured out like I need to be like a business student to like access it, bro, which is such bullshit. But like,
what do you need from the terminal?
I was just
So go find
curious.
a bit-
I was just curious what if it's been updated from what we saw this morning. There was a screenshot going around that was Friday, I think, or something, and it was
Circulated again this afternoon.
No, it's the 15th. It's January 15th. FINRA data is what they were publishing. So you can get the same data by just pulling up FINRA disclosures,
Guys, sorry.
which are old.
I've missed perhaps something because I left right after the market hours. What have happened?
Nothing has happened.
Just a scare tactic. It's more ladder attacks, dude.
It's more ladder attacks. It's a good price to buy in. It
I mean,
actually went
you
up.
can
Oh, hell yeah, yeah.
you can see it live on Webull.
What do you
Like
guys
you can
buy
literally see
now?
it.
You buying it at 180 or 185?
It went down
I
to
have,
like
I have
177.
limits in on
more
for
at
180. Yeah.
Yeah.
There were so many calls bought today. It's ridiculous.
Are you happy to old boys?
all right,
A
yo,
lot
quick
of calls
questions
for
on
like
Fidelity.
$1.50.
Fucking any like fees that I need to worry about like monthly? Just like in general.
Fidelity for
Most
me
of them are
is
zero
$0.
$0,
Yeah.
just like a commission.
Zero commission. That's the standard
The only
these days.
the only time they take it is if you call in or have the broker actually fulfill the trade for you.
I thank you, bro.
You'll actually waive that fee if it's something you can't do on the online portal. You just have to ask for it.
All right. Wait, sorry. Something you can't do in the online portal? Fuck.
Yeah, if like the online portal limits you from doing whatever trade or bid, whatever you're trying to put in there, you call them and have them do it, but tell them like, yeah, I couldn't do this online, and oftentimes
Yeah, they'll
the
waive
fee
it.
just-
Yeah, I mean it just depends on what you're trying to do.
If you don't ask for it, they probably won't give it.
Like I had to call in to put a
Okay,
limit
like,
order.
right now, there's like a huge step, bro. Okay, so like here's like my plan. I want to like buy shares, and like I like haven't even like set up like an account.
I love that plan.
Like,
Buy
anywhere.
shares.
Yeah. All right.
I share the
Like,
info,
right
we were
now,
sold.
I'm just trying to figure out like where in Canada is like the quickest verification process, so I can just like get like my account
it's end of day, right?
Fidelity.
Sorry?
Fidelity. Do
Yeah.
you have a bank?
Well, okay, so what you want to do is you want to look for a bank that clears its own trades, right? And that's the point why people are giving you the Fidelity recommendation.
Why don't you do Wealth Simple?
They took a good 5 days start to finish.
Well, what's like the best? Okay, like I heard somewhere that Fidelity like verifies
Yes.
within 20 minutes, right? Or
Yes,
something like
that
that.
is correct.
You heard
is
that
correct.
here.
Cash account.
And Wealth Simple, what takes like 24 hours? If it takes 24 hours, I'm not gonna be able to buy.
There's no way your money will be approved in 24 hours. Like you might have it by Thursday.
Even on Fidelity?
No,
Fidelity.
Well Simple. That's Well Simple.
Exactly.
Does
So
Cash
I
App work
guess
in Canada?
If I want to buy tomorrow,
No.
my only option would be Fidelity, right?
You need a large bank that clears its own trades in the first place to be secure against problems with liquidity like Robinhood had. And in the second
You
place,
search for broker. All right, go ahead, dude.
He's just asking
In the
for
second place,
what's the best. He doesn't need to know
your
what's
ACH
the
transfers
best.
will be covered by the institution as soon as they get the money line, right? So as soon as they know that money is coming, that money becomes available to you in your account up to some ridiculous limit, unless you're going over 250,000 or something to that effect.
Sure.
You don't have to
So
worry
here's
about
the
your
thing.
line
No,
being-
I'm just putting in a couple hundred, bro. Like super, like low key. Like that's why I just want to like put it in. And,
Let me
like,
just ask you a
see where the
question
shit
real quick.
goes.
Do you bank with
That's
CIBC?
Fidelity. Just go Fidelity. Simplest. You can like look at Reddit.
Hold on. They've got Canadian specific
I'm like
advice.
trying to
Hold
get
on.
my family. All right, so like I can like explain my situation. Kind of, it's like my brother-in-law is with RBC,
which has like a trading platform, but like it's like only for Canadian stocks and like to like get approval to buy stocks in the New York Stock Exchange. We have to like book a fucking appointment. That takes a week, like bullshit, right?
All you have to do is
with
Google.
Scotiabank?
Just go to Google and search for clearinghouses. It'll tell you who. If you go to E-Trade, for example, E-Trade has its own clearinghouse. So does Charles Schwab. So does Fidelity. Fidelity's clearinghouse is called National Financial Services, but it's theirs. Most of the other places will use this place called like Apex Clearing, or there's like a whole slew of them. Like Merrill Lynch has their own clearinghouse. Robinhood is cleared by Citadel, but they claim that it's their clearinghouse because of the financial ties. So like just all you have to do is do your research, like look for clearinghouses and then find one that is also a brokerage and then put your money there.
Bro, I didn't know what stocks were a month ago.
Well, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm like
do
giving you
Fidelity, man.
I think right now Fidelity is my best option. All right, so let's say I figure some shit out with like some like clearinghouse, you know, that like I like magically. I mean, like it's 6:21 p.m. right now. Like most offices or like whatever are probably like, closed, right? So like I don't think like
it's an automated process. I did it at like 3 in the morning.
Depends on who you go to too. Like
it's fine.
For example, Wells Fargo, their traders and financial advisors are there till 8 p.m. So you can call them right now and move shit around and do whatever. So it just depends on the company.
I'm in Canada. Wells Fargo is not here.
Right. If you I'm just using an example because I know you're gonna
right. So it's like if I do the research, maybe I can pull some strings and like figure it out. But like I think with the overall message I'm getting, I think Fidelity is my best option right now because
it wouldn't be pulling strings. It would just be using the normal process like everybody else.
Right.
Pulling strings is when you have some kind of leverage over somebody. And
boys, I am not you know.
Yeah, hold on. Who calls these days? Just go online, open a cash account on Fidelity, man. It's so easy.
Quick. So easy.
Yeah,
I'm
putting one right now.
The only reason
I literally got my account open and approved on a fucking Saturday, and
same here.
the same goddamn day.
You're
Like,
American. Your service is way better.
It's
Seriously,
Fidelity.
every bank here
does it like right now and like come back. All right, hold up.
It was Fidelity, is what I'm saying. Like it does. It
became a help desk, not a GME.
Yeah.
talk.
You know what I bet
had
you
to
to? I
call
bet
Fidelity
you the whole
Sunday
time
night.
in Canada is so much less than it is here.
Yeah, it's fucking bad.
What was that?
I waited 5 hours.
The other thing to consider, just in your portfolio, since you're getting into this, you may want to consider: are you going to be in front of a computer most of the time, or are you going to be on mobile phone? You may want to get multiple broker accounts. If you're going to get a mobile platform, there's only like 2 that are good. It's a Webull and Robinhood, and you already know Robinhood is like in the shit. So Webull is another one. They're like, I mean, you may want to think about getting a mobile one too.
Bro, all the big trading platforms for the large institutions have some way to access it either through a browser.
Yeah, it's shit though.
Thinkorswim is really good for TD.
Yeah, TD is another good
yeah,
one.
you might want to try TD. I don't
time.
know. I know TD isn't based in Toronto anymore, but I'm sure they have Canadian arm now.
This is, you know what? I'll say something, dude. If this isn't evidence of how many of us are fucking foaming at the mouth waiting to buy more shares.
Yeah, dude, we're all trying to transfer money to our accounts.
Hey, who's gonna open the account? Because Fidelity
Conversation
Investments is in the
where can I
chat
move
right
my
now.
money to buy more shit? Like
Wait,
that, if that, as long as the
Fidelity in
conversation
fucking
stays
chat?
that way, then we're
In the
fine.
chat right now,
Yeah,
thanking
dude.
people. They just said just wanted to say thank you for explaining stuff like unlike everyone that just makes fun of people for not understanding something after talking about IV. So
Oh my god.
Isn't Ivy dropping off for
Wall Street
Jimmy?
Journal actually quoted thick
Wait,
ladies PM
Fidelity?
from Reddit.
Yeah,
I divorced my wife to buy more stock, so she can't be spending shit. It's my money.
Well, I don't know if they told you, but she gets half.
No.
Oh yeah.
It was open marriage in less than 5 years, so in my country it doesn't matter.
Divorce her in the right
She gets
state in the
squat.
country, and she won't get shit, bro. So Washington's a good place to divorce people. There's another one on the East Coast. I can't remember, but look it up.
How the fuck off the top of your head?
Through a
Sounds
divorce.
like it's not your first rodeo,
You
dude.
can get divorced in at any given time. The guy's on top of it.
Yeah. What? How many times have you done this?
Just once. I didn't want to go through it, but I found out the bitch was cheating, so I found a way to get
So you just
all
go
my
there and
shit.
file it?
Good shit.
Good on you, man.
Buy GME with it?
No, I fucking moved us out. I spent $40,000 to move across the country for a
Big
job
brain.
opportunity, and then bye.
Fucking
Not
brain.
not props.
Should have made
You
better
gotta cover
investments.
your losses, guys.
Cover,
Oh my
cover your cost
God.
base is all I
That's
learned.
so funny.
I was investing
I
in
asked-
somebody else's brokerage, so I gave her the D.
I asked Fidelity, "You real?" And they just responded back, "I'm as real as your wife's boyfriend."
Yeah, that's me, dude. He fucking got me.
That's so funny. That's hilarious.
So bitch.
All my shit. My ex-wife's boyfriend didn't get anything except for sloppy seconds.
I was just having shower thoughts, and I wonder if there's any graphic designers out there who want to compare the last four short squeezes that we've had to where we are now, because I think we're obviously right before the explosion up, and it'd be good for the norms to know that.
No, I know a dude on Fiverr who'll whip that up for you for $5.
Guys,
I mean,
actually,
I think
that's
everybody
a
knows
really
someone
good
on
point.
Fiverr.
I'll do it.
No.
That's exactly what
Guys.
I'm saying. If you got the data, bro.
Guys, go take a look at the chart for VW. It's a very different situation, but look at what happened in the week before. It actually dropped a bit and went basically flat, even a little bit low for I can't remember however
Back
many
in 08,
days
right?
before just absolutely yeah, exactly. It is actually really relevant
totally
right
different situation, though, bro.
There's a Wikipedia.
Well, that's why I'm
very
saying
very
there's-
different, but the mechanics of a short squeeze are largely the same.
Essentially the same,
I
yeah.
understand.
So we still have time, right?
It was very
Yeah,
different. in terms
VW
of
was
the-
less shorted, so the squeeze should be harder, right?
That's exactly what I'm
No,
thinking.
no,
It should be higher.
No, that's not true. The squeeze was sorry, it was shorted less. It was shorted about 12 or 13%. But because Porsche and the German government owned up to basically they controlled between 75 and 98% of all the stock. They basically it was almost like a 12 times short in terms of available
That's higher
shares.
than I thought. If it's that high, then yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. But still, the mechanics of how it would work are the same because the shorts will drag things out for as long as they
It's the
can
same
before
components. It's the same
things
components
go
at play.
crazy.
If anyone wants, I'll help. I'm Horn. I just don't have the graphic stuff, but I can do the historical research to find.
I got some crayons
numbers.
Hey, what do you think is going to happen to Melvin's CEO?
Isn't he getting divorced already?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he already got a divorce, but what do you think is going to happen after?
I hate to sound morbid, but I wouldn't be surprised if he takes his own life.
I don't think so, man. Honestly, I think what
In the matter of 2-3 weeks, his life fucking flipped.
They're gonna put him in the gulag.
Oh no!
About damn time.
He's gonna drop on the rebirth with no teammates.
Ooh, that's rough, dude.
Yeah.
Who's he going to be in the gulag?
I don't know, but he's gonna be stuck right behind that car, and they're gonna shoot the crap out of him.
If he's sent to the gulag and he's getting out, that's the implication that probably Robin Hood.
Him and Navalny, man.
Probably Robin Hood. He just beats Robin Hood in the gulag.
if you guys want to know what happened, there's so much stuff on Reddit to explain it. Just go there. What happened today?
I spent a lot of time on Reddit trying to figure out what's going on.
It's a lot of trades, but such a low volume. So that means there's no shares available. So
yeah, just a repeat of Friday.
Yeah, it's just back and forth to each other, and yeah. I mean, without getting into the parabolic stuff, I think that's the most simplest way.
Yeah, to be fair, we had a fuck ton of growth. It's about time we have a little pullback.
I mean, you can
Looking at the Volkswagen chart, they had 4 or 5 days of pullback before the big spike. But I'm not saying it's the same situation, but it can be week
4 hours
easily.
Could be longer.
As a side note, this trading view dark mode is beautiful.
Oh, I know, right?
It's so good.
Which one? For which
Are there
one?
any interactive
For
charts
trading view,
VW?
it's the
Is that from Fidelity?
Who's ripping bong hits?
Somebody's snorting. Oh,
amazing.
Can you
no, they're
stop that
snorting,
shit?
dude.
What the fuck?
They're
You
snorting
right,
the
dude?
line.
Nah, that wasn't.
wants the
That
fucking
didn't sound like that.
hedge
Gotta
fund
stay
manager
awake.
experience.
He's
He wants the hedge fund manager experience. Man, my fucking gains are coming in. Yeah.
The tendies from Popeyes.
Even like shaking
actually
the
about to go
straw.
get
What the fuck?
Bueno.
Yes.
Welcome. I am.
Are we all?
Water's wet.
Ooh, I'm curious.
Private call.
No, talk about it here. I want to know.
I want to hear the
my
beats.
financial services.
Just set it up.
Do you have a TFSA? You have a TFSA on, or you have no idea?
How old are you? First of all, I'm not. Are you at least 18?
Would your wife's
nice.
girlfriend know?
Did you see that one Reddit post? That guy was like, I'm 15, I made like 600K.
So I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I
Openly
think
admits.
with Fidelity, I think you need a regular account to be eligible for TFSA. So ask your bro. But he also has another account, I'm pretty sure.
Usually,
I don't think you can just get a TFSA.
usually
alone.
with these Canadian brokers, you open a TFSA, but they also give you like a cash account, so you can transfer
Well,
your
those
money.
guys. So with I know with Trade Simple or yeah, was it Trade? Yeah, well, Simple, Trade Simple, and Quest Trade, you can open up an online brokerage account. But with Wealth Simple, you can't hold USD, whereas with Quest Trade, you can. That's a big difference. Because with Wealth Simple, you're going to be charged Forex twice when you buy and then when you sell.
Oh yeah. Forgot about the selling part.
I don't put cats in Fidelity, bro. You
They
need to
should
put them
be-
in your house.
You can hold CAD and USD. I think you should be able to.
So the way
Is the Canadian dollar
Cats.
Fidelity's like international trading works is what they'll let you do is they'll let you buy the local currency or essentially trade it in your currency, and then they'll just kind of auto shuffle it around for you. But essentially, you can like buy USD and trade in USD and hold USD. But
Perfect,
you
yeah.
can also do the other way around. I'm
How many
speaking as
cats
a
have you?
US Fidelity.
That's perfect. That's what I was.
developer.
It
that's what
should
I
show
meant.
you the strike prices as in local currency.
Just know one thing you can't do: you can't hold USD in a
TAD for you.
TFSA. Though.
Correct. It'll do the exchange for you and then convert that into shares. With my account here in the US, I have 0 all the way across, but again, Fidelity CA is a different entity.
Oftentimes, when you bank at the institution, there aren't any fees. But if you're not banking there, then they probably charge you for the trades. It really just depends. Hey, bro, that was the
That was a good
most
question.
intellectual
That was-
conversation we've had.
Right.
It's like 15 minutes.
Since I unmuted the same.
I'm like curious. This chat is so much more civilized than like the other chats.
I think it's
Yeah,
because
it's
you have to
I mean, we can make it horrible.
No.
you have to boost the server.
All I gotta do is
to
ask. Exactly. Yeah, I learned so much in the last last week at least.
Yeah. Well, guess who designed the modern school system?
Boomers!
Asshole hedge
Melvin
fund
Capital.
boomer.
Yeah, Melvin Capital behind the trust.
And guess who's on the silver hype too right now? The boomers.
Yeah, I see a lot of YouTube videos on like boomers who's pushing.
Boomer buddies messaging me, mentioning.
Even the
It's
number
like
one fake
flashback
guru,
from like
Robert Kiyosaki.
1940s.
The fake Google what?
The fake guru, Robert Kiyosaki, who's selling like books and stuff like Rich Dad and Poor Dad, the fake fucking bitch, is pushing silver all the way.
Did you know the Citadel is like the 5th largest silver owner in the world?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw that. I saw
Any
that exactly.
squeeze would benefit them immensely.
I sent that to my
They're
buddy.
not the
Who messaged
They're not the
me.
largest holder of silver, the commodity. They're the largest holder of SLV, the ETF, which is an exchange traded fund housing a bunch of stocks that have money in silver.
That's not what I read.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. By all means, present information because I don't. I have not. I'm not going to say that that's the way it is now. I didn't read anything else, so I just learned that they're the largest shareholder of SLV. That they don't.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they are. Okay.
Which
I mean,
is
you can't squeeze silver.
The largest owner of silver is like Mexico.
Right.
They have more.
Yeah,
fucking
that is
anybody.
true. That is true.
People tried.
No, like Citadel is the 5th largest for SLV. Yeah, which is different.
You want to know why you can't squeeze silver? Because you can always dig more fucking silver out of the ground.
Yeah, you can squeeze it out of the ground, just like.
Two things I spend money on. One is land because it's hard to grow more, and the other one is because of everything we're dealing with now.
Also,
Hey boys, I got a question.
Water might not be a bad investment either.
Water futures are though.
In water? What?
You know, water futures.
You
Guys, I got a question. So, where do you
and jewelry and things?
You're gonna have to interrupt us to ask your question, man.
Sorry, man. So it's quick. So where do you guys see like the most up-to-date short interest information?
Has it updated today?
FINRA is the only definitive
about
location.
$1
Everything
for
else
every
is
time someone asks that.
Right?
Well, no.
It's a good question.
It is a good question.
And
A lot
the
of
best knowledge that we have is S3 Analytics, and they get that from analyzing the short interest payments they're making, not the short interest, but the payments that are made. So it's of questionable veracity. We really won't know until the 9th what it's like right now.
Yeah, they have to
What's
report
the
it twice a month.
That's when the FINRA report comes out.
FINRA's receipt.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
the data's due today, but
I
the
work
receipt comes out on the 9th.
I work in the IT industry, and I have to deal with NIST and FINRA and
That's
SOX
all I
and
have to
SOS
do.
and all these regulatory compliances, right? FINRA, by law, you're obligated to report that data twice a month, I believe.
Yeah.
You can look all this up though. If you look up FINRA reporting guidelines for short interest, it's all laid out in a nice little pretty.
Yeah, the next
picture.
time we'll get another
Do you
one.
know
Should
why
be
it's
the
limited?
9th.
Do you know why it's limited to twice a month? Like,
statute.
it feels like
It's
something.
probably because of
It's gonna be
data
a lot more
control.
frequent now.
Like, can you imagine? I'll tell you this. I know for the lottery, I used to manage a data center that hosted trades or lottery ticket purchasing. Right, 2 days a week they draw the lottery for the country. The network threshold for that company, they normally had 20 megs of bandwidth. On lottery days, we had to set our core routing equipment to allow them to spike to an unlimited threshold. And they would go into the thousands and they would go into gigs of bandwidth usage on purchasing days. So if you can,
That's nothing.
no, that's
Compared to
I guess my question is when was this?
Sorry.
Like when was this? I'm curious. Basically, so
This is like
we
the
work
way
in-
it is today. Like there is so much data being sent over those networks when they report that information. They probably don't have the technology to process more than twice a month.
So we're
What do you
straight up
mean?
limited by the data.
Yeah, most of the
throughput?
time. Like honestly, I mean, look at all the people back in the early '90s when people started figuring out how kids like us, we built this shit. So like, I'm 36. I've been working on this and playing with it my whole life. But back in the day when they didn't realize the magnitude of the power of the internet, there were a bunch of nerds who found out like, oh, I can buy co-located data center storage in Chicago and New York, set up a VPN tunnel, and then I got stock ticker updates faster than anybody else in the country. Because it's the same kind of thing. It's just a matter of like, I mean, all this shit has to go over a network and it has to be stored somewhere. So it's a matter of how fast can it be processed and how many people are sending it, and speculation on my part just because of what I know in the industry. I don't know if that's exactly the reason it's being throttled, but it makes sense.
Is there any part of this throttling that's like transition from paper to digital?
I don't know how the New York Stock Exchange.
No, man, it's all done in Secaucus.
Nah, it's
Can confirm.
Okay,
work
so
in
this
the
is what
industry,
it
they
is.
do not paper ballot every fucking trade. It's all digital at this point.
What's happening right now? Like all of this regulatory, like they have to revisit this regulatory compliances, because this is like the one that's being raised in a lot of politics on both sides of the aisle. They should be reporting every day instead of 2 weeks, because this is what allows hedgers to do what they do right now. This is the whole reason this is happening, and I think this thing will be challenged. And one of the things you might come out of this is like they'll have to like report every day.
But we don't have enough bandwidth for that, right?
Oh come on,
I
man.
think
That's like
I work as like cloud specialist, and I can say that the amount of bandwidth, like if it's just streamed throughout the 2 week period, there's like a constant stream when the events happen, real-time updates. You don't have the problem of having a huge data task taking gigabytes of bandwidth because you will spread it.
Yeah, but I mean,
No, guys! I literally process this data as my work. Like it's about 200 gigs a day compressed.
Okay.
It's not
nothing.
a massive amount of data. That's the whole
nothing.
market in options. No, hold on. That's the whole market in options, tick by tick, every single tick. So when we're like, there's no bandwidth limitation issue here, right? It has entirely to do with gatekeeping practices for the exchanges, with being co-located, with being attached to physical ports, which are sold for like 10 grand each. Like keeping up with the data is expensive in terms of like disk usage and shit like that, but our modern infrastructure has no problem. Like a pure storage cluster will soak up market data all day, no problem. A CDN would have no problem deploying storage for market data.
That's fucking.
yeah, I mean, I can get a 10 gig connection
This man
here.
knows his stuff in a time, man.
Yeah, but what do you know?
He's a fucking network engineer, dude.
This is a joke, and I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Doppelganger. He was very clearly qualified. By the way, guys,
GME today?
if you're curious, I posted a very shitty, quick and dirty chart from VW, and if you need a little hope, it might just give it to you. It's up on the paste bin.
So when all this comes crashing down, you guys are setting up a blockchain exchange for stocks, or what? I'm up for it.
The Reddit stock exchange. Bitcoin.
Dude, after this is done, we're all not gonna have any money, dude. Just chill.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yo,
my
what about GameStop
oh my-
today, bro?
Is this a 1-for-1 giveaway?
Literally been sitting here for 2 hours.
Where's
with
the
a
post-
Nitro
post
boost? Fuck.
Yeah, hey Riddick, you finally got it.
Fuck me, dude.
I'm gonna be
I've
holding
been
the line,
trying to
boys.
been trying to
Hold the line.
talk for the whole time, but
Sorry, this chart that's on the paste bin that you posted, is this like a overlay 1-for-1, or is this just you saying like, hey, we're right here?
It's like fake news, I think.
The circle and the blue anything in blue, I overlaid that, but it's just a screenshot of the daily chart.
I mean, it
of
makes
how
sense
went down.
because if they can shake off like
so many shareholders, then there's only so many still holding, and that would make sense for them to buy all of those all at once. And that's why it would spike up so quickly, because there's way less people holding on to shares because they've all been shaken off.
Fuck you, kid. You're a dick.
Right.
Sizzle pop.
But they'd already
I'm
been
gonna
buying
get
up.
banned, you stupid fuck.
Hey, where's the
Since,
pace been? Sorry, I'm not trying to be a noob, but I don't know where it is.
GMEfact.com / or no, yeah, wait, GME HQ?
If you're curious about it, I can send you like a 10-minute YouTube
Yeah,
video.
it's
that explains it in great
GMEfact.com
detail.
/ GMEHQ.
Okay, sorry. I just literally got in here and trying to
It's
figure this out.
FAQ fact, not fact.
FAQ, yeah, fact, sorry.
It's like game facts without the A.
How we end?
Big facts, big facts.
What's weird is like after market, I've never seen such a volatile stock be so stable.
Which?
GME.
Drop 10%.
Oh, holding the line? What do you mean?
It's like 186.
Yeah, I've had a question for a while. Sorry to interrupt, but has anybody I haven't heard like anybody really talking about the AMC. Is that I today, like, I brought in a bunch of money and I wasn't familiar with this chat room and stuff, and I kind of bought AMC instead of GME. But tomorrow I was thinking if I could get some of that out and put it in GME. Just wanted some advice on
I had $1. Yeah, GME's on 2% right now.
The conditions for what's happening with GME are significantly different from AMC. While AMC is shorted pretty high, it's not even close to where GME at least was as of a week or two ago.
In order for AMC to be able to pull it off, GMC needs to get through with its course.
I had my own opinion on pulling, like, liquidating other portfolio to put it on the gamble of GME. I think that's a very false move. You don't want to liquidate assets that are doing well into a volatile stock. You just want to be able to jump in and buy it.
Never pull out, always pull in.
Nah, look, a day
What do you think is
trader
not
thing.
on my Dogecoin?
If somebody has a question like this, I doubt they're even close to day trading.
No, I honestly
Right,
just
yeah, right,
I just
that's true.
started.
No, yeah, I wouldn't sell at loss. Stay strong.
Yep, but
So the consensus with GME and AMC is after GME ends, people are going to go into AMC to make that the next short. But that's after GME ends. So if you're holding AMC shares, hold it and don't sell. But I wouldn't.
The condition, no. AMC does not have the possibility that GME does of a short squeeze. It's just not shorted enough to make it make sense.
Right, yeah, that's true.
But that said,
I agree with
because they got rid of that $600 million loan a couple days ago,
Yeah.
they actually have some viability. And so at their current price levels, you could make a very good case for it being a value play in the long run.
Yeah, I agree.
Them and Nokia both. I've been telling every.
But still, you're buying at a premium, right?
No.
No,
depends where it goes.
It's a recession. You're buying at the low.
I think that's a good price for how many.
$16.
Yeah, but because with the
Under
hype, there's obviously a premium in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
These are all good
I
in my
bought
opinion,
at 1388 today. But I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, would it be worthwhile to?
I watched The Big Short, and I could just imagine what
Like,
they're
I
fucking
invested-
going through right now. It's so fucking annoying what they're doing.
Just if
Gotta watch that movie again.
I don't want to, like, obviously have all my eggs in one basket. Is I guess my question is
what I would have
should
done,
I pull
I
a
would have
little
bought
bit?
GME with my main buying power, and then any change I have, I would have put in AMC.
Yeah,
No, not long term. Exactly, I should mention that. Right.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Interesting
Okay.
tidbits to
Yeah, I
discuss
didn't buy today because it was quite high in the morning and I wasn't sure, like, really what I was getting into. So just obviously listening in this chat for the last 3 hours, it's been giving me a lot of
Have you guys gone in
info.
and looked at the tweets from S3?
Oh, what was the question?
Give me 10 days.
Not only am I not a millionaire, I'm a retard.
None of this is financial advice. It's all banter. What was the question?
That's a really humble and yet apt thing to say. It's incredibly accurate. We shouldn't be.
What I'm out to. Who's paying me?
True, true.
Yeah, consider
Dude,
the
I'll
source.
AMT if someone pays me.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, you guys are all here for a reason. We're not here to just come in here and lose a fucking ton of money. So
Of course,
obviously, we're all here for the same reason.
Yeah, but we're not losing a ton of money.
Guys, you're making a movie about us already.
What's it called?
No, I didn't mean.
Yeah,
I guess
we're in here to lose a bunch of money. Just saying.
No, yeah, of course. Like I'm not saying that. Oh, I need advice of what to do with my money. I was just saying, what's the plan with GMC and why everybody's, or no, AMC, sorry, AMC, and why is everybody boosting it up and saying go AMC, go AMC?
Okay.
I'm just
Important.
curious
It's
about
really
that, I guess.
important to recognize what's going on here, right? This was a forum where people liked to laugh at each other who lost large amounts of money on stupid bets, right?
Porn.
And so,
Yeah, the point of the subreddit is to lose money.
right? So this deep fucking value figured out a basically glitch in the matrix, right? He was already holding, and they laughed at him, and everybody laughed at him, and so like at all points, this is memes, guys. Like first and foremost, so this is your fucking side bets with your YOLO money. Like you like.
Holy
I feel that.
Yeah. You should smoke less weed.
I feel you on the $2,000 per month.
There was something.
I'm
that
not a
was
health
not
advisor.
true.
Nobody cares about your.
There was something that was not true that was
we talk
said.
about the stock and what's happening with the stock.
Someone said that everyone's here for the same reason. I just going with deep fucking value. I think we're all in here for a different reason. He went in for a value bet. Some people are in here as day traders. Some people are here because they got screwed in 2008. Some people are here because they like the stock. So just make sure that we don't say that everyone has money.
We all like the stock.
Yeah,
and some people are here to be back holding.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's the wrong way to go about that.
How would you get fined?
There's this football player, right?
I mean,
and he they were gonna fine him because he never showed up to any of his press
explain
things.
it like it's gonna be a long one.
I'm just here for the movie tickets.
I'm just here to be a back holder, man.
I'm just here because I'm gonna go to movies, bro.
6 days.
Here for the tendies.
Yeah, just to touch on that point. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like, not everybody's here for the same reason. I guess. Like, you're right.
Yo, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't everyone here for the tendies? Like, I don't care your reason. It should all be
Not
the same.
entirely, no.
I mean, that'd be nice.
Should all be the same.
That's kind of a little part of it.
Max tendies, and that'll end up bankrupting them and send the message. It's like a win-win-win for everyone in here.
I mean, I'll be honest. The political part of it is more interesting to me than anything.
Yeah, same political reasons. I'll be the bag holder. I don't give a shit. I just want people to lose money.
I just want a fuck over Wall Street.
Like even if you aren't willing to be the bag holder, like still like hold for as long as you can is definitely the move, because that's going to ensure the maximum amount of sell off at the peak, which is we believe is going to be over the course of a few days.
2 or
But
3,
we're not sure.
maybe 4.
Well, to be clear, even though my primary goal isn't making money, I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for the fact that I think it's going to work. You know, like that's the only reason to do it.
That's kind of what I meant by that. Like, I wasn't saying like, obviously everybody's here for the exact same reason. That's kind of what I meant by that. I guess I just didn't pronounce it properly.
No. I was just making sure that I was clear.
Fidelity support has
do
like
you guys hear me?
3,000 right now.
Yes, we hear you.
Thanks. I just wanted to go make a pretty interesting point that I saw, right? So my biggest problem with this whole situation was what happens when Melvin goes bankrupt, because they will
get brokers.
They'll get bailed
They're
out
gonna
by
get
one of their
bailed
hedge
out.
fund companies. So you have no idea how much money these guys have.
We don't
Like,
even
they'll
know
just
if
bail 'em out.
Melvin holds the shorts anymore. They could have offloaded them to like, some other hedge or something like that.
Yeah, but even say
Regardless,
Melvin
I
does
wanted-
still say Melvin does still hold the shorts. What happens is if they're going to keep trying to gamble, at some point they're going to not be able to, and the what do you call it?
Prime brokerage or
the prime brokerage is going to step in and say, whoa, you're way past your margin. I'm not letting you continue this gamble. Like, you're doubling down. You keep losing on blackjack, and they're going to liquidate them, and you will get your money, because otherwise the prime brokerage is on the hook for the money at the end of the day. Now they're worth like multi-trillions of dollars, so it's not like they're not afraid of going insolvent, but they don't want to lose money, because why would they help out Melvin or whoever at their cost? They win no matter what, because they're the prime brokerage. Why would they put anything at risk for some to them? Melvin's huge, but to them Melvin's just some nobody. Like, they don't care about Melvin.
Facts. Someone earlier said eventually the creditors are gonna be like, all right, it's time to pay up.
Yeah, that broker.
Yeah, I remember someone saying that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
They just want to
calculate some stuff.
It just seems like they can keep going, and it's like attrition right now.
Well, I mean, they do have a lot of money. Yeah.
Literally what it is.
Like, I feel
I
like
want
it
you
could
to
go for another
quantify
month.
exactly how high it could go, right? Because one thing's for sure, if they've already
Infinity.
lost $50 billion in their capital, they can't withstand up to $1,000. And I know
50 billion? Like, where are we getting these numbers from?
Wait.
50%.
Let me paint the picture. We're attacking somebody who's
Okay,
walled in a city who ain't getting food anymore or stuff. So as long as we wall off the city and close their food gates, they eventually will die.
Let's just be clear.
I have a follow-up question. Like, what happens when Melvin Capital does get liquidated? Like, what happens? Like, what happens to the stock value?
In my opinion, that will bring out probably an outright market crash. Because what will happen is that they will liquefy all their assets. The entire market will bleed red. People will panic.
Okay,
How much money do you
Melvin
think
does
they
not
have?
make up
How
that
much money
much
do you
of
think
the
they
total.
have?
Guys, they don't have that much money. Melvin Capital does not have that much money together.
One at a time.
Guys,
We were calculating this yesterday.
Yeah,
So
this
Melvin
isn't
does not
something
have
that's
that
very
much.
likely, but what could occur is if the losses really, if it's a real infinity squeeze, ultimately it's not Melvin who's on the hook. It's the broker, their broker, and our broker who's on the hook, and the clearinghouses. So
Exactly.
the apocalyptic scenario isn't just Melvin running out of money. It's that the brokers can't pay you. And so it basically just shuts down Wall Street entirely.
Yeah, but
Is
some
there actually
schmucks
a
will
scenario
sell.
where
Some
we
schmucks will
That
sell
is
at a certain price.
unrealistic.
Okay,
But
so
they-
you're
they will
saying
definitely
Very long, not likely at all.
It's
But
like a
that's the whole thing,
10-second
right? That's
prisoner's
the
dilemma at the
equivalent
top
of
of the
10,000
squeeze.
berries.
Everybody's it has an incentive to essentially rat the fuck out on each other once the squeeze actually happens. Everybody wants to exit at the top of the price.
Okay, let me
chart.
ask you this: how do you know Melvin Capital's not already bankrupt? Like, how do you know they haven't filed for bankruptcy right now?
Even if they do, someone's got to pay that off. It's their brokerage.
Exactly. I think they did.
Someone's got to pay.
Bankruptcy is a public process. It would have to be.
Legally they would have to
They would have to step in.
We would know that. But again, it's very important to
do you think
understand
they're
that
driving
Melvin
down the
may
stock
not
prices
have any of
because of that?
I do have a question. is there a scenario where like the infinity squeeze happens and it just skyrockets to insane levels? So
No,
we
because
just,
people will always sell.
let me just ask a finished question. Is there a scenario where we just won't get our money?
No, it's literally impossible. At that point, the brokers will have to go pay out, and
Once
it
you
will
press
never
stop-
get to the point where the entire U.S. economy will go to that point. They will liquefy. They will cut their losses before that point. But regardless, we will be getting paid out. My whole thing is what's the limit? Because when I see people on the Reddit saying 50,000 is not enough, 100,000 is not enough, you're talking crazy numbers here. There's not enough money in the world.
Yeah, because it's rhetorically easier to say that than to try to explain how the whole inability to predict price thing works.
Hey, let's do math, right? Look at how many shares there are within, like, the with retailers. Multiply it by the number that you think that it's going to go, and then look at the market value of Melvin Capital. That's the number that Melvin Capital will go bankrupt. Now, realistically, what that number is, somebody was telling me it's around 1,000. So, like, you got to think in that case, what's going to happen after that? I mean, that number could be very soon coming.
And the thing is that once it gets to 1,000, when they're forced to liquefy and buy into our short position, close their short positions, then the stock price will rise. So I'm thinking it's very probable that the brokers will have to go settle this at the end of the day.
For Melvin.
Well, not only that, but I'm thinking that
The boss
Melvin's
comes
fucked.
knocking, essentially.
Melvin's completely fucked.
Yeah, boss
and once
man.
Melvin's fucked, then it's going to come from the brokers. And once the brokers need to go liquefy their assets,
Thanks.
The brokers don't need to liquidate anything. They'll just call the loss before it gets to a point where they feel anything, because they're not in the game to take damage for Melvin.
they're responsible.
I got
for the
another
bets if,
theory also.
They're responsible for the bets if Melvin goes bankrupt. It's the
Oh,
reason
you're
why
saying like
banks
sort of
are
on the long tail of an infinity squeeze where it goes to like actual infinite value? Yeah, okay, theoretically, yes.
It's not infinite value here. There's only so much that Melvin can go from this point on.
Yeah, but
right
in
now,
theory, it's infinite.
from yesterday, we knew that they lost 50% of their value.
I'm not
If
going
it
to
goes
play
to
theory with
$1,000,
real cash, right?
Well, don't forget, they can raise billions in the matter of a day, so.
Other companies, they're
Literally,
not gonna
that's what
like to just
Robinhood
throw
did.
away their money, man. There's a cost to it.
I don't know,
You
dude,
think
but
that
they got their butt
BlackRock
buddy
and all that
friends.
shit, they're going to want to go throw away their billions? No, it comes with a cost. They want to make their money in the end.
Yeah, no shit, but I mean, think of, they still can make money. That's the thing.
I think what I'm saying is the brokerages would not let it get to that point. Like in the environment, in the real environment, so we're not talking about the theory. In the real environment, everybody is at a incentive to sell once the squeeze is squoze, right? So set in the theoretical condition where the squeeze is squoze, then suddenly everybody's looking around trying not to hold back. So everybody's scrambling for the exits on the squeeze, right? So that it can't actually go to infinity, right? And it will likely not reach a point where the prime brokerages have to worry about having to liquidate other aspects of their holdings in order to cover it, because as we've mentioned, they are trillion-dollar holding companies. They're not billion-dollar holding companies, right? So the order of magnitude of damage that you'd have to perform to a prime brokerage over a Melvin Capital is pretty substantial, and that's that.
Well,
if you do bring down a prime brokerage, yes, you could sort of create chain reactions that affect the whole U.S. financial system and therefore the global financial system. But that's a really convoluted set of dominoes to accidentally smash into each other with a relatively small domino to start it.
I mean, they can always play it safe to prevent that.
I got something more realistic though. So if they actually go bankrupt, they need to close their other short positions, right? So the things they're short, the other things they're short are going up, right?
Let's put some numbers behind this thing. Like, we're all a bunch of smart people here. Let's put some numbers.
No,
really.
we're all retarded.
So, well, okay, we're all retarded, but we can
That's
multiply.
too big for our britches.
Okay, $1 trillion for it to go. What's the number it needs to go for? Like 16% of, whatever retailers. No, that's
1,400.
billion.
Sorry, yeah,
1,400.
14,000.
Yeah, you think 14,000?
Yeah, roughly.
I don't think that's possible to
Okay.
hit, though. I think anywhere.
So Melbourne Capital goes bankrupt at 1,000. Citadel goes bankrupt at 14,000. So, like, be realistic here.
If
I
Citadel,
mean, those are your
if
numbers.
Citadel went bankrupt, think about that. That's the clearinghouse for Robinhood. If Citadel went
It
bankrupt,
would destroy U.S. economy, and that's not going to happen.
-0% or -% line of credit from the federal government. That would never
Yeah.
happen.
It
We've
would
already
never
seen
It
this
will
happen in the
never
past.
happen.
Yeah,
It will never
The real
happen.
question is, and the question that I want to ask you guys is, how important is the manipulation of short interest data and the lack of it that we're getting? How important is that to like public perception and like our army, so to speak? Like, are we?
army?
'Cause I feel the boomers falling away across the world. Like, what are we saying here?
Well, one thing I can say patently is that you'd be surprised. Like, I know a few CEOs, right? And they fucking hate shorters with a fiery passion, man. It's not just us. You know, anybody who's opened a business and they've been fucked over because just they want to make a quick buck, they live with that. That's the reason why you see Kevin O'Leary. That's the reason why you see Mark.
So you're saying the small hedges are in there too? They're with us.
I mean, you saw Elon Musk tweets how much he hates short. Like, he's like behind this movement just as anybody
Tesla
else.
was being short.
But he didn't buy anything, right?
Tesla was being short by Melvin Capital for like 3 years. It's a fucking he's all for it.
I think he.
I'm sorry,
He said it like
my $14,000 number was wrong. That was if everyone sold at 14,000, not just the 16% of us.
If Elon really hated him, wouldn't he be buying into GameStop though?
Yeah, but
Sure thing.
Elon
You have to
doesn't
be
do
buying
this.
into this. Elon's on thin ice right now. He can't do
He
that.
has all the fucking money in the world to dump it in, though.
Why is he on thin ice?
Yeah, no.
He's managing a company that
They're saying that
Yeah.
Elon can basically manipulate the market by sending out a few tweets, you know, and so he's gotta skate very thinly right now.
Yeah, he can't do that. He already has trouble with that.
Give me the legal precedent.
Jim
Give me the legal
Cramer?
precedent, though. Like, I want to know the legal precedent of him just tweeting something, and not outside of his own
Well,
companies.
there's the problem. So there, unfortunately, social media, there is no legal precedent, but market manipulation is a thing. And if he is going out there with a large audience, like 15 to 20 million people, and telling them to buy a stock, that is considered manipulation.
It's a cult of personality thing, dude.
telling
People
them
flock
to
around
buy
him because he's
Yeah, I mean these laws
not-
that were, you know, that's the problem here. That's what we're going after, right? These systemic institutions have just been running all these old rules and laws that really don't reflect the society that we live in today.
To correct
And
my
he's
previous
already
stat-
helping his brother with insider information and stuff, so he needs to watch out.
To
You have
correct
to-
my
you
previous
all
gaffe,
have to remember that
if it's
big
just
oil-
16%. Oh, sorry. If it's just 16%, it's 892,000. If it's just the retail investors that sell at the top.
What? That's a lot of money.
Dude, 10 mil or we walk.
Why does
90
that?
million. Watch it
If-
go up
I
that high,
can't
and we all sell, and they just like, you know what? That's too much money. We're gonna redistribute
not
this.
paying that shit.
10,000 now means $1. Yeah.
I'll
If
fucking die.
we relate it to the VW, which became the largest company in the world, I think of the largest company in the world as a
If
2
they beat
trillion.
Apple, yeah, Apple.
Well, I think of 2 trillion is assets under management of Fidelity, and so that would be
It'd be
normally
Exxon.
28,000. Oh, Exxon, yeah.
Exxon was the
but
highest, yeah.
it'd be double that number though, so it'd be more like almost, it would be 1.6 million each.
Jesus.
What would we have to do? What? So, but this is based on if we all sell at that point, right?
Yeah.
And if
there's
only
definitely some
retail
people starting off
investors-
early.
So what if we never sell?
To zero we go.
It would go above that.
It's DNE. It's like where you go asymptotic on a number line, right? Or a
We
Cartesian.
will sell, man. We will sell. It's a
The
game
fuck
of
does that
chicken at
even
that
mean?
point.
It's like a non-member of the set. You can't. I don't know.
One of the issues
Yeah, I
is
didn't pass math.
One of the main
I can tell
issues-
you guys a possibility of it actually reaching that point. You know, I know that these parasitic investors, they have the balls to invest the entire U.S. economy on,
Oh my
on
God.
not losing a single cent here, man.
That's
You know,
retarded.
it's still a possibility that they're going to try their best to
That's
try
so
to buy
scary
themselves
to
Yeah,
out.
they're putting bots out, so
think
they're
about
doing less result stuff.
You got
Hey,
fucking
so I got a-
billionaires going on TV fucking crying, dude. Fuck them.
I got a
Fuck
question
them.
Who that
for you
Leon
guys over
guy?
here.
That Leon dude?
I don't know.
I got a
Whatever.
question for you guys over here. So we know that, like, you know, people like Melvin and Citadel, they're not going to be margin called like everyone else will. They renegotiate terms, right? How high would the theoretical price have to be where they couldn't just weasel their way out of it? You know, how high would it have to be where it's like, nah, we're going to renegotiation wouldn't work.
Yeah. It's not a matter of
We're
price.
entering
It's a matter
territories
of
now.
time.
We're entering like that discussion
I
where
think
they're
it is a
definitely
matter
gonna
of
get bailed
price.
out.
Time on having to
They're-
close out
they're-
the short.
Someone DM me a question, and they're asking it, how is Elon tweeting out about stocks differ from people buying billboards /
I got the
flying
same
planes?
question.
Because Elon is a
And
billionaire with a cult following.
Doesn't he own more,
Well,
like 10%?
Think about Kardashians too. I mean, they do the same thing. I mean, there's no.
Somebody said
It's because he's the. It's because okay. So
Congress-
the question, the previous question, sort of addressed this in the question, but Elon is there is no precedent for Elon being prosecuted for tweeting about somebody else's stock. The stock manipulation charges, if I remember correctly, that or investigations that the SEC launched previously were as a result of them accusing Elon of sort of pumping Tesla with Twitter.
He literally said it was overvalued at one point.
So
I mean,
it's
that's the big problem, right?
it's a new area. Social media and the law have not like caught up with each other yet. if you
By the
guys
way,
know
he
this.
didn't say it
Yeah,
was
and he-
overvalued. They said the price was too high, so he split
Yeah,
the
too high
stock.
IMO.
He also hasn't come anywhere close to that along with this. All he did was tweet GameStonk.
Yeah,
tagged R with WSB.
but that's the point, right?
also-
He's being careful.
Yeah, that felt like an
interviewed-
expensive mistake.
Yeah, like yesterday in the yesterday when he was talking on the I think open house, he was saying like I can't say much about Bitcoin because I can move the market.
Yeah, he knows that he's on thin
That's
ice.
fucking stupid.
It's just because the laws haven't
Weird
caught up
flags.
yet, you know. It's just
Or-
we're just in this
or he likes to pump the image of him as like a stonk engineer. Like it could just be ego, right? Like maybe he has the power to change the market on a word, or maybe
I
the
don't know.
retracement
In that
comes an
same
hour
interview,
later. Like
he
it's
was
a
talking
it's
about
a complicated
sleeping.
thing.
That same interview, he was talking about sleeping in the boardroom next to the factory workers and not getting sleep, you know, for 5
wow,
nights a
you're-
night.
Is it a robot?
You're missing out, man. Your bit rate's fucked.
Use your GME gains to buy
Got a
Brokerage.
robot.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Which gains?
So the information that was being spread around about short interest is all fake?
No,
We
not
don't know.
necessarily. We don't know. We don't know.
Oh, okay, because I saw somebody posted a Bloomberg terminal.
No,
That was
and
old.
short interest was really
That was
low.
old.
Yeah. I've seen 3 different numbers. I've seen 50%,
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen like 30%, and then I've seen 110%. And it's like I don't
I've
know what's what
heard
now.
that there is certain reporting that happens tomorrow with FINRA, but I've also heard that they will be kind of judging how much they can lie and taking slaps on the wrist in order to manipulate.
That's
So
Just-
we're,
just
we're
to be-
flying
just
this
to-
boat.
That's
Be
what they
clear
don't
about the
rely on-
FINRA.
Yeah.
FINRA, the reporting deadline is at 6 p.m. tomorrow, but the public report doesn't come out till the 9th. So we won't see that till next week.
Could be leaked.
Will
though.
S3 have that report, and you think they'll be running algorithms on that or
Oh,
whatever?
fuck S3, man. They
I
run
don't
their
know.
own shit.
After today, I'm kind of a little shaken.
Yeah,
about
that's
the
true.
one big thing.
They lost credibility,
If
definitely.
S3 is a little
Citadel-
sus now, yeah.
If Citadel buys out S3, at what point do they need to tell the world?
That's a good point. Wow.
If Citadel bought out S3?
I'm not sure that this line of thinking is necessarily.
Yeah, he's like
now
very
we're going down to conspiracy
conspiratorial.
theories and shit. But
Well, it's likely, but we could just go on forever. They'll just start gobbling everything up. But yeah.
Real question here. Will the Bloomberg terminal get that data before FINRA makes it public? I mean, like theoretically, wouldn't Bloomberg have it available if that's the case? Because you're paying quite a bit of money.
If the Bloomberg terminal in question was sourcing or rather displaying data sourced from S3, then it would be the S3 data. It's like Bloomberg is just an information dissemination system, effectively, right? Most of the stuff is produced by independent like analyst firms and rating agencies and all these different sort of fund managers that also produce research reports, right? So
we already established that the data from the Bloomberg terminal was from the FINRA report from the 14th or 15th, I want to say. So it's significantly outdated.
I'm not sure which Bloomberg terminal they're talking about because there have been multiple postings of different Bloomberg terminals throughout social media.
The one I have opened is date February 1st, 2020 to February 1st, 2021. It says short interest ratio at 2.1025. Short interest is 61.783 M. But then
and float?
It doesn't say. Do you want me to post this on the?
Isn't 61 still above 100%?
Hold on.
Yeah, that 61 is almost the same as the last reading, if I recall correctly.
But then it's so weird because on the price it
Hey,
says
got some
35.50.
got some news about the shares left being shorted. S3 is saying there's only 27.1 million remaining that's being shorted.
Oh yeah,
Again,
we've
like,
yeah.
I don't know
they've
how
been
we-
saying that all.
All
They've been saying that since the early
now.
day.
All fake news.
Oh, really? Okay, because that's
I
from
know-
that's
I
from
wanna-
yesterday.
did some
That's
dodgy
yesterday.
shit today.
I
That's
want to
from
see some
like just
citations
now.
on their information. I've always wanted to see them, but
Guys,
Okay, so what? Hey,
I have a
just
question
for
here.
that with the numbers on Bloomberg, what you want to do is how many shares that are available. That should be there, and how many of them are shorted, and then like guessing how many per share.
Okay, again, well, I don't know what Bloomberg screenshot you're looking at, but the one that is at least the one that's in the paste bin that we were looking at earlier today is outdated information. But at the time, it showed 61,782,000 shorted, which is a float of 122.9% or percent of
There's
float
no
of
way that volume has been
122.9.
covered. Yeah, there's no way that volume's
Yeah,
been covered.
120. Yeah, that won't be right.
I thought they were
120.
covering because it was dipping today.
I mean, they could have like the more dangerous positions, but there's no way they're entirely covered.
So I just got a question from a DM, and I'm fairly certain I know the answer to this question from you guys, but I'll ask it anyways. He's an economics major, and it looks like he's asking, in the event that the economy does tank, which is probably because the U.S. has spent $7 trillion last year due to COVID, does that weigh on anyone's decision, or would people be willing to accept a lightly settlement in that case?
I don't think that.
So
I don't think
many
that's a
layers in
realistic
that.
scenario.
It sounds like a hedgy or a
that's
suit,
not how
but
that works. Also, that's not how that works. You're going to learn in macro that 7 trillion for an economy like the United States is actually kind of peanut
right,
change.
50 trillion,
And
50 trillion
43
now.
trillion in Wall Street alone.
Alone, right? Yeah.
Peanut change.
Yeah, and we haven't.
Money. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I figured, but I thought I'd ask. He says, "Cool."
Start to think
Oh, I tried to refresh the image. It's
You
deleted.
guys think they'll attack the ladder or attack the stock again tomorrow, like they did today?
Yeah, why not?
No, I think they're going to give up. I think they're going to give up. I think they're going to throw in the towel and.
Yeah,
like
GG boys.
and
They keep attacking stock and they keep bringing it down, then can't they sell it for a more reasonable price? And then wouldn't we be a bit done over?
I have a basic mathematical exercise question that I've been trying to figure out while looking at TradingView for about 30 minutes now. What type of volume are we actually looking for? Like, obviously, it's a lot, but like, what is the metric value of a fuckload?
You'll know it when you see it.
1 kilogram.
Is it
I
like,
hate that answer, but
is it like sexual imagery?
Yeah,
like, you don't
it's
know
like
what
a
it
really
is, but we know it
it's
when
a blanket
there?
statement. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the best answer that you can really get because there's no way anyone can spot on predict it. But
On Fidelity,
it'll
it's
be
in
like
the
it'll be
hundreds of
huge.
millions. I mean, GME had like 35 million today. Most of the morning, it was only 9 million, and
Yeah,
it
it's
went up to
pathetic,
like
yeah.
35. And SLV had like fucking 300 million. So that fucking sidetrack definitely
How much
worked.
did AMC close off with?
AMC had,
Almost
like,
half a
200.
billion. Jesus, fuck,
Yeah.
429 million. That's absurd.
Yeah.
Friday they
It's
had
still
just
trash,
about
though.
500.
They finished lower. They finished at like $13 for AMC.
Yeah, 12.18.
Yeah, I just don't
That's
know
why
what's
it bounced back a little
Even
bit.
if they only have
I think
like
it is.
30 million shorts still in, I mean, before when it was around 60 million, they were saying
It's only
about
200
2.5
bucks right
to
now,
3
though. They can just
days.
buy all their shorts right now and just cover it right here instead of spending $90 gajillion.
No, they can't because there aren't enough available.
They don't have the money to do that, do
It's
they?
not just money. This is why volume is so important. Before, it would have taken them 2.5 to 3 days to actually buy up the shares to cover their short positions. This is when they had about 61 million that we know of, just based on volume alone. But if their back is against the wall and they need to actually start covering quickly, which tomorrow may be a time for that because of the calls that expired on Friday, but who knows? They can't just do it very slowly over a long period of time. It'll take them 2 or 3 days, and you'll only see that through huge volume very quickly.
I'm tired of waiting.
Interesting.
So if I wanted to get a discount tomorrow, buy towards market close.
I mean, yeah, that's one way to do it.
No one can predict that, right?
Or there's usually like a little dip around like
So you're
10:30,
trying to
10:45.
tell me that
Yeah,
the reason that they can't fit
open.
their shares, that the price is lowering because it's all fake, or
The price is lowering because if you look at the last
pretty low now.
day, there's very, very little volume. Basically, it's just kind of small trades to ladder down the price because very few people can actually buy because of the restrictions. And frankly, the buy sentiment really peaked last week. So who knows if people are still eager to buy in. Maybe with this pricing, people will try again tomorrow.
Casual
but-
buyers like on Robinhood and the other things, not like main firms like.
That's what I was talking about. But today, if you look at the volume, it all came like with the lowering price and all that, it all came in blocks, nice round numbers, 100, 200, 500, whatever, which is very clearly institutional. And very clearly, they're just trying to very slowly bring down the price. And they've got a moment to do that when there's no volume.
Right. Today was a good day for them to eat up shares. Basically, is what I'm getting at.
Well, can they
many.
keep doing that?
People are still. There's
until,
a lot of
like-
casual investors, like people that put their whole
Just
paycheck
depends on
into
how
stuff
much
online.
interest is what's
So
going
I heard
on.
a theory that they try to.
It's unlikely that they're buying them for individual investors. I'm sure that's happening to some degree, absolutely, but they're probably just passing the same shares back and forth, institutionally, just to bring the price down. That's what the ladder is. The short ladder is.
It goes down.
Stopping them from bringing the price down to zero. Stopping them from putting the price down to zero.
Question: like, let's suppose for a moment that they have really exited as much as S3 has predicted. Why do they even bother still doing this then? What's the point of all this effort that they've been putting into in bots on the subreddit, bots in the Discord? What's the point of all this if they are already
They still
exiting?
need to cover 50%,
Yeah,
right?
they need to save
So
as
that's
much
still
money
a
as
lot
they
of
can
money.
in cost of it. It's a
And
cost
all of
thing.
that was in service of what we saw today, to enable what we saw today.
But what did today actually accomplish? What did they actually accomplish today?
Selling out the normies.
It brought down the price
ladder
and
attack.
it made people question whether they had the stomach to stay in this thing. Basically,
I mean, they spanned the crap out of
Or-
Discord last night and
that
today.
that was the goal.
You're gonna lose
And by the way, to
Or-
divert money to other causes like silver, whatever the fuck.
Or there's
I
also the
think we need more
possibility
men.
that they doubled down on their short positions and it basically it's an opportunity for them to not sell off at this point. It's an opportunity for them to go make money.
Hey, I got a question for you guys related to
Almost certainly
silver.
did that.
I got a question for you guys. So I was looking at it, and the price seems really high on silver. So I'm thinking I took. Did anyone else take out puts on silver? I took out some puts on silver.
You want to short out silver?
Hell no.
I like the puts on chill silver were so cheap. I paid I think I got for 5 cents.
What's your
5
name?
cent, Mr. Singularity.
I don't like the silver talk.
What I'm saying is,
I have. Once you know where the heights.
No, let him talk.
So if these guys, if these institutions are trying to shill silver to people, right, then it's eventually going to come back down again. So if these people are, if there's Twitter people falling for it already, I might as well sit in on it, because well, there's a price history on silver, right? What I'm saying is I'm trying to. If I do make any money on those puts, those are going into GME. Just to tell you guys the truth, that's what I want. I want more GME. But I'm just curious if anyone else was doing that. If no one else is doing that, that's no big deal.
There are a lot of people trying to. There are a lot of people trying to capitalize on the pumps that are happening as a result of people not understanding what's going on and the dissemination of false information. So you probably are not the only person who has tried to cash in with a put.
Look, man. At the end of the day, if everybody here, their main priority should be to make money off this. It shouldn't be anything else. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's going to take years. It's impossible to go change the way the system is. If anything, we led by example here. But if you want to go make money and you're seeing that this is your opportunity to do so, do whatever you feel is right. Right now, I personally feel like going all in, diamond hands, baby. We're all monkey-brained idiots. But
I've actually bought. I cannot buy any more GME right now, so I'm just making a side play here since I can't get any more.
Yeah, I also did a side play on IPOE because everybody's changing brokers, right? So everybody's trying to capitalize on this moment.
I have some data, or I guess a piece of information somebody wanted to share in a DM, but Evan T.
He's a corpo.
He's a corpo.
Yeah, everybody's in DMs. No, just say it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So he's saying that this morning he saw a different posted S3 short interest amount than a little while afterwards. So I think he's making the claim that they doctored their SI amount. I don't want to endorse that position necessarily. Personally, I typically disregard that kind of argument, but it should be aired in, I think Evan has picture evidence, but for whatever that's worth.
First, I want to say something. You have to cue this cat. I heard a cat on the background. It was fucking cute.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, I got a question about
GME might close at 200.
How long does aftermarkets go to? I didn't even know.
8 p.m.
30 more minutes.
32 minutes left.
It's at 196. I bought 10 when it hit 180 a while ago.
Yeah, so it can have the chance to close at 200 really in the next 30 minutes.
180.
Very nice.
Sorry, is there anywhere to look at the aftermarket? Because I thought it was closed as far as I can see on Yahoo
Robinhood?
Finance. And,
Google has it on the
Yahoo.
main page.
I thought
If
it looked like it closed on Yahoo.
If you search like GME stock on Google and then you just
Stockwitch
hover
does it
over the
too.
right side, you'll see it.
If you're looking for a website, Stockwitch is pretty good. They keep everything live time, and you can set up a ticker on the side. I use it on my phone when I'm out to check my crypto and shit.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Thank you.
Nasdaq.com has live after hours stuff too.
Wallstreetbets
I
after
love how
dark.
informative this channel is compared to the others.
Yeah, dude, I got ran out of one of the other channels because I said, "Why are you hating on Robinhood so much?" And they called me sus and started screaming at me.
Yeah, the other channels are really culty.
Yeah, dude. They have
Really
like
are, right?
leaders in
Back
them
off is
that
a
like you
fucking
can't talk.
nightmare.
Bro, back up. There was like a stampede of people. Somebody told people they should be looking at tick data the other day, and I was like, no!
Yeah, they're all talking about selling, and then they're talking about investing in like weed companies and mushroom companies, and it's like, holy shit.
Biotech. Don't
Biotech
forget
is pretty great,
biotech.
though. Except that
Yeah,
one
if you're
time
going
for a
SPACs,
5-year
too.
stretch where it wasn't great at all.
Look, if Bitcoin was
I
able
liked
to
it
go
when they
from a
created a
single US
vaccine that
dollar
was
to
94%
32,000.
effective.
Sorry?
No, sorry.
Go
Go
about
ahead.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, sorry. If Bitcoin was able to go from a fraction of a US dollar to 32,000 US dollars, then back down to 500, then up to 50,000. This is not only possible, but this is gonna go up to 32,000 if we really want to. I see it happening, but there will be a consequence to it.
I don't see it happening. I think too many people have their
way
sell orders.
Yeah,
I
this
mean, part of
is
this is just market sentiment. Like,
I worry that
this
too
is
many people already
life-changing
sold.
money.
I mean, you got a diamond hands, but I don't know. It could be too late.
I think too many people
So
have
you
their
gotta
sell
buy and
orders
hold.
on those meme sets, like 420.69 or some shit like that. I don't think it's gonna skyrocket.
Even at 500, I think a lot of people will dip. Like 420.69, if it starts boosting off like that.
Listen, Michael Burry said if you have life-altering money that right in front of you, take it, and I agree
Yep.
with him. Like for some of these people, like fucking pandemic,
all
man.
those people already walked away from it. They're going to walk away from it again. And anybody that's that worried about life-changing money doesn't own enough shares for it to actually happen. You know what I mean? Kind of missed the
Exactly.
boat on it.
Exactly.
Like if we're still fighting for something, it might be lost. If we're holding for something, then there's a chance. It's all about what the whales are doing at this point. People just don't have the money.
I mean, I don't have a lot in AMC or GME. I'm just like hoping like it does.
Right,
come
you're
up.
hoping your one or two shares goes to $9 million, and then you can be rich.
$9 million as the U.S.
I'd
economy and
settle
global
for
economy
4.
crashes and burns around
I
them.
just want to put a dent
Not
in my.
I know we walk.
You'll be trading your fucking dollars for Dogecoin to some kid with a helmet.
6 figures to me, so I can Dogecoin.
We only take Dogecoin here.
I'd love it for mine to hit somewhere in the 6 figures, my total return, so I can just pay off grad school debts and then put a nice down payment on a home. That's all I want.
I think most of that money's already been paid out, unless this hits, in which case then you guys got a double dip. But
It's all
I don't know.
reinvestment, my
As
guy.
just a layman retard, I feel like the squeeze could have been squozing, and that's just because I'm retarded and paranoid and don't know anything
My
whatsoever.
paranoia does constantly get to me, like, dude, when it hit 480 or something, that might have been it. I'm like,
Oh, right. That's what I mean. Because it used to be worth like $2. So, I mean, that's a pretty big squeeze.
yeah, that jump from, what was it, the day before 480?
Right. So, I mean, and a lot of those guys cashed out. So, I mean, they had a quick second to finish off a lot of what they needed during that. Well, you know, while everything was clearing. I mean, the only thing that blocks it really is all us retards buying at that time.
So on 1-26 Tuesday, it was like around 75, maybe $100, and then the next day it jumped up to 42.
Somebody out there's got the real information. It's just they're not going to fucking spill it. You know, by the time it spills down, realistically, at this point to general chat, like it's going to be too late.
Guys, putting the data aside and everything that everything that separates the situation from this one, I want to reiterate the example of the VW short squeeze, which is really the only one in history that has been this accurately that good of an example of a short infinity squeeze. And in that case, 5 of the 6 days before it spiked, it lost money. It actually dropped below where it was before the day before it spiked. So I'm not saying that it's, definitely going to happen or anything like that, but I am saying just, don't get too worried. Like, this could very well be part of how it works.
Don't
viral-
specific banks have millions
You
in
said it's
holdings?
one time to buy in.
But the viral video that was going around the other day of the guy in 1982 explaining what a short squeeze is, we've already had that first initial jump, I think, and that's the 480 or whatever the fuck it was, and we're just riding it out to the next one. And it starts going down, and then all of a sudden you're at a new all-time high, and people can sell. I think we're still riding the wave.
Exactly. Keep the faith.
What do you think will happen if Reddit gets pressured, and they are being pressured to close the subreddit?
Reddit probably won't, because Reddit is making so much money off of this.
Yeah, we're keeping the servers up for like 180 years.
They're just gonna remake it though, and let all these fucking noobs burn off, and then make a new society.
Like,
It'll suck to lose the game, but
like
it'll phoenix.
Reddit, we had 1 million people active on the subreddit. I've never seen that in like the 8 or 9
1
years.
million. I thought it was up to 7 million the last to check.
No. 1 million users active in the subreddit at a specific time. And I've never seen that in like the 8 years I've been on this site.
Yeah, this is a big deal right now. Everybody's watching, you know? Nothing else is really going on in the world. Election's over. The world didn't burn down. So now we get to see if this is when the world burns down. Right, we're waiting for which activity it is.
Yeah, I saw. Speaking of like waiting for shit to kick off and whatever, I saw the title of an article that says, "Why are people? What? It's something about like the stock market fueling gambling or something like that." And it's like people are fucking desperate. This isn't even gambling. People are desperate and they see an opportunity, so they're gonna throw everything they can at it, just like they did with crypto.
Yeah, but just like they did with QAnon too. So just keep your bearings and realize that, you know what I mean? Breathe fresh air, drink water, take a shower.
Get good sleep.
Yeah, man.
I don't think I showered today, actually.
Take care of
That's what I mean. Clean your poop sock.
Clean your family.
Dude, like, what the fuck is this?
Give your
Hey,
friends a
sleep
hug.
is for pussies. I didn't say you had to sleep.
Thank you. Like, sleep is the cousin of deaf people.
I don't know how people do this. I've been getting this past like couple weeks. I've only been getting like 4 hours of sleep.
Coke, man.
Tease my guy. You do
Yes.
need some sleep, man.
No, I'm in with you, bro.
Letting yourself just relax and sleep, man. It's important. Hydrate and sleep. It's the one thing, the two things none of us get enough of, and we need it. We need that. Maybe a hug, everyone.
Possibly a benzo.
Yeah, it's because I don't even know why I'm like waiting for the German markets to open and see.
Only research I know is
I want to
all the Jamies in this.
Add a benzo to the mix.
I feel like I should sell my silver holdings right now just because of all the
We
retard
might see some good shit
boosters.
tomorrow,
But I
honestly.
don't know if there's going to be more retard boosters tomorrow.
I think we might see some
Aftermarket's
good
not
shit
really
tomorrow.
looking good.
Hey, somebody was telling me not to sell XRP. I'm glad I did.
Hopefully.
To sell which one? XRP?
Yeah. I sold that shit and everybody was like, yeah,
Dude.
you don't need to do that.
I got rid of some of my XRP. I dipped some when it was at 75 cents. That it instantly dropped down to like 40 cents.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm okay with this. You know?
I was more of a crypto person before this. It's more my game. Less loss, more volatility. Yeah, did you grab those? You grab those 10 pennies, man, and you take 1,000 shares, and you just fucking just roll it all day. Roll them bones, baby. It's like dollar blackjack.
That's not a bad. Never mind.
Hey
1,000
boys.
shares, 10 pennies, man.
All I'm
I meant
saying,
blackjack.
I feel like folding, boys. I lost 600,000.
It's not a loss until you realize it.
It's true.
You don't listen to yourself.
I think you just realized it.
If you're already down, keep rolling it, man. You got till Friday to know if you lost.
Yep.
Fuck.
I'm down.
And that makes me feel good about my position. You got to hear more stories like that, and then you can stuff you on like pussies with our small positions.
I'm down 22%.
Diamond hands, motherfuckers.
I'm down 22%.
I'm
down 33.
It fucking sucks, but tomorrow will be a good day. Suck it up, Buttercup.
For the month.
Boys, we're
I think when it was like 480, my account.
We're not down.
There's some dicks by the dip, all right? This is not financial advice.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm up hundreds
We're
of
not down a
friends.
fucking penny. They are trading amongst themselves.
You guys
They're
are
keeping
like
those fucking prices low. We're going to the fucking moon.
I still need.
Yeah, he's right. My man's right here. We're not down. They're down.
Yeah.
The paper hands all left today. They left. The paper hands
Yeah,
left. We're
these are
still
just
here.
numbers.
We're still sitting
I
pretty
need
at
help.
200 and we're fucking going, baby. Low volume. Look at that bullshit. We're going.
Please explain.
Also, Anybody else sitting on CCIV? Because that's also being noob pump right now. But there's also story of the merger. Question mark.
Guys, do I still hold my GME?
Good.
Of course.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, it's at 28
Why
right
are
now.
you even-
Gets
why
to
are you even
33.
So if it does end up being like
It's
VW, what do you think the dip's gonna go down to?
Like,
If it goes much
it's
lower
over.
than this, it's going to scare motherfuckers for sure. I heard it was going to bottom out around 170. And they did bottom out around
It
170.
already bottomed out.
Well, yeah, you
I
know.
think it's
but-
important to understand that the role of institutional investors in all of this. I mean, the latest data that I've seen, and I don't know how old it is, was that retail only comprised 16% of the total float. So really the people driving this at this point are, you know, big investors, and
BlackRock,
they
Vanguard, you know.
and they want they want to squeeze Melvin or whoever has the shorts at this point as much as they can, and they have the
Are you
knowledge
sure,
to be able
though?
to do it.
In that world, can't they use that as like a you pat my back, you scratch your
Oh
back, I'll scratch yours type of
hell
thing?
no!
Like,
Are you
don't think
kidding
that
me?
they'd work
No,
that
no,
out?
no. You can.
They are all for
No.
themselves. Every single goddamn
Well,
one
right.
of them.
They are all
want.
for
They
themselves,
want
and
to
they
make
hold
the.
all those shares. So what if they made a direct deal with them to get the money all themselves instead of buying all our new?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that there's no way they could make enough money on some backroom deal as they could just by fucking them, by holding shares out. So I'm just saying that even though retail investors may get scared,
These people fuck each other's
it's not
wives, man.
everyone.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm saying. They fuck each other's wives for fuck's sake.
Dude, even the big guys
Oh,
are
but
gonna
the
get
high
scared
level
unless
executives
it's like
could
the
totally
Big
do
Short, like the guys from the Big Short.
They saw the Big
fucking
Short
balls
too,
of
though.
steel.
Like they made that movie, right?
BlackRock,
Yeah.
BlackRock owns like 30% of GameStop. I believe it's by law that if you own more than 5% of a company, you are deemed an insider, and therefore you have to give a 3 months notice before you can sell more than, I think, 50K.
Cool. See, that's a good answer for me because I wondered why they couldn't just buddy up because I think a big bank does too. Maybe it's Fidelity or TD. One of them holds millions of shares. So I mean, if they really needed to,
Fidelity has like
Fidelity is the third.
They
largest.
technically
Fidelity is the
own
top
them, right?
shareholder, as far as I know.
Right. So
Fidelity
since they
is
have to
number 3.
disclose, then
Hey guys, I found it. Do you guys find a stakeholder? This I have it. Can you?
Hey boys, all I'm saying is with the money that I got, I managed to buy 6 Alienware 34-inch monitors, bro.
Why are you going to the day trading
And-
full time?
Must be nice.
He just wants to see
Yes,
his
sir.
losses in 6D.
you have to buy a new wall because your weight's not going to get supported. Gonna rip the studs out.
No, yeah. I got it. Don't worry. My walls are
Monitor
concrete.
arms.
No joke.
What about the power, dude? The power for all the monitors, bro.
Yeah, your video card with these fucking
Got
crying.
it. Don't worry, baby. We got
No.
it.
We're just happy you're shopping this, bro. We're just helping you with your shopping
GME
list.
money.
So let me tell you, I'm currently located in Mexico, of course, and I'm currently betting, towards GME and AMC. I put 1,000 call contracts for AMC for $9, expiring on the 5th, and so far I'm down, I think like 700,000. I don't know, but yeah.
How do you get that money, man?
Well, let me just tell you, you sound like
He's
a
just
fucking
fronting it, dude.
genius,
It's
and I happen to
hard to
love
count.
GME. I like that stock, brother.
I own 2 companies, and yes, I love the stock. It's my own personal opinion, but
we love it.
Yeah.
I'm holding at negative 130K. We are fucking going to the moon.
Let's go, bro.
Wait, negative 130?
Hey, let me tell
Aren't
you
you
how
killing
much.
yourself
You
yet?
better hope that
Hey, can
shit
somebody say
shoots
this
up.
question for me real quick? What's going
What's
on
up,
with
baby?
the GME stuff?
What?
I said
It's being
what am I-
manipulated. It's being manipulated by the fucking hedge funds.
There's a very low volume being traded. They are pushing the price down. They are suppressing information about short interest, and we're going to the fucking moon. That's the skinny, brother.
Okay. Look, I'll give
He didn't
I'll
just
give you
join
the
this
actual
channel,
answer.
so I mean, asking the same question over and over again, is it just to get people to keep giving the same answers over and over again? Because that is a tactic to disrupt groups. Just saying, as a
I've been gone
sociologist.
for a while, and I just noticed that GME had dropped, so I was trying to figure out what's going on.
You're good, brother. Just
Yeah, no,
hold.
I got you.
That's
exactly what we were talking about. Just listen.
Themselves, so
Not
it's
that
not
that's
the
advice.
same rules. But
Okay,
when
cool.
it comes to the actual market, the reason why it went down 30%, it's because they did a short ladder squeeze. Not short, fuck, what's the name?
Are we gonna answer this again?
Ladder?
Because we're not doing anything else in answering this question.
It's
called
called
a short ladder
I mean, what else
A lot of people start leaving after.
Don't forget, we're kind of retarded.
Like, like the fifth person asking about like short ladder attacks because like,
I'll give
seriously,
them that it's
if
fine.
it is like just get the fuck out. Seriously,
Just go to isthesqueezesquirrels.com. It'll explain.
Or just
to you
listen to us and
simple.
you will get
Yeah.
up to speed.
But,
I swear to God.
Y'all got to remember, not everyone can sit on their asses all day.
Or go to
Like,
GMEFAQ.com. Has a whole lot of questions and answers.
I didn't know there was an FAQ on
Don't
this
be
now.
fucking hostile to each other. Jesus Christ, that's all.
Yeah, if you
I'm not hostile, I'm just saying listen
No,
in.
some people in here are, and it's fucking annoying.
Alright, anyway.
Yeah, but we're all retarded. So
I
like
have a
most of
question
us are
for
trying.
Aaron.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
We're gorillas. We get angry.
I love the disclosure on GMEfact.com. Disclosure: this is not by any means any financial advice. This is entertainment.
That's great.
Guess in a way it is entertainment. Watch all your
Are you
hard-earned
not entertained?
go to the shit.
Yeah, I'm just role playing as an idiot losing money.
This is
Oh my God.
hilariously fun. You guys not having fun?
I'm role
Sit there
playing
in the corner crying every night.
That's
So,
crazy.
boys,
what's the?
It was really just about lost porn the whole time.
It's always
That's the
been
long
about
con.
lost porn.
What's the?
Yeah,
sentiment
exactly.
like,
That's the long con.
fellas?
After 14 hours on this
Lost
channel, I
one.
think I'm just tired.
Dude, take a shower.
Drink water. Meditate.
Tomorrow will be a better day, my friends.
Or not, and it may be on Friday. But
You gotta be
you know.
mentally prepared for things to go down again. You gotta be mentally prepared for that.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the same
Look,
as
buddy,
the past
I am
few
like
days,
really
where it just gets a little
agree
bit
with Chris.
lower, a little bit higher.
Apparently,
that's
Kramer's on CNBC, like alleging that the shorts got out over the weekend, saying GME's maybe worth $60. So they're trying to push it down hard.
Citation required.
That's a big
Yeah,
deal
they're
that he's saying
pushing
that
silver
it's worth
still.
60, to be honest.
I know, right? Let's see. I'll see if I can find you the link. I just heard this
Where
is
are they
hearsay,
getting all this
FYI, I
information
haven't seen it
from,
myself.
I know that my Canadian news is like more honest with this shit. You know, they
Like-
didn't blame the silver stuff on us.
What I don't understand is if Melvin and everyone's buddying up with the media and the media are running their fake stories, aren't they going to be held accountable for manipulating the market?
This is the United States.
Absolutely not, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. This is the US of A. This is just the land of the fucking idiots.
So what? They're allowed to manipulate the market by lying to the masses through the media.
I got a question. Hey, I got a question.
You're fucking
So
mentally
if
ill.
they push the
Tucker Carlson case.
Well, we would fucking say you can't do that, and
in a
we'd slap
very
them.
political and democratic way. Okay, so they're not gonna outright say stuff.
Why
They're
didn't
gonna
you
say,
guys
"We're
just vote
retarded,
in the
we don't know
Libertarians?"
anything, but this is what it's like.
They're nutters, man.
guys, if
like how
they
we
get the
claim we're
price down to
retarded.
$30 something, right? So if they actually go through with this attack and they win and they get it down to 30 and cover the shorts, what price do you think it will shoot up if they cover?
5 million.
It's
all guessing.
It's
You're not gonna be able to put a number on it.
Yeah. You exit when you've got the money you
Go
want.
up another $200.
Boys, yo,
Insane.
you saw that Jim Cramer was talking shit about GME today.
I think it's perfectly reasonable
course,
to
yeah.
expect GME to hit $1,000. Honestly, I think that's like a
I think
reasonable. level.
$1,000 is
Jim
probably
Cramer,
the best.
he thinks it's going to go down to $70, boys.
I
Like an
expect
hour.
So if we're not guessing or something, like what are we doing?
Why would you say so? What makes you think it'll hit 1,000? Like, I'm just curious where you're getting that basis
Okay,
from.
somebody yesterday tried to put a limit sell for GME at like $10 million, and somehow I don't know if it was forged, if it was like fake or some shit, but he got like a notification saying you're way out of the strike price.
Yeah,
and then
all
it
the
gave
apps
him,
do that.
it
It's
gave
just an
him
algorithmic thing. It's true for every stock.
important but the actual point was that it gave him a number. It said a recommended amount would be like $2,300.
Well, it's like he said, it's probably just an algorithm.
Yeah, that's algorithmic shit, man.
Yeah, that's financial advice.
No, man, the computers know, man.
That's financial advice, or that's be forgery. I don't know. Or Photoshop. I don't know.
To answer the guy's question who asked, why do we think it's going to go to 1,000?
Yeah, that was me.
It's because I know that these parasitic fucks are not going to back down. They think they can beat us.
That's not
own
an
the
answer.
media. They've invested
Yeah, that's
millions
not.
already trying to
That is your
make this.
opinion and definitely not financial
They're
advice.
not going to back down, man.
That's not concrete.
But like, while we're here, let's do some analytics or something. Can we calculate this shit?
Let's do some math, guys.
I mean, you can theorize all you want, but
Didn't we
will
already
it actually
calculate
happen?
it?
Prices are conceptual
We got 1,000
concept
from
of an
Melvin.
infinity squeeze.
Okay, well, here's
we
a
already
question for you.
calculated it. We got
What-
1,000 from Melvin going bankrupt, and then 10,000 from Citadel going bankrupt, and then like that was our number. We already calculated.
They're both
Wasn't it?
Okay.
No, hold on. Wasn't
what-
it 1,400 and then 40,000?
Yeah, you're pulling that out of your ass, dude.
So what
I
would
didn't
be
do-
a
I didn't
good
do math.
reference to go by that
Someone else
has
did the
been in
math.
this kind of situation? If you were to make, assumptions of it going and
The only
squeezing.
one is the Volkswagen squeeze, right?
Yeah, and so like, what what could that look like in a relevance of Volkswagen? Why was it similar? Was it like exactly similar, or
No, it was different.
What was the short interest on that one? Like, how much
40
did they short the
something?
company? 20% only.
No, like 40 something, I think. But it was because
Yeah, but there was
what,
a circumstance that the
that there's like almost
largest
no available
institutional
shorts.
holders
Porsche in
were
Germany.
Porsche and the German government. Yeah.
But can't we calculate, like, if they would cover at like $30, can we calculate how much shares they have to cover and then price that on the market cap or something?
No, you
don't we
can't
need the
really
short
because
interest
you don't
value for
know
that?
when
Let me just crunch some numbers.
Squeeze the booty cheek.
So I'm looking at an article from Reuters that basically claims S3 data showed GameStop short interest at 8.82 billion as of Friday. That one? Is that the one you're seeing?
I don't believe anything that's at S3 is now.
It's just so
Yeah,
weird
they were
because
really
that's
good, but I don't
entirely contradictory. That's the
Yeah.
opposite of the numbers they had the last Friday. So why are they saying
no, it was a few
8.82
days
And
billion?
how do you settle over the
It was
weekend?
literally a few days
Like,
ago on Twitter
possible?
where S3
Hey.
was telling CNBC to fuck themselves because their numbers are totally wrong and the shorts are much higher. And now all of a sudden it's like, no, it's down to about 30%.
Yeah.
They're squeezing booty cheeks.
So I just watched the
It's
Kramer
only a
thing.
2 mil fine to Mr. Port's
Yeah,
short
we're
interest.
talking
And I think he was drunk. Like
Really?
I don't. It wasn't a lot, but it really sounded like he was slurring his words.
Someone's saying the short interest wasn't 8 billion. It was 18 at 325.
We could have just been on a
At
bender.
325. So
so-
what would that put it at?
Our users and
325.
55.3 million shares.
So,
So what does that equate
if
to
we
in terms of short interest? 55.3 million, and what was the float again? 100,000.
64 million.
Times 64 million is the total float.
Yeah, that's what it's saying here.
Okay.
No, I think
This is from Yahoo, so I don't know if it's right.
Say it one more
this
time.
is
What
the
was the float?
this is the Volkswagen, right? It said 64 million.
God damn it,
Float was
I input the
slightly
wrong
higher.
shit
It was like
again.
60. Yeah.
Sorry, I keep inputting the wrong shit. So you said 55.3 shares short, right?
Yeah, SSI was at 113. Someone's DMing that SSI was at 113 of float.
I mean that basically puts the short of float at 92% yesterday. If those numbers are accurate
still
at 18 million, right? Or 18 billion, sorry. at 325. So if that's the case, and the shorts are getting squeezed, why the fuck is there no price momentum?
Yeah, true.
18.8, not 18. I don't know.
So, but if we calculate like the float and if it's like 100% short, if we do the float like outstanding shares times a price, let's say, then we know how much money inflow there is, right? So then we know how much the market cap would be. Or am I totally wrong on that? Because I'm not a mathematician here.
So all
It
I'm
doesn't
talking
make sense
about,
for shorts to go down 25 million.
yeah, all I'm talking about is verifying S3 numbers, and the numbers are all over the place. And there's articles
And look
alleging
at-
that their numbers stated
Look at the
8.8.
fails to deliver are at 5 million as well.
There's information saying those numbers are overinflated. Somebody miscalculated them and added the shit together when it's a rolling number. So it's actually like 600 something thousand from what I understand. But that's a big number, don't get me wrong, but it's just not 5 million.
Can I ask kind of a retarded question?
Shoot.
Yes.
I mean, we are retards.
So, why doesn't China just fucking pump and
Oh
dump
my
the
God.
shit out of American stock so they can just steal all of America's money?
When this shit
Because
first
it could
started,
go
they thought
wrong.
it was foreign intervention.
Now, that's what's happening right now.
Oh, nice.
No, because you don't play the house, right? So we're the only idiots playing the house.
That's a pretty good answer.
Watch they'll become insiders and they won't be able to sell.
What? China's an insider?
Well, like
No,
one
no.
buys, they can't buy that much. They will become an insider. They'll be fucked.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but they can use shell companies and spread them across, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's
that
an
would be
entire
so
country.
noticeable.
They could just literally take all the money out of the US stock market.
Hey, but if we calculate like a rough number, if we do the float shares outstanding times like $200, let's say, if we think they will cover on that short, then we would know how much money it will cost, right? And then we know how much money there is going into the market cap. So couldn't we calculate how hard the squeeze would go?
I just want to jump in and make a comment. The guy who corrected me on the 5 million number revised it to 600,000. I've just checked the data itself. It's at 490,000, so he's right.
The more we start correcting each other, the more fucking
Some information that you guys might see, you might want to hear. Okay, so earlier today on back office, we were talking, and then this guy from a hedge fund joined in. Okay, after a while he did admit he was part of a hedge fund, but then he just kept telling everybody to sell GME and fucking AMC, and then to buy silver. He just kept telling everybody to buy silver, but he was from a hedge fund. We found out because one of the persons managed to make him break and tell him his occupation. First, he started saying that he was a student, and then it started going off that he was, like a worker for a pretty big company, and then it turned out that he was actually part of a hedge fund. So there are.
So if he was from a hedge fund, why would he tell you that? So
Yeah,
mean,
this is the internet, my man.
I mean, you think
It
anybody
sounds like
do
you
that?
blew
Go
smoke
on the
up
internet?
Jack,
I'm not
but-
gonna lie.
I'll give 90% of this
Internet
shit
can't
to
lie,
you,
guys.
but I'm still here for the fun.
He could have lied, but I mean, for what reason?
For us
to jump
out.
For us to jump out.
Yeah. To fuck people over just cause. Oh,
This platform is
For the
democratic,
lulls.
therefore the hedge funds will have an easy time to go higher.
He was
above
English, by the way. To whoever was asking, he was
Wait,
English.
Are you talking about what's
Thought he
his,
was
what's
British,
his name?
right?
Fossey?
Oh, what the? Yeah,
I don't.
he's a small hedge fund manager.
I don't really know.
You talking about
He was-
Fauv?
he's only a-
FAUV?
Hey guys, I'm the
I
owner
don't
of.
remember his name.
Melton
It was like
Because
Capital.
there's a British guy who works for a hedge fund, but not that kind of hedge fund, and he's actually legit.
I mean, they do have more than one British guy working at a hedge fund. in
Although,
Great Britain.
although,
no, they don't.
He wasn't. He
Not since
definitely
Brexit,
wasn't
they
saying
all left
sell
to
and
Ireland.
give.
Yeah, they're all in Belfast now.
I think GME closed out at 190 aftermarket.
Wait.
There's about 11 million in call options today.
190 even.
Bought today.
Fucking
Yeah, for 800.
190 on the dot, dude. That's nuts.
I'm blown away by
Call orders that
the
made tons of
calls.
So many.
Yeah, someone's got some big bets on this shit. Something's going on behind
Where
the
where do you
behind
look
the
that shit? Where do you look at that shit?
Option
How many calls are in the
Uh,
GME?
Somebody posted on Reddit. Somebody made like $11 million purchase of call options at 800.
Yeah, for this Friday.
$11?
There's strike.
They got something going on.
Yeah, there's something going on with that. There's no way they would just make that decision without knowing something.
Yeah, they
If
can't
there's
start
any-
putting those calls.
If there's anybody who wants to see the Jim Cramer video and make their own call on whether he might be drunk or not,
He's totally drunk.
There's
I'm
a,
down.
He can't
there's
even
a,
say
there's a-
margin.
Yeah, let him speak.
there's a
Let him
link.
speak. I want to hear it.
There's a link on Pastebin to a streamable video, so you don't have to give CNBC your views.
Where?
On the Pastebin
Where-
gamefaq.com/GME. Sorry, GMEFAQ.com/GMEHQ. It's the top link.
Is that? It took me about 2 seconds. I agree with you.
Bro, he's drunk. He's
Where
fucking
did you-
He
drunk.
can't even say the word margin,
I heard
my man.
Treasury
Like,
might be drugged up.
Where did you put the link?
GMEFAQ.com/GMEHQ.
Yep.
Cool, check your DMs
it's
for a
also
second.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
scream
even say
him
it's
as I looking for.
filtered by today.
Can you just repeat that, GME?
Oh,
FAQ.com.
illegally of short ladder attacks.
/GMEHQ.
Wait, what?
The illegality of short ladder attacks.
Wait,
15 USCA.
Can you just be quiet for 2 seconds?
Mhm.
GME what?
Bro, he's
Sorry,
fucking
the full
trash.
address is GMEFAQ.com/GMEHQ.
He's fucking hammered.
Yeah, it's not even.
He
Cool,
sounds
check your
drunk.
check.
Is it Koala? Are you the one talking?
Yeah, I'm the one talking. It's just a stupid calculation, but I want to see where we're broke.
Hey, Cad.
I don't
he's
know, to be
fucking-
honest. I don't know that purchases of shares necessarily equate directly to market cap. I couldn't tell you though.
Yeah, but technically, if they would cover at like $200, if they all would cover, then that would be 200 times 46 million, right? And then they would need to buy that, so that would be added to the market cap, right?
No, market cap is whatever the volume of shares is times the current price of the shares.
Yeah, but it would drive the price up with that amount.
So I
Not-
think
not
what
necessarily.
you're saying
People
with
don't
the
sell.
added purchases that need to happen, I don't believe it necessarily equates directly in terms of market cap.
Holy shit.
Everybody wants to talk. Let's talk risk. Everybody wants to talk risk, especially after a day where the market rebounded. Dow gaining 229 points. S&P jumping, wow, 1.61%. NASDAQ pole vaulting 2.55%. Nice change from last week. But if you control your risk, the reward does take care of itself. Last week, Wall Street got desperate for risky gains. And to do that, you need juice, meaning margin. There were too many people borrowing money to trade. And playing with borrowed money can wreck your portfolio the same way racking up lots of credit card debt can wreck your life, whether you're a big hedge fund manager or whether you're a regular investor. Now, I could talk a blue streak about Robinhood. Congrats, by the way, on that capital raise, or Reddit. Congrats on the excitement or a GameStop. Congrats on the big win. Just remember that the gains don't count for anyone until you take some profits. But right now, I'm hearing lots of people who should know better fret about how these red-hot theme stocks, I think GameStop, AMC, Blackberry, Virgin Galactic, wow, represent some kind of new risk to the market. The action in the stocks has to some degree come unglued from the fundamentals, but that happens a lot. It's really messing with Wall Street's plumbing, causing problems for the brokers, and the clearinghouse is not necessarily for you if you don't have margin. Whenever you deal with risk, though, you have to ask, what kind of risk? Is it systemic risk? Well, that's why we're worried that the center will not hold and the entire market could collapse. Or is it literally any other kind of risk that we can cope with if we stay calm? And you know, that's how I feel. When it comes to GameStop, I don't see any scary systemic risk at all. I see garden variety regulatory risk. This short-selling frenzy never represented more than $100 billion worth of stocks. There are real questions that need to be answered. How did the regulators let money managers short 148% of a stock's float? Mathematically, that's not possible. How could management remain silent? Why didn't Robinhood have a better handle on helping its clients? Come on, guys. And that's really about it, though. If you were off margin, you're doing just fine right now.
Don't miss a second.
Figure out new strategies to hurt us.
I think they're trying to figure
tomorrow.
out like where to find the cheapest cocaine.
What more strategies do they have?
Bro,
They have
silver was the
disinformation. They
biggest
have
bait.
fucking Jim Cramer and shit. They got silver now, and then they've been doing their short ladder
The only
attacks.
people
What more
they're
do they
hurting
have?
are boomers right now.
Straight
man.
up
They're
robbing
fucking-
shares.
That's all they're hurting are boomers. People that are like
It's all propaganda.
Fucking-
They're just trying to they're
If
trying
anybody
to
has
persuade you.
limits on how much GME they can buy, I have no limit. So
On what broker?
on
Yeah, I got no limits. So if you want me to
I have
buy
a lot of
GME on your
brokers.
behalf,
Yeah, you
Are
should
you
PM
offering to
people,
buy
guys. You shouldn't say that.
send me
out
some
loud.
money and I'll
That's
buy it and
illegal.
hold it for you.
Yeah, that's kind of illegal.
It's
Very illegal.
It was very illegal.
Especially if you do a lot of money.
Not
I'm
financial.
not a fund. It's just a donation. You know.
Oh,
It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. I'm scrolling up if in case you're reading my screen.
As a donation, but you will get a donation back.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's something that's relatively interesting. The amount of intraday volume shares sold, I'm sure you guys talked about this already, but it's gone down considerably day after
Yeah,
day.
it's pathetic how low it is.
It's because
So, and that's just because we're holding. Because if everyone was
Wait.
selling and we couldn't sell, then the stock price would be at $3 right now.
Well, don't
We're
forget
holding
buying
every
too. That's
single
what
day.
makes it
It
hard.
has, man. It's gonna get to the point by the end of the week, even that so many people are gonna be short holding that they're gonna be fucked. The price is gonna skyrocket.
Oh yeah.
What
Hey,
happened
did
to the
you hear-
volume in the VW?
The paper hands will burn out.
Can't wait till they sell.
I don't know if I have diamond hands or big balls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see Jim Cramer?
Diamond
He's on he's on a monitor, right? So he's actually at home. So he's probably sipping on some juice, and taking some benzos, man.
Benzos.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Love 'em.
He's living it up.
So
Who is DFV?
No, Kramer.
Okay. I have
Vol-
a question. Somebody mentioned that there was like a limit to your stop limit, right? It was like 2,300. I don't know.
Yeah.
said that.
Somebody posted yesterday.
I was talking
Yeah.
about
There's
it earlier on
another
Fidelity.
volume on that short call.
Usually, there's not an
on that
actual
call?
limit. I mean, if you call and talk to the trading desk, you can actually put in whatever you want. Basically,
20 mil.
it's just the systems that are designed
Okay.
to keep things within reason.
Hey, quick thought.
I'm
Jimmy, the FAQ pay spin. Is there a way to take stuff down? Because I think the 5 million is pretty deceptive if those were the rolling numbers being added together.
Yeah, the data puts it at 490,000.
Which is still a shit ton. Don't get me wrong, but it's not
Is
5
that the
mil.
short
Right.
or?
Yeah, it's not right.
No, those are failed to delivers.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But that was what they were talking about. 5 mil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are you
someone
talking
was
about?
saying 5 mil, but I was tearing through the post and someone had mentioned that if you add the info together, those are rolling numbers, and then he added all the rolling numbers together. The guy who originally posted that.
Oh no.
Okay.
The data is actually good. It was our reading of it. The 5 million is the accurate number for
It's a sum of
that week
all.
or the 2 weeks. It's just the sum, not
Yeah.
just the single day.
Well, the numbers that they're providing are rolling numbers, so they're added from all the prior periods. So that
Right.
5 million is if you add all the rolling numbers, which you wouldn't because they're rolling. They include each other. Is my understanding
They-
of that number and why it's inaccurate.
It was
They
number of the
include
last
the-
day.
let me just look at it again so I get this.
I'll
right.
do the math.
So
But it's stated
the numbers that you see, except for the one in green, are all daily. The green one
But wouldn't-
is for the 2 weeks.
But even if it's 5 million, isn't that only 10% of the float?
Well, that was data as of the 14th. By the way, I don't know how to take stuff down, but I will ask.
Yeah, so the number that you're getting there, from what I understand, there was a guy who did a DD post where he had a list of the different failures to deliver, and he basically, put them in an Excel sheet, added them together, and that's how people are getting that number. So this looks different than the one I saw.
That link is just above. If you look at it says failures to deliver last 2 weeks of 01/22/21. That was FOVs, which is the one that you're talking about.
The first failures to deliver. Let me see that.
It says failures to deliver last 2 weeks of 01/2021.
Yeah, with the green.
No,
so
no,
those
no,
are all
no,
rolling numbers.
No,
but then
with the yellow.
Oh, okay,
But
yeah,
if it's
yeah. I'm looking at the
500,000
one with the green and the yellow. So clarify for me the difference between the two.
The first one only shows the the one with the green shows the total number, and it puts it in the context of just that week, although it's actually reflects those 2 weeks. The other one shows basically the same number, but puts it in the context of basically all the highest failure to deliver stocks on the market.
Okay, gotcha. So those are not rolling numbers. That's each period. So
Right,
13th,
exactly.
12th, 11th, those are the numbers for each failure to deliver. Okay, gotcha.
Right.
So if it's 5 million, that would only make up 10% of the short. Would
Well,
it impact anything?
Keep in mind, those are the last 2 weeks of, I believe those are the last 2 weeks of January. So, who knows what they are now? Who knows what they were before? You'd have to really dig through the data. The link
Yeah.
between those two graphics on the Pastebin is actually the link to a page where you can download all the data and sift through it yourself if you want.
There's a post on Wallstreetbets that says between the 1st and the 15th of Jan, there were at least 1.13 million failure to deliver. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, as you're talking about it.
Yeah, but my question is, would that impact anything? A lot.
It was
or-
it was within the context of basically why is this stock so overshorted? How? And the question is it because people were just shorting stocks that had already been shorted several times over, or was there some actual criminality involved in the form of these companies selling naked shorts? And naked shorts would naturally turn into failures to deliver. We can't know based on what information we have. But it is weird when you look at it in the context of the stocks that are all on that list. Like AMC is super high on the list. It had fucking 17.5 million. But other than that, almost all of these are penny stocks, which are also very much subject to market manipulation. So you'd have to do a lot more digging to figure out what to make of it. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, but we don't know what effects this will have or something.
No, I mean, we already know that as of the time of that report, that 122% of the float was shorted. So it's really more of how did that happen?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Does anyone understand the difference between float and synthetic float?
No, not me.
Well,
Certainly not
bunch of
well enough
chimps
to
in
explain
here,
it.
me included.
We got a lot of people who bought 800 strike calls today. That's fucking good.
But why? Like expired today, or did they buy them today?
I don't know what's going on with like Wall Street Bets too, but it's just like it's literally people trying to convince everyone in that goddamn server to fucking sell. I don't like
what.
No, that was good news.
That's pretty good though, because it's like.
What do you mean that's
pick it up.
what do you mean that's good?
Well,
800
good for
call.
me.
800 call on March 19th. That's good. That means that somebody's.
No, but the selling in Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, no, on those servers, that's why I don't really go there for anything but just to, I guess, hear people. But if I want to do, get information ready, because I know not everyone's allowed to post.
Okay, so just to give a little bit of on that float thing, because I just looked it up to find an easy explanation. The float is the number of shares available to the public. Outstanding shares is different because some people have restricted shares, which are not available to the public and cannot be easily sold or what have you.
I'm not trying to clarify the float versus the outstanding
You're asking
shares.
about synthetic.
I'm trying to understand what synthetic.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So did it reveal anything about that?
Well, it
I
has
couldn't find
the third definition, I suppose.
I want to ask something. I want
Is
to add
the
something.
authorized share count,
Can I add
which
something?
can be different from the actual share count, which is to say companies can be given the ability to offer this much, this many shares without actually offering them. I can't find anything about synthetic.
I love
but I
theory guy.
imagine it has something to do with that.
Guys, this kind of news. There's a Yahoo Finance article that was just released exposing Citadel for a conflict of interest with them buying silver.
Yeah, we've known that though. That's what the silver pump is probably about. Just misinformation.
Exactly, but it's worthwhile when the media, any media.
Yeah, you're right.
Why am I hearing on this fucking Discord about like on the other Discord servers?
Oh my god, Wall Street is just like
Yeah.
Just over there. You need to help them out.
Yo, where's the moderation? Like seriously, some of those people need to be fucking banned.
Yo, like
because they're gonna demoralize.
Yeah, we need to do a campaign maybe. Let's join the server, somebody.
That's what I've been saying.
and see what's going on.
That's what I've been saying since the start of
Let
this,
them
man.
join
Yeah,
here.
because everyone because there's like five or six people in there that are trying to convince everyone in
Citadel.
that goddamn place.
Yeah.
I don't fucking
that's
know.
what I've been saying for the last
But they're
couple
trying to
days,
convince
dude. It's
everyone
the biggest
that
threat to this.
If we do that, we can get shut down again, or it can get shut down.
This is also the problem getting fucking 8.1 million degenerates together, dude. So
Yeah, that is true.
you know,
I mean,
like,
there's
fucking
pros
overall
and
community
cons.
at 1
This
million,
server
dude.
is so many less though.
So much.
There's
We're
pros and cons.
dominating the server. If we start going in there and telling people like to not listen to those guys,
How about you go in there and market
Just
your
tell them the
specific chat and try to get them to come here?
The answer is making a better case for why it's not good.
Cults up there, dude. You go up there and you try that, they're gonna scream you out of chat. Go have fun with
Yeah.
it.
What are you?
Which chat
is
are you guys talking
like
about?
good. While all the
Yo,
other
you might
chats
as well
are,
you
like,
might as well
disruptive.
quarantine.
I'll be back.
Just quarantine.
Guys, which chat are you talking about? The Wall Street Bets?
number two.
Yeah,
In
Wall
the-
Street
number
Bets
two.
Number two? I wanna
Yeah.
listen.
But yeah, they're
No.
super autistic in Wall Street
I gotta
Bets
hear
too.
that.
Street Bets too. What are they talking about? They're talking about they're trying to get people to.
Oh, they're
sell.
just
Fucking selling.
mic spamming.
Jesus
Oh.
Fucking spell.
Christ.
Fucking.
Make calls.
Really scared.
Oh gosh.
I only thought about GameStop when it was 450. At that point, GME at 300, and I lost it all.
Sorry, I'm not a trader. I'm only a speculator.
You guys think that Dogecoin is a good buy?
Not
Yes.
compromised.
Not financial advice, but yes.
Sell Wall Street Bets.
Oh,
Short
yeah.
term, yes. Long term, no.
Yeah, it's almost as good as silver.
If you care about GME,
Are we gonna buy Litecoin?
is compromised. If you
Hey
care about
guys,
GME,
I'm really
have-
scared about GME.
Guys, as a financial
Yeah, but
advisor,
medical
I have to say,
marijuana.
Losing all my money. I'm losing all my money.
As long as you don't pull out, you haven't lost anything.
Honestly.
Remember,
thing.
you don't have
Don't
money,
pull
you
out
have
because
shares
my
of
wife's
GME.
Here's the thing. You know what the
I
risks
know
are.
I don't
right?
have money.
Just because you take a risk doesn't mean you should convince the rest of everyone else to fucking dip. Just because you lost some fucking money. Right now, the consensus is to basically stay in and hold.
Even if you're losing money, why would you try to convince people to sell? You would just lose more money.
We're holding.
Exactly.
Hey, somebody go on about why we're holding.
Unless you're a dickhead and you want to buy stocks later.
Hey, somebody go on with some information about why we're holding for people.
I
that
am
get
holding because I want to buy my wife's boyfriend a birthday present. I'm just saying it. I'm just.
I don't
saying it
even
flat
know
out.
how to sell. I've never sold a stock.
Bro, you're not married.
The only reason why I'm holding is because I have carpal tunnel.
I'm holding
I'm
because
gonna hold it for probably years to come, man.
I'm
holding
It's
'cause
gonna be
I
a
want-
stock that is gonna like have value later on. We literally saved GameStop, and if they're gonna benefit from it for years to come, and it's gonna benefit us. Like I saw one guy post where he's like, "Oh, all right, we're gonna sell when it hits the tendies, so we can sell high." But he's like, in a long-term plan, like he said, me personally, I'm gonna buy back in when it drops back down a lot more because that's the thing. We legitimately do like the stock.
crying baby?
We legit.
Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. I got the.
I
crying
fucking
baby.
love
I got
video
the-
games, dude.
Legitimately, like
Video
GameStop,
games and
just
movie
the-
tickets.
Just the
holding
GameStop name
because I love
alone has been around for fucking years. And it's
Yeah,
got
that's what
value.
you guys should do. You guys should invest also sometimes in like things you like, just to support it.
Guys,
Yeah, dude, I invested in Sony because I love the fucking PlayStation, and it's been
Is there
doing
a way to-
nothing but great things for me.
Is there a way to invest in
If you walk into
Pornhub?
a store and the second you walk in, your experience is good, from the bathrooms to the employees to the products to the way it's laid out to just the smell, that's a company you invest in if they care. If they do their due diligence on the customer, you should do your due diligence on them, and then there's a relationship there. And where
Is
you can make money.
Pornhub an
I'm
IPO?
just going to tell you right now that from my perspective, GameStop doesn't seem like they have the intentions of continuing as a business. But when it comes to AMC, they were struggling like crazy. They traded their debt for shares of the company. You can tell that those executives have every intention of staying where they are.
Well, GME just had a whole takeover. This is the
Yeah.
whole point of what's going on. Rand Cohen just got put on the board, and they're completely pivoting and revamping. The whole point of GME was that they weren't going under. It's the same with them. They have a future, and the shorts were trying to force that future out of existence.
That's
And-
why DFE got in, was for the long-term play.
Yeah, he was looking at Ryan Cohen. If you look at DFE's streams and everything, he just sits on Ryan Cohen's Twitter for like 45 minutes sometimes, just talking about him and why it's great for GameStop and why the company has a future.
Wait, DFE streamed?
Yeah, there's hour-long
Yeah, bro.
videos of him
All the
talking
time.
about this, why it's going to stay, like how it'll never go below a certain price, how the company has a future, why he did the due diligence for months and months and months.
He hasn't streamed in a
and
while.
he
but-
was in, and then the videos are there, they're archived, and he posted about a week ago. But everything he talks about, it's everything we're saying right now, and it's all coming to fruition.
So if you were spamming bots or something, tell me so I can mute them, and we all can.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm already looking.
Roaring Kitty is
Man,
so
anyone
for the
who says
hypothetical.
myself, or just ban them outright, man. There's not worth. Like, there's so many people here. It's not worth to even consider them. You don't want to take a chance.
Was Fun Danger just talking, or is Fun Danger one of them?
Read 25.0 for 225.0 seems a little bit
Just want to make sure.
Exactly
I heard your mic.
Yeah, it's probably me pressing my keyboard.
With your GME gains, you should buy some WD-40 and just spray it all over your keyboard. I'll make it squeak less.
my keyboard.
WD-40
Ruin
is
the
not a lubricant.
Mechanic here. Don't. It'll ruin the plastics.
WD-40 is not a lubricant.
Dude, it's crazy though. It hasn't even been like one day, and everyone's already fucking pessimistic.
I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Bro, like the same shit happened last week.
We have to get rid of the fucking.
Tell them about. This is what happened with Volkswagen. We did some DD on this, so it went down to like 3 days when it squeezed up.
Yeah, if you guys if you guys go to Wall Street Bets, on the front page, showing up as number 10 is a post that says "Buy the dip, retards," and it's a nice little GIF demonstrating exactly what happened with Volkswagen.
Sorry, can you see that one?
Can you send it in Nitro?
Just go to Reddit, all right, Wall Street Bets, and go to the 10th post on Hot Post.
Okay.
It should say loss. Or not loss, meme.
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But
right at the
it's
tip.
titled "Buy the
Good.
dip, retards" with a rocket and a thing.
So, I mean, what's the best way to combat short attacks other than just buying shares?
Buying and holding, honestly. It's real.
Right. So, I mean, how many do you
Yeah.
have to take to buy in on those attacks for it to like really make a dent and kind of dissuade the boomers from selling off?
It's not only the boomers now; they are also infiltrating the Discord. That's why I got a lot of guys over here.
I know we're talking about GME and the short.
That's a great GIF, by the way.
Short
That is
Isn't
great.
it?
Yeah.
Good job,
I'm
man.
just keep looking at it.
So
One
much
second,
better than the
if you
shitty
don't mind,
thing I
guys.
put
Is it on the front page for the subreddit or an actual website?
Front
Yeah, I'll put
page
it-
of Wall
I'll
Street
put it in
Bets
Nitro
Reddit.
Booster, bro.
Oh, okay, okay.
I just put it in Nitro Booster. This is about a 10 app.
Back out a month on the GameStop chart and look at those beautiful artificial dips right there from the short letters.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
It's two little
You hear
mountain
me?
peaks.
Yes.
Is anyone advertising those links with the paste bin and stuff on Reddit anywhere? It seems like that's a great resource, and
What?
they're not being
Yeah.
used that much.
The paste bin
That
or
and
paste
the
bins?
Squeeze Squoze and all those sites.
Yeah, we got a couple. Like you have the squeeze. It's the Squeeze Squoze, and we have GameFAQs/GMHQ.
Yeah, I just think they should be like advertised
Does
to
somebody have
people
the
in
paste
some
bin
way
links?
easier. If they could be pinned in one
Wait,
of
what
these
are we?
rooms or a
What are we
Reddit
guys
post
looking at?
with them.
Are the mods afraid of legal implications or something? Because they're not being very forceful.
They can't really do anything. This is a public Reddit.
I mean, they
Or,
need
Discord.
to.
Well, with Discord and like I'm talking about cleaning things out and just
Yeah.
going through and just being the filter the whole time like they're supposed to be. Do they need help? Are they afraid to let people in? Like I just wonder if there's more going on behind the scenes with them because of how big this is.
Yeah, they've said they're very, very busy. I've been told that a number of times, and it's because of the number on Reddit as well as on here, but mostly because of Reddit.
Doing interviews for new mods.
Combat this, man. This is 10 million people.
Yo, I have a question. Do you know how much this Volkswagen was shorted? How many percentage?
Yeah, it's all over the place, so nobody actually knows 100%.
Well,
No, he's
no,
asking about
we do
Volkswagen. There's
know
10%, I
that.
think.
No.
Do we know the
short-
shorts?
No, the short was about, it was a little over 12%, but that doesn't it doesn't really apply because technically 99% of the shares were owned by Porsche, who wanted to take over Volkswagen, and the German government, who didn't have the option to
Oh,
divest.
wait.
So basically there was only 1% of actual float available publicly. So it was even crazier than today.
200,000.
And we expect the
Hello? Can
option
I-
to be covered what in the next day or so, right?
Hello?
Yeah, it could take a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't. Nobody knows. This is a Mexican standoff.
Hey.
If Volkswagen just was shorted 12% and the GME shorted like 100, how can we not be how can we not know like it's going that way like Volkswagen did?
Because more insiders held Volkswagen than GME.
Could you repeat the question?
Oh.
Yeah, just ask a question again.
How are we not sure that that GME is not like gonna skyrocket like Volkswagen did, even though GME has like 100% shorts and the Volkswagen only had 12.
Because the
Because they're gonna buy
situation,
more stocks.
the avail
There's not a whole story behind it though.
basically, okay,
Yeah, I
so
know. I
here's
think
the
that
short
our
version of
division
the
has
story.
bigger interest.
Because
VW,
October,
VW was trying, or Porsche was trying to buy out
The link a video
VW.
to
They had
this.
been trying for years to buy out VW. They had slowly built up a huge stake in it. And in 2008, when the whole industry was crashing, Porsche kept buying up stock. And by the end, or towards the end of the whole thing, they had about 75% of all VW stock. At the same time, VW was partially owned by the German government, about 20%. And so between 95 and 99% of the stock was off the market, which is to say between 1 and 5% of the stock was available. So when they had a 12% short, it was effectively, 2 to 3 times the overall float, publicly available float.
Yeah, we need to.
guys, look, you should go
Sorry,
to
guys.
and buy her GME stock and then
Who was that guy?
Don't let him distract you.
What was his name?
Continue, bro.
I was reading
Shit like that is when talking about the Volkswagen situation, I posted a
Hey,
link.
one at a time. One at a time.
Quiet. All right, continue.
I posted a link about the Volkswagen situation and in the booster thing, nitro boosters.
Thank you.
So it's the latest YouTube link.
No,
it's like a 10-minute.
Somebody give me these people's names right now.
Yeah, guy who's It's Adrian Vet Adrian. Yeah. So go
What?
ahead and mute him.
What's their name?
No, that's not you.
Was it me? What the fuck, you fat you
Yeah, it was
jerk?
definitely
It was
this guy.
not me.
Yeah, it was.
It was not me.
You freaking piece of bacon.
Yeah, for a second. Yeah,
We're
for a
not
second.
allowed to
Someone else had a
Um,
swear
question.
here anymore.
I
But
haven't-
You
shut
freaking
up.
Yeah, I did.
don't be a fucking
My question was,
asshole.
I read somewhere that most of the
I muted that retard.
I guess it wasn't
I read
Adrian.
most of the
Who's the other one?
interest
Hi,
for
guys.
It was
I've
Adrian and
added
who else?
To begin with, tell them to unmute me. It wasn't me to begin
Yo,
with. It's
yo,
bullshit.
unmute him.
FYI, guys, I've added the YouTube video
I'm
about the
muted.
short squeeze to the pay spin.
He's a cool guy.
Relax, man. Relax.
Relax. Oh, was it
yeah, so
Yeah, see, it wasn't him. I think it was autism.
Yeah,
Who
Now,
was
guys, when they do this,
It's
they're
not
usually
Adrian.
like 3
Yo,
or
yo,
4
yo, yo.
accounts. So just be
It's
aware
not
of that.
Adrian doing
Playing the
that.
same sound?
Brad was the one that was screaming.
Yo, guys, I don't care. Just stop, please.
Oh, they're trying to get me banned.
It was
guys.
Brad.
Whoever said that, fucking yeah,
Muted Brad.
Yeah, muting Brad worked.
Yep.
done.
Where'd Adrian go? I want to
Yeah,
mute him.
I muted Brad.
so I was somewhere that most of the interest for GameStop stock is paid off already. I don't know if that's true or not.
Can you repeat the question?
If anybody could confirm that, then I don't think any of us would be asking any questions. That's kind of what we're all wondering right now. We're under the, everybody's saying that it's still out, but
So kind of feels a little down too.
Both.
Yeah, GME, AMC.
This is GME headquarters, so
Yes.
I think you should.
I got EXP too, but fuck.
That's a
Yeah, that's a
Sultani
bump and
who's
dump.
asking about AMC and what we're in. We're talking about some other things actually.
true
I've got-
story.
I've
I
got
dumped my
something
AMC for GME. I said, "Fuck that shit. It's not going anywhere." It's never
All
was
right,
a push
guys.
to begin with. So
I'm out for tonight.
Wait,
It's been a pleasure chatting with you all. Talk to you later.
who were you? What's your name?
Later.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
That was
to
Cad's.
getting too noisy.
Cat.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. I'll see you guys all tomorrow
Thanks,
morning.
guys.
Alright, see you. See you.
You're all lit as fuck, diamond hands.
Diamond
Guys,
hands.
did we get rid of the screamers and shit?
Yeah, the mood on the Reddit forum isn't as optimistic as it used to be. I don't see very many diamond hands anymore. Emojis.
We need gold. We need silver toes.
You guys
I
like
don't know if
Quicksilver?
Volkswagen guy's still here, but that we were listening. It was a good one.
You guys know superhero Quicksilver?
Yeah.
Bro, that was their play. Quicksilver.
You guys.
So like there was a copy pasta going around in the meme stock, something about like companies having to buy back on Wednesday. Is it that for AMC?
I don't think all of AMC is no. I'm pretty sure I don't think all of AMC is shorted. I mean done.
Yeah, and I know not all of it is.
I heard
exploded.
anywhere from 20 to 70%, but I never heard anybody wax on it like they do.
But it's FINRA, it's a regulatory agency.
So they fined them 20 million.
So like, what can happen with Robinhood with not allowing stocks to be purchased? Like, can there be like a class action lawsuit against them or no?
There's already like 7 of them.
I don't think
Really?
Robinhood's gonna.
The thing with limiting shares is like they can use the argument that they're protecting, you know, their liquidity and shit like that, like and their investors from, you know, buying and losing.
I recommend you guys all reach out to your local.
But the reason what the other hand is they're limiting how much you can sell it at. So
Oh, really?
yeah, so that's kind of weird, right?
Wait, who's limiting how much you can sell?
Robinhood.
What'd I miss?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm on their limits page right now.
Oh wow!
They
The
could
CEOs
have
have to
changed
really
it, but yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm with Wealth Simple.
Sounds illegal.
I can't get Robinhood.
It's pretty yeah. They have lawsuits flying at them.
Well, I'd imagine. Yeah, like I was watching that
front of the
video
house.
with Elon Musk roasting him.
Wow.
That's a big
Yeah,
factor.
I don't know.
That's a big part of why shit's dipping too. There's like 3 reasons, right? Everybody's switching their brokerages.
Yeah. Well, and the fact
Anybody
that
who's
nobody
switching
can
a
buy.
brokerage right now, though, is crazy. Because the only people that are getting money taken out of their accounts, those are people that didn't have money in their account to begin with. So
Margin
they're just getting
accounts.
stocks taken out. Yeah, they're getting stocks taken out. So
Yeah.
all those people crying just don't understand what's going on.
Exactly. That's why I'm stuck.
You're
I'm stuck
you're
with
saying that
Robinhood.
are you advocating for them to stay on Robinhood?
No,
Or-
I use
not advocating.
I use Fidelity and I use Robinhood honestly because
Got it,
sometimes
right.
I need
That's the
fucking
way
more
to
money
go.
floated
Just
faster.
Yeah. I'm not
Like
saying
some
you're advocating
idiots
for
like
anything. I was
me,
just saying like,
I'm
you shouldn't
fucking
switch
all-
during this time. Is what you're saying?
I'm deep.
Yeah, it's
deep
gonna
in
take you
it,
10 days right now to switch your
Yeah.
shit, so it's
Yeah,
not a good
exactly.
time.
I started the
No.
process. I got hit really
Fidelity,
quick.
Fidelity is that just like a
would say we don't
website?
know.
Because I couldn't find it on
It
the
has an
App
app
Store.
too.
You need money to
No,
like.
it has an app.
Fidelity
It's a
is
little
where
bit
you
more
should be.
ghetto though. Like to
No,
be
it's
honest with
Windows
you, the
XP.
interface is a little better, but
The
It's Windows
interface is
XP.
ghetto,
It's
yeah.
super active. It does everything you want, and they're also really good at executing orders, which is why a lot of people.
It is. The early morning too is way better. Like you'll have access at 7 in the morning for actual live trading, all the way up until 8 at night, instead of fucking 9:30 to fucking 5 like a noob or 4.
And with how fucked up all this stuff is, like,
and then
Fidelity,
also,
what they're better at is so much more.
and then Fidelity also is against hedges, or is
Yeah,
has,
you can buy anything you want, fucking as much as you want.
They have
whenever
their
you
own
want.
clearinghouse as well, which is probably the best thing, and they're private.
Yeah.
That's why they're better than
So they
Robinhood,
have
but
it in
Robinhood will fucking
Canada?
give you 5K right up front. I mean,
You can wire money
Yeah,
straight.
Fidelity
They'll
will
give you
up to 10.
5K, but they're not gonna give you the ability to buy the stocks you actually want.
Yeah, or as many as you actually want.
Yeah.
So
Same
Fidelity,
thing,
is
right?
is there a
Or not
Canadian
same.
Fidelity.ca.
like, that you can use? Yeah, okay.
Just
So
wire
just
money
sign up on there.
too in like 30 minutes.
Wait, there's Fidelity
Sorry?
for Canadians?
Yeah, there's Fidelity for Canadians.
Well, I was using.
Wealthsimple.
Yeah, I've been using
Wealthsimple.
Wealthsimple is great too, but Fidelity
Make
is
sure you opt in for extended hours trading, and make sure you get live updates on the prices, because it's going to automatically be 15 minutes behind, and you'll need to use a different chart. You can opt in to get live updates on prices. It's easier to do it on the app.
On
yeah, you can
Fidelity?
opt in, and then once you
Yes,
do,
on
you can use your
Fidelity.
app.
The trading
Pro
app is Pro Active Trader Pro, right?
Yep.
Is there a mobile one? Because
Fidelity
my
is just Fidelity. I have an app just called Fidelity.
for mobile,
The
I-
desktop
I-
app is called Active Trader Pro. And the Fidelity app is just Fidelity.
Okay, because I keep getting this fucking error message that keeps closing my trader app down. It's like you need to make it live.
Hey,
Yeah,
what
it's
about
the
Quest
feature in
Trade?
the live update.
I already did make it live. I already subscribed to live data, and
I had to log out of everything and log back in because it did that to me too.
That's
It
what
kept
I
out-
had to do.
Subscribe.
Hey, what do you think about Quest
Sorry,
Trade?
what was the app? What was that app called? That was on your phone or what?
The phone is just
I'm gonna check the phone right now. I haven't tried the Fidelity app on iOS.
the iOS one is basically a web browser version, just chunked down.
Oh, okay. So you guys are mostly using it on the PC then?
Yeah, but the phone works just as well as the PC. It's just very Windows XP.
Oh.
It's bare bones, but it's so you don't get confused.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh.
simple shit. Here you go. Here's your portfolio account. What
Yeah,
more
it's
do you
kind
need?
of like Wealthsimple is pretty straightforward. It's super user
Yeah, it's the
friendly
right
too.
type of
But
simple.
the thing with Wealthsimple is that it's only open from 7 to like whatever time.
Yeah,
it
you can
closes.
enable extended
And
hours
it's
on
always
Fidelity, so it's super nice.
Yeah, and it's 15 minutes behind. So what I usually do is I just go on
Hey, how are the
Finance,
No, you
how are the
opt in
fees
for
on
live.
Fidelity?
You opt in for live charts. You can get live charts in Fidelity. You just have to choose.
Yeah, I can't trade.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Wealthsimple. It doesn't have live charts.
Yeah,
Why do places do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, what do you want me to do?
Why did I have to opt in?
Yeah,
Are they
for
trying
me,
to
I
not?
just
Are they trying to
use,
deter people from day trading and making quick decisions?
Yeah, so you can
For
place
me
your
right
pre-market.
now, I use.
They want you to focus
I
on
use
the graph
ASAP
and not how to
for
do
live charts and
taxes.
everything.
Make sure you fuckers do your taxes too.
We'll do them next year.
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
Do you guys live in California? Anybody here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just because there's a lot of people in this chat, everybody Google tax liens. It's fucking scummy, but at the same time, it's like Jesus. I'm not gonna do it. I have a different route, but I pass it out because TikTok is fucking full of this shit.
Restaurant right now.
TikTok is literally just teaching this shit to everybody.
Sorry, what is it called?
Tax lien?
Taxlien.com?
Like, just a tax lien. It's
Just look up what a tax lien is?
Yeah, it's on Wikipedia.
I tried to do my rounds to the other chats.
So what
and-
about it?
Federal tax lien is the government's legal claim against your property.
Yo, who is that? Fuck.
What was that, bro? Just ignore them. Just
Any-
ignore them.
fucking trolls, dude. Wait. Everybody except the guy that just made that sound, I give you a headphone warning.
I'm pretty sure they're being auto banned by a because they come in real quickly and then
fuck
disappear
is-
right away.
Yeah, who is that?
He gave us a headphone
Just don't pay
warning.
attention to it.
It's
When
cool. They're
somebody
about to
figures
get
out who
banned
it
from the
is,
whole
He just
channel.
he probably like unplugged his mic and it did that. That's why he said headphone warning. But I don't
You
know
have
who
nothing better to do. Like, what the fuck?
really.
I know, right?
Honestly,
Dude, it's
Well, I
the
mean, you get
bots.
500,000
Melvin,
people
bro.
in the same place,
Someone
and
said
there's
it's
going to be some
Sizzle
fucking
Pop
retards.
Sushi.
I mean,
Sizzle
we
pop
call
sushi.
ourselves retards, but they are retards.
Sizzle Pop Sushi.
Who is
guys are actually like stage
who
4
is
cancer.
saying
Oh, no,
earlier
you fucking
that they could find the count of how many people were in all of these
It's Sizzle Pop
rooms?
Sushi. I got the confirmation.
Yeah,
from
but he
2
left. He left.
I can just ban him from the whole thing. Fuck that
Yeah,
shit.
fucking ban him.
Yeah, hold on.
How the
Yeah,
fuck
but
do you
like,
spell
how can
sushi?
you look at how many? Sorry,
How
go
you
on.
spell sushi? SUSHI.
There
I
you
only
go,
find the
bud.
sizzle pop sushi. Sizzle pop sushi.
I actually had some sushi this morning.
Yeah, does anybody's left arm hurt?
Oh no!
From holding?
Right shoulder hurts.
My left arm hurts so like
Yo, we
my
had a
left
great-
shoulder.
We had a great day on Friday. Like, who's to expect that we were gonna have 2 solid days, though? Let's be honest.
I don't understand why is everybody
It's gonna be a great
boosting
week.
AMC?
That's right. I'm
Can
totally
someone
fucking.
explain?
started as a shill against GME because it had legitimate like coverage, and people used it to rationalize themselves when they couldn't afford GME shares. A lot of places stopped fractional share purchases, so everyone switched to AMC, and it was cheap, so they thought they could make a quick buck. And then it actually wound up having a little bit of legitimacy, but it just pulled away from this whole GME thing. Unfortunately, I wish we could do AMC next week and everyone just focused on GME, but there's going to be some split everywhere. AMC was just a legitimate one. Everything else, like Silver, Nokia, BB, those all were just shills started by bots, and people just
Blackberry is good.
Anytime there's a lot of people talking about something, you can make money. So they just took advantage of the bots and rationalized it.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean,
that's
that's like
why
what they did
everybody's
with
saying
the
AMC.
freaking Doge.
Yeah, that's
Doge-
divide and conquer.
Doge is a meme coin for a reason. It's there for when it gets attention for people to make quick bucks on.
Yeah, they're just trying to hype
Yeah.
it to drive the price and make a buck. Doge
has always been like that, though. I mean, that's nothing new.
It's meant for it. It's like
I can't say I didn't make a buck.
Well, I was the idiot that fell for it, I guess. Fuck.
There's
Isn't that
pump
kind
and
of like a
dump
Ponzi
schemes for those
scheme?
kind of coins.
Yeah, XRP is next.
You almost need to have like an anarchy.
How much to get to? 7 cents?
To see who are the original people that came into this, like started this whole kind of not movement, but who started this? Because we need to have like people like admins basically that we can
Value and Michael Bay.
know. Like I don't know, it's kind of
Yeah, it's just the fucking value about some shares, so it's not really a movement.
yeah, it's not really a movement. You're right, but oh my goodness, sorry about that.
Okay, he's getting banned right now.
Theoretically, this like the stock.
Thanks,
Someone
Manny.
said before, but I'll say again, it has unlimited risk, and if you understand what unlimited risk is, you could upsell the price by a lot. Let's say if all the stocks ran out, and this is assuming someone like they don't have like some sort of limit, which they probably will put, but like the stock could even rise to like numbers like 10,000 if people
why?
hold.
That's true.
Yeah,
And-
but then
and
there
the smart-
will be always paper hands selling.
So hey,
there's
guys.
also paper hands buying
Yeah, wait,
at market
guys.
price, and that might just fuck them over.
Yeah, but
Someone's
let
trying to say something. Hold on.
Gulachi. Yeah, let Gulachi.
So here's some thoughts, right? Because I think a lot of the confusion that people have right now is honestly, in my opinion, largely derived from the incongruity of the S3 numbers on short float and short interest.
That and
So-
the silver push, obviously, right?
Well, the silver push too, but I
Yeah,
don't
let
think
them
anyone
explain.
buys the silver push. I really don't.
Did
I think
anyone check the
everyone in
price?
Reddit thinks it's bullshit. But so what I'm looking at here, there was a tweet by S3 partners where people are like really confused by their data right now, and they tweeted about it. And they say the GME float is the 51 million shares, and their S3 float includes synthetic longs created by short selling, which is 78 million shares or so. So the short interest to float is 53%, and the S3 float is 34.71%. So this is what's so weird is they decided to mention the amount from before, but they're including synthetic longs, which that float could be manipulated literally just by people doing more options trading activity.
Right as soon as it pops up, yep.
So it can make it look like shorts are being covered, but in reality, they're just taking long positions
They're
using
doubling down.
options.
They're doubling down, yeah.
Not doubling down, no, because a synthetic long, so within a synthetic long, right, in options is you buy a call, right, and then you sell a put to pay for the call, right?
Yep.
And the reason you're doing that, for anyone who's not aware, is the call appreciates as you go up, right? And the put depreciates as you go up because it has to move farther down, right, for people to make out on it. And the time value on them, in theory, that you lose on theta over time for the call you bought is more or less countered by the put you sold. So the reason a trader does that is they're trying to mimic the price movement of buying a stock, basically.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the reason that's relevant here, though, is if they're basing it on numbers that include synthetic longs, then they can technically increase the float, if that makes sense, is my thinking. So if there's more options activity, that's why S3 numbers could dip so much.
Yeah, so they're actually diluting the float.
So,
you guys know that.
So this is basically just to explain the disparity in the numbers, right? Because like we've been talking, they covered 50% of the shares overnight. There's no fucking way. Like it's literally mathematically
when
just
the market's
impossible with
closed.
where the price is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this, in my mind, if the idea that I'm thinking about here is right, kind of explains where that's going. Because if they're trading these synthetic longs, right, and they're doing these options plays, if they have the cash to, frankly, which actually, let me take this back, they kind of don't even need cash to do it. Because here's the thing.
It's all contracts.
The put you sell should basically cover the cost of the contract that you're buying if they're at the same strike, right?
Yeah.
So the only disparity is in any equity requirement they have for selling the put.
Yep.
Which, hold up, no, because let me roll that back now, actually. Because they're selling a put, but they shorted the stock, so they're covered. They don't even need equity requirement to do that.
Correct.
Because for anyone who doesn't understand, it's like selling a covered call, right? A covered call is when you're long a stock, but if you're short a stock, there's a concept called a covered put, which is selling a put.
Yeah.
If you sell the put, that means
secured. Here's the thing: if they can continue doing it, but they're gonna have to pay the premiums on it and the interest on
the shorts they still have.
The shorts,
right?
Yeah, exactly. So realistically, they can play this out as hoping for is that this is a fad, and now we drop off. They're gonna mass manipulate our psychologies and basically scare us off, and then that way they can still make the money and come out on top so that their premiums can be a write-off. But at the same time, we hold. We don't have anything to lose.
No, dude, you're right. It's scare tactics and it's psychology, and we need to understand what's happening, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I think there's so much panic, is people don't understand the S3 numbers, and they were relying on them before.
Hey,
And
the
S3 numbers can be accurate still, but it would just imply that some big institutional traders are basically doing a shit ton of synthetic longs, which could be pumping up that float, which makes it look like there's less shorts.
Yeah, so that's actually just Art of War 101, divide and conquer, make it look like you covered your shorts, confuse your enemy and take him in the rear,
we just need to keep our eyes on
the prize.
Yeah, that's
So
it.
they're
Like
mitigating
that's
costs.
why it, as dumb as it fucking is, just hold. In diamond hands, they're memes for a reason, right?
Right. Yeah.
They would need to do some serious fucking finagling to get out of this shit, and this is the kind of stuff they're doing. In my opinion, if my thesis on this is right,
I think you're
Yeah,
right.
is
they're
that they're
bankrupting companies.
manipulating the numbers by not doing anything like illegal or whatever. They're literally just using tactics that cause the numbers to not line up with the expectation you had prior.
What does it mean to fully hedge your position?
Basically, you're on both sides of the trade. You're short and you're long.
Yeah,
So
which
that,
is
would that
exactly what
cause-
this would be.
so
They're
that caused
short
the short
and
interest
they
to
do a
fall then,
synthetic
right?
long. Like it's in their name. It's what they do.
yeah, it's just
Yeah,
hedging,
it's
right?
just hedging.
That's hedging.
So that's why the short interest is dropping.
I
But
think that may be
if
the
they
case.
profit from, but if they profit from the calls, would they cover the shorts completely?
Here, they're just digging their graves deeper and deeper. Once there's an investigation
Wait,
settled,
if they fully hedge, there's not many shares out there, right? So like, I don't get why they would do that.
Yeah, that's
Also
the thing. Is
investigation,
it depends on where their strikes are and where they're going, right? Because they still need the shares actually to be delivered to cover their shorts, no matter
Exactly.
what. So they're taking delivery on those options, and this is the problem with that, right? Is if those calls actually end up expiring and they take delivery,
It's a
then
failed
literally the
deliver.
same thing happened that we're shooting for, which is they're buying the shares. See
Correct.
what I mean?
And the price goes up, and it's a fail to deliver. They wash it out,
Exactly.
and then
You
they
got
still
it.
have
And
to
they
pay.
can't afford to buy the shares
Correct.
at, infinity.
Yeah.
And by failing to delivery, it means that the stock, the brokers are taking over now those stocks and selling them for them.
Yeah,
by
someone else
default.
is left holding the bag. Exactly.
Correct. And then to top it all off, to cover some of these losses and pay premiums, some of these funds are liquidating other positions in other stocks.
That's why they're talking about the broader market impact. You're right.
Exactly. And so, it just depends on how long this goes bleed, because if we can make them bleed, then theoretically we should be able to liquidate all other stocks and bring it all into this one ticker.
But would a good analogy be our dick keep getting soft and hard and we're trying to measure it in the process?
It's not the worst analogy.
Our dick
Not
keeps
the
getting
worst
hard,
analogy.
There keeps getting hard and soft, and we're trying to measure in the process. It's like, oh, theirs is bigger. Oh, ours is bigger. Oh, theirs is
Nah,
bigger.
a good analogy is us like fucking them in the ass in the
a
future.
game of chicken.
But they know we're gonna fuck them in the ass in the future, so they're trying to fuck us right now.
Cock blocking.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring penis into this wherever I
Basically,
can.
they've been fucking us without taking us out to dinner. And
Don't they have the resources?
we don't want
to,
dinner
do
anymore.
This
We want
for
to buy
a
the
long
restaurant.
fucking time.
Their resources aren't infinite, but they do have a lot. You're right. And the thing is,
Right,
it
but,
costs. This is what people have been
the
saying. It
resource-
costs nothing to
Do you
hold.
think their resources are going to last longer than us?
So,
Literally?
well,
So
I
that
was
would be the
looking.
thing,
I
man.
was
That's
looking
the
at
best
a
part
Twitter
about
post. I was looking at a Twitter post on AMC, so admittedly it's tangential, but someone made a really fucking good point that I like, right? Which is that the hedge fund, the fund itself, has a shit ton of resources and they can call in more. But keep in mind who's in the hedge fund. It's just wealthy guys, right? And at the end of the day, they're not going to tolerate so much loss and they will pull their shit out. And even if the hedge fund's playing it right, if they are suffering intolerable losses, then people could force them to liquidate.
Yeah, because right now we're so focused on the scare tactics that are being deployed against us that we're not realizing that we're also deploying a scare tactic against them by just holding.
Exactly.
By doing what we're doing right now, this is the scare tactic. This is causing
You're
them
on
to
point.
react.
They want you to focus and they want you to be scared and not realize how scared they are.
Correct. I mean, now that I'm seeing posts like, oh, silver's up 30%, it's going to be the next thing all across, mainstream media, it just gives me an idea as to how scared they really are.
Hey, let me chime in on that. On Twitter, it was trending with 235k tweets. 1 hour later, 200k tweets were just deleted. So they were probably just bots, and they were just covering the tracks. So they're just pumping and hyping you up to buy silver. Meanwhile, capital has calls on silver. So if you're buying silver, you're fucking yourself in the ass.
Hey, I have a
Yeah,
everybody sold this
it's
morning
the stupidest thing you could
Yeah,
do.
Citadel literally is
doubled up
long
on
silver. They're
pre-market
one of
and
the
then it
biggest holders. Like
They're like the third biggest holder, I think it is.
Yeah, they're just trying to convince you guys to go along with them. That's it. Because
they're trying to convince you
it's
to
not a good
subsidize
short
their
position.
losses.
Yeah.
If we're using my penis measurement analogy, this Discord is porn.
Hey,
It
I
gives
have
you big pee-pee? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Hey,
Good
I
to
have a
hear.
question about the short laddering.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Theoretically, like I'm fucking holding this shit till I'm diamond hands in this shit, but theoretically, how low can they make GME go by short laddering alone?
Well, can I just say one beautiful thing about buying
Down
low?
to 0.
If they're actually bringing it down below the a reasonable amount that it's worth, then you can hold on forever because you're actually owning a company that is worth more than you or have bought it at, and so you can just infinity keep buying it, and they will never be able to get out of their position.
Aye, sweet, thank you.
Dip.
So
how many
essentially,
times can they keep like doing this short ladder thing, anyways?
Until I buy all
Well-
the shares times 10.
Well, I'm
says
just
they're
asking because
shorts.
like I don't know if they can just like keep doing this until they like they're forced to pay up.
Until they can no longer take it into the wallet, they can keep doing it. But here's the best part: they have no ceiling to their losses. We do. We can go down to 0, and that's it.
Until they value their.
Yeah, and
keep
we'll never
fucking.
go to 0 because
they
their
can
intrinsic
borrow
value.
money too.
Yeah,
know,
they're already
worst
paying.
case
They already
scenario,
borrowed
that's it.
money.
That's the ceiling we have.
No, that's
yeah,
what I'm
with
saying.
interest of
Yeah,
33%, which is pretty. Oh,
they got to pay interest on that, and then also on
And
the
they have to pay
contracts.
50% now on the margin itself.
So it gets to the point where
1 second,
it's
guy.
no like they're not making any more money, or they're actually losing more.
Let the guy ask the
we don't
question.
really know when, but we'll find
Yeah,
out.
We would have to know
Yeah,
how
let the
much
guy
money they
ask the
have
question for a second.
and
Let
how
ask.
expensive.
What does it mean that the short percentage of float for January 15 is 206 to 226 percentage? Short percentage of float January 15.
That
Yes,
means
so it's Sender. Good
220%
question.
has been floated or shorted. I mean,
off the
Well,
float.
Sender,
Yeah.
where do you see that?
I just looked up for short interest GME on Google.
Yeah, but it's old data. It's from January 15th.
It's
Yeah, I think
irrelevant,
that's the
though.
FINRA
It's
data.
irrelevant for today. The short float used to be much higher. The price went up. The short float went down because they started covering their position. It gained traction. Now we have more of a hold.
And I want to remind everyone that the FINRA is the only data that is absolute, right? So every other data needs to be
Yeah,
taken
but it's
with a
old
pinch
now.
of salt.
Yeah, but it's
But
old
it's the
at the
only
moment.
data that's like known. It's the only data we know for fact.
Can't they
Everything
upload
else
a
is
picture of the
speculation
pile of
based
shit
on
and just pay $20
algorithm
million?
or interpolation of data, you know?
Did you say
Nothing else is known except that in January 15th, you know, the short interest float was that much. That's all we know 100%.
Did you say
Yeah.
Finviz?
well, we were talking that like, what if Melvin decides that lying and taking the fine?
It's $20 million.
is
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
only
better
20
for them?
million, so they
We
could
have
be
to
lying.
expect that. We have to expect that. They could upload a picture of a pile of shit and pay 20 million instead of an extra 20 billion.
Yeah.
So when we actually know when this short squeezes happen is only when the price goes up really fast. So that's the only way we actually know.
At some
this will
point, they
happen.
have to exit. At some point, they have to execute, and that's because they're going to lose. They're going to lose too much money if we price them out for so long.
How much is the?
And then you'll see, you would see the volumes like
How much is the
skyrocket.
interest
Correct?
rate?
Not only that. And let
Okay,
me get
so
into
I
this
got
real
a
quick.
small
Not
issue
o-
going on. Okay, so I have 1,000 contracts, call contracts for fucking AMC expiring on Friday. So if it even goes +1, I'm gonna fucking sell the contract and buy all GME. I already have 4,000 shares of
Right on.
GME, but
Hell yeah, brother.
fuck
Okay, this is a
AMC.
Jimmy.
He's a whale.
Well,
Juristic
here's the thing.
Park.
Let me get into this real
Yes.
quick.
All right, guys, I'm
if you
out
don't
of here.
mind.
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, love you.
Hey,
All right, man.
hey, have any of you
Peace
guys
out.
seen?
GME with it.
Have any of you guys seen Auto Drafter 2020's post on the Wall Street Bet subreddit where he points
Let me check
out
it up.
he's got this he says here
Is
that
that Mr. Singularity?
that's me, Mr. Singularity, the guy who was like silver puts. That was me. Yeah.
What's his username?
What's that?
What's his username?
Auto Drafter 2020.
I don't know. I have 3 people muted. Mr. Singularity.
Still winning.
Vox Zals with a V.
Insurance
and
DD.
Sam Wise.
Okay, so this guy, Auto Drafter 2020, he made a post saying that if, according, he cites the SEC PDF on short selling, and that failures to deliver
Also, I have
can
Dave
flag
off,
a stock
muted.
as failures to deliver can flag a stock as what does he call it? Threshold security.
So I think I read that, and he has his figures wrong. It's he combined all of the the daily quotes to come out with 5 million failed to deliver on, but it's actually
Is that still enough
600,000.
to?
Is
Is that still enough
true
to
figure.
qualify it as a threshold security or no?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean the SEC doesn't seem to list the
Who's
requirements
asking that
for it.
question?
That's me, Mr. Singularity. I think he must have been muted. It's okay. It's okay.
Mr. Singularity.
I think he's going to read the post right now.
I think you have been muted.
Yeah, I might have been muted. It's okay. I don't.
Wait, what? So there's Mr. Singularity. Who's the guy that think he's been muted?
Mr. Singularity.
Oh, I got it.
Thank you,
I
muted.
unmuted him. Thanks, Mr. Singularity. You can ask your question.
I'm reading the Investopedia on threshold list definition.
How
The New York Stock Exchange actually has a list of threshold securities. Right now, there are 0.
How would that be enforced?
Yes. Yes, because just last week there were. Oh, sorry. There are some. If you look back to. Okay, I'm on New York Stock Exchange /regulation/threshold-security, and Gamestop is on there.
What is your date set to?
Whoa!
It's been on
My
the
date is set
threshold
to
list for a while, I think. Right?
exactly.
Explain what
This
that
was
means.
December
They are
30th,
there.
2020.
Wait, so what does that mean? That it's
Yeah,
on
what,
the
what does
threshold
that mean?
Please do.
Okay, maybe if you could explain what it does mean that they're on it.
Just his name is AutoDrafter 2020. Reddit.com/AutoDrafter 2020.
Was it from 30 minutes ago?
Yes.
Yeah, why we're still holding is
why
the
we're
title.
still going to the moon. Reassurance DD.
I mean, like, I'm not even arguing moon or not. I just think it's really interesting to read about this and understand what's going on.
Hey, I have a theory on why the short interest data might be kind of weird. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I did a short write-up. Anyone who feels like they understand markets and option strategies pretty well, IM me. I'd like to send it to you and get some takes on it.
I would like to see it regardless. If you could send it to Mr. Singularity.
Who is
Just
saying
IM
that?
me
Send
if you
it
want
to-
it.
Okay.
The name
What's
is
your name?
Kalachi. IM me if you want it.
Kalachi.
Mr. Singularity, I have a question for
Okay.
Is that Kalachi with a K or a C?
you.
With a
I
K.
gotta scroll up a lot. What the
Where-
fuck?
Where did you
Okay,
find
if
that
you
article?
if you message me, I will give you a link to it.
Who's saying that?
Thank you.
Also, FYI, please don't say thank you or anything in response. I'll assume you're kind, but I just don't want my my messages to blow up.
I fucking hate you. Just kidding. I love you.
So
Son.
there's a lot of evidence that's pointing towards like the squeeze is definitely going to happen, and there's no like evidence to
Go,
refute that.
everybody.
Isn't there supposed to be 2 days? Like it happens in 2 days? Because the
No, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I really hope it doesn't.
What did Volkswagen?
There's really
But
no
that-
timeline on this. Yeah, shorts
No.
don't have an expiration. It's just how
I
long
can-
can they hold out, you know?
But like GME is like a physically settled option, right?
No, dude. When they're shorting, they sell shares that they don't own, and they promise to give them back in the future. There's no timeline on this.
Okay.
It's a common
Thank you.
misconception, though. No
So it's
sweat.
just it's a Mexican standoff right now. So we're just waiting who sells first. Do they cover the shorts first, or do you weak hands sell first? But you got less to lose than they, so
Yeah, like
we're on the winning side.
Huge disadvantage, and they're basically already dead anyways.
The only disadvantage we have is people buying silver, Dogecoin, all that other shit.
I can give some historical view. So the East-West Trading Company was the first short squeeze, and it took a guy about 2 weeks to get the squoze. Then in 1862, the New York Railroads being bought out by Vanderbilt. I don't know. Piggly Wiggly in 1922. We did a read of that, and it took maybe 6 months for it to ramp up. And then it just took about 3 days before it went way up, and then some goal changing by the Securities Administration changed. They broke it, anyways. And then Porsche took about 5 days. 5 to 6 days.
Piggly Wiggly is a hell of a story if you haven't read it.
Yeah, that was a great story time.
Which story was that?
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I got a quick question for Mr. Singularity.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You reckon we've already passed the singularity?
Okay, you're talking about the event horizon, the point at which there is no return, and we are approaching the singularity of knowledge and logic and technology.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
I figured it might catch you off guard if I asked.
My
you.
background is I am a bachelor's in physics, minor in mathematics, and I did like half of a grad degree in mathematics.
Sorry, who's
I
talking right
have
now?
done programming for 5 years, but based on all of that, I think that I am at best like an amateur, and I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. I think
Aren't we
that there's
all
qual-
amateurs at heart here?
Amateur
Loving it.
monkey.
Yeah, if
Well,
you're not like with like a big company, odds are you're probably like we're just all like amateurs, quote unquote.
I mean,
Well,
let's yeah. I
I
mean, like,
appreciate the answer, man.
yeah.
Doesn't amateur mean that you just don't like do this for money? Except like we're literally doing this for money.
Well,
What are you
I
talking
have a
about,
tech
dude? I'm
job,
up 4K.
I'm in a tech job, so like I guess my field is related to the singularity, but like the singularity is beyond our comprehension. That's why it's the singularity, right?
It's the mythical thing that will eventually happen.
That may
Yo,
happen.
Mr.
if we
Singularity.
don't kill ourselves.
The odds
Destroy
are we already passed it, right? And we're currently in one of the many simulations that come out of it, right?
Mr. Singularity.
Yeah, what's up?
This must be a really damn good
Could
simulation.
you maybe send me the article because
Oh yeah,
I
can you
can't
send me the
find
article? I don't know shit about it, but I want to see it.
Message Mr. Singularity.
I can't find
I'll
you.
find the one guy. I'm being very nice right now. What's your name?
It's Stretto. Stretto.
Okay. I was talking to
So
the
I
other
think
guy, but
I think especially in this voice chat, we are all amateurs. The definition I'm talking about is one who engages in an art, science, study, or athletic activity as a pastime rather than as a profession.
Yeah, this is not my full-time fucking job. I wish it was.
To be clear,
No, you don't, man.
You really don't.
We were sitting.
I
here
really
all
don't,
fucking- we were
but
sitting
I just
here
want an
all
excuse to buy
fucking
more
day.
Adderall. I just want an excuse to buy more
Investing is fine, but trading, bro, like those guys fucking kill themselves over shit.
We were
Oh,
we were
God.
sitting here all fucking day watching the shit go down, and it was just so fucking like it doesn't fucking matter. We're going to the fucking moon.
I'm still here and I'm almost out of nose beers. So you really, it's good to not have this as your full-time
Put
job.
the article in Nitro Boosters.
Fuck,
That's
actually.
no joke, dude.
Larry,
Wall Street closes and the cocaine comes out of the
Yeah,
drawers.
Nitro
Not even
Boosters.
kidding.
You dig. I hit a fat line.
It's either
neither.
Coke or Adderall. They've been well, no, not Adderall.
Wait till you guys
Adderall
start
at
to-
9, Coke at 4.
Bro, seriously, all you need to do is throw all that shit away and go to GNC and buy this pre-workout called Hide Nitro X, and I'll be goddamned if you think
Oh,
that's
C4. C4 is pretty solid.
Dude, C4
Not a
has
financial
less
advisor.
caffeine in it. I kid you not, dude. C4 has less caffeine in it
Have you
than
seen
Hide
that
Nitro
one with
X.
it looks like a shotgun shell? The pre-workout.
I'm sponsored by Hide Nitro X, so I'm not
Fucking
biased.
Corvo in the chat, man. We got a fucking Corvo in here.
If you're looking into pre
I'm a corpo now by trade, but I grew up with nothing, so I'm fighting the good fight.
when it
I just
when
work
it comes
hard.
to pre-workouts, you gotta try out DFib or DFib like DEFIB.
But if you try Hide Nitro X, it
You've
uses
gotta try-
pirate.
It's from HR Labs. It's a UK one. I've tried Hide, but DFib
Yo, do you guys do creatine?
DFib.
Hide Nitro X has that too.
Yeah, but that's like the bottom line. You gotta like creatine is just like to get your hydration up, basically.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's
Question.
niacin that opens your veins. And
Question for the bodybuilder guy: have you tried cordyceps? Supplementing with cordyceps?
No, dude, I don't know what that is.
Let me tell you, it's
I
fantastic.
don't know what that is.
It's a mushroom, and it might be banned from the Olympics soon.
Well, I'm in Oregon, so we can grow them and buy them now.
Well, I don't know.
That's right, fucking Oregon.
Hey, shout out to Oregon.
God bless Oregon. I hate Oregon, but God, I love their
No,
laws.
in Oregon, Portland specifically, they just decriminalized heroin, coke, like every drug.
Did
is
anybody
decriminalized.
get the article from Mr. Singularity?
Quick question. If you've got limits set and they hit, like the stock hits the limit outside of main trading hours, so in after hours or pre, would it sell or buy at that limit?
You can specify that. Depends on the platform too.
Okay, does anyone know for trading 212?
The what? Is that an app?
Trading, yeah, it's pretty much one of the only British ones.
Oh, no
from my
fucking clue,
experiences.
honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, no fucking clue.
I wouldn't risk it if they don't specify. They would. If they don't specify it, I wouldn't risk it because there's an expiration, and for example, Scotiabank, they could tell you day or maximum or after hours. But if it doesn't say, I would just guess it's always day, and it doesn't do it in the after hours.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking if it does squeeze during pre or post hours, it'd be nice to be able to.
I don't think that's possible.
It's a probability, but it's definitely not the possibility.
After hours trading doesn't work the same way. Like that's like a I can't. Does anybody know how to explain that?
No fucking clue.
So
Wrong
investors
retard.
they can they can buy and sell securities outside of trading hours, but it's not. It's like it's like some sort of a pending transaction that sits on some network. That's the part I don't know
wouldn't
about.
it, during
And
after hours and
basically, what
pre-market,
it
isn't
does,
the bid and ask farther apart than during?
you have to have somebody that accepts it. So it's like a peer-to-peer thing. If you make an after-hours trade, somebody has to buy that trade and somebody has to sell that trade. Otherwise, it doesn't happen.
And not everyone has access to after hours, am I right?
Or
No,
on
not
the other
everyone.
hand,
Yeah,
what could happen is that if a price triggers that limit order, it will be executed at the best price, whether you're selling or buying. Now, what I know so far, it's well here in the U.S. using TD Ameritrade to Think or Swim. You set it up on GTX, the TIF thing. You can set it up, however you want. After hours, it'll be GTX. If I'm not mistaken, GTC or good to close will be that, and then extend it, right? So, if you're, for example, right now, and then let's say it's 3 a.m., but we're not allowed to trade at that hour because it's only the institutions, right? But it hits, like for example, I'm in Central Time, and by the time it's open in the Eastern Time, it's 6 a.m. here in Central Time, right? So at 6 a.m. and after 6 a.m., I'm allowed to place limit orders only, right? Which is essentially what it is. It just, but it has to be limit, right? Not just press the buy or sell button. Now, in that case, it does get. In fact, it to me, it already executed, a few days ago, a few orders pre-market, and after hours I haven't done it yet, but I know for a fact that I did accept and executed my order on pre-market after 6 a.m. Central Time. I don't know, you'll have to
See, all
figure out
that
your own
means
time,
is that
but
the system matched you with somebody that had an after-hours order to purchase at your
right, no,
price.
that's two. But on the other hand, if the price is actually moving and hitting my price that I want to sell for, then it'll or buy for, it'll execute it. I mean, it has to. It's either a singular institution or person or whatever that accepts my price, or that the actual price on the market moving pre-market hours or after hours, if it hits that price on that 1 minute candle, it'll obviously execute it for that price. So that's what I understand. And by the way, I did it and it did happen. So, but in terms of trading 212, I have very little information about that because obviously I'm not in the UK. But what I'll do is just call him up and
Oh,
ask him.
dude messaged me and said to the guy asking about trading 212, you can't sell pre-market and aftermarket on trading 212.
You cannot, or you can.
No, you cannot. Some guy named Fetz messaged me and said he can't talk, but
oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
I told him also. I took the liberty to tell him that everybody else that can't talk too, all you have to do is nitro boost the server.
Okay.
Only
I have a quick
$4.99.
question.
It's fucking bullshit, dude, that we can't trade aftermarket, but fucking institutions can.
Yeah.
You can.
You
You just
can.
gotta. You can do it on Robinhood.
I
You
just
can do it
can't
on Fidelity.
because I'm
You
British.
can't do it on
on
Robinhood.
TD.
You can do it 30 minutes before. Yeah.
Yeah, only
I
30
have a quick-
minutes, but institutions could do it like hours, like the
You can
whole
do it
night.
on Webull.
I traded all the way up until 8 o'clock on Fidelity.
You have to-
All the way up until 8, I got
you
my
just have to
shares. I
find a
bought GME
carrier.
when it dropped down to fucking
was on the
180.
You just
French
gotta
people.
find
It's still
somebody
only
that
at
has
180,
full
so
trading power.
Don't French
I have a
people
quick
like
question.
revolutions?
Can I just interject for a sec? Someone talking about the nitro boost for the people that can't talk. Make sure when you buy it and you subscribe, you have to actually go back up to that tab and click
Boost the
and
server.
boost the server. After I was sitting here for 2 hours listening, and as
Yeah,
a
that happened to me too. I was
Yeah, and if you go full retard, you do it twice because you thought it didn't apply, and then you end up donating $10 like me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have a quick question for everyone who's been shilled stuff. So I've been shilled Silver, Dogecoin, Blackberry, Nokia. I wonder if there's anything else that people think that is being shilled by those who have the most to lose.
Well, there was
Yeah,
a guy
some,
on here the other
GME.
night, and he was shilling
Everything
his
except
Discord
for
server.
GME.
A bunch of pharmaceuticals they're shilling too. They're talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
pumping these certain pharmaceutical
I
companies.
mean, right now it's
good,
not
though.
really. It's not likely to be the bad idea for after all this because pandemic and vaccines are in high demand.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
It's not gonna be a bad
Yeah,
idea.
but
Fucking
these
mad.
are like
after this.
these are like small companies that they're just trying to pump market cap into because they're about to go to market and they're just trying to look good for the
Yeah.
papers. But people don't know that and they're getting riled up. Like I realized that after one of them.
Thanks.
I mean, I made a couple bucks, but I was involved in something I didn't understand.
Thanks. If you're
Speaking
chill
of
and you want to
Dogecoin,
show your, if you want to show your thing, I'm Horn, and you can just send your shill right to my DM so I can see you. Thanks.
so I'm not shilling Dogecoin, but I've got 16,000 Dogecoin, and I still can't get it out of my wallet. It's synchronizing the wallet, but it's losing money every fucking minute. So every fucking minute, I'm looking at money disappearing out of a wallet I found from 2014. How can I fucking get this money out? I
just wait on it now. Just wait on it now. It'll boost again. You'll get your 8 cents again. Just wait.
Yeah, you'll get your 8 cents. Shit, my head 10
There's so
cents
many
for all I
bag
know.
holders out there,
Fucking
dude.
meme coin. I don't know how it got to 8 cents in the first place. I don't think it's going to get there again.
What service?
Someday it's going to be $1, dude.
Someday.
It's not now.
May not be this year. May not be next year. But one day it'll be $1 eventually.
Hey guys,
but
on
when
a more
it's $1,
serious
then
note,
I'll probably have kids.
on a more serious,
You'll be
Oh, yeah, it's paying for the college.
richer.
yeah.
Bro, after this, I'm all in Doge. What do you mean?
Yeah, guys. And hear me out here, because I really want to get this out of my. I mean, get it straight and obviously clarified. So we see all these reports. We see it on paper. We're reading it. We're interpreting all those data, all that data, and we're digesting that. Now it's a matter of someone understanding what's on that data in paper, and actually give out. And I'm not saying here, because if I want to do any research at all, I start from the point, because if I come here, I hear people talking and everybody has different opinions, which is great. But if I want to, start from a point of, and then go research on my own, I'll go to the subreddit, of course, because now I think this week is when it started. I don't think it was before like that, but this week they started to allow certain people. Not everybody can actually post on the subreddit, so that's a good thing, though. Because I go there, I see the post, and then I research, and then I confirm it, right? On the other hand, you come here, you hear a lot of people talking, and there's a lot of confusion going on. But that I'm glad I'm the server right now in this channel. But I'm glad in this channel, because I mean I can hear you guys talking, and I get, okay, these guys are better now. I mean, at least in the channel, because if I go to WS, what is it, WSB on 2 or 1, WS2, WB Wallstreetbets 2 was fine about a week ago, but now it's just wow. Anyhow, so let me but let me get to the point. So we see all this data, we interpreted it, we kind of get our minds together, and we have people that actually can read that out and explain it to us like it was, like if we were monkeys, right? And that's a good thing. But
We are monkeys.
yeah, but based on what we see and what we hear and we read on the data, there's two scenarios, and one of them, it takes for the hedge funds to either, well, in both of the scenarios they lose money no matter what, in both of them, but one of them they cover. Okay, then if they cover, the price goes up, everybody's happy, right? But not them, obviously. But let's say they don't cover it at all, and they just write this thing out and keep paying the interest, which in that case also they lose a lot of money. But also the fact that in both scenarios, like I said, they lose money, and there's nothing they can do about it. And because we're holding it, right? We hold it, we write the ride, and I just want to see or hear confirmation that what I'm saying, it's the truth. And by the way, not the true in terms of, okay, yeah, he's right. No, it's what I read, what I see on the data, the numbers, which is on paper. And by the way, most of that is actually contractual, which is, some of those hedge funds are actually on contracts to buy the stocks back because they do expire. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I understand in some of the trades. But anyhow, is it fair to say that in both scenarios they lose money, and it only gets to the point of a matter of them who waits the longer, in terms of, okay, all we got to do is just wait him out, because ultimately they're going to be pulling. They're gonna have to be buying those stocks back. And if they don't, then it becomes undelivered shares. Which in that point, then the stocks, the brokers take over and they sell them for them. Blah blah blah. At the price that the market is, whatever. But is it that what I'm saying? Does it sound fair to say that or not? Because I want confirmation. I know it sounds right to me, but it's good to know if anybody can actually.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been here from the last 8 days, maybe 18 hours a day, and exactly what you just said is what I've been hearing for the last 8 days. So I'm just a noob, but what you hear is what I hear.
Yeah, I will definitely say the same because I've been also here for a fairly good few days. Well, I've been here I've been active on Discord on the old Discord. And yeah, general consensus has been it's just a lose-lose situation. However, I would put in that maybe one of those scenarios leads to them filing for bankruptcy because one's just a giant loss, the other one's just unrecoverable. My personal take on the matter.
Well, don't they? Okay, so let's say they declare bankruptcy and they get out of this mess, right? Somebody's going to have to bail them out in terms of, well, who's going to pay for that? For the damages,
They'll
right?
be the clearinghouses or the banks or the government at some point. But either way, it goes to the same way, I guess. I'm not an expert, but it all ends up. So the chances are of us or whoever is holding to get money are high because they have to get bailed out. So either they're going to pay for it or someone's going to pay for it. And that money has to get transferred. That's it. Simple as that. That's what I know. So not an expert, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Singularity can elaborate on that or add something about it. I don't know. Maybe he can.
In what in particular?
I'm sorry. What was that?
The two scenarios, maybe which one you think is more probable, whether they close out their positions or they turn this wave into a 2-month-long process. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't really know, because this is a really unprecedented situation. There's no precedent for what's happening right now. Is that a fair answer? Because I feel like if I actually say if I say this is going to happen or that's going to happen, I don't have enough substantiated reasoning to prove either situation. And
obviously this isn't financial advice, and we're all just retarded.
Yeah, we're fucking nauseous here. This is
I'm retarded. I bought all AMC stocks by accident.
I can't read. I just buy when the candle is red.
It's a lot of speculation, right? I mean,
I'm retarded.
I think this isn't financial advice, but I think at a certain point, someone's gonna demand that they cover their ass. Because
the question is who's gonna pick up the bill.
Whether it's the firm, whether it's the fund, or whether it's the government, someone's picking it up.
Yeah, it has to get picked up. That's how the system will work. Now, what could go wrong is, so what I understood from all the Reddit discussions and other opinions, I'm not much of a stocks guy. I've been here for like 5 days. So anyway, what I understood what could go wrong is that more stocks are available on the market. That way they can cover the shorts, which is relatively very far shot that GameSpot will, release. I don't know what they call, but there's more shares on the market. And that is majorly what everyone is afraid of. I don't know what more reasons could there be, but that is that's one of the things that got stuck with me. Could GameStop do that or not?
I could give some historical perspective.
So
did you
the thing that
ask
I did, I think I did. Yep.
Actually issue more stock?
Mm-hmm.
No. They could, but it would dilute what stock is out there, and that would be awful for everyone involved, including GameStop. No one would back.
Yeah, I don't know the logic behind it, but Yeah, just
If they can
So
issue
the-
like a million new shares at 120 bucks, they'd be excited.
They
So
issue 120 million new shares at 120 bucks. They'll be shorting themselves heavily right now.
is someone talking right now?
No.
Nope.
Oh, okay. So
You have
if
the floor.
East West Trading Company had just waited 6 months and come back to shore, everyone would have known it was fraud, right? If Vanderbilt didn't have the capital to ramp up the price, then that wouldn't have worked. Piggly Wiggly failed. And 2008 Volkswagen had the government bailed out Volkswagen and allowed all those shares to be sold, it would have failed. So there's a lot of ways that it could have failed, but 3 out of 4 times it's been of the big ones that we know of, it's been a short squeeze.
I can't imagine that if it does come down to the government, that they're going to let it fail. I really can't imagine that, based on how much it's been in the media, how much it's retail investors putting their money in. I just
What are you talking about? This is a state-of-the-art video game distribution company. You can't tell me this is going to fail.
No, I think
state-of-the-art.
Bunch of Redditors going after fucking hedge funders. They're not going to get in this.
I think they will let the hedge funds fail. They'll let the hedge funds fail quietly, and it'll fall out of the news media, and they're going to cover all of the bets made by the hedge funds so that none of us get pissed and start raising a stink publicly.
I mean, but think of it like this: like the whole GME thing is kind of started to fall out the media today, this week starting, and I'm pretty sure once the squeeze actually happens, it's going to head back in, but then be drafted out. But once again, we are now a community of 7-point-something million autists now. So I mean, I'm pretty sure there's now people.
Right now, actually.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure there's now CMSN, all these fucking financial markers are for sure now going to be keeping tabs. Shit. My point is, all these financial markets, I'm pretty sure a lot of mainstream media outlets will now be keeping tabs on us, because God knows if we make a stir, it's going to fuck someone over that's their friend.
But guys, they're not going to publicize that. They're going to let these hedge funds quietly die, and they're going to run news stories like they have this past week, downplaying the impact that we have and downplaying the way that the stock market itself as a whole has been upset, because they want things to return to an operating as usual. I'm telling you.
Do you see how SNL portrayed us?
How they what?
SNL. Do you see the SNL skits on this?
Yeah, SNL is not the news though.
Yeah.
SNL makes light of awkward situations. That's what they do. And actually that kind of plays to the news media's favor. That plays us off as a joke. Like, this isn't serious business that's upsetting the biggest economy in the world. I mean, isn't
SNL on NBC?
It is, but again, they're playing us as a joke. If we make it on SNL and not CNBC, we're laughable. If we make it on CNBC, shit got serious. Right. So, I mean, when this thing winds out and death is amount, I don't see the hedge funds going down with noise. I think they get paid to go down quietly. Their business shutters. CNBC continues to not cover how they died, because that's not popular. And what we do, collectively or not, just goes by the wayside because it's not business as usual. Nobody's comfortable with it because it's not predictable. The greatest thing about our economy over the last 20 years is that it's been so damn predictable because the same 10 fucking guys decide what happens. Now there's 7 million.
And then they'll just lobby for.
But we could
to prevent
change this
in the
though.
future.
As long as it's collective, but the minute you guys split, you lose
What do
your
you
power.
think the tell is? What do you think the tell is going to be when we find out that it's not working? Because I mean, obviously, the tell, if it is working, we start to see the price shoot up. But I mean, the price can't shoot down much further. Are we just going to sit here when it's like $20 and keep saying that buy the dip?
They're going to try and make sure that every indicator
I'm going to buy the shit
shows
out of
that
the
it's
dip.
losing.
So here's what the news
But I
media
was gonna
does.
say-
Here's what the news media does. They sell you what they want to have happen, or they pile on the success they wanted. So right now, they're selling you the success they want. They want you to buy silver and avoid GME and act like these hedges aren't completely fucked.
I guess my point is that we're sold that they need to buy a certain amount of shares. At the same time, we agree that we don't hold market share of enough shares to keep them from them, and that they have infinite time as long as they have infinite money. I just don't. I don't know when we would ever know that we lost, even if we did lose. You know what I mean? When would you know? When it's $0, but when it's back to $4?
No, when the published short numbers show that we can't actually create a squeeze anymore.
All
And
right, so on
saying
February
that right
6th, we would have, or
A
February
lot of
9th.
people will lose money.
No, it'll be late February. You've got to go 2 cycles.
So late
so
February,
yeah,
we would have definitive knowledge on when exactly, on what day we got fucked on.
Yeah,
so we get to stay tuned either way.
Past the 18th or 19th, we'll have the short interest numbers. The
Right.
price would have tanked, and then we'll know that they were able to, close their position.
Unless the Mexican standoff is still holding by then.
Right, but at that point, we would at least have numbers that we could run so that we would know if we're still in the middle of the standoff or if it was fucking over and we were just fooling ourselves.
Well,
At least I don't think we can rely on the numbers per se. We need a lot of public perception. That's why we need to keep the squeeze going, which is why it's important that people talk
If
down
they
on
can lie
CNBC.
like that with everything else, then they can definitely work something
Oh, they're
to
working.
figure
I mean,
out.
they're working. They're working silver. They're working on manipulation of trading amongst themselves. They're working on pushing, making sure those short interest numbers do not get to us any single way possible. I mean, they're working 24/7.
Have you
Is there any
seen
way for them to manipulate
Jordan?
those short numbers, or can they?
Of course, they can lie for as long as people are going to let them lie. You know what I mean? And especially, they lend with these people every day. It's not like they're going up to their bank that doesn't know them.
I do,
So I mean, they have a lot more leeway than we
It
have.
does bring the question, because wasn't the report that was published a week or two ago, or last week, I can't fucking remember, where it said that they had 140% of the contracts or some shit. The question is,
yeah, that's right, but that's off of let's see, I think it was, isn't it the last report and why this whole thing started? The 140% short interest.
No one knows the short
but that was the
one right now.
My point being is that was the quote unquote estimate. So for all we know, they could have pulled out a bullshit number that was higher just to make this more of a big deal for their end, because for all we know, they could be very well paying us. And maybe it's actually like 70-80%. Or what if that was just a cover number, because that's just a propaganda number, and really it's actually a lot higher than what we expected.
Oh, you bet. Propaganda.
It can be shorter. It could be like 90 or 80%, or it could actually be like 100 and like 200. It can go both ways, is what I'm trying to say.
So if we pivot a moment and we talk about strategy, right? So our strategy right now is just hold diamond hands, right? We let them figure out that they can't afford to let us hold anymore, right? That's a passive strategy, maybe defensive even. If you wanted to talk about a proactive strategy, and I'm not advocating this in any way because I'm just a fucking retard, like for sure, like actually retarded.
You're not a financial advisor.
I'm happy to spell my name most days, but if we were talking about an attack strategy, then we collectively, the 7 million, would decide on one or two or maybe 3 banking institutions that we would all go take a personal loan of $2,000 or $3,000. Nothing crazy, very small loan. We would buy Gamestop with that money, and then at the period of our first due date, we would send a message to the bank and say, "I'm sorry, I can't make the payment on this loan because my investment that I use the money for has not come through." And do you think the three? Hold on. Do you think
5D chess?
No. Do you think the $3 billion that the fucking hedges borrowed against their banks without their banks knowing? Because remember, they're borrowing from each other. And the banks are double blind. They're loaning money to Citadel, who's loaning money to Melvin. So nobody knows where the money fucking actually is. But if 7 million people borrow $3,000, then you've got $21 billion out. Then what happens?
So
They-
that's
Armageddon.
one.
bank's closed right now,
Taking
though,
a
dude.
loan to buy stock like
Yeah.
that is actually illegal.
In a time when we
So-
print $7
No,
trillion,
no,
it's not that big of a deal.
I'm not saying that you take a loan to buy stock. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that I might need to take a loan to cover my rent because I spent my money elsewhere because I'm a fucking retard.
You see, that's a big brain move.
Talk to me about like what sort of strategy are they engaging in right now? Because I see company like a company like Citadel maybe dropping a couple bill to these people like Melvin. Are they giving that money to Melvin to then get to, and giving that money to Robinhood? Like, are they calculating that number to let us kind of feed in with Robinhood, and they're calculating against that and they're hedging against themselves? Like, what?
Yeah,
what is
we
their
were talking about that
strategy right
earlier.
now?
Yeah.
I don't think they're really strategizing that much. This is kind of numbers for them. For us, it means something. For us, we're here like as a concerted effort because it fucking matters, right? But for them, it's just kind of numbers. They ended up a little low one week, and they borrowed some money from their parent, and they're going to pay that back.
Those guys play squash
this
every
is
day.
important
Anyone
to
who
them,
plays
though.
squash doesn't like being beat, and they wrestle, and they like
The
go
question,
running. They don't like to be beat.
my question is, the news says is 53% loss. How do we increase that loss? And how far can we increase that to? Yeah, we keep
that's all we
holding
can do
until
right
it's
now.
until it's like 70% or so, right? But we're talking about 70% of someone like Melvin. Like that is huge. And I don't think they're going to last to 70%. It's not worth it for them. So because it's 53%, I think it's close. I mean, it's soon. The actual squeeze is soon because they're not going to let it go over 60. It's not even worth it for them anymore.
Yeah, it can happen anytime now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all on paper.
Here's the trouble, though, guys. They only have to last until we fail. We have to last until somebody calls their bullshit.
What's the lowest price though? What's their short at?
No,
Do they have to get, like,
you see,
$9 or something, or
it's not a matter of how much it'll be.
you can buy a share though. Like if I want to go buy shares right now, I can go buy shares. So I understand there's not like 6 million of them, but I don't know how many of them there are, and there could be 6 million.
No, actually, we haven't bought enough because as of the last reporting, individual retail stock owners own 17%, and that's not enough to actually support a squeeze.
Right.
So we're looking at institutions selling out probably in the $500 range, and that's going to be, on the first round, that's not enough to cover their shorts. But once those stocks are delivered, so the short is satisfied, stocks are delivered, they can be resold right back to the hedges, and they can cover another round on that. And it only takes 2 rounds, and that could be covered in minutes. So, I mean, if we don't continue to buy, we don't own this short.
So what I'm hearing is I gotta go to my uncle who's been calling about this, go to my aunt who's been calling about this, go to my grandma and be like, hey, this is
What's
not
the
financial
lowest amount of
advice.
money that you think you would see and think that we missed it? Like, what's the number amount? Like, could it go to $30 a share, and there's still a chance that we're still in the middle of the squeeze? Because wouldn't they just buy it for the $30?
It has nothing to do with the stock price. It has everything to do with the short volume.
Yeah.
And when the shorts are due, and the volume that's trading.
The volume, like for example, today
How come you can buy a share
traded.
then? Wouldn't they be sucking up every single share? Wouldn't they just have bots on constant buy if they were that worried about it?
Do you think Volkswagen go back to its original price before it shot up?
Every share, and then they'll mega
It did.
limits, and then they'll have to buy the mega limits. Oh my god!
Oh my god,
bro, come on, man.
Come on.
Add value to the conversation, or keep your fucking mic off. I'm sick of that shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we say we're retarded, but we don't have to
They
act
got shit of the
retarded.
WSB1.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what that guy was saying about the volume of the example of today and what happened. Could you explain?
Yeah. I
further?
was going to say that today the average was what 20,000 to 40,000 shares being traded all day today. That tells me something. I mean, it's not the volume is not that huge. So that tells me, I don't know if I'm wrong, but it tells me that there are not enough shares available to trade with, meaning that we, the regular folk and the retailers are holding the most of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, they were saying that earlier.
It was 36 million.
Yeah,
36
they said
million-ish was the
it
volume.
was a lot short, like really small. They were saying there was a really small volume.
Right.
So if I had to guess what was happening, and again, I'm not a financial person much at all. I read a lot, but if I had to guess what was happening is all of the institutions that own a lot of stock as well. So let's say they're at 70%, we're at 16, 17, and the rest is just black hole. I think they see the potential for a big short as well, and the institutions are holding until they see a price point that makes sense to them. What I'm saying is their price point is way lower than us. We're talking meme money, right? 1,000, 5,000, 10,000.
Yeah, we're not
They're
the only
thinking like,
ones going to make money.
yeah, but they're thinking like 500 maybe. Like they let it squeeze a little bit, but don't try and ruin hopes and dreams. And what I'm saying is until we continue to buy in the $300, $400, $500 range and pull those stocks away from the institutions without the shorts getting them, I don't think we own the squeeze. That's
I see what you mean. Yeah, like
I think these
we're gonna be
institutions are
slowly
gripping shares right now in
taking
the
it
2 to
back.
300, so they're just
Yeah.
slurping them back up because they're happy to make $300 off a fucking GameStop share they've been holding that was worth $10. That's
Yeah,
good
no
enough for
doubt.
them.
That makes
they're
sense. And
They
what would
already won.
happen
For
if?
now, they're holding.
And
So what
They're not trying
does
to
that
get rich,
mean?
you know what I
We
mean?
need
What does
buying
that
to
mean for
fill
us
out.
then?
Well, the short ladders that we've seen the last 3 trading days, that means the institutions are waiting until it hits a precipice, and the hedges are just lowering as much as they can. And then they have no option except to start buying back to cover their shorts until they hit that threshold where the institutions will start selling, but they hold.
It comes
And
down
then
to the whales,
the
man.
hedges start.
That's the one bad
Yeah.
thing about not being organized. We can't give the whales the praise necessary for them to dump that type of money. When they're sitting in solitude all by themselves, like that's a big choice to hit buy. You know what I mean? We should start a campaign just for the whales to let them know that we're with
Save
them.
the whales.
You know what I mean?
What?
Exactly. Save the whales, man.
Off in a
Because
whale.
they're the ones that really matter.
Yo,
guys,
Bill
I
Gates.
can't drop 100
Yo, Bill
million,
Gates.
but
I know
you know
you.
what?
I know you're
Some million fuckers
giving
can
away
drop
all your
100
money.
See,
million.
this is
No, but
a really
you
good
can't do
point.
that either.
What should we do? Tweet
Save
them?
the whales. Just in a
Send
general
them a
sense.
letter?
We'll line up with PETA.
Listen, you can't
Join
do
up with
that.
PETA.
You can't do that because the whales are under scrutiny. Their trades are actually watched. Ours are not because we're just 7 million retards. They are one person who can
That's
cover
why.
10,000
That's
of
why you got to
our
save the
asks.
whales. So if they get lawyered up and people start coming after them, you know what? Maybe there'll be some signs and stuff to save the whales. It's not just going to be
7
them and
million
lawyers.
retards back in
You'll
one
get
whale.
right. You'll get some
man.
bad press.
Basically
We'll
just,
fucking
like,
call them out.
Talk to
Hashtag
Elon
save
Musk.
the whales. Let's get that trending.
You just it would be irresponsible of us to depend on that as a
Yeah,
strategy.
no.
We actually
They're the only
as-
ones that have enough capital to be able to buy up all the dips, you know. And if they understand
That's-
this, we're here because
we
of them
just
to
have to
begin
do a
with.
collective
We're reinforcing them.
We're reinforcing.
I don't think
But
so.
We need social media.
That's why I was here.
We need
I was here
social
to
media
reinforce the
needs
whales.
to
Hey, I
honestly
wanna-
spread. Like we
I wanna
need
toss out a
memetics.
theory
We
here.
need
Wow.
social media. We
You
need
saw what
like,
social
the
media
movement
did,
to
dude.
keep going.
Kids
But
are
we
too
need
stupid
more
for
people
social
to
media.
sign up. We need kids jumping onto Ameritrade. We need boomers hearing about this on TV instead of some silver squeeze bullshit. That's what we need. We need momentum in media.
I want to
You
toss
cannot
out a
count
theory
on the
for you
news
guys
media.
here.
The media is just
Social media,
pushing
not
a
media.
strategy.
Social media, of course. Social media.
Fellas,
got it.
boomers can't spell social media.
The media's pushing silver down our throats.
Yeah.
The only
Someone wanted
Hey,
to
I
say
just made
something?
your booster.
You guys are
Can
saying
you,
we don't have enough
can anyone
traction right
confirm you
now,
can hear
but
me?
I thought
Yeah,
we
we
did.
can hear you, but it's a little soft.
Okay. I want to put something forward here. What if you can cover more shorts than exist on the market with a little fudgery?
What?
What do you mean?
Well, we
so
know
say
they can make
perhaps
fake
I'm
shares, so I mean, it's possible,
say I'm
right?
like super hedger or something like that, super hedge fund, and I only have 1,000 shares. Is it possible that I can cover multiple thousands of short shares if I own all the call options?
So here's the thing, and like I was saying, I wanna throw out a
with these
thesis
short
here,
ladder
if you don't
attacks,
mind,
are they like
because it plays in what you're saying about call options. So I was mentioning this a moment ago, and I've gone and I've done a little bit more research, and I think you're onto it. And here's what I think's going on. So everyone's been kind of confused by the S3 partners data. How did it drop so much so quick from the 122% before down to where it is now? So when S3 partners data is reporting the 34% as the short interest, they're doing it based off of synthetic float. Now, what the fuck is synthetic float, right? So it's just your regular float, but they're including synthetic longs in there, which that's an option strategy for anyone who's not aware. What
does that mean?
What you do is you buy a call, right? And you sell a put, right? And the reason you do this is because the put should pay for the call, right? And it mimics the idea of owning shares, right? So that's why they include it in that data. Now, the interesting thing about this is because you're selling the put, you still have a cash requirement for anything under that to cover it. So it's not quote unquote free, right? Because you have to have the cash locked up. Now, keep this in mind, put it aside for a moment, okay?
Okay.
So if you're not familiar, there's a really, really basic strategy with options called covered calls, right? It's the idea you own the stock and you sell a call, right? You just take in free money basically, and you hope it doesn't go against you. And even if it does, whatever, right? The opposite of this that people are sometimes less familiar with is the idea of a covered put. A covered put is the same thing, but instead of selling a call, you sell a put. And what's the exact opposite of owning shares? It's shorting shares. So the strategy of a covered put, right, is you sell a put on shares that you short. Okay? And just like when you're doing a covered call, you're covered, so you're not actually having to have insane equity reserves to do this. Your short covers that, right? So the reason that's relevant is because the two strategies can be combined if you are both short shares and are also doing covered calls, or sorry, not covered calls, but synthetic longs. So what I'm thinking has occurred here is that they've been doing this to cover. They haven't really been trying to buy shares back, frankly, not in earnest. They've instead been doing synthetic short or synthetic longs, and they're covering that way because, once again, the data will show that they're covering. And frankly, if we're talking psychology, they're probably aware that Reddit is pretty reliant on the S3 data, and this is how their calculation is done. So it all plays in very, very well. Now, this doesn't actually mean that they're covered per se, because those options still expire. And if their cash is still tied up, right, they can't actually cover them with, side cash, right? And even if it does expire in the money and gets exercised, that's literally what you want in terms of the people who are buying the stock right now. You want them to have to buy those shares and thus force the squeeze, right? So the reason that I think this is probably what's occurring is if you go and you look at the options chain, and if you look at the weekly call options, I haven't taken a look at the puts admittedly.
Where are you looking at this? Sorry.
Just look at the weekly call options. You probably have them on whatever trading platform you're using, or you could always go to the CBOE, Chicago Board Options Exchange website. They have all the chains. So
thanks.
If you look at the options chain there, and like I mentioned, I've only looked at calls thus far. There's some serious fucking cash being blown on these weekly options as well. 13,000 volume on the 800 strikes today alone, right? And that's with 6,000 open interest, and we're talking a lot of money on a various range of strikes. So my thought process here, just like you were saying with, can you cover it with calls like that, is I think they're doing it with those synthetic longs. It shows the data and makes it look like they're out farther than they actually are. And in theory, this could actually let them get out of the squeeze, right?
Yeah, it's like
here's
a smoke
the
screen.
contingent. Huh?
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining that, man.
Yeah, no
Psychology-
worries. So here's I wanna finish this though, because I don't want people to think, oh, it's over, it's done. So here's the contingent. Those options still expire on Friday. So I think Friday, if this theory is right, Friday is a big fucking day where you can trigger I think with all this said and done, what happened the prior week may have been an actual squeeze, but it doesn't mean the squeeze is fully squoze. And if you can write up the price through to Friday, it would cause the secondary squeeze, and I think that would be the big squeeze.
So what, over the weekend trade Monday or Friday would be the mark?
No. The idea is the strategy has literally not changed, gentlemen. Buy and hold, right? But the difference is now that it's next Friday because they played it out with the synthetic longs and people weren't picking up on what's occurring and other people were shorting on the way up.
Next Friday being this Friday, the 5th?
This Friday,
next
yes, this Friday.
Got it.
So hold on.
Until then.
Hold on. Everybody don't mark that date on your calendar.
Yeah, this is just a theory.
This is a theoretical situation.
Right. This is entirely theory. I don't know what's going on.
Also, this is not financial
and I want
advice.
people to weigh in.
I thought this was
so
financial advice.
It's
So
not
Kolachi,
listed when the options are called in, where you could actually have a date where it wouldn't just be theory.
Well, we know when the options
theory.
expire, but I don't have any definitive proof that this is what they're doing.
So
right?
wait,
All I'm saying is it lines up with a legitimate strategy for trying to damage control this.
So Kolachi, I want to restate your theory just once so that everybody can understand and you correct me. So basically they are short right now and that those shorts will expire on Friday. The way they're hedging against those shorts is they bought longs for calls expiring later so that if they lose their ass on their shorts, the stock will keep rising. They can sell their calls after Friday and recover that capital.
So
is that
no,
right?
keep in mind shorts, like actual short shares, do not expire. That's the end and done of it. You can hold a short forever, you can bleed forever, right? So they have those shorts, but they also, I think, right, I don't know. They have those shorts, but they have also been doing this synthetic long strategy, which is buy a call, sell a put. And those options, they expire. The short shares do not expire. The options do expire.
So they have forever to get the shares that they need, but they also have over-leveraged themselves a little bit where we might be able to squeeze them because they don't have side capital to keep buying their ability to buy their free time.
They can actually execute on those options if they end in the money. Yeah.
Hello?
Can I ask another question on top of that?
Yeah.
So you said you were looking at the CBOE call volume, right?
So I wasn't actually looking at theirs. I'm looking at my own my broker's trade platform, but it should be the same basically.
Did you check if the put volume correlates with, in some fashion, with the call volume?
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty fucking logical move. So you make a good point. I'm surprised I haven't done it yet, frankly.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're kind of like, it's like, the wisdom of the commons. We gather enough people together and we'll come up with good ideas.
Hey, I want to put forward like some truly like what if the hedgies are more autistic than us?
What's more autistic
that's
than
a
us?
lot of
They honestly
Think about
don't.
that.
They kind of prove that.
Think
Say
about
that
that.
again so I can
Big
record
It's a
claims,
very
bro,
hot
big
take, but
claims.
Hot take.
Think about this. Think about this. What happened today with the stocks? It was very slowly, methodologically being pushed down. What if they do? Is there any way I can tell who owns the calls? You can't, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because if they're trying to do something where they buy all of the in the money calls by using the volatility to like push the price down really far, like below 200, and then buy buy all of the calls on the market. If people would sell the calls, if other hedge funds would sell the calls for like the 5th, if they move the market prices to be down so that these calls are out of the money for 30 minutes or something like that, and then they buy up the calls, then they can let those calls expire and not exercise those calls on themselves. Is that potentially something they could do?
So
is there any water in
that
this?
I'm trying to run data right now. If someone else wants
Instead
to
of us
weigh
burning
in.
their money, they're going to burn their own money.
I've been looking into calls for the last 3 days. I don't know what I'm talking about. No financial advice.
Can I follow that up with another guy who was talking about the synthetic longs? Is it also possible, perhaps, that what they're doing is they could just they don't need the puts. The puts are just there for them to kind of reduce the cost of their calls.
So
is that the idea of synthetic long?
if this theory is right, then they do need the puts because they don't have the cash to just outright buy
Okay.
all these calls.
Oh yeah, so basically to reduce the cost of the call that they're buying, they sell a put, right? That's the idea. Is the call is cheaper because you offset the cost of the call with the put. Right?
Exactly. In theory, I haven't verified with these options, but with normal options, it should more or less cancel out, and you'll probably come away with a little bit more cash from the put.
Well, I'm looking at the CBOE chart right in front of me for GME for Friday, February 5th. And there's a lot of volume on the calls. There's even more volume on the puts than on the calls. So they could be taking more puts on top of that. They could be writing more puts than calls. So they might even be taking out like a 2-to-1 or 1.5-to-1 ratio. It's possible.
Yeah, they're probably ratio writing. That makes sense.
Yeah, it looks more like 20-to-1. I don't have the exact number, but it's
So
a lot.
if they're ratio writing as well, what that does for them is they're taking in more premium, but they're getting more downside exposure as well. And I don't know that they want to actually end up having to hold these shares. But on the same token, it could be a strategy for them on the downside where their function. I don't know. Let me think. No, because they don't have shares, so the put. Well, no, actually. Hold on, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah. Very complicated machine.
So it says Robinhood raised another 2.4 billion, apparently. If that's the case,
Great.
they're gonna remove.
Yeah, that's full open.
They have to. They're gonna have to.
They needed 3 billion. They were asked for 3 billion just to leave it in there at the beginning of a trade day. If they had 3 billion, then they would be able to open up fully.
And that would obviously help us, right?
So, back to what was being said real quickly, sorry. So yeah, if they're ratio writing puts, then they've got naked puts, but the problem with that is they're going to have equity requirements on those nonetheless. And if the argument is that they're already stretched pretty thin, then that'd be difficult. But it may work as well.
What's a naked put?
So if you sold the put, but you don't actually have the cash, so there's like cash covered equity puts where you actually have the cash to execute on the underlying contract.
Can they even do that?
Secured.
That's a whole other level. That's a whole other level.
That's completely legal. Isn't
No, it can't be legal to overextend naked puts into like a wild direction like this. That can't surely.
Well, no. So the comment I'm making is like it very well could be that when they're ratio writing, and if they could have essentially the proper ratios to do that. You don't need to have the cash right then always, because like you can do naked calls, right? Just like you can do naked puts. But what I'm saying is that if they are stretched thin right now in terms of their actual equity, then having naked puts on the books just sort of stretches them further.
Yeah.
So I was going over the graph from the day, and I'm just not seeing any of the squeezes we were looking for and represented in that graph, right? I'm not the only one in that.
I was seeing it.
I don't know. The graph is weird for me. I don't like graphs in general.
Question now, to change the topic off of these synthetic longs. How many exchanges actually, how many of you guys had exchanges that you could access and use today?
Wait, before we go into that, just on what he said, for today, I would focus particularly on volume rather than on price movement because of the sort of activity we've seen from the hedge funds.
Yeah, that's good.
Fidelity was up for me all day and no problems.
I could use for show.
Interactive brokers they removed the restrictions.
Yeah, but I think they removed the restrictions at like what, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that.
No. It was on Thursday. They started them at 11 a.m. and then they removed them at 3 p.m. No one really caught on with that until Friday.
Doesn't lowering the prices let people get in?
Yep.
Yes.
So doesn't it just backfire on them?
Yes, buy the dip.
Yeah, exactly. That's why people are asking people to buy the dip, but at the same time, how much can we buy? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people are actually putting money still, but until when are people going to still put money in? So that's the question.
Save the whales.
Yeah, save the whales, bro. They got to keep bailing us out. They know what to do, though. You don't have to tell them. They're sitting
Not
there.
only
They
the
know.
whales, but I personally still believe we almost have infinite retail
through.
investor potential.
Guys,
we can.
yeah, we don't-
The meme is real, and it can keep going. And social media is infectious, and it can keep going.
Bro,
We're
my
not- we're not-
defucking value a
reinforcements
whale.
may come.
We're just fish, bro. We need that plankton.
My mom woke me up
Big
in the morning
fish in a
asking me
small
if I was
pond.
investing in silver, dude.
We're retard fish. That's a filter fish.
Well, what will defucking value? What is he? Is he a whale?
I don't know.
Yeah,
because he was on the news.
He's the
so
fucking ocean,
He's a
brother.
corp
He is
now.
a the ocean, doesn't he?
He's the big fish in a small little pool, and we're all being fucking circled by sharks right now.
He's the whale from the
If
old
he's in, I'm in.
Hey, yeah, if the big fish is in, the little
fucking
fish are
pumping
in, right?
silver.
You son of a bitch.
Let's hope that all those billboards that were put up are gonna fucking catch those whales' attention.
I think we already did. Everyone saw what happened.
Yeah, I've seen them
but
being
is it worth
posted
it for
around in
them?
like other subreddits as well, so everyone like really knows that like people are making bank on GME.
Yeah.
I don't know if this
And I mean, like, it's
applies
funny,
to-
but subreddit keeps growing like by like every hour. or every
8.1
2
million
hours.
right now.
50,000.
They're gonna crash it, dude. It's all bots and media and bullshit. Nobody that's coming in today is. They should just ban everybody from today. Nobody that's joining today is of any use to that forum.
I agree.
Is now Wallstreetbets the biggest fucking subreddit at this point? or
I don't know. Maybe
Absolutely not.
is there anyone in
Reddit
chat that just
is like 30 mil.
got in today?
You just found this shit today? It took you that long to use the internet, or your internet connection is slow?
You motherfucker!
You got dial up.
Anyone here purchasing
dialing up for,
options
like,
on
2
GME
decades.
that are not simple long calls or long puts? Like, is anybody doing like an iron condor, iron butterfly, anything like that? Based on
What's an
volatility?
iron butterfly?
So expensive.
Premiums are too. There's too much implied
Did
volatility.
you guys hear
What's
they're
this
removing
dog?
the word "sell" from the dictionary?
What's this word called sell? I never heard of it.
What's a
Well,
what is
see-
it? Golden butterfly? What was it?
How do I sell GME?
Iron butterfly. I
Yeah.
think it's
Google
you're
it.
basically betting that it will be volatile.
Oh.
Iron butterfly is
Yeah,
you
then
bet
a
it'll be
condor is
within a
opposite,
certain
right?
range.
I'm
Right.
If it's out of that,
100%.
And the condor is
I'm
the
100%
opposite.
sure. I'm 100% sure you found the wrong chapter,
Yeah,
my
this
friend.
isn't
We were
beta
just holding.
gang.
Is there any reason not
was just asking.
to buy options
Because they're
in your
dangerous.
theory? No, in your
Yeah.
theory.
In theory, because they're super
Because
dangerous.
they're very
No.
High
I'm
risk
not
with
gonna
high
buy them.
reward.
I'm wondering if they relate to. I mean, are they trying to get us people into options because they're trading so many? It looks like it's interesting.
Hmm.
Is there anything? I mean, it's obviously not a good idea to buy.
They're
puts,
not trying to
but-
get people to trade options because nobody's talking about options in the media.
In a volatile
Right.
market
Sure, I
like
haven't
this,
seen it.
realistically, is the best time for options. It's when everything's normal that options suck because you actually don't know if the stock's going to go up or down. In this situation, you kind of do.
This is the best time to sell options.
Jesus. That's
Yeah.
scary
I mean,
stuff.
yeah, if you look at IV.
Like maybe not on GME because it's kind of unpredictable right now, but like AMC and BB, oh my god, making massive premiums.
You can definitely predict that GME is going to go down and it's going to go up. Like that is going to happen. It's definitely going down at some point, one way or the
I
other.
mean, if simply speaking, you can make a lot of money on options right now, but at the same time, it's very dangerous if you decide on one
The more I
side of
listen,
it.
yeah, I wish
I'm
I.
really, I'm really
If you have
not
margin, don't
asking
over-leverage.
about options. Options are not a good idea, especially for retail investors, in my opinion. But I'm wondering if, in the theory of they're using options to leverage their future, if anyone buys options, are we actually helping them?
If you buy on
All derivatives bad, 2021.
I don't know. More rich retards never hurts us.
That's
I guess.
true.
What was the question? If they were using options for what?
If using options helps
You
them,
know, this is
why? Because they would leave them with a stock in the end.
This will probably actually help the economy because all it's going to do is make a lot of people more money, and all we're going to do is
Right.
spend it and stimulate.
We're spending our money on real companies instead of.
And then we're going to stimulate the economy
bullshit.
by spending our money. Like
Not only
Maybe,
that, but
no,
now
I've
the
got-
average
I've got a
person's able to
addition-
get into
all
stocks.
it is just taking the money from the super rich to the fucking
Can
regular
we go back?
working class people.
We're
Can we
still
go
rich though.
back? This is very important. It is important to have this narrative that you're talking about. But can we try and keep with the options? If they're trying to change the price every day, maybe it's because it's increasing the implied volatility. And so when they're selling, that means they're making bank on the implied volatility.
I mean, yeah, they're
Yeah, you have to
aware
imagine
that
that
they
making
want to
sense.
be sellers in this kind of market if possible because you're just taking an insane premium.
It's not just
I
the
have a question
headliners.
about that. If you buy an in the money option call, which is like an on the money option call, is that really cheap?
It is not.
No.
An option is not cheap because the premium price that you are seeing, you are in a contract for 100 shares. So go ahead and take the price of GME, multiply it by 100. That's the sort of money you're playing with.
I know. You cannot exercise any option as a retail guy.
No,
I know,
you
I
can exercise absolutely as retail.
You can
In order to
exercise.
make
Well, like
Yeah.
I
Should
have,
never
if I
will.
have $1,000, I can't exercise.
I
like,
mean, it
a
depends on the
$50
cost
call.
of the option. If you can pay for it, you can exercise it.
Some guy got what, like $7 million on $85 the other day, so it can happen.
So the
Yeah,
option
if you're
you asked
not
about?
if you're not familiar with options, like the biggest thing I could tell you is like maybe get a bit more informed before you trade them because honestly they're even riskier frankly than they look like they are up front. So it's something that you like definitely want to understand on a fundamental level.
I can't even trade.
I feel like that's
I
the
can't
only way
even trade
people
options.
actually make money.
But okay, let me 1 second. I'll come back in 2 minutes.
Both are dangerous.
I'd say try on something that's like $1 or $2 a share. Like you'll probably lose your money because it's way volatile, but it'll give you an idea of what the hell you're doing for $100.
I have a question. Let's imagine that these hedge funds are buying shorts, or no, sorry, not buying shorts, but buying options that the stock will go down, and they attack with the ladder attack, and the price actually goes down. Don't they make money out of that? And it's basically all they have to do is just do that attack. I don't know if it costs money or not, but they actually keep making money while we're holding.
Actually, if they're selling puts, that doesn't make sense, right? Because they're actually losing money as it goes down.
Yeah.
No, they're not because so
Never mind,
you're right.
right.
When
Of
you're
course not,
selling a
because of
put,
volatility.
you're right. When you're selling a put, normally your goal is to have the stock either go up or stay flat. But the thing is, you need to keep their whole position in mind because they're already short. So the short position is going to be the overriding one because they have the most upside potential on it. Well, not exactly in this case. But the point is, it's just like a covered call, whereby even though you sold a call, which is a traditionally bearish position, your underlying is the shares, which have more upside, so you're still overall bullish. Same thing with the covered the covered short. With the covered put in this case, actually, no, the covered put, because your short that you're doing, that's your primary position, and then think of the put that you sold on it as the same aspect of the call. You're capping your gains, but you're also taking in premium.
Okay.
If you want to learn more about this, just look up the wheel strategy. It's very effective.
The
if you
wheel
wanna enter a
strategy.
market or actually
Yeah,
go.
it describes the
If
shit.
If something's $10 right now, and you're like, fuck that, I'm a cheap bastard. I don't want to pay for that. I want to pay at 8. You sell a put at 8, and if you get a sign, perfect. I can go long on it.
Makes sense. All right.
I got a question about the options that they're using probably to hedge. The goal, I think, for them is to eventually get a hold of shares to cover their position. But will they actually be able to do that if no one is like giving up shares in enough volume?
Yes, they will. With these contracts, the underlying that you're talking about is delivery of shares. So at the end of the day, you either have shares or you will go acquire shares.
So, okay, I got something. I don't know if this has been talked about or not, but I've been here for like 1 hour. No one talked about it. But has anyone talked about the threshold securities list?
Yeah, we'd mentioned it a little before.
Okay. Just wondering.
So someone just sent me a tweet about Melvin's GME short flowed down to 53% per S3, and he's asking if this thing is a bluff or is just real.
Have we talked about S3's pretty shit?
Yeah, every time he finishes like explaining that question, somebody new asks that same exact question.
So I personally have a question that's not, that, right? I'm sure it's been asked earlier, but I kind of had to step away from all this because I was up for 36 hours listening to this chat. I kind of took a day, right? So like I'm assuming what we've seen is a short ladder, right? Could it realistically, like, could it keep going down some more, or is it like, I know that's the big question. Like, is it gonna rise?
I think it definitely could, because I mean they've been chipping away at it for what, 4 days now?
Are you saying what's the lowest before we know it's just fucking done
Well, no, not that, because like so before today, that 345 that it was sitting at overall the whole weekend, I realistically, like, I was in a position that was kind of like, that was a gamble. But at one what, it's like 180 right now. I'm gonna buy tomorrow, right? Because I can lose that, like that's nothing. But that 300, that was in the gambling range. So like I have, this is not advice. I'm not saying. So like I'm on the table for like now. I'm gonna hop on it.
I'm buying tomorrow.
So I'm gonna buy it, first thing in the morning, no matter what it's at.
What?
But like how much further could it go down?
Don't do that.
Bottom
Well,
of
it's cheap
stock
spike
is
in the free
zero.
market.
Don't do that.
So
Wait, hang
it could
on.
go to zero.
It could go down as far as it can
Buy
go,
on the
all the
dip,
way
bro.
down.
Don't buy it open.
all the
Never
way down.
buy it open.
Don't buy it
guess
open.
that's what I
Never
was
buy it
asking.
Yeah,
right?
don't buy it open.
So
Wait,
yeah,
buy it zero.
so here let me offer some financial advice for everyone to hear. No. Everybody, hey, my name is Kali. My name is Kali Rob 5, and this is financial advice. Do not buy stocks that you cannot afford to lose 100% of. And if you are waiting to get in because the price was too high for you, this probably wasn't for you in the first place. What we really need are people with $300, $500, $500,000 to waste, to wash away, to never see again. We want those people to buy stock and hold, understanding that it could all evaporate, because these are clever fuckers we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Their whole existence is built around not losing money. We think we caught them in a pinch, but there's a really good chance they're going to get out of it because they're dirty, they change the rules, and we don't actually control the market.
Yes.
So if it's a concern to you, don't ever buy a stock, ever. That's my financial advice.
So let me clarify, I guess, my question. Right? It's not so much that was a fear, but it's one of those, like, by time I was in the loop and able to even put in, like, I personally felt, all right, this is kind of new to me altogether, but it was literally like that $300 was kind of like little bit more than what I was willing to just evaporate.
That's fair.
Right. I guess so. What my question is this, and I get this is 100% unpredictable. I already know the answer to that question. Is this the bottom of the dip, or is it still?
It is not the bottom. You will have a chance to get in at a place where you are comfortable to evaporate whatever it is you want, because we like it. We
Yeah,
like
so-
it, but it's going to be a roller coaster, and there
like
will be
the
chances
stock.
for you to be
The
safe
recent,
in your way.
the recent most drop was 132.
How can you make like a real statement that you think that if it dropped to like
I'll make it a real statement.
even
buy.
well,
the
let me finish
dip.
my statement first. Even if it drops to $75, right? Like, how can you say that they like? How does it? Why wouldn't they just buy it at $75 then? Like, there's shares there because we'd be able to buy them at 75.
so
like I said
Because
before,
we'll start buying
the
them,
market
so
would
they will start
dictate if
buying
those
them.
shares were being bought up, it would get pushed up. Like they don't control the market.
Do you
You know
know
what I
how?
mean?
So
do you know
here-
how
They
a
just
short works?
they can run a game on it.
Hold on. Nope, nobody's answered his question yet. So the question was, when do we know when to buy in? And the reality is, you buy in when it's right for you. So
Well, I'm saying the opposite of that kind of. I'm saying that I think personally that it's once it gets that low, unless I hear information otherwise, I don't understand why they wouldn't be able to cover at such a low price because that's what they're trying to do with the short in the first place.
Can I explain?
Like,
can
it,
I
maybe
explain
it didn't
something?
get to $3, but
Can I explain
Right.
something?
of course, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you got a pile of bananas, right? So you got 30 bananas. Somebody takes 5 of those bananas away, then they take 10, then they take 15. They're going to say, I'm going to borrow these bananas because I bet no one's going to take these bananas, and I bet they're going to go down. So when people start buying the other 15 bananas, and you start buying those bananas, right? The price of those bananas start going up more exponentially because there's already 15 of those bananas borrowed, and there's less bananas in the pile. So what
We've
they're-
already agreed that we have a very small part of the market cap, and we're not going to be able to reach a critical mass. I think that was agreed with. So the bananas don't.
Well, we
really-
also can't
where'd you
predict
hear
how
that?
much
Where'd you hear
everyone's
that?
looking at retail
100%.
investors will jump
Hold
up.
on.
We can't predict
100% of the
Yeah,
pile
no, I
is
got you.
shorted.
I got you.
100% of the pile is shorted. So the only way that they can artificially keep that number down, because the whole fucking pile is already borrowed, and we're buying stock that's been already borrowed. So what they're doing is they're basically buying more stock with us and then selling them off in big increments. You can see the orders from 300 to 330,000 units at a time, and they're buying them all like 130,000.
And some of those are
units.
getting bought by us, right?
No, but you can see
like some
no,
of
you
just
can
randomly
see you can
picked
see
off.
no, you can see where like the little fish pick up and get their shit, and then you can see orders that are put in at once. You can see straight white lines. You got to color coordinate your shit right. You got to read graphs. You got to do research. You really got to do research.
Yeah,
on
no,
your
I
lines
see
that
all
are
those
arbitrage.
streams, but I mean, if you were in the right place at the right time and they're trying to do their little 200, 500s, couldn't you snag one of their 200, 500s that they're trading between themselves?
That's what you should be doing, because eventually they're
Right.
So like for AMC,
That's why they always go to the off penny. They never have a flat number. They always go to the fourth or fifth digit to get the definite trade.
I gotta pause you guys because you're getting way technical, and the guy's question was not
This is
that.
what I'm saying.
So
Right? Just hold.
Yeah. So the guy's question was, when do I know when to get in? And here's the basis of it. First of all, you get in when you identify the amount of money you're willing to lose, and you decide you're ready to buy. Because at that point, what we're talking about for growth. So if you buy in at 150 or you buy in at 300, we're talking about this going much, much bigger. And the difference between the 150 and 300 is pennies compared to where the sale price we think should be.
Yeah, it's not
in
gonna
a
matter
piece.
at the end.
So the reality is, you shouldn't focus on your buy-in point. You should focus on the amount of money you wish to lose. And my position, I identified the amount I'm willing to lose, and my cost basis right now is about $310. So we're down pretty far today. I've lost a fair bit of money as of this moment. I'm still confident it's going to go way higher, and I'm holding. And I don't have diamond hands. I sure as shit don't have paper hands, but I'm comfortable losing the amount of money that I invested. So that's where you need to be.
Yeah,
Don't worry about all the technicality of it. Just trust that you have an amount that you want to lose, that you're willing to lose to make the hedges sweat or make them figure out a new way. Trust that they are going to do everything they can to find a new way to not go out of business. And then watch and wait and trust in the people around you, because I'm not in this chat room because I have some vested interest in a stock. I'm in this chat room because there's 800 other fucking dumb monkeys who did the same thing I did, and we think it's a good idea.
Yes, the army
That's just setting yourself up for the loss porn, though, man. Like, just having that sentiment. Don't ever forget that you're on the internet, and don't ever forget that people aren't nice guys.
Oh,
like,
no,
I'm here for the same thing you are, but
I'm aware that
let's not be the suckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So on one part,
I've seen the memes for years. That's kind of why this scares me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like $10, and people will be like, "Buy the dip, buy the dip." Oh, come on, it's $2. No, hold out. Trump's going to arrest them all.
Wait, is this like a bad
Hold the
idea?
line.
Right.
Is buying
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, but it's not a good idea either. And you got to remember that too,
So
right? Because we're betting on
I'm-
numbers that most of us don't understand, and you know.
And actually, that wasn't fair. So my cost basis,
It is
I said
gambling.
it plainly. My cost basis is in the low 300s. It's like 308 or 309. I don't have hundreds of thousands invested in this. I identified a few $1,000s that I was willing to lose. That could turn into a lot of money, or I could be out a few grand. But that's where you have to be. You need to have your mindset in, do I want to change the market and upset the hedge funds capitalizing on our losses always?
You're not taking any
And
food
lose-
out of your mouth, right? Is the only thing. Remember, like that
Exactly.
guy that wants to spend that $180 to buy one share, like if that's taking like food out of your or like money out of your expense budget for like entertainment or something, like my life's not limited by my investments.
Hey guys, I'm back here
so-
for numbers.
So
I
put
got
it in
numbers.
my student notes. Put it in my student notes.
Yeah, I kind of understand there's a lot of feelings behind this phenomenon, like more than just the money. It's like a lot of getting back at the top guys.
That
money's
came
why
later
most of the people are
for
here.
people first.
The
it's
monies are
literally just
here,
money.
dude.
That
Yeah,
came
they heard
later.
about the tendies and all those kids getting rich and shit, and they
Yeah,
wanted to run over here
a
and make
lot
some
of
fucking money.
people are
They may believe it
a lot of
legitimately.
people have a
like,
lot
yeah.
of feelings behind it.
So,
All right,
yo,
so
here,
if I
real quick, I want to hit y'all with some numbers.
Taking
I
down
want to
the
hit
big
y'all
guys.
with some
It's also-
numbers, fellas.
It's also
Okay, so
contagious behavior, and it's medics. Like it's not just
Not taking down anybody.
Yeah,
They're
it's
still
a
going to
little
live
mix
in a
of
mansion,
everything,
and they're
right?
not going to lose their job. They're just going to hate the small guy a little bit more. So the next time that you want a raise or something from your corporate boss, they're just going to fuck you
And
harder
we
in the
get
asshole.
to
yeah,
deal with
hold
new
up, fellas.
regulations
But I'm
from
okay
Hold
with
up,
that
fellas. I want to
because
hit you with some
controlling
numbers,
people
please.
is really important.
Let me hit you with some numbers. So I went and I looked at the CBOE information and call options as well as put options for expiring this week. Institutions are no doubt heavily betting on a downturn, right? We're talking 192,000 puts versus 55,000 calls, right? So my interpretation here on that, right? Because there's people on each
It's that
side,
they filled.
right? Well, no, not necessarily, right? So one way this could be interpreted, right, is going with that synthetic long theory. They're still in the shorts. There's about 30 million shorts. That's 19 million shares that are accounted for in terms of the puts, right? So my thinking is they're writing puts versus basically every single short they have, right? Because they fucking need the money. And they're only doing it as a ratio over that towards the calls. So they're primarily selling puts in order to cover that. And someone's buying up these puts, right? It's probably the other hedges who are
Kolachi,
in this on the long side.
Can you convert that to a little more monkey and a little less?
Yes.
Little more monkey.
It's going to get a lot worse.
Little
before
more
it's
monkey.
getting better.
So
It's going to get a lot worse.
the sort of the dumbed down version of this, right? That was good, by the way.
That was a good one.
The dumbed down version of this is essentially shorts are selling puts because they need money, and they're possibly using them to buy calls as well to show the close on their positions. All right. Long hedges are buying shares, right, as well as calls and the like, running the price up, but they know there's downside and they're not shorting because there's no shares, so they're buying shit tons of puts. And essentially, the long hedges are buying puts, and the short hedges are selling puts because they've already shorted shares.
So you're saying we got the hedges to fight each other?
So I've been in here a little bit, and I've been saying this for a while. I think it's naive to assume that this is all retail doing this. We established that we're like 16%, which means that 84% is hedges. And Melvin Capital and anyone who followed them into this trade were caught up. But there are people who are off doing their own shit and they smell blood in the water, and so they came to fuck them as well. The only person a hedge hates more than an individual retail trader is another hedge.
Yeah.
Facts.
And maybe it's
It is like
useful for
passing a
anybody
bomb
new to
around right now,
options.
isn't it?
It's probably good
So-
to know that selling a put means you're gambling the price goes up. And
So,
hedges, that's what he said.
Not
might hedge
necessarily, dude, because we're talking about a more complicated
with
position.
time decay, and
If-
yeah, I mean they can get really complex, but just so people know the basic.
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah.
Explain it a little further of how you're explaining this theory, because I'm still trying to understand it as well. I may be retarded.
know what a
Okay,
put-
I
you know what a
did
put
I
contract
did
is?
like a short little write up just because I was trying to get people's takes on it. I can send it to anyone who's interested if
Yeah.
they just want to IM me.
I'm
Kalachi.
Flotchy. Okay.
Yeah.
Kalachi, I think you're right on. I have not seen anything better than that in terms of a theory of what's going on.
Actually, there's also someone who posted it on the subreddit who apparently came up with the same theory, but they posted it. I haven't posted, so I don't think they'll let me at this point because I'm pretty sure you need to be like subbed for a while or whatever. But there's someone on the subreddit who did a post on it as well.
Is that Clotchy with a C or a K?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
In your theory, what happens if we hold?
So
And-
the
and-
theory
yeah.
would basically say, right, if the theory holds to be true, unless there's extraneous stuff going on that I'm not accounting for, it basically means that it would argue that what happened the prior week, that big jump, that was the squeeze, but the squeeze has not been squozen all the way, and there could be the potential for a second squeeze coming up, provided the buy and hold mentality persists and the shorts get fucked.
Right. And also the fact that they're bidding against, well, the selling the puts, as I understand, is to cover all the shorts they're doing. So essentially, it's just because they need the cash anyways, and they're essentially just canceling out the shorts by selling puts. Am I right?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Say short version. I'll give you a yes or no answer.
No. I mean, you said it earlier, and I just want to make sure I got it right. By them selling the puts, it's to cover their shorts, right?
Yeah, it's like a covered call, but it's what you can do when you're short. So you're selling the puts because you shorted the stock.
Right, there you go. That's to answer the question on the other guy that said something about selling the puts, betting for the price to go up, and you said no, not necessarily, and that's how I got it.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're selling a put traditionally, what you're betting is that the price of the stock goes up or just stays sideways, right? But if you have other stuff going on in the background,
Right.
like you've shorted the stock, your actual sentiment can be completely different than that single action.
Yeah.
What you look at is the overall position, and you see what's the way I make the most money, and that's your sentiment.
I really like how you described it as the wheel strategy, by the way.
Yeah, the wheel strategy was a great way to equate it because a lot of people are familiar with that.
Got to get the wheel.
So whoever said that, props.
When was that? I must have missed that.
Someone had said
Wheel
it earlier.
strategy.
About 7.
The wheel strategy is basically like if you're into Theta Gang, I mean that's sort of their like that sort of thing. But you don't have to be in Theta Gang to do the wheel strategy. It's really safe. It's really easy to understand. It's rollable, so you can continually do it.
So the way that I'm interpreting everything that I've heard so far, be relatively rough in a sense of people getting scared, or no?
Yeah. Or at least them trying to scare people, sure.
See, because that's what worries me. That's what I've been saying since last week. Is like I don't really feel like there's any other threat other than ourselves at this point. And what I meant by that was exactly what I just said about people getting scared and just selling out, because that's exactly what we don't need. But
just look at your volume from today on your chart. All the selling was in the morning. Once you got to the afternoon, like once you got past 12 o'clock, it was pretty much even bars, and they were all really low. All the volumes in the morning.
Can someone
from
see
open until 11?
Was there 9 million right at the beginning? Were those the options?
I'm just looking at regular share trade.
Hey, can I just throw something out there? So, okay, in this, obviously there's a lot of theories going around, but like in the worst case scenario, coming from someone that's a new investor, if you buy into this stock at like whatever price it's at right now, 180 or whatever it is, people are probably worried about them losing a lot of money. But in theory, if we sat on it, would it ever really like lose all the money, or could it potentially still go up because it's still a fluid company? But what's the chances of bankruptcy really on this company if this all
talking about valuation, right? I mean, the company that underlines the shares actually is a company, and it has a great CEO, and you could make a case for it's going to be the world's biggest online retailer, or you can make a case where it's going to be what it did a couple years
They
ago.
should become
But since there's
financial
a new CEO,
advisors and get sponsored by WSB.
Yeah,
exactly. They could do all sorts of things, and so it's up to you to do that due diligence and see, how much do you think they're going to be
They're
worth
going to do
in
nothing.
a few
Them and Best
years.
Buy are going to get together and suck each other's dicks on their
There's
property
a
that they
really
own.
good there's a really good valuation of it by one of the professors at NY.
So
NYU or something like that.
that's a really long-winded answer. What he was asking was, is this a good value? No, it's not a good value. This is an artificial stock value. Don't buy in right now if you want the long-term valuation of the company.
Yeah, I was going to say that because I mean we're here because they're shorting the stock, not to play the long run on this.
Okay,
I
so
mean, it's not to say that GameStop doesn't have.
Wait,
Oh,
do we
sorry.
support GameStop or not?
$30 when this is over.
Yeah, so GameStop right now is synthetically valued because we are all creating a value on it based on the short.
Yeah.
The business value of the company is completely separate from what's happening right now. And you should not
$2.57.
You should not buy in right now if you're pursuing the long-term actual value of the company.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so what
Which
would be
I've seen
the purpose of
evaluation-
buying it in right now is to wait this week and hopefully gamble.
Yeah.
To continue.
That's the long and short of it.
Gamble to squeeze.
That's
To outlast hedge
Yes, I have a question.
I want to
they
say
have
about valuation.
positions that expire and they have to meet contracts on that expiration, and it will cost them a lot of money, and that money,
And actually,
guys, I have a
hold on.
question
This is a good place to say. We, as the Reddit forum followers, did not create the squeeze. The squeeze was created by individuals in the hedge funds who chose to short this stock over 100%, and we are trying to capitalize on their bad decision.
Exactly.
So this is a hive mind. We are not financial advisors. These are on the forum 7-8 million people who looked at a bad decision being made and said, "Fuck you guys! I'm going to take my tendies and roll." And that we're in the middle of that. So if you're looking to invest in GameStop long term, you should start in like 2, 3, 4 months.
Yeah. So what's your plan?
I've
Sorry,
seen
go
a
ahead.
valuation between $23 and about 147 at absolute max. So do your own due diligence, but look up valuations if you're really wondering about the
Their
company itself.
52-week low was $2.57, so keep that in
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, I seen that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's a strong argument that price was artificially low because of the aggressive shorts.
So, as someone who has actually been keeping tabs on GameStop for like the last 5 years and been an on-off investor with them even before all this, I will say that their future strategy that they're planning is actually quite innovative because they're gonna become not more of a. They're still gonna hold on to the physical game sales, but they're gonna do more tabletop shit like Warhammer and fucking D&D and also the Funko Pop shit. In fact, funny enough, I have a friend of mine, well, my girlfriend actually, and she was like, I didn't know that their constant Funko Pop release, because for last month they've been releasing new Funko Pops. Like, I didn't know their new Funko Pop release was raising their stock values so much. I'm like, what? Because fun fact, GameStop also owns Funko Pop.
That was their only profitable item retail in their last shareholder meeting.
Yeah, it's if you want to invest in GameStop because you think they're a long-term good business strategy, which is a fair point to make, don't do it right now. Just don't do it right now. Wait until
So
the squeeze is
Deep-
short. The squeeze and
Deep
squeeze.
fucking Value has a YouTube channel called Roaring Kitty, and he actually goes over his technical analysis of GameStop and why he originally thought that the value was way undervalued. This was like 5-6 months ago. This was back last year. If you guys are interested, you should watch it because it's actually
That's
really
all.
interesting.
Yeah,
He talks a lot about like why GameStop has more potential in the future than just $4 of where it was sitting at.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
But so
I'll grab that video next. But yeah.
So obviously, don't invest right now because it's synthetic. But so you guys are investing to hopefully.
This is a battle between a hive-minded hedge fund and a legitimate hedge fund.
Yeah.
This is a market play. This is not investing.
Yeah, this is not investing at all. I mean, we're trying to catch these motherfuckers and get their money. That's it. I mean, and fuck them in their game.
Yeah, catch them lacking. Yeah, I get you.
I wanted to pose this to y'all a different way. I don't know if y'all have talked a lot about the aspect of its hedge fund versus hedge fund. What is the strategy for the big boys like Vanguard and BlackRock? Like, they're definitely trying to get their payday, and I think that's probably a reason also why the SEC is like really quiet about all this shit going on, because it's not just like a whole bunch of little guys about to make a lot of money. It's the big guys who are really going to get fucking rich off of this.
The institutional whales end up dictating how hard this can really squeeze.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what is going through their minds. Like, what do they?
I just want Cohen to
foresee
say something, dude. Even if he just says, "I like the stock," would be amazing.
Could you imagine?
He hasn't tweeted anything since like,
Aren't they on gag
January.
order though? Because earnings are coming up.
Yeah, there's like a blackout period right now.
Yeah.
Coming, I think, second week of March, I believe, Q4.
Yeah, second week of March is when GME is going to have their earnings call.
It's the most hilarious shit that
I
game's
like
going up and not a single word is out.
Yeah,
For real.
they're being super quiet for a reason. It's not just because like, oh, there's just nothing.
Yep.
There's got to be something.
Well, I mean,
going
they legitimately can't come out and say anything. Like, no joke. You got to keep in mind like the board's perspective on this stuff as well. Whenever like a head of a company speaks, right? They need to somehow justify the price of the company, and there's no justifying these price levels, so they can't. They can only come out and say negative stuff about it. Which why would they ever do?
Yeah, totally.
I just want Cohen to say I like the stock.
I like
It's too much size.
We like the stock.
I think that's Delta Boy 2565. Delta Boy 2565.
Delta, mute your mic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How do you guys think that this second squeeze could play out? Like theoretically,
Infinitely.
Yeah.
Theoretically, infinitely, dude.
So I mean, what we're talking about is them flip flopping between puts and calls and just riding this out, paying payments to cover their own.
Yeah, but how long can they really do that until they lose their complete assholes?
Yeah, say they do that, right? But if they're wrong one time, wouldn't that just be like the final nail in the coffin for
No,
them?
they don't have to be wrong. I mean, either the price goes way up to where they can't cover their interest, or it doesn't. So they can pay the interest so long as it takes them to cover this loan. I mean, honestly, if we want to think about this realistically, it's all of you fucking assholes with your student loans. Can you pay your payments?
Fuck no.
No? Oh. Maybe the government puts you on an income-based repayment plan. I mean, that's where we're at.
Generating interest.
So, yeah, like can they delay paying rent, or can we stop paying interest? Like which one wins?
Most loans have frozen interest right now because of COVID.
So you're saying,
yeah, thank God,
I should use my student loans to buy GME, right?
No, that's not.
You bet the house on GME, not your student loans.
If you're able to pull out a second mortgage, do it.
You take out.
Did anyone get a hold of
Take
their
a cash advance on your Visa and put it on. I'm just kidding.
Hey, for U.S. people, student loans got pushed off again.
People are paying off their student loans with GME, but I'm using my student loans on GME.
Well, you don't have to pay your student loans this month.
covered my costs and I took
It's free money, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I paper-handed for like what 15 shares at 200, and then just finished off the loss of my
Here's
loss.
what gets me hopeful. Here's what gets me hopeful. The fact that we are pretty low. We didn't see a lot of volume today. We've seen almost 2 major blackouts. Tomorrow we might dip below $100. Once we dip below $100, everybody with diamond hands here, I don't think people are going to sell. I don't think
Wait,
we're
but
gonna slide.
I don't think. Well,
Because
I'm gonna buy
people
the
are gonna
shit
be
out of that
so
dip.
in, so deep.
We're gonna buy the
gonna
shit
stick
out of it.
around. We're gonna hold for the. Just
People already
we're gonna
lost a
If
couple
it
bucks
goes,
here and
if
there,
it goes
right?
$100, if it goes $100, there's definitely going to be multiple hundred shares being bought by me.
People,
Yeah.
definitely.
Honestly,
Yeah,
But are we
new
expecting
retail
options
investor
to
wave. We're gonna
build
see
tomorrow?
people that jumped on a merit
Wait,
trade
wait,
from Robinhood.
If I don't know. I feel like people have lost money already now through this week and the past few days. What's another couple hundred bucks? Or sorry,
Yeah.
couple 20 years, the 40 bucks that they lose, right? They're not going to sell it off like that.
I'm just waiting to get accepted still from Weeble.
Also talking to the
Bro,
people willing to
Fidelity.
say-
Fuck Weeble. Go to Fidelity. You get accepted right away, and you have instant deposit. Go.
Or a merit
So
trade.
actually, I'm able to buy like hella shares now, so you guys might want to check that.
What do you mean by hella?
You can only
What do
buy.
you mean by
Wait, what
hella?
do you mean? What do you mean hella
Like
shares?
20 now.
Wait, has the
You can
whale
buy
come?
14 now.
All right, I'm going to retell a story from
GME
earlier
still
today.
at 20.
So
It was
last
at
week I
1
opened a
yesterday
Robinhood
for
account.
me. I don't know why, but now it's at 14.
So, hey, story time. So last week I opened a Robinhood account because a few years ago, transferred all of my stock exchange stuff to a broker. So I opened Robinhood, I bought my $1,000 worth of stock, and then they played their fuckery. So today, all of my transfers completed, or my one transfer completed, and I was able to add more value. And instead, I realized I didn't take my autism meds today. So instead of sending more money into
Wait a
Robinhood,
minute.
I opened a TD Ameritrade account, and I fucking funded that thing fully. And so
Solo has a hot.
hold
mic.
on. So the final bullet here, this fucking guy 30 seconds ago said, I think it could drop to 100. So you know what just happened? I just dropped my buy order for tomorrow that was set at 160, and I'm gonna buy it 100 because
Big facts. Big facts, my guy. Big
300.
facts.
Wait, don't we have, are we expecting like a good amount of buy volume coming from options tomorrow being exercised?
So do you guys buy
5
it
p.m.
right now, and then right when the market opens, you expect it to kind of dip a bit?
I think it's
Is
gonna
that how
dip
that-
There's usually a dip
because
like
I've personally been expecting a big dip for the stock. Well, now I'm saying like it's gonna go down to zero, but I've personally been expecting a big dip for like the last. Jesus Christ!
Jesus,
I've been
that
personally
fucking
expecting
hurt.
a big dip for. I say these next 48 to 72 hours, we're gonna see some big dips. It's gonna probably, I would argue, probably go down to 80 at the lowest.
Okay, so wait it out. Like I fucked
I
up.
would say wait it out.
And I just
Yeah.
joined the Reddit, and I was reading like a lot of people saying AMC, so I checked it out. I put
No.
a bunch of money in there, and then it went up $700, and then it dropped down like 500, and I'm like, and now I've been here, obviously educated a little more, and now I'm like, fuck.
Educated here.
Educated here. This is still Wall Street's best
Those words
Discord.
don't go
buddy.
together, dude.
Jim McKay-
Or this is a
Just
casino.
look at the ocean GME's been fucking producing over the past week
Yeah.
in comparison to AMC, right?
I mean, realistically, AMC is probably going to peak at 30 and then it's going to head back down. That's
Right.
my prediction. That's what a lot of people have been
30?
saying.
GMC is
He has the sticky media component to
Yeah.
it, and just
If we can
culture.
break like
And
500 in one day, this will go back.
culture can coattail, but this is a squeeze, and a squeeze requires a lot.
Yeah.
Why am I in the interview room with someone named
It's a glitch. I'm in there too right
Hey, I
now.
have a question. So would one? I don't know which hedge fund it is now, but I'm guessing it's a bunch of them. Would they want to buy back their stock when it dips down pretty low, like right now, just in the hopes that if the squeeze does happen, that they can make some sort of profit off it?
A lot of
They might
people,
open new shorts right now.
a lot of people
No,
try to
right?
dollar cost average.
Would you say?
So when it dips down, they want to buy so that their buy in is lower than what they originally came in at. Because a lot of people
Yeah, they
bought
just, like,
in.
even out
A
the
lot of
averages.
people bought in at, I'm guessing, at the top. So
Yeah, it's
as
like
it goes
300
down, people are gonna buy like a couple of shares, and then their average cost is gonna drop.
So
I mean, if it goes below 100, dude, it's gonna be crazy.
is that the point of the short ladder tax? Well, I might be 2 points. One, to scare us, but two, is it to kind of whittle away the price so that they can buy it when it's gets down low.
It's very possible, very much possible. That's a strategy they're probably playing right now for the short term.
Well, that's what I'm fucking doing tomorrow.
They would just right now anyway.
I had an average of $19. Now it's around like 28.
That's really risky though, isn't it? Because then they're eating costs quite a bit. Then
It is risky for them, but remember, these are hedge funds. They
Yeah, they
they're
have
down.
money.
They have money to burn. The question is, how much money can they burn through before they're like, okay, we can't take it anymore.
I really see it coming down to the broker, to be honest.
It's very. I honestly agree with that. It's definitely going to come down
see
to
it
their
coming down to them,
brokers.
like, all right, guys, you guys are fucking risky as shit. We're gonna close for you.
That's what I just
so you think like Fidelity and like
Fidelity,
those
dude.
people will just be like, no, enough of this.
Fidelity is
Fidelity's gonna stay on our side this whole time.
Fidelity's long on GME, so they're not gonna.
Also, Fidelity and TD, unlike Robinhood, actually have a shitload of financial
It's a
assets to
bank.
liquidate to pay us out.
actual
It's a literal fucking bank.
I also think that SEC will step in at some point, but that will just change the entire thing. Yeah.
In case anybody.
In what regard do you think?
I don't know, but they'll find a way. I fucking hate the government, and I think they will. They will get.
I think we're all
they will
going to
get-
get these bags to go down as legends.
Sorry.
You think they'd actually push through a 30-day trade stop?
They can do anything because if the government is gonna cover, they're gonna pull something, right? Because at the end of the day, they are the government, and it's not our game, but we're in it,
Yeah,
and
it's the
their
whales.
house. It's their house.
Yeah, you don't lose.
Are you
I
playing
mean,
a MOBA, bro?
that's also
Are you
that's a
playing
fair point to make. But to be fair, in that situation, in my opinion, I feel like by the time they start covering them is by the time the squeeze would have fully been squeezed.
Will one of them covering be the trigger?
It could be.
They're
Who
gonna
knows?
It's all gonna
The
happen really
squeeze could
fast.
have
but I
already
think-
be squozen, and they could just be
Yeah,
playing
we
us
don't
for
know.
hype train pump and dump right now.
Yeah, there's a chance 480 was the peak.
I think after all this is over, GME is probably going to be staying traded at like maybe $50 or $60. Personal
That's
opinion.
fair.
Yeah, because the last people won't sell. Diamond hands.
Yeah, because there's still
This
a
is the
company
new
behind all
Dogecoin.
this stuff.
This is the new Dogecoin, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let me just borrow my
yeah.
silver
GME.
futures real quick.
Yeah. Why do all these memers have deep portfolios for no reason?
I know.
Let's see.
Yeah, meme
Doge's at
stocks.
3 cents.
They're
not
ours
surprised.
now. If we can just own enough of these companies, we
Damn.
could literally make them our spaces in
XRP
society and just walk in there.
What if we all just like
Sweet on here
collectively
for
bought up like 25% of like
If you're here
GME
for
and,
the
like,
money, bro, you
GME
already missed it. So go check it out.
Yeah, buy silver.
Hey, is it too late for a cult pact? Can I offer a cult
Oh my
pact
god.
for everyone to agree?
Yes,
with?
Let me take my autism skills real quick.
We're just gonna go with it. We're gonna go with it. Okay, so here's the deal. If the rules change and Reddit and this chat get identified as a market manipulator and we all get pulled in, every answer you give in interrogation before you hit the stand, your answer must be suck my balls.
Oh,
So here,
I was gonna say no. It suddenly become a prosecuted.
Word without your attorney.
Everybody plead the sixth
So wait,
and then just say no.
No.
Me ape strong.
No, you have to consider the memes. We could have hundreds of
Ape
thousands
strong
of memes
together.
that are
Ape
They're-
strong together. That's what we need to say. Yeah.
investigative documents published and available via FOIA request that all say "suck my balls" repeatedly.
Or just be like, we
Fuck
like
my
the stock.
balls.
Strong. All really excited. Somebody's got math out there, but they're not going to tell us the real. Like,
I
I
don't
don't know. I don't know who would you believe anyway. Like, who could come out and tell you that you'd believe without being a complete idiot?
A deep fucking value. Are you stupid?
You think deep fucking value is going to tell you when it's going to happen? Hell no, he's
He's
not
the
going to tell
fucking
you. 'cause
Lord and
he's deep
Savior.
fucking
Shut up.
value. He's the deep fucking value, bro.
He's listening to a
gonna know
fucking 8-ball.
He's gonna hold forever. He's gonna lose
He's
all the
going
time.
first, and then his buddies are going
Value
next,
player.
and then everybody's going.
I can tell you this: the reason he's only posting a picture every day and he's fucking silent otherwise is because he is suspect number one, and the rest of us, those of us speaking first and foremost, are suspect. So If you've stayed on mute this whole time, congrats. I'll miss you. If
I think that's debatable. The dude publicly announced, "Hey, this company shorted the fuck out. Buy it."
If they're arresting people, they're gonna find a reason to arrest us all anyway. So it doesn't matter.
But the thing is, it's also the U.S. government, so they're not. The thing is, this is going to be too much paperwork for them.
Hedge funds, and the hedge funds are going to lobby for regulations.
They have to make a new autist prison.
Are you kidding me?
This is about
Did
future.
somebody just say they can't arrest us all? Have you seen how many people they've arrested from the Capitol Hill riots?
President Biden will protect us from the
Good point.
insurrection.
There's a lot.
We'll stick Elizabeth Warren on them.
I want to know what are we doing that's illegal though? What are we doing that's
being
illegal?
summoned to the new autist
Being
prison?
retarded.
Nothing.
But the thing is, you also have to remember,
Being retarded is not illegal.
We like the stocks though.
here's the
It's not
thing,
what
though.
we're doing
Yeah, sure, you
illegal,
can like
though.
the stocks in
It's
prison.
not what we're doing. It's what they want us to, to be like we're doing. It's if it
Wait,
gets
what are we
big
doing?
They
enough,
want to openly just admit to terrorism.
probably, yeah.
I like the stock because it might make me money. That's it. Does it
I like the
That's a good
stock
point to say,
because
man.
I'm a terrorist.
Yeah, we're only
Alright, well, see you in jail, buddy.
Hey, all jokes aside, they're going to try and string up some individuals for this. Just remember that at the end of the day, we own 16% of this market. 16.
Hey, if they're gonna hang anybody up for any of this shit, go after Jartek first. Fuck that guy.
Wow.
Real quick.
They'll have to extradite.
Dude, the
Mexico first.
SEC agent who's listening, yeah.
Suck
have
my
fun.
balls.
Suck my balls.
Yeah.
My hero.
Bow. Investigation.
Somebody get this guy.
You have a
over.
message for the hedge fund people listening, or the interns listening?
Oh.
SEC doesn't even have guns. They come with labelers.
But the political aspect of this is actually pretty interesting because I kind of saw this being like kind of a poison pill for both Democrats and Republicans.
I don't think it's political at all, dude. I think it's the media that made it political.
That's what they always do with everything.
The media made it political. This isn't political at all.
I'm saying, yeah, it was made political, but it became kind of a thing where like,
just because things have implications doesn't mean it's the reality. It's just an implication.
Yeah, but there's reality that is political because politics is economic. And when you're talking about like class struggle, which is essentially what you're seeing here, it is in essence political and it's going to reflect on politics. This is not apolitical. This is a political stance.
And it's fucking important too. It's like fucking everyone's finally waking up over this shit.
I don't know. That sounds like what CNN's going to say tomorrow, like forcing that this is a political stance. Like, I don't know that.
Well, yeah, they're gonna say that, and then they're gonna follow up.
I'm
with,
a pretty political person too.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Like, I have a lot of political stances. I don't know that this is one of my political.
They're gonna say that, and then they're gonna follow up with calling us Nazis. So just be ready.
Communist News Network.
When's the European markets opening is?
The more
political support 300 back. In 10 minutes, if I could.
What time does European
I
market
would
open?
legitimately work on hedge funds as soon as I could. I don't hate hedge funds. I don't hate Melvin
About to
Capital. I
open
just
in
wanna
like
make
an
money.
hour or what?
You should hate hedge funds. Yeah, you should totally hate it.
Work for one.
European market.
You work for a hedge
What time's the
fund?
German exchange open?
Oh, you would work for one in a heartbeat given the opportunity.
You will never have the opportunity.
I already work for a big bank, dude. It's as far as I'm going.
I already sold my soul for the tendies.
If you were not born rich or born a mathematical genius, you will never work for a hedge fund in your life. So
3
don't sweat.
a.m. to
I work at
11:30
the corn
a.m.
firm.
Is exactly why
It opens at 3 a.m.
Young Quant, GME.
Has anyone seen the
The
Discord chat?
more prescient question that's going to come out of this politically is how much of the stimulus money has gone into
all of
these stories.
Fucking
Well, no, not all of it, because
At least for my part,
legitimately-
all of
For
it.
me, it was at least
well, yeah, but
$200.
legitimately, there's a lot of people.
Peril protection program.
There are,
My
hold on,
$600 got to GME.
here's the thing: there are legitimately a lot of people out of work who used their stimulus money to like buy fucking food. But for a lot of people who are in work who really didn't need the stimulus money, they got extra money, and that ended up
buying dildos.
maybe
Making its way here.
Sorry,
Hold
I
on,
need, I need 1200
Dildos where?
some more GME.
you got a fork to road
Dildo
at this
launcher.
point. So where did that money end up? Did it end up in the in the pockets of Redditors who invested strategically, or did it end up in the pockets of hedge funds after they fleeced the individuals? Because that is where we're going. Which way are we going?
That sounds too political for me.
Honestly, that's where you have to land, because the politicians who voted for that stimulus, they're looking at this and they're saying, we gave money to the people. This is what they did with it. What story do we want to come out of it? Did we make a bunch of people?
No, that's a great point you bring up there.
Yeah, it is.
So how do we position the narrative?
I kind of get what you're saying. Now.
Hold on. Wait, there's a lot of people talking. I heard somebody say it's only $600. What does that matter? Well, $600 at 2 shares that sell at 5,000 becomes 10 grand. So it's a big fucking deal if it goes that way.
Can you imagine? Fuck,
If it
that'd be
doesn't go
unreal.
that way. But wait, hold on. Consider the other side of the story. The hedge funds win. You have 1 million, 2, 3, 7 million people putting $600 into a stock that the hedge funds collect from. That's a totally different story. Which story do you want to be attached to? So it is very political.
I feel like that's not even accurate.
Can I add to that? Do you guys remember the first stimulus check that went out to 1,200?
Yeah. I didn't get
So
either of
where
them.
I'm
Way
from,
over the-
there was this thing that popped off called the circle paradigm. It was basically send $100 to your friend and then find 7 people, and then you make 800, and then they have to find 7 people. It was a pyramid scheme, but in a circle, set up like a little paradigm thing. There's 3 levels, and I saw probably $200,000 just in my town being like handed around. It happened right after the stimulus checks were sent out. This is the second run of that, and I remember the local police made it a big deal, and people got arrested in my town for that game. And
It's not straight up illegal.
Well, yeah, it's dumb as fuck. It was happening on Venmo. No, but what I'm saying is like that was like an issue. It was like they gave us $1,200, and what are you doing with it? People are taking advantage of it. What this guy's trying to say is there's a whole narrative that's going on with them funding us and the way we're spending our money. There's a universal basic income argument that's coming up pretty soon. Like everything's going towards that. We don't know if we're going to get another stimulus. If the hedge funds win, they paid us $600. We gave it to the hedge funds. They got bailed out and they made money.
Look,
that'd be shitty.
There's unlimited layers to this. If someone really had, like, say, they used some of that money for like the stock market, there's no telling that someone took that $600, spent $550 on bills, and $50 was saved out of that, and they slowly built that up over the last.
They don't have to
last
prove
March.
It's an assumption.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's like no one just has. You can't say that everyone had $600 and they were like, "Yeah, I'm going straight to the stock market."
Straight to this.
No,
there's a lot of
Put in Kodak. Yeah, you don't have to depend on the truth here. We're talking about the news cycle.
Yeah, it's the narrative. If people are spending money they don't have right after they got a check,
Sorry, I just
because
walked
they
in, so
have
I didn't
money,
really get all what you talked about.
People
But yeah, they'll
didn't have
probably
money.
do that. I mean, but the thing is,
Thank you.
I just hope people aren't really that dumb to actually listen to that. Like, oh yeah, I used my entire
Of
thing
course
for
they're
one
going to be
thing.
that
narrative.
Dude, they're
compared to- Hold on, you joined a chat session and offered your advice after not knowing the whole story. And you're worried. Hold on, you're
No,
worried
no,
that
no.
people aren't going to be that dumb? Well, who are you?
What do you think?
This is the
Oh my
autist
God.
army right here. What are you talking about?
I heard one
research in here?
person's sentence, and so I just chimed in. That's all.
We got more research in here, bro. That's dumb for you to even say that.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I don't think. I mean,
Whoever that is, great.
from the people in here, I just feel like that's not something. Do you really worry about that?
You know what? The next time,
Yes.
the next
about the
time
news
you join this chat channel, you better bring all of us a fucking banana.
No, I don't.
Oh, we're all
No, I
gonna be
agree.
mad
That's
at
not
that
really a
statement.
real
Is
worry.
that how good bananas are?
It's not a worry.
Bananas are actually an underrated fruit.
The media's gonna say what they're gonna say.
It's a banana smoothie.
Government needs
Wasting
to,
time thinking about what
make a-
narrative the media is going to use.
The government
You know,
needs to make
I
a
like
vaccine so that we don't get scammed. Is
personally.
that what you're saying? All these countries
Either
are
we get herd immunity
when
getting
everyone
more
gets
stimulus
scammed,
than the
or
in
we
the
get
US.
vaccines. We don't
They're
get
shorting the vaccine. They're shorting the vaccine.
You guys, We're shorting the vaccine.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can
The vaccine, which will make sure you can't get scammed. You either get scammed and
Apples
you're
are
immune,
overrated.
or you get the vaccine so
I
you
want
can't
my
be
mind.
scammed.
Have you seen the vaccine passports that they're issuing?
Wait,
COVID's
that's a
fake.
real thing?
Yeah.
No.
In
Yeah,
my
there's like some
United
kind of
States?
like vaccine paper that you can say you got it.
Fax card.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
I
a,
got
like
one.
a passport, like a stamp.
Yeah, it's almost like let me see your papers.
It's not
No,
a vaccine passport, you degenerate
Bro, that is
schmuck.
a good,
I don't know who called it a
it's a
passport. It's
good
a
way
little
to put it.
index card that is
If
fucking
you
marked
want
down
to
that you
stop
got
the
it.
Okay,
vaccine,
good.
you must be vaccinated.
This is getting
That's
out
what
of
I
hand. Why,
thought.
why,
That's
why are
called
we
a
talking
We're
COVID
off
about
topic.
moron.
Jesus
I have a
Christ, we
question.
are off topic.
Why are we
Hang on,
talking
hang
about
on,
vaccines?
Vaccination.
Guys,
Trying
why
to
are we
make
talking
money,
about vaccines?
guys. Ridiculous.
Have you heard about the opportunities in toilet paper?
Oh, not
Listen,
again.
listen.
Find some
You,
toilet
you
paper
are
a few
making
times.
where
I
you're getting
GME,
uppity
bullshit.
about this COVID passport shit when it's all you have to
Nope,
have vaccines
stop.
before you go to another country, anyways.
Listen,
It's the same
nobody
fucking
cares
thing.
about
Fuck
It's a
other
medical
countries.
record.
Wait,
Fuck other countries.
stop.
Coding
Let's
Marie.
talk about toilet paper because I don't need any because I'm wiping my ass with fucking GME stock paper.
Oh yeah.
I only have 4 because I'm poor.
This is the man who
But
called it
hopefully I'll
800.
buy more tomorrow and then
Are
lose
you
all my
guys on
money.
freaking AMC?
If
Hey
I'm
man, that guy
super
said it's gonna dip below 100 tomorrow, so we're gonna hold it fucking to
That's
it.
just my prediction. That's not financial advice.
That's entirely
If it
financial
doesn't
advice. I could have got so
dip
much
below
more if I
100,
waited.
we're coming for
Is
you, man.
anyone on
We're
If
coming
it-
for you.
right
if it
now?
If it
doesn't dip
dips
below
that
100.
low, I'm gonna feel extra retarded just because.
Hey, you guys missed it.
How low can it get before you just let it
You
go?
missed
You know,
it. You missed it earlier.
we
There was
just
a
need our
conversation
tendies,
that
bro.
we talked about this, and it's like
We could just
the-
go burn Wendy's down for
the
tendies. We
VW
don't have to do this.
the VW
Yo, if you
thing,
go to
the
Popeyes, you can
VW
get a free
short
chicken
had
tenders.
actually had this same sort of
Is
reaction
anyone
where
on
it dipped
AMC?
way below the original price and then spiked the fuck up to like $600.
That was before the internet, bro. Was that during Twitter?
No, that was like 2009, dummy, or something. I don't know.
When Twitter come out? I don't use Twitter. I'm like a 30-year-old.
I can't even remember what I did in 2000.
Yeah, that was before like people
Was
can run to their
it?
phones really quick. You know what I mean?
I think Facebook was
The
coming
fuck is
up
a
at the end
Twitter?
of 2009.
Explain that during the VW short, only
Yeah, I don't
1%
use
of the
Twitter.
shares were retail. And in
Don't
this
forget
case, it's
about that.
15. And
Right.
the
People
short
just like
was only
saying it
around
though.
40%.
It was like that's propaganda too. It's just like other type of propaganda. That's to motivate us.
That's a while ago.
Our sucker cause. You know
Here's
what I
the
mean?
thing, and it's not financial advice, but I think it's still very likely that we're good.
Yeah,
I'm taking
that's
this as
why
financial advice.
This is all financial advice I'm hearing.
The reports for them being sold out of the short positions. Somebody explained why they were capping, and they keep mentioning it every like 30 minutes, and it's really good for the new people.
They just
but-
want to blind people, man. That's all it is. They want to. They want
The
to.
thing is, if they were actually out, they wouldn't say shit about being out. That wouldn't be news if they were actually out.
We're accepting that they're
CNBC put
taking
ads on
fake
Twitter
stocks
for it.
every day and using them to push down the market, and that all the trades we're seeing are fake trades. That's what we're
Artificial.
accepting right now.
Yeah, they're trading amongst
and
themselves to basically fool the system.
Yeah, that's all
I got that part, but like that's not something you can look up in a textbook. It's something that I presume like is apparently happening in our economic system. You know what I mean?
There's actually a report.
So like
in
if
2008
short
about
ladder is
betting
illegal,
man
though,
that's
right?
the case,
being shorted, like it is textbook play.
Wait, you can short ladder legally?
Right.
What?
Yeah.
You could what?
That's what they do. Like hedge funds would just, you know what I mean? There's a reason why hedge
Yeah,
funds
I
talk
know that-
about
I
going
know
to
that
jail, but
short
then they
laddering.
don't actually go to jail.
According to
they're
like
not doing anything
Investopedia,
illegal.
they can. They're still Can we loopholes. short ladder AMC?
No one can find out about counterfeit stocks
Hey,
and all that
boys,
unless
I have a
or
question.
if the company goes
My point
bankrupt.
is just if they can do all that shit, they're not gonna fucking lose. You know what I mean?
What?
Well, the guesswork
They,
was
they, they like to play by the
Already kinda
rules,
lost.
but
It's just how much-
if they have to cheat, they will.
But it's not
Well, the
like there
guesswork
isn't like
was
a
that
tension on
they're-
them. So I guess we're fucked.
How do
the
we
guesswork
cheat?
was
I guess
they're
is what I'm
losing
saying,
out
right?
one-
Because if you're not
Guys,
cheating, you're not trying.
how can
That's
we
like
cheat?
You
that's
cheat by
like,
holding.
yeah, right. How can we cheat?
Is there cheat
We
code?
won't have
Holding
Right
and
there,
being
or-
irrational.
What's a
I
cheat
can.
code?
Time to
Holding's
cheat is
not
already
cheating.
passed. The time to cheat was when it was much lower.
How do we break some law? Boys?
Hey,
Oh,
who's
it's gotta be
adding
lower.
value here? Who's adding value here? Raise your hand. Who's adding value? I think
I have
so.
a question,
Sorry,
boys.
did you say who's adding value?
The guesswork was that they are paying 1 to 1.2 billion in interest per day on their bets. I think that's high personally. No, I think it's super high. I suspect it's more like 2 to
20 minutes of
Blank
work.
was here all day. You might want to listen to him.
However, I'm not blank. But however, what it costs them to run those short ladders is $70 to $80 million. So what we saw
Is that
today,
per day?
No, yeah, what we saw today when they dropped the price from 250 down to 180, it's got to cost them around 70 million in losses between the 2 or 3 or 4 hedges that are passing shares back and forth to lower that value.
That makes sense. You think they'll do it
How
again?
they lose money. So the question is, does the cost of running a short ladder outweigh the cost of actually turning in their shorts?
Where'd you learn the cost of a short
What
ladder?
did you think the interest that they're paying is?
So the interest is like 3 to 5% depending on when they bought their short, and based on the outstanding shares, it was like $1.18 billion per day total across all the hedge funds.
I just have one thing, and not just to play devil's advocate here, but like, how long are people going to use the whole short ladder excuse? Like I get it. It's.
I know the hedge funds have a lot of money. But
Once
that's
we
a lot
realize
of
it
money
stopped
you paying
happening.
per day.
No, so here's the
they've
thing.
been making a lot of money for a while, and there's a lot of liquidity right now. People aren't lending. You know what I mean? Like people are sitting at home.
But
It can't
lose $1 billion a day,
guys. It can't not be a short ladder with the volume we're seeing. If there was volume supporting the shares actually trading hands and dropping the value that much, that would make sense. But when you see 32 million shares change hands in a day, and it drops by half, we went from what 280.
500,000 shares were sold at open
Yeah,
market.
300, dude.
The thing is, you have orders come in from literally everywhere. I just feel it really unfeasible that every single drop today was a short ladder. At a certain point, human nature kicks in, and I've been trading for a long time, maybe like 7 years.
Not wrong.
But
Yeah, that's why they
eventually,
do it, right?
Because as
I'm just saying, like eventually, human nature is gonna take hold of any stock. Like we saw
Especially
this with
after the
Tilray.
weekend.
Right, exactly. But like I'm saying, like with Tilray, we saw this dry ships, even though it was a penny stock. Like I've seen a lot of stocks where the same similar pump that what we saw in GameStop happens, and like eventually it just like comes down to gravity. Call it market correction, call it whatever you want. I just don't feel like it's like every time it happens, I feel like people are, oh, it's a short ladder, oh, it's a short ladder. It's I just
but
don't
it
feel
was.
that way.
It
Like
was
just to play
stocks
devil's
were
advocate.
shorted 140%.
That's fine. That's
wait,
fine to
I
play
think
devil's
there's a
advocate,
chance.
but the trading volume was so significantly low that it was clear as day that it was a ladder. That's what it was.
So wait, who is that talking? Was that Nikki?
Yes, it was Nikki.
So Nikki, I absolutely agree with you. There was organic sales in there. Why do short ladders exist? To trigger organic sales. They get people scared. They get stocks out into the market.
True.
They get people to sell. So I agree. There was organic sale in there. Was it a lot of organic sale? I bet not. I bet out of 32 million, maybe 1 million of those sales were organic. I don't think it was that high, personally.
Aren't they worried about lowering the price this far because it's going to lure people back into the market, especially when everybody just got
Yeah,
rich
but they
last
count on
week?
the fact that
To
money
me,
that's
sounds-
out by Robinhood.
It sounds like bait. Sounds like bait.
So somebody.
No, it is bait.
Can I ask
It
something?
is bait.
I feel baited right now.
No, it is bait. But here's the thing: what
I'm gonna
happens?
eat the
What
bait.
happens when they start buying and people don't sell at volume? What happens?
Yeah, but what if it's all fake and they don't need to buy? We're basically just going to be sitting there holding our shit until somebody takes the first
Somebody-
shit and then chase them out the
Somebody
door.
did the math.
We won't chase
Somebody
them out
did
the
the
door
math
because
that
we're retards.
100% of the shares are taken up by the market already, whether it's by this group that is, retail
That's
investors
speculation.
or right, but it's been mathed out. I got to find the post. I'm pretty sure it was on,
His
retards
math seems
Reddit.
really aggressive, though.
Yeah.
So here's the
the
thing.
one alleging
Either-
that there's a bunch of fake shares out there and there's mass fraud.
I don't know about that one.
No, that's bullshit.
Because
Yeah.
that one, that's what I was gonna say. That's like, even if some of what he's saying is true, like, it just doesn't add up.
Yeah, I thought that was accepted in this conspiracy.
That's the problem. Is
That's one of
I
the
just don't
things-
feel like there's a whole
That's one of the
conspiracy
things
behind
that was.
I can
battling
accept
me.
like a
That's one of the
little
things
bit
that
of
was battling me.
conspiracy for like, disinformation, right?
Well,
but
they're
at a
hedge
certain
funds,
point, you
so,
need
I
to
mean,
cut the
being a
line.
hedge fund is.
So something that was explained earlier today that made a lot of sense is that for the people who may not understand how shorting works and how it got above 150% is that you can short more than once. If I give you something and you decide to sell it for even less to someone else, that's basically just shorting it 2 times over. If I sold it to you less than I paid for it and you go and sell it to somebody less than you paid for it, it's shorting it. And you can do that. That's perfectly legal. That's how we got to where we are now.
That's true. And
I just feel like there's a lot of people like
the last-
copying.
the last reported numbers say that this this stock was shorted
And I'm
120%.
saying,
The last subjective numbers from S3 say
and
it's
I'm
down to
saying this.
55. We don't actually.
I'm saying
So
this to
the
kind of combat that
numbers
conspiracy
are
theory of like
arguably legit.
fraudulent
That's
stock.
the numbers are very arguably legit, I would say, at this point, because when you look at their data, like I mentioned, and if you assume that there's a synthetic long strategy going, then the numbers make sense.
Right. So the question is, do we screw them in their shorts and bail before their longs, or do we get caught in either case? Either we sell early and they win their shorts, or we sell late
Their
and they win
longs
their
are the
longs.
very thing that can fuck them. It's kind of like a ticking time bomb in a way, because they expire, and once they do that, they have the right to actually acquire those shares. Now, they don't have the obligation, right? But they probably will acquire with those. The reason being that they might be able to mitigate their losses, right, with those strike prices. And if that forces a squeeze on the others, you know, that sucks. But the other side of that is they could potentially try and roll those out and basically be exiting the shorts in a more traditional strategy, meanwhile suppressing the short interest data with the synthetic long strategy and getting essentially people to die out on fervor.
Right, and they run us out
and we won't know until February 9th of that, because
no. Kolichi, what Kolichi's talking about runs in March and April.
Also,
those are long.
GameStop, if they make an announcement, that could change things also a lot.
They
You're not going to get all these monkeys to hold all the way through April.
Yeah,
either.
I did a little bit of digging on like making more stock available
Don't
to the
underestimate stupid people.
public. The process for filing a prospectus takes 3 to 9 months after it's been received by the SEC to make that stock available to the public. It can be shortened, but that's the average runtime for that.
Look, we're gonna have people flake off, and you know what? Paper hands. At the end of the day, that just means that the final infinity squeeze will not go as high as it could have possibly gone if people flake off. It's still gonna happen. You know what? I ain't gonna get scared. I'm fucking holding. I'll hold till fucking April 16th.
Just like you have buy days, if you could have a coordinated sell day where you could have a whale buy it up, that'd be like the optimal situation. It's obviously not going to happen, but
I mean, would you coordinate at an 8 or a pair of hands?
Why even put it out on the market? I think that's so risky.
I agree with you, but I'm not a kid that put their fucking, all their money on one share and they're trying to dump it.
Oh, and you can't help, like, there's gonna be people like that. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is
I think like 20% of the movement is that, and I think half of their funds were split between AMC, Nokia, and Naked, and all that bullshit because they didn't focus. I got you.
Yeah, what do you guys think about Rule 204 on the subreddit someone posted?
What is it?
The closeout requirement rule. Someone posted on the subreddit.
What, for silver?
No, for GME. Like it's like a potential pathway for how this thing could all end. Yeah, I'll post a link.
Nobody knows.
Booster.
I feel like the paper-handed people are the ones that probably have the least amount of risk, but they can't handle that risk, and then it'll get snagged up by someone with more diamond hands.
I wouldn't say all that. I think, and before anyone like jumps out and kills me here, I do have puts, but I also have a long strangle, which means basically essentially it means I'm protected on both ends somewhat. But like like some people like they kind of like detected that this was eventually was going to come down to earth. Whether you call this today market correction, I don't even know myself. You know what I mean? Like you can call it market correction, you call it whatever you want, manipulation. But like I just felt like eventually this stock is going to return down to earth. So I did what any other person with the same intuition would do, which is sell, right? Cover your losses and then find a re-entry point, which obviously can't be seen where the stock is moving now with its downtrend. But like I feel like there's like this aggressive stance towards anyone that sells, anyone that's bearish, and I feel like that's kind of like a cancerous like view, I suppose. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Yes, you are cancer. You are cancer.
Maybe take a loss. It's like If you're gonna buy at this point, you're buying.
That won't matter. It's not going to hurt it. It's better for it to be in his hands for 5 minutes anyway. That wouldn't matter.
It's
You know
it's
what
the
I mean?
profit.
Like, you just have to be aware.
Like some guys held on to this because they wanted to send a message, and I completely respect that. Me, I you know what I mean? Like I saw it go up. I was like, all right, like this is where it's gonna go. I saw the trends. I was like, all right, it's gonna go down on Monday. Like I had kind of had like that feeling. Like I wasn't like 100% sure. No one's 100% sure of any move, but like I was like, all right, I'm gonna sell here. I'm gonna find a re-entry point. So I put puts. The puts were good, you know, obviously, as you saw today. And then like I'll just find a re-entry point and go back up. But I don't think that's like a bad thing. Like some people want to trade, some people want to hold. Like
And then you just went full retard, and there's a lot of people that will go full retard, and that's perfectly fine.
No, he sounds like a real trader. You know what I mean? He sounds like he did it right.
Hey, listen, you want to go, like it's your money, bro. You want to go full, like I totally respect that, bro. There's some people that are holding with millions of losses, and like, bro, I'm not man enough. I'm not man enough. Like you guys are fucking crazy. I'm not man enough to do all that, but like some of y'all are fucking nuts, bro. I totally respect that.
I don't need to eat.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know how much.
I'm doing an option trade. First person to 0 wins.
Jesus. I mean, like, personally.
Bro, I have like 69 cents left in my account.
No, like I saw one dude. Like I saw a lot of
try to do that.
I saw a lot of troubling screenshots today, but one dude, he was, I guess he posted on Reddit about how he lost like 35% of his life savings. I was like, bro, like, yeah, this dude's like playing with his life. You know what I mean? Like,
sell? You don't want to do it.
Did not sell. He's still holding.
Yeah, so he hasn't lost.
To be,
You only lose if you sell. If you hold, you never lose.
Oh shit! Hey, what happened?
That's not true. That's not true.
I mean,
if
you
you're at
can tell that to the
artificially
guys that
inflated price levels that are unattainable,